tactics, the training, and the confidence to get more direct bookings. And for the very first time, I am going to be running a 24-hour live stream. So firstly, don't think that I'm going to be doing this all by myself. That'd be crazy. I have enlisted some help from some of the best all over the world. And over the course of the next 24 hours, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing an audio live stream, and we're going to be going everywhere. The reason why we're doing this is that we want to help hospitality owners all over the world. Doesn't matter whether you do hotel, bed and breakfast, rental property, get all the tactics, the tips, and the knowledge that you need to bounce back. Because the bounce back is going to come after 2020, and there is a bright future ahead. And I had this idea to do this because I wanted to give the confidence to you watching. So what I'm going to do in the next couple of minutes is I'm going to go live into Clubhouse. I'm going to stream everything into Clubhouse, and we're going to have conversations and chats and discussions. Now, if you have a Clubhouse account, then you can load up your app and you can go and follow at Mr. Mark Simpson, and the room will be beginning in a few minutes. And the reason why I'm coming onto here is that we can engage in the chat box if you want to, and we've got the YouTube channel, and also as well, we're going to have the full notes, and we've got a WhatsApp group chat going at the same time. So if you want to find out more about that, just go to boostly.co.uk/club. So BOOSTLY/club. I'm going to get the room ready. So I'm going to go quiet for about 90 seconds, and then we're going to begin. So thank you very much for joining us. If you are joining us, whether you're live or watching back on the replay, just please let me know where you're watching from and give your business a bit of a promotion and a tip in the comments below. So I'm just going to hit this button. I'm going to go quiet for about 90 seconds, and then we're going to get started. Okay, everybody. Welcome. We are starting this live 24-hour room. I hope that you are all doing well. Please, as you are coming in, please do say hello and welcome. I really just want to thank everybody for taking part in this. I'm really looking forward to what is going to be a unbelievable 24 hours. As you are coming in, I just want you to do one big thing and just invite as many people as you possibly can into this group. You've got the little plus button. Please do go and ping them in. That'd be fantastic. Just so they can get a notification that this group is now live. So we're going to be here for 24 hours. So it's a pretty big event that we're going to be running here for 24 hours. And I just want to say thank you so much for everybody that is joining in with us. We're going to be doing lots and lots over the course of the next 24 hours. We're going to have speakers from all over the world taking part, which is fantastic. And also as well, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing giveaways, prizes, and so much more. So as you are coming in, if you can just do me a massive favor, if you could just please ping that little plus button and just invite as many people as possible. Now, why are we doing this room? We are doing this room because I think and I know that good times are going to be coming. It's going to be called the bounce back. And what I want to do, and for everybody in here, is I want to give every host, whether you're a hotel owner, a guest house owner, a rental owner, the tools, the tactics, the training, but most importantly, that confidence that you can go and get more bookings. Doesn't matter where you are based. So like I say, for me to do this by myself is nigh on impossible. I'm not staying up for 24 hours. So I'm very, very, very fortunate that I've been able to enlist the help of many, many, many people from all over the world. And for the course of this next 24 hours, we're going to probably have 30 to 40 moderators, which is amazing. And I'm kicking off the first hour, probably going to be here, me running the room for about 2 to 3 hours. And then I'm going to hand over to the other people that you see up on the stage and plenty more. Just want to let you know that this room is being recorded. It's also, we're going to get the show notes and everything ready for everybody. So if all of the moderators have already said that's okay to record. If you are wanting to come up onto the stage and speak, please do send me a message on Instagram and just say that you're okay with this being recorded, just to keep the clubhouse happy. What I wanted to do in the first hour, because we've got a lot of people in this room and this room is filling up nicely and we've got a lot of moderators, I'm a massive fan of learning about people's stories, how they got from where they were to where they are now, how they got into hospitality. And so for the first hour, what I want to do is I just want to go through the people that are up on the stage now. These are your moderators. These are your experts. These are going to be your guides. And what I would love for everybody to do is I want them to sort of share their story. And they can elaborate or be as brief as they want to. But I just want to give everybody just share their experiences, why they got into hospitality, why they got into this business, and why more so now are they on this stage and helping. So I know we've got Julie. Julie's next to me on the stage, Julie George. We've only got Julie for 15 minutes and she'll explain why. But if you're available before you have to leave, before you come back later, I'd love for you just to give a brief on your story, on your journey, on how you started out and how you got to now, Julie, if that's okay. So if you are available, fantastic. So yeah, please unmute away and just sort of share your story, and then we'll go on to Ryan and we'll just sort of work our way through.
Good morning, everybody. It's 6 a.m. in Australia, so up bright and early, but I can tell you the future is looking bright, and I hope that everybody's done their stretches, ready for this marathon. And let me be the very first to say, this is the only marathon you'll ever see me run. I'm only ever caught running if somebody is chasing me. So, guys, fabulous to be here. My journey and claim to fame is a full 360 circle with Airbnb. And what I mean by that is, oh, sorry. Oh, no, that's all right. Just as you're coming up to the stage, just make sure you're muted. Otherwise, I'll think you're talking to me. Guys, so back in 2016, I'm going to give you the brief overview. I had a 1-bedroom apartment that I had a long-term tenant in it. Now, this is a property I owned, and I wanted to find out what all the fuss was about with Airbnb. So when this tenant moved out, I decided to furnish it, put some linen in, connect the Wi-Fi. Within hours, I think I had my first booking. Within days, I had my first guest. I went from $240 per week, so we're talking weekly rates in Australia, $240 to $600. And that's when my light bulb moment went off. I thought, wow, I'm making great money, I'm meeting great people, and I'm having a fabulous time doing it. I was working as a real estate agent at the time, working in a flat market, open homes. I was dealing with property investors having to sell low in a very depressed market, or put a long-term tenant in, which they weren't too thrilled about because that wasn't a great option. Look, I guess the clincher came for me. A property investor looking for a positive cash flow property came to me and said, how do I get one? What do I do? I said, let's create one. Let's go out, find a property that you would like to buy and vacation in yourself. So she did. So I sold that to her. Income stream number 1, cha-ching. She said, I need to get it furnished. And I said, well, I can do that. I can go after work. I can go to Kmart. I can put the flat pack furniture together. But I charged her a fee. Cha-ching, income stream number 2. And then I suggested to her that she should do the same as what I had just done with Airbnb. So I'll manage that process for you. Cha-ching, charge her a commission, income stream number 3. That process worked so beautifully that within 6 months, she had contacted me to ask me to go out and do it all again. And I had purchased her a second property, put it all together, furnished it, and managed it for her. Look, that was the start of a hosting company that I came up with, Host My Home. Within 2.5 years, I was managing 130 properties, $8 million income on Airbnb, had written a best-selling book about it called $1 Million Host, but then also got a tap on the shoulder to sell my business. So guys, as we're talking today about building a business in Airbnb, short-term rentals, you are building a saleable asset. Be very clear about that saleable asset. If you have, even with the arbitrage model, putting your contracts and your leases in an LLC will mean that you can sell that business in the future. So that's exactly what I did. I sold my business 2019, just prior to COVID, which was great timing. And now I get to, normally travel the world and help coach other people. But at the moment, I get to stay on Clubhouse. I don't think I'll be on for 24 hours right now, but I am addicted. I love spending time with these amazing moderators up on stage. They are my tribe. And my advice for anybody who's just listening now is you don't need a lot of money to start in this business. You don't need a lot of skills. You just need to do your research. You need to find somebody who can guide you. There are so many experts out there, but find somebody who aligns with you. And when you do, please do them a favor today. Please make sure that if somebody resonates with you up on stage, click their profile, follow them on Clubhouse, be alerted to when they speak. You've got 3 options. You can click to be alerted when they speak always, sometimes, or never ever. Not sure who designed that third option, but please make sure that you do our moderators a favor and follow them and get in touch off Clubhouse. So guys, I'm here for the next 15. I'm then going to be tuning in and listening while I it's breakfast time here in Australia, but I will be back and I will be around. So good luck to all the other moderators. Over to you, Ryan.
Thank you very much. And over to Ryan next. So that's a great story from Julie, and please do go check her out. Fantastic. And yeah, so she'll be back when UK and Europe are going to sleep. Julie's gonna head up and be leading the room for a few hours, which is fantastic. So yeah, Ryan Luke, over to you, buddy. What's your story?
Evening all. So yeah, I mean, I fell into Airbnb by accident. I'm sorry for boring everyone that listens to me in some of the other rooms every morning, but I had a 1-bed flat. I couldn't get rented out. I went for a coffee with a friend. He told me he was renting out his apartment on this thing called Airbnb. Obviously, I asked him a few more questions about it. Cut a long story short, I was in IKEA a few hours later, and then I had a truck full of furniture and spent pretty much the night putting it all together. So took some photographs, put it on Airbnb, didn't even really know what I was going to do next, and had like $3,500 worth of bookings in 5 days, and I guess that was the drug for me, and I was hooked. So I then had a couple of other properties that were going through conveyancing, and when they came to completion, I just decided to run them as well, even though they were nowhere near town, in one of the rougher areas of Newcastle. And when I told people I had them there, they were almost like, you what? And again, bookings just kept streaming in. So I then just kind of kicked on from there, really. And a bit like Julie, you start poking around and getting requests from people, and then you just decide to, okay, yeah, I can do that, and yeah, I can look at that. And then I kind of fell into rent by accident. I noticed there was a company kept booking through booking.com, and I was like getting really annoyed that I was having to pay obviously an 18% commission. So I rang them up, and more to just say, can you please book with me and stop booking through booking.com? And lo and behold, they needed about another 16 beds or something for 8 months. So I went and acquired 5 rent-to-rent properties in 10 days to fulfill that booking. And then someone said, oh, that's rent-to-rent. So I went and Googled what rent-to-rent was, and sure enough, I'd sort of done it by mistake. And then I realised how easy it was to pick up other people's properties. So I went a bit hell for leather with that. Anyone that knows me knows that when I get the bug for something, I go all in, whether that's business, sport, fitness, family, friends, whatever it is, I'll go all in. So that's what I did, and then off the back of that, I got a phone call about 6 months later, as I'd built the portfolio up using rent to rent. I got a phone call off a friend saying, I've got a guy who's got a block of apartments. He needs some help because the current management company's let him down. Do you do management? I was like, well, yeah. So you're not going to turn down an opportunity. I've got the systems and processes in place, so I don't see why it's that any different. So and that started my management journey. And then 2019, end of 2019, I had this idea after being in Dubai on holiday. I used to live there, that all these empty towers, there's got to be a lot of landlords with a lot of voids. That's kind of the problem I solve in the UK for landlords. So how can I do it here? Started asking around, and I thought I'm gonna bring this rent to rent and management service over to Dubai. And then I went, obviously, Christmas holidays. Then we went skiing, and as we were skiing, we got word that the first case of corona, and in case anyone doesn't know this, was actually in Newcastle. So I think a Chinese student was in Newcastle RVI hospital with corona, and that was the first case of corona. So we came back to that, and then the world kind of went into meltdown. So I put the brakes on that venture, but picked that up December this year, and we're up and running over there now. So that's kind of me. I do other things. I have got HMOs, I've got buy-to-lets, currently developing a block of 16 flats, which I'll use as short-term rentals and constantly, build them. But my passion for property certainly lies in the short-term rental space, and I'm looking forward to continuing to grow and build the empire, and then hopefully do what Julie's done and one day sell a part of it.
Good man. Thank you for that. Thank you for the intro. Thank you for the story. So yeah, two down. Next, we're going to move on to Mr. Dave Goodfellow. Dave, if you're there, please, buddy, can you just unmute your mic and just sort of explain your story, the business model that you're in, and yeah, just sort of how you got into this, please.
No problem at all. Thanks for having me back, Mark. Appreciate it. Looking forward to this 24-hour marathon. I really am. Probably not going to be here the whole time, but I'll be here till 12 this evening and then back tomorrow. So yeah, looking forward to it. So my story, not dissimilar to the ones before. It's amazing how similar stories are once you start looking at this stuff. So I've been a property investor for about 10 years, but I did it as a side hustle, as part of as a side hustle to a job that I was in. And I started off with flips, and then I went into a small buy-to-let portfolio. Everybody knows with buy-to-lets over in the UK that you make a couple of £100 per let per month. If your boiler goes, you wipe out your profit for the year. So I was working away lots of hours. I was leaving home on a Sunday evening and coming home on a Friday evening, not spending any time with the family, being a zombie for a day and a half, and then getting back to normal and then going off again to work. And I thought, this just can't be the way that I want things to be. This is not the way I want things to be. The missus fell pregnant, and I was like, what can I do to get myself out of this mess I'm in? And by accident, one of my tenants in one of my buy-to-let properties in Chester, it was a 3-story townhouse, she stopped paying her bills, and she stopped paying for about 3 months. I managed to get her out, and I thought, right, if there's anywhere that's going to work, centre of Chester, it's a lovely little Roman city, 3-story townhouse, if I give it, tart it up a little bit, I'll try this, we call it over here serviced accommodation. I'll give that a whirl and see what happens. Didn't really know what I was doing, to be honest. Got it on Airbnb, got it on booking.com. And I had somebody else managing it for me at the beginning. But in the first week of it being on, similar to Ryan, I took a booking for £3,500 in its first week. And I was like, my rent for this property normally is about £1,300. I'm going to clear like 1,500 quid on this property net profit this month, which was just crazy money. So that was in November 2018. In December 2018, I bought another one. I bought an old a masonette in the centre of Chester, three bedroom, and turned it into a 4. Got that on the market as well. But that kind of was taking too long, to buy a property, refurb it, refinance it, and then get it on the market. So I thought, there must be an easier, quicker way of doing this. And there was. So I got into rent or rent to serviced accommodation. I started growing, taking on properties there because the demand that we had in the city was just great. We still had somebody managing it for us at that time, and then we got to a point where we were paying the management company about £2,000 a month in fees, and we thought, you know what, that's a wage for somebody else. So I left my job. I got into it full time. My business partner and best friend got into it with me. We then started building really smart systems around our business so we could use sort of VAs in the Philippines and all that sort of stuff. And then we used that on our rent to rent and owned properties first, made it tweak and brought in all the really cool systems that could be run from our phones. We call our office in our pocket. And went from there and started taking management clients on. And we're kind of expanding right across the UK at the moment. So looking forward to this year. It's going to be a big year for us, looking to triple our business. And that's it from me. So just really happy to be into serviced accommodation. We bought an old guest house as well this year as well that we're just converting into 9 or 10 apartments. It's in planning at the moment. And looking forward to getting them up and running probably later on in the year. That's it. That's my story.
Thank you, buddy.
Mark left, or
no, I'm here. Don't worry. I'm here.
I thought you'd gone.
I'm here for a good few hours, buddy. Don't worry.
No, I thought I'd made you drop off.
No, buddy. No, thank you. And again, what I love about a room like this, where we get everybody in from all over the world, it's the exact same terminology. It's just different words. Like you're using their service accommodation, where in America they may use the word arbitrage. And it's this is why I love this, because we get everybody into this one room, one place together, and we share stories. So again, we will open up to questions. Do not worry. We've got 24 hours of this. You will be able to ask your questions to the experts. But what I wanted to do, like I say, and Dave and Julie and Ryan all share very similar how they came to it. And this is something that I love doing, like uncovering stories, finding out about the people that we're going to be hearing from so long over the next 24 hours and beyond. So we're going to move from Dave, who's obviously in the UK, to the Bourbon Sherpa, Mr. Eric. If you're there still with us, buddy, if you unmute your microphone, I would love to hear your story, how you got from basically getting into hospitality to where you are now. If you are there, flash your microphone. If not, Kevin, if you're there, buddy, flash your microphone, because we will come back to you guys later. There we go. Kevin's there. Fantastic. All right, Kevin. So Kevin, if you could do us a favor, buddy, while Eric is probably sipping on a bourbon somewhere, just tell us your story. And I would love to hear this, and just sort of explain where you are in the world and how you got to here.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mark. This is just an incredible stage. I've learned so many things from the people on the stage, and in the next 24 hours, I'm not only going to give all the kind of advice and tips and tricks that I know as much as I can, but also take in what all these folks have to say. So thanks again for putting this together. I'm Kevin. I'm in the Northeast, the Philadelphia, New Jersey, New York region in the United States. I have over 15 years experience in the short-term rental industry, and it's kind of developed in different ways for me. So I started back in 2005, and this is kind of when the internet was really just kind of really being accepted, especially in kind of e-commerce and all of that. And at the time, for the first about 10, 12 years, this was a side hustle for me. And this was what's known as the vacation rental industry, which is just to say we had purchased we managed about 7 homes and in a vacation rental destination. So a very leisure oriented kind of seasonal destination. And, I got the benefit over the course of 12 years before Airbnb was ever a thing, to just kind of just watch this industry just kind of play out and how it's adopted to the digital age, and then become now almost like a hotel kind of hospitality company, and see that development. So when I first started, it was cutting edge was having a website, and cutting edge was running Google AdWords, which were still affordable at the time. But then from 2005, through 2015 to today, obviously, this became a much more consolidated industry, and a lot of these kind of mom and pops in vacation rental, both as managers and also online, talking like digital listing and marketing sites, all kind of consolidated, and it kind of leads us to where we are today. So I did that as a side hustle with these properties for over a decade, and I actually meanwhile became an attorney and was working as an attorney doing finance with investment banks in New York City. Did that for a few years, and ended up really wanting to go out and do this on my own, build a company on my own. And hotels have always been kind of a fascination for me. I love design. I love technology. And I kind of, from looking the outside in, from both the kind of institutional world of real estate and hotels, but also from what I was doing in vacation rentals, I could kind of see where Airbnb was really going to fundamentally shift both how people are traveling, as well as the kind of technological landscape and how people are booking things online. And how properties can kind of operate in the cloud. And we'll, I'm sure, talk a ton about all these strategies and different platforms and all the things that encompass that. But so about 3 years ago, I bought my first hotel. It was a motel. It was a terrible property. I, through very creative financing and a lot of tenacity and just kind of hard work over the course of a couple of years, acquired my first hotel. Totally renovated the whole thing, rebranded it, built out over the last couple of years kind of our technology stack to operate these things, as well as our own kind of internal underwriting and performance and all the things. So we kind of took the approach of taking this first building and testing a lot of things and kind of institutionalizing almost for the enterprise, like a system that really, really works. And we kind of honed that for the last couple of years. We bought a second hotel just recently. Both hotels are closed at the moment. We're doing a whole bunch of renovations, and we will be relaunching both of those properties in about a month and opening back up to guests. So, I've kind of done the whole gamut from just starting in, a couple of properties and just managing kind of a single condo vacation rentals, and now to having now a portfolio of hotels and growing quickly over the course of 2021, 2022. So I love talking about kind of how you can start, but how also you can grow into a much larger hospitality company. And looking forward to sharing that. So I appreciate it again, Mark. Thank you.
Hey, no, I'm really glad to have you in here. So heading slightly northeast. Oh, Eric is in here. We're going to double back on one. Going to head back to Eric, Mr. Bourbon Sherpa. How you doing, buddy? So if you could just please do us a massive favor, unmute your microphone and just tell us your story, how you got into the crazy world of hospitality. When he comes back. He was there and he left. Vinnie, we'll jump down to you, and Eric will come back to you, I promise. Vinnie, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good. So yeah, please. So your journey is slightly different to most, and I'm really excited for you to share it. So yeah, please share away. And Eric, I promise we'll come back to you in a little bit, buddy.
Cool. Thanks for having me up here, Mark. So I've been in the space for about 7 years. As you said, a little bit different to, I think, most of the other moderators. I actually started out working for an Airbnb competitor in Europe called HouseTrip. So my background is in building technology, and at HouseTrip I spent most of my time talking to our database of 10,000 hosts, learning how they operate their businesses, their challenges and whatnot. And it was there that I kind of realized there was a need for software for hosts to help manage their businesses. Most were still using Google Sheets, Excel, Google Calendar and such. So we created uplisting.io. And Uplisting is a property and channel manager that helps you scale your property management business. We launched, for example, we launched a really cool direct booking engine, just as COVID hit, but we've managed to process $3 million worth of bookings for our hosts over the past 10 months. So really happy about that. We work really closely with our members and kind of like think of ourselves as, more than just software. Our members range from those just starting out to, property managers with 200 plus properties and growing. So I'm based in New York, originally from Ireland, and I can talk all things tech. Thanks, folks.
No, thank you very much. Okay, moving back then. Before we go to Mr. Will Slickers, Eric, if you are still there, flash that microphone for me a few times so I know you're good. He's gone again. He must be a busy man wherever he may be. But okay, so Mr. Will Slickers, if you could please unmute your microphone for me, that'd be fantastic. And let's hear your story. Again, I really am excited for you to share your story. One of the best podcasts, one of the best gentlemen that I know online is with us right now. So please tell us your story, please, my friend.
Hey, Mark. Thank you so much for putting this on. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good. You're really good.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, again, thank you for putting this on. My name is Will Slickers. I host Slick Talk, the hospitality podcast, as well as Good Morning Hospitality. I got started on accident, kind of like everybody. It's the unconventional but conventional way to get into hospitality. I had a show for an event company in 2019, or no, not 2019. Sorry, when I was 19, almost 20, and then I lost it because of Uber is really hard to compete with, And so long story short, as a young 20-year-old, I got into hotels. I went to work at a luxury hotel, 4-diamond property with Marriott. And I fell in love. I love taking care of guests, creating moments, the experiences. And I was there for about 2.5 years. And then I moved to the Oregon coast to go work on the boutique side. I wanted to see what it was like to work with an independent owner and kind of be more creative with standards and rules and how the way the property was formed and what we offered as a collection. So moved to the Oregon coast, but I had that entrepreneurial itch. So I started a podcast. I was wanting to learn more, and that's kind of how my journey got started. I was pretty much but I had an entrepreneurial creative outlet to teach myself new things in the industry with, revenue management and marketing and all the other kind of, hospitality, hotel stuff we can think of. But during this time, my mom and dad actually started their own Airbnb. They had a 2-bedroom apartment above their garage, and they were trying to figure out after a bad taste in their mouth from a long-term tenant who kind of didn't treat the place well, was bad at paying rent and all that good stuff, realized that they could make 3 times as much while being on Airbnb. And I saw it as the opportunity to create my own little mini hotel. So I took that concept and I ran with it. And long story short, 2019, December 27th was my last day as a hotel manager. I quit my job 3 weeks prior. I gave them 3 weeks notice to then run my podcast full time and start a luxury vacation rental management company. And little did I know this little thing called COVID would come out and kind of put the world at a big halt. But thankfully, we're still here when it comes to entrepreneurship, sink or swim. And I've been swimming ever since. But I just want to say thank you to Mark for putting this on. Thank you for everyone else who's on the stage. I'm excited to share this with you guys and to just build this community from all over the world.
Bill, you there?
I'm here. If I'm up, Mark, Ryan, thanks for having me. I'm Bill Faith. I'm the founder of Build Short-Term Rental Wealth based in Nashville, Tennessee. I got started in short-term rentals probably like a lot of people did. And my wife and I bought a vacation rental. And then I hired a property management company to manage my first vacation rental, as we were only going to spend 5 or 6 weeks there a year. And then the house started getting a little bit run down. The expenses started getting higher and higher. And I kind of did an audit of the property management fees and saw that I believed I was being overcharged and revenue was underperforming and that I could do it better on my own. So I started doing it on my own in 2015. Ever since then, I've focused on luxury properties, predominantly in vacation rental markets. I also have started a management company, just literally, honestly, for everybody that's listening, because of Clubhouse. I started it in January. I have 6 properties. under contract. Just signed one yesterday, or 2 days ago, actually, technically. And I own 9 properties. I'm closing on one, another beach property on Friday, and I have one under construction. The thing that I want everybody to know that's listening, over the next 24 hours, you're going to hear about a lot of different models in this industry. And there's a lot of ways, from co-hosting to arbitrage to investing and owning appreciating assets, for you to make a living and to build wealth. You have to determine what is right for you based on your personal situation, your capital, your skill set, and your long-term goals. The one thing that I stand by is I would much rather generate $500, $700, $1,500 a night per stay, as opposed to $100 or $200 a night, because I believe the same time and effort goes into that. And that's something that's really important to me, because I own 4 other businesses. I have 2 daughters. I like to travel with my family. I like to be at soccer games. That I've built my business, my ownership portfolio, my management portfolio, and my coaching portfolio to really support what my family goals are. And a lot of that has to do with automation. A lot of that has to do with investing into high revenue producing properties. So really what I specialize in is taking properties that make $50,000, $60,000 a year in rental income and turning them into $100,000 plus. And that's what you'll hear me talking about quite a bit over the next 24 hours. I'm going to give Mark about 6 to 8 hours out of this next 24-hour cycle. But there's a lot of people that are on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, and some tremendous resources, what I call the titans of the industry in here. And when you listen to guys like Noble and TJ talk about, arbitrage and master leases and management, those are things that you need to listen to. But at the end of the day, I think Julie George kind of called me the financial guy. It is about making financially driven decisions, because you, in my opinion, are going to make or break your business, regardless of what model you're going into, based on the decision on what type of property, what location that you're going to take on. So make sure you are doing the research in advance. I built a multi-million-dollar portfolio over the last 5 years, and I know that you guys can do it too. And Mark, thank you for having me, because I hope I can play a very small role in helping somebody become a millionaire out of this 24-hour live room.
Nice. That's amazing. Thank you. And we have got a lot to get packed into. We've got over 20 prizes and giveaways to give away, ranging from coaching calls and tools and books. So please do stick around. And if you have to leave, that's fine. We'll still be going in 23 hours time. So just dip back in and where you can. And we will be having opportunities for everybody to come up and ask questions. And we will be doing some quick fire rounds and whatnot. But we're starting off this 24 hours by just learning more from the moderators, the people who are running this room. Everybody in here I've got to know over the last couple of months or years even. And there's a lot of knowledge up here. So we're really looking forward to sharing it with you. So please do, if you haven't done so already, hit that little plus button. We're nearly to 200 people now in the room, which is awesome. Hit the plus button. Anybody that you know, any form of hospitality, please get them in here. And we'll love to interact with as many as you as possible. Just to let you know, number one, this room is being recorded. All of the speakers, anybody who wants to come up and speak, please do send me a message on Instagram saying I want to come up to speak and I'm happy being recorded. We are writing and putting together all the show notes, because there's going to be a lot of information shared and a lot of things to gather in over the next 24 hours. So if you want to get access to those show notes, make a note of this domain, boostly.co.uk/club, CLUB. Just pop your email. It's an automated email. It'll just go straight to you and you can get access to those notes, which is good, because last time we did it and there's a lot of notes to take. So we've done Bill. So now we're going to move on to Mr. JP. Mr. JP, if you're there, just flash your microphone for me a few times. Fantastic. So when you're ready, my friend, unmute your microphone and tell us your story, how you got into this and where you are in the world.
Yes, Mark, thank you so much, mate. First of all, for organising all this. What an incredible room. I'm jotting down notes already, mate, so God knows how many pads I'm going to get through it in 24 hours. But a little bit, do you know what? If you take sort of 10% of every story we've heard, and no doubt the rest from the other stories we're about to hear, that feels like my journey, my life. I've been in various careers in my 20s. So very briefly, I went from training and becoming an architect to knowing that wasn't my future after realizing I was just making other people money. I had a real love and talent for music. I became a professional musician for 5 years, and we toured around, did loads of exciting stuff. I realized that I've got a thirst for business, and somehow fell into event management for a couple of years. And it was then where I realized that what business and brand and the power of brands. So I was doing a lot of branding events that I wanted to push into business and build my own brand. So through complete sort of falling into short stays, the one consistent thing I had throughout my 20s was flips and doing buy-to-lets. So I'm based in Yorkshire, or was at the time, and to buy a buy-to-let is about £50,000, a small 1 or 2 bed cottage. And it was dead easy to learn the trade that I knew how to draw as an architect, but I wanted to get my hands dirty. And then that itch happened of, I'm not creating brands and businesses like I promised myself. I'm just now, doing odds and bits and bobs of DIY and making a bad job of it sometimes, and just feeling always a bit like my creativity as an entrepreneur was not really fitting in how it should. And I think that struggle really came to a head in sort of 2018, where a little bit of work on myself and understanding myself really cleared my head. I was then able to strategize, and someone came into my life at that point who was doing property management for a company, and she had no interest in doing this, but she was the one who created it. It was so bizarre. And she happened to be doing Airbnb, short-term rentals, and they had a very particular model. It wasn't very ethical. They took investors' cash and they charged them astronomical amounts for an Airbnb property on a rent-to-rent model. And the great thing for me is I could learn everything without committing anything, if that makes sense. So I was so interested in this. It took me all the way to the beginning of 2019 to actually start and get going. And I think I took a trip to Thailand, 6 weeks, cleared my head of all of these thoughts that had accumulated, and thought, this is it, I'm ready, let's get into a property business full time. And that's where we started, myself and Nick, my business partner, really thinking entrepreneurial. We've now got a portfolio of buy-to-lets. We do a whole bunch of things. We do sourcing, but mainly we do short lets on a mixture of purchase and rent to rent. And to be honest, I'm nowhere near some of these guys on stage. I look at the likes of Ryan and Dave, your story as well. I know Shamil is doing a lot of things, and of course everyone on this stage is doing so much. But I tend to do one thing at a time and learn the process. And due to COVID, at a point now where we're going to do, Dave, you mentioned sort of tripling your business in the next 12 months, and that sums up where we are. So I think what I can bring to the group, everyone, is a bit of design class, if you like, and a bit of design advice, perhaps, with my background in architecture. And then I'll chip in with my experiences of where we're up to so far. But just to finish with, we're based across the UK with our short stays. I'm now in the Midlands, and my business partner Nick is in Manchester. But as I said, we operate all the way from Leeds down to Bath with short stays in the UK. So looking forward to it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, JP. Good to have you in here. Okay, so we're heading back from the UK, going over back to America. Noble, if you are there, can you just give a little flutter on your microphone so I know you're there, my friend? And if not, there he is. Good man. It always panics me when I say that, because I'm thinking, they're not going to be there. I'm going to give them the big build up. But Noble, if you could please do me a massive favor and just unmute your microphone and share your story, please, for everyone that's in here.
Sure. So thanks, Mark. Appreciate you putting this room on and allowing all of us an opportunity to try to share some value. So my name is Noble. I'm a co-founder of a hospitality brand. We're based out of Texas. We've been in the space about 4 years now, almost 4 years now. How we got started, I'll backtrack a little bit to just before we got started in this business. I'll explain a little bit in a little bit more detail. I've only told this story once since I've been on Clubhouse, but I used to be in the hospitality and technology space for about close to 20 years, and that's kind of where I cut my teeth on, service and stuff like that. Towards the end of that time frame, however, I was in sales. I was in technology sales, and I was still, working 9 to 5. Still had a job. I enjoyed it to a degree, but there were several things that were missing. While number one, time with my family while I was working that job. But then something unfortunate happened. My wife was diagnosed back in, I believe it was 2009, maybe. Was diagnosed with a brain tumor, and so needless to say, we had to. At the time she was diagnosed, it was already a significant size. I think it was between the size of a golf ball and tennis ball, but it was fairly significant. 2008, actually, and so we had to do the surgery and all of that good stuff. So the surgery went well, but then in the ICU, those complications set in. She ended up flatlining in the ICU. And she was, she was gone for about 3 or 4 minutes. Fortunately, they resuscitated her. She's still here today. But during that time, her recovery at home, because she had to learn how to eat again, how to use her motor skills, how to walk again, all that. And so I had a choice to make of staying home and taking care of my wife. I was, quite a bit younger in my late 30s. And I had a choice to make, staying home and continue to take care of my wife or go into the office. And of course, I chose to stay home with my wife. So during that time frame, obviously I wasn't selling because I was, doing my best to just be by her side and take care of her needs. But what had happened, I got called into the office for a company-wide national meeting, a sales meeting, where I was berated publicly in front of the entire company for dismal sales numbers for that period that my wife was recovering and going through rehab. And so it was in that moment that I made a decision, that I will never be in a situation again whereby, I don't have the freedom to care for my loved ones and take care of them without, recourse, without having the ability to be free enough to take time off. And so I hustled over the next couple of years and had some significant, multi-6-figure years where I was basically able to cash out. And that was in 2013, 2014. And when I did, I started a marketing agency, which I still have to today. And we had a modest amount of success with that agency. But then in 2017, I was introduced to this business, and I was taking a look at it, and I said, well, in this business, it seems a little bit different in that I can, have the potential to have even greater earnings, a more enhanced lifestyle, and not have to work even as much as I was currently working in my agency. And starting as an entrepreneur, I was putting in easily 60+ hour weeks. And so I went to a mastermind event in California. I trained up, kind of take the 0 to 60 method to learn the business as fast as I can. And we looked at it and said, hey, we can do this back in Texas. Came back, dove right in. And like most good movies, the rest is history. And so we were able to scale up quickly, which has had a number of significant impacts on us as a couple, on our family, on just the lifestyle, to the point to where right now, fortunately, we're in a position where we help others learn how to, generate enough revenue where they can, have the type of lifestyle that they're looking for. And so we've recently started a hospitality Cash Flow Podcast, where we help interview folks like yourself, Mark and Julie, and looking forward to some of the other great people on the stage, and then the Hospitality Cash Flow Club room that we've just recently started, where we meet on Thursday evenings. But we help students, new and existing, learn this business and scale. And so that's what we do. I'm just happy to be here to add value where I can.
Wow. Noble. Thank you very much for sharing that. And yeah, it's amazing to have you in this room, and it's been a pleasure to get to know you better over the last couple of weeks as well. Thank you so much for sharing that. Reuben, my friend, another podcast host, but not only a podcast host, he has a podcast agency and helps a lot of people that are going to be in this room. I've been recommending him to lots and lots of people, and he has got something fantastic to give away over the course of 24 hours, but I'll tease you with that. And we'll find out more about his story. So Reuben, if you are here, please do flutter your microphone. There you go, fantastic, good man. So please do unmute your microphone, and please just share your story, how you got into this world of hospitality, where you are in the world, and all that good stuff.
Mark, thank you, brother, so much for bringing me up here. It's such a humble room to be in. Seriously, like, I listen to have you guys when I'm not hosting my own show. So I'm a student of the game, sitting on the shoulders of giants, that's for sure. Like, shout out to everybody in this room. But how I fell into short-term rental myself is literally by podcasting. I want to give a big shout out to Mike Shoger, who's right below in the blue. You definitely want to tap into him. And it was literally just that. What I do as a student of the game is I interview real estate thought leaders, and I learn, and then I implement. And when I got Mike on the show, I was blown away by the model. And so that's how I fell into it. So as far as me, I know Mark gave me a great, very fantastic introduction. I'm the founder of Invested Talent. And so what I was doing is interviewing people, getting insights of how I can be an implementer in the real estate space, because I wanted to be like the people I host on my show. And let alone, I created an agency out of it. We have a team of over 15, and we literally are just here to amplify your message and help you repurpose your podcast content. But in addition to that, we're also investors as well, so we really understand. And so I've had the pleasure of having people like Mike, having people like you, Mark, where I'm learning like the importance of booking direct. Like, I was just like, what? Blown away, right? So things like that. And as far as how I can add value to the folks in the room, well, I guess my background is really around systems. I do everything out of state. So I'm based out of New York, but I operate out of Atlanta. I've been doing that as an investor, as a realtor, and now a short-term rental owner. I like to own my properties. So I've got a lot of systems. So over time, I've had a team of over 30 VAs. So currently we're at 15, but as far as hiring for even different businesses, I'm your guy for that. And then for if I can ever be of help from the podcasting, again, we've kind of learned how to really systematize it, where we could do it for you, where we can help you get started. And I will say this, I do want to leave a little nugget. At first, when I was podcasting, I wanted to learn from the greats, and I had that imposter syndrome of like, who's going to want to come on my show? But that very same thing that was holding me back was the very same thing that led to all these wonderful connections that I've been able to make as a student in this space. So it's such a powerful tool that in this day and age now has helped me get into short-term rentals, because I was podcasting, because I had that awareness. So it really does come on full circle, listening to people like the Queen, Julie, George, people like Mark, dropping tons of value and knowledge. So that's how it can be of value to your systems, and obviously being able to serve you and help you amplify your message or help you get started. So I'm looking forward to getting a lot of knowledge. And to Mark's point, I'm here to offer value. You can DM me. You have all my information in my bio if you guys want to connect. I'll be glad to offer this very little special that Mark's got cooked up for us. So thank you, Mark, brother, for having me here. And I'm going to be all ears, and I'm going to treat it like the lab. I'll have my notepad out, and I'll be taking notes, my friend. I appreciate you.
My absolute pleasure. My absolute pleasure. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next moderator. Mariah, if you are there still, please just flutter that microphone for me a few times. Here we go. Fantastic. So please, can you do me a massive favor and please showcase and introduce yourself to this room and to everybody that's tuning in.
Hi, everybody, and thank you, Mark, for having me on this stage, and great to be among so many familiar faces and great people in the industry of the vacation rental. So my name is Mariah Rockman, and I'm from Switzerland, And my story of the way we started, we as me and my husband Ira, that many of you know, started our own hospitality business, is a kind of a funny story. I was pregnant with twins, and I don't know. Some of the women here might know this. There's a moment in the pregnancy when a woman is like starting to do something called nesting, like she wants to paint the room, she wants to prepare all kind of things, she wants to do some art and all kind of things like that. And I was a bit bored in the Swiss Alps, and we had this kind of chalet, like a cabin up in the mountains, and I spent my day over there just like working on wood, decorating, cutting, sewing, doing all kind of things that kept me busy at that time. And we were using this kind of winter or summer chalet to host some friend who came to visit us in Switzerland, since we had friends from all over the world that were happy to come and stay with us. But we had many babies and children already at home. I'm a mother to 7, by the way. So we were always like giving them this kind of chalet in the mountains to stay, and everybody was super happy. And one of those guests, a friend guest, was a friend from New York. And she asked me, "Hey, this is a wonderful place. Why don't you put it on Airbnb?" And I said, "Airbnb? What is it? What's Airbnb?" I'm talking about like 10 years ago or something like that. I guess in Switzerland, it was not really the Airbnb as we know it today. And she showed me the platform. She suggested me she said, "It's a great place." And I said, "Yeah, why not?" But, my mother-in-law, remember, said, "How can you expect anybody to come to this place? This place is not even connected to the city water. I mean, you're collecting your own water. You're welcoming people to cut their own wood, your guests, and you want anybody to come and to stay here and actually pay you money?" And I thought about it, and as I was a copywriter before in my own country in Israel, I said, "Yeah, well, I love it. I will do exactly that. I will put this place on Airbnb. I will post it. I will say in the description that this will be the Heidi Chalet, and I'm welcoming people to chop their own wood and to enjoy themselves like they've been 350 years old, where this chalet was established, where it was founded." And before I could digest what I just put out there in the online, we started to get this kind of request and guests from different parts of the world, and people that could stay in 5-star hotel just want to come and stay in this very, very old farmhouse in this chalet. And this is the beginning of my hospitality experience. And for many years, we just did it as a hobby, I would say. And we started to get more and more chalets in the area, of course, fancy one, because we were living in a kind of ski resort in Switzerland. And after a while, we started to realize, hey, it's much more than a hobby. It takes time. It's bringing quite a bit of money. And maybe we should pay attention and start to doing it in a more serious way. And it was then, after we've been having like 30 or 40 chalets in our collection, and we were still doing it next to our daily jobs in Switzerland, that we went to Airbnb convention in Los Angeles. And I remember that over there I met one of the founders, CEO, and I told him about what we're doing in Switzerland, and we're touching luxury vacation rentals. And at that time, I remember I told him something like, we're getting even requests for $50,000. And he was like, what? That was the time that Airbnb was still encouraging people to be a host, that having somebody staying with them in the same house and giving the best of hospitality. And the moment that I explained him that we are probably or most likely managing other people's houses, he kind of gave me the hint that, that's not really the Airbnb way. So as most of you know, of course, we're talking about long back history, and today we're all professionals. We're managing a lot of properties, and at that moment, this Airbnb convention, I met another key person of Airbnb, Chip Conley, that told me, you guys were looking into what you're doing in Switzerland, this luxury accommodation, and you should not stay over there in the Swiss Alps and just do what you used to do. You have to start to think how you're doing it worldwide. And he gave me like the kind of, like push, like go and do it. And that was a bit of a scary idea. Why? And, why to do it elsewhere in another country? Who would talk to me? Why would I be better than a local host of a property? In a place that it's not the market I know or understand. But we tried to take this piece of advice that happened to be the best advice we ever got, but we took it very, very seriously. So we started to travel around the world and to look and to meet a lot of homeowners and property managers in different parts of very, very beautiful places in the world, by the sea, with the next to the mountains, and really, fascinating destinations. And we saw that the kind of luxury hospitality and the kind of enthusiastic to deliver this great experience of, a one-time experience that somebody can enjoy, maybe waiting and counting the money just to spend this amount of money on a great vacation, a remarkable one, not just a short weekend in a city center, but something really significant. This is something that we found everywhere we travel to in the world, and every host that we met and every homeowner that we met, that they really doing everything in order to give this kind of a special feeling. And it doesn't matter if it's in Ibiza or it's in Mykonos or it's in Luxembourg. It's really not important. The kind of experience of hospitality that we met was the same everywhere. And then we got more and more into the idea of, yes, we have to do this. We have to bring this kind of great, unforgettable experience in wonderful homes and chalets and villas around the world. And that's what we're doing. And in the last 4 years, we kind of officially opened our business called Smiling House. Today we are operating and working together as an alliance of homeowners and property managers around the world, mainly focusing in high-end luxury vacation homes in 28 different countries. And I met Mark last year in the More Booking Direct show. I'm very much for this kind of idea of doing a lot for your own business of hospitality, and be out there, give your own ideas, shape our industry in the best of ways, in the most professional ways. And I want just to let you know, as an ending for my my talk here, that today we are very much busy with creating something new. We sense that there's other people in the industry that are the legacy travel players that been there before, and they've been cut out of the game since the OTA started. I'm talking about travel agencies, and I'm talking about concierge companies, travel designers, wedding planners, and others. They all very much looking forward to find us, to get to know us as hosts, to get to know the places that we are representing or owning. And they do not know how to reach out to us. So we created this kind of tool that make it possible for them to reach out and connect between the two industries of the vacation rental and the legacy travel players. And I'm opening it here as a value, as an idea to anyone that would like to reach out from both sides of these two industries, to get to know one another, to get to trust one another, and to work together, because I believe that we should have as many direct channels of connections, especially now that we are recovering and waiting for a new way of traveling in 2021. Thank you again so much, Mark. You're doing something amazing for our industry.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly for being here. Okay, next we're going to go back from Europe, back over to America, down to Houston. Mr. TJ, if you're still with us, please, can you just flutter that microphone for me? And yeah, thank you very much for doing this. So TJ is going to be one of our main moderators, helping run the room later on. So please just give us that super big intro, please, my friend, and just tell us all your story.
Here we go. Yeah, appreciate you, Mark. Thanks so much, man. Another 24-hour marathon in Rome, and I have definitely got my stretch on for this marathon. I appreciate you. There's definitely some titans on the stage, some of the best of the business, and it's a true honor to be a part of the room. Big kudos to my guy Noble for an amazing story. It was definitely a powerful story. And for me, my name's TJ Tajani. I'm out here in Houston, Texas, and for me, the short-term rental world kind of found me in a way. I got my start doing real estate investing. I was a buy and hold investor. Then I started learning about other real estate strategies such as wholesaling and fix and flips and creative deals. So I've kind of done everything under the sun. I used to wholesale quite a lot. Got into subject to deals, order finance deals, things of that nature. And I was working as an engineer, working in the oil and gas industry here in Houston. And when the market kind of took a turn, then there pretty much wasn't any much jobs for me to do anymore. So I was kind of forced to get laid off. And in my research to kind of go all in, and because I decided to bet on myself into this real estate thing, I kind of came across a video talking about short-term rentals. And at the time, I had a couple of properties I was doing remodels to. One I was decided to flip, one I was going to keep as a traditional rental. And I decided to try the short-term rental model on that property. And I'll never forget when I listed the property, I was so nervous. I was scared. I thought that I just wasted all this money furnishing this property. I felt that I was in a little bit over my head. But the very next day, I had 2 bookings. And when I did the math, I realized that even at 50% occupancy, I was looking to triple what I would have netted as a traditional rental. So that's why I decided to sink my teeth into this business. So I took what I like and my passion in remodeling properties, and I decided to start purchasing multifamily properties with the goal of remodeling them and converting them to full-time short-term rental properties. And so then for me, I also wanted to scale this business. And then I started learning, and I got a hold of a known strategy called rental arbitrage. And so then I started taking advantage of that strategy as well. Then I really kind of took things to another level and started scaling my business that way. And so now I have a portfolio of both mix of what I like to call landlord host properties and rental arbitrage host properties. And it's been a pretty life-changing experience for me. But I think probably the most fulfilling thing that I've got out of this journey so far is just the ability to help other people earn multiple 6 figures in this business. So it's been an amazing journey for me, and I still feel like I'm just getting started. Again, it is amazing to be on stage with everybody here. Thank you so much again for including me, Mark. And looking forward to the room, man. Looking forward to getting this going and adding tremendous value to everybody. Thank you again, brother.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going from America over to Canada. Dena, if you are there, can you please flutter your mic? Fantastic. So can you please share your amazing story with us all and let us all know where you are right now and what you see around you? Because I imagine it's all white and snowy. Is that right? Is that still the case where you are up in Canada?
No, I live in paradise. So my name is Dena Steele, and I am in beautiful Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada. And if you don't know where that is, we're about a 35-minute flight from Vancouver, but totally different climate. Whereas Vancouver can be rainy with their rainforest, we're at the tip of the Sonoran Desert. So we are rich with in wine country. We have about 400 wineries in the area at the last count. a massive lake that spans 3 cities. So we are a resort destination. And right now I am staring at our beautiful lake. There is no snow on the ground. It's 10 degrees Celsius, sun shining, and it feels like spring is in the air. So our season here is phenomenal. It's super short winter and a great place to run short-term rentals. So I came into the business. I had been working from home doing marketing. So I had a ton of time and traveling the world. I had purchased a property when I was 19, and I had always left it furnished so that I could come and go when I pleased. So I had rented it out by the month to people in the middle of real estate transactions. And I discovered Airbnb after using it in 2013. I decided to put the property on, and it exploded. And then Airbnb launched their co-host program, and they sent me an email, but I'm terrible with emails, so I ignored it for a couple of weeks. And then as I was going to zero my inbox, I had opened it as a tab, leaving it as one of 100 open tabs on my computer. So a few weeks later, I took a look, I signed up, and within 3 hours of signing up for the co-host program, a retired hockey player reached out, and he had 2 properties, fully furnished, professional photos already taken. And he, after a 30-minute, actually maybe it was about an hour conversation, he was ready to sign. And in 3 days, those 2 properties exploded. And then from there, I went from 1 to 23 units in my first season. And I have been loving it ever since. So I own Keys to Kelowna. I wasn't branded at the beginning. I didn't have a company. I just started off as me, Dena Steele. But I decided to turn it into a brand in the last couple of years. So we call it Keys to Kelowna, and it's a luxury vacation rental brand. So now we're moving into, because this destination is so great, ultra luxury properties. The movie industry here is exploding because we are at the tip of the Sonoran Desert. We are dubbed the Napa of the North, and our landscape resembles California. So we are attracting a ton of movie traffic here. So I am trying to not only get the athletes, the sports athletes, but also the Hollywood scene. So one of my goals is to create a property that is fit for the Kardashians to come. I think this city hits below its weight class. We are a population of 150,000, and the amenities here are world class. Wineries, golfing, the outdoor amenities like the lake for water sports and the hiking, and we have champagne powder for skiing. I think the Kardashians need to come here. So that's what I'm working towards over the next couple of years.
Amazing. You've sold it. You've sold it to me. You've sold it to everybody.
It is so good. I've been here 30 years off and on. And from all my travels, I mean, I might be a little bit biased, but I do love being Canadian, especially in the climate that we're in right now. So I think everybody, I don't understand why everybody doesn't live here. So
there you go. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah. So that's what I'm working on. And I'm definitely here to support the group and here to learn. I wouldn't call myself a green bean per se, but I definitely respect all of the giants in this room. So I'm glad to be a part of it. So thanks for inviting me, Mark.
Absolute pleasure. Michael, if you are there, just flutter that microphone. I'm not sure. There you are, buddy. Okay, so Mike, we're going to go Michael next, then Mr. Sean, and then we're going to come back to the UK. So Michael, if you could just please share your story, that would be fantastic. As we are getting through this amazing room, we're going to head over to the East Coast of America. So Michael, it's you next, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me and putting on the room, man. I really appreciate it. My name is Mike Shoger, and I'm based out of Boston, Massachusetts. Run a short-term rental and boutique hotel portfolio across 4 different states now. And, long story short, I was able to go from, 0 to financially free and out of my corporate job in a year and a half through this business. For me, I started out working as an accountant, and when my son was born, he was really sick. He had a very rare lung disease, and, we found ourselves in the hospital for really long periods of time. And at one point, we'd been there about 3 weeks straight, and I realized I was out of sick time, I was out of vacation time, and I had all these hospital bills piling up, and I was going to have to leave my wife and my son in the hospital to go back to my desk to trade time for money as an accountant. And I was so angry with myself for putting myself and my family in that situation. I told my wife that day, I said, I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to build a business that doesn't require us to trade time for money. And, within a year and a half of that day, I was out, my wife was out, I retired my mom and quickly scaled this business, doing a blend of ownership and then management or co-hosting, whatever you want to call it. And then in 2020, we scaled up and got into the boutique hotel space, raised some money similar to what Kevin was talking about earlier, where we found some boutique hotel that needed some love, and we came in, implemented our systems. It's all contactless, like we don't have a front desk. It's all self-check-in. And that property's done very, very well for us. And we're closing on a 22 unit next week. And I'm looking at another 11 unit redevelopment property Friday. So it's been a lot of fun. I'm super passionate about this industry because it changed my life drastically, very, very quickly. And I'm just here to give back. I'm the host of the Short-Term Rental Secrets podcast. I've got a bunch of free trainings. I run a mastermind program, and I'm just super pumped to be up here with so many amazing people, and a lot of them I've gotten to know through Clubhouse. So I'm super grateful for all the friends I've made up here and all the connections, and everybody's just so willing to give freely and share their experience. So, I'm just pumped to be here. So thanks for having me, buddy. I appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure. And Mike's going to be back later on. He's going to be helping run the room. Okay, moving over. So we're going back to the middle of America. He's based in Texas at the present moment in time. Mr. Sean Rasidis, if you could just flitter that microphone so I know that you're there, my friend. And when you are ready, if you could just give everybody your story and tell everybody about that amazing YouTube channel that you have.
Thank you, Mark. And I hope all of you guys are pumped for this room. I was on the last one, and it was just a waterfall of information. So I'm expecting the same from this one. So excited to be here. I'll try to actually keep this concise. So in 2014, I invested $4,000 into a dice roll of a business that one of my friends just said Airbnb. It's an Airbnb business. She put her apartment on Airbnb during a vacation, I think. And within about 5 weeks, I had 3 apartments of my own that I rented on Airbnb with that $4,000 I've invested. And without putting a single dollar from any other resource, I just reinvested my profits. I have grown my business since the end of 2014. I have about 100 properties now, and we've generated $10 million in cash off of Airbnb alone, off of that $4,000 invested. This is through something that everybody likes to call rent-to-rent or rental arbitrage. And specifically how I was able to pull this off was I found a loophole back in 2014. There's a loophole in leases that just kind of allowed you to Airbnb without really asking for permission. And there was a supply and demand discrepancy between what people were willing to pay for apartments and what people were willing to pay for hotels. And I took advantage of that difference. The industry has changed since, like lease language has changed. And of course, markets are always fluctuating with supply and demand, which of course, I'm sure we'll talk about that plenty over the next 24 hours. But between those two things and the fact that this was not my first business, I was able to pretty much, roll with the changes as Airbnb grew and became more popular in the United States. And in 2017, I decided to start documenting my journey. I had about 10 properties at the time because from 2014 to 2017, I didn't actually take the business model seriously. I picked up those first 3 properties and I just kind of let them sit. And I was working, of course, on my other companies, and I'm stubborn. But Super Bowl came to Houston 2017, and that's what really woke me up to how big this idea could be. So I picked up about 7 more properties right before the Super Bowl hit, made about $15,000 that weekend, which I thought was super cool. And then I started jamming. And then after the Super Bowl is when I started the YouTube channel. And I documented my journey from 10 apartments up to 100 apartments. And so pretty much every step of the way, you get all of my opinions, all of my mistakes, all of my successes, the people that I've hired, what I've trained them to do. It's all been documented for free. And so now, in retrospect, it is now the world's largest tome of free information on how to Airbnb in video format. I'm sure that there's some people here who have some gigantic blogs and stuff, and probably some pretty hefty podcasts. But in video format, the YouTube channel Airbnb Automated is now the place to go to learn how to Airbnb if you like video. And since then, I've got to meet people like Mark and now everybody here on Clubhouse, which is super cool. Because I think until Clubhouse came around, the only time you really ever got to meet another host was from happenstance. I don't really see a lot of hosts reaching out to other hosts to learn from each other, but I think Clubhouse here has changed the game. So now it's going to be my role, along with the moderators on this Clubhouse room, to teach you guys everything you guys want to know over the next 24 hours. I'm excited to help. I do have multiple courses on the topic and all this other stuff, but I think a lot of us on this Clubhouse probably have paid products as well that we will probably sneakily talk about at one point or the other. But once again, Mark, thanks for having me, and I'm going to go back on mute so we can move along.
My pleasure. Thank you very, very much. And yeah, I do recommend that you go and check out the Airbnb Automated YouTube channel. It is one of my firm favorites. I love seeing when there's a new video up, and it was key for so many people last March and April. I know it was just because of the daily videos that he was putting out and really sticking it to Airbnb when they need sticking to. So it was really good to see. So thank you very much for that, Sean. We're going to come back to the UK. Liam, if you have can you just flutter that microphone for me, please? Fantastic. So Liam, again, another person who's going to be really helping running the room a lot over the course of the next 24 hours. Real credit to have on board, and I've got to know him really well over the last couple of years, and definitely somebody to 100% watch his journey going forward, because it's fantastic and it's awesome to watch. So Liam, if you could just unmute your microphone and just share your story, please, that would be amazing.
Thank you, Mark. Really grateful to be in the room, and some amazing people here. Thank you very much for having me. So, my story, I mean, I feel a little bit like if this was the music industry, I'd be one of the sort of boy band sort of produced type people, because unlike some of the other guys, I didn't have properties. I wasn't involved in property in any way in the past. As I am now, I've got a portfolio of rent-to-rent service accommodations in Norwich. And if you'd have seen me about 3 years ago, early 2018, you'd have seen somebody who's in a corporate job. I know there's a few people in the audience from Norwich, and Jess would know this, which is Roy's. I was manager of a retail store, managing 40-odd staff, and just not feeling, very appreciated, doing long hours, 70 hours weeks and things like that. And I basically found out the news, just before that I was going to be a dad. So I had this sort of epiphany where I could see the next sort of 15 years of my life was going to be working in some corporate job, doing long hours, not getting to see my kid, not getting to spend time as I like to spend it. And I love my life freedom. I love being able to do whatever I like to do, really. And I just wasn't in a happy place. So actually what I started doing was looking around for, things that would help me to cash flow. And I started reaching out, went to a few YouTube videos, audiobooks, and eventually ended up, getting some training in property. And actually, I owe a good proportion of even being in this room to Mr. Kevin Paneskis, who's just down to the right below, as I had never heard of serviced accommodation up until 2000. In fact, that was Remembrance Day 2018. And that's when I first heard of serviced accommodation in general, and certainly the first time I'd heard of rent serviced accommodation. So, that's sort of, as soon as I had an idea of what to do, I got the bit between my teeth. Really I consumed all of the available books, all the available YouTube, any knowledge, started reaching out to people in the industry. I actually ended up, sort of getting trained, and by early sort of 2019, I'd actually got, sort of my first agreed rent serviced accommodation. From there, it sort of started scaling up. I managed to get a management one, and I'm one of these people who say yes and figure it out. And certainly my background in management, you do deal with a lot of situations which just come up out of the blue, and that's not too dissimilar with hospitality. So it's kind of like a natural sort of switch to that. So when we're getting other operators or sort of landlords coming across saying, will you manage my property? I see what you're doing there. Can you manage my property? The obvious answer was yes, and then figure it out. And I've made lots of mistakes. I've made lots of, sort of good calls as well. And since then, we've scaled up to 5 units. And again, thanks to the training of people like Mark with his direct bookings, we've managed to cash flow really well. And actually, that meant by 2019, by December, by Christmas, I was able to actually sack my boss, which was really amazing. It felt really liberating. So, of course, COVID hit early last year, and I crapped my pants, if I'm honest, a little bit. I spent about 2 days trying to figure out what I was going to do, because my entire business was aimed towards leisure, which is what I think most people think of when they think of Airbnb and when they're starting off in this sort of hospitality industry. However, thanks to some of the training available and reaching out to different people and doing some moves like contacting hospital accommodation managers, we managed to pivot our business towards NHS staff, and from there really start pivoting more towards contractors, much more than sort of leisure. And we managed to still grow throughout the pandemic, which we're now at 8 units, about to take on another one. Fairly early on in my journey, but I feel as though I'm just getting started. And what I can bring to the room really is anybody who's in this room who's still in a full-time job, if you want help around your mindset, sort of what time you'll need to allocate it, dealing with loved ones who, may try and stop you from getting training or take the risk of going into sort of serviced accommodation or Airbnb, all that sort of thing is really fresh for me. Direct bookings, contractors, all that sort of thing. But the biggest piece of advice I'd have from my story is that I had a reason why. And if my son wasn't, that's a strong enough reason to push into completely adapt your sort of journey and your trajectory in life. And if you've got a reason why, you can really learn this stuff. All the knowledge is out there. There's some amazing people in this room. And you can really adapt your situation and, sort of change your life. So yeah, that's me. And thank you very much again for having me here.
Fantastic. And I would love to see who you'd be in the boy band. That would be amazing. Moving on to, and I've already just sent him a text saying I really am going to mispronounce your name, so I do apologize. Mieszko Tomaski, is that right?
Yes, that's perfect pronunciation. Thank you very much, guys. Good evening and good morning, everyone. First of all, Mark and Kevin, thank you very much for bringing me in today and to allow me to join this wonderful panel. Basically, my adventure with with hospitality in general basically started in 2005 when I was able to move to the United States, and I worked in one of the hotels in Atlantic City. That was a great experience and actually allowed me to think about the opportunity of sales and actually allowed me to think of something that I would like to do in the future. I was given an opportunity to work with Booking.com, which actually at that point changed my life completely. And after several years, I worked for them for 4 years. After a year being in a business with Booking.com, I realized that I have no other chance. Just basically to get into the service accommodation. So I rented out 3-4 properties, seaside properties, and I basically put them on Booking.com. And at the same time, I used Airbnb as well. So both platforms were working pretty amazing, and we had basically between 95 and 97% of occupancy. Nights sold it out, amazing. Everyone was happy. So I was getting good money from those properties, and the owners were happy as well. And at that point, I knew that basically this is the way forward for me. And I was able to build on that knowledge that I have from Booking.com and to grow the portfolio. So I got myself into the rent-to-rent strategy in terms of HMOs, so the houses of multiple occupancy. And I'm grateful for the actually pandemic to happen, because a year ago I started thinking about my life. I just took a step back basically, and I started asking myself questions: where am I going? What's my goal? And I realized that I need to take control of my life and basically step away from 9 to 5. So I started a company, property sourcing company. I get myself compliant, and I started working with the investors. And at the same time, I actually focus still of building the strong cash flow for myself, for my family. Hopefully, I will be able to retire my parents as well in a few years' time. And that's one of my main goals, basically. So I'm building this strong cash flow on rent-to-rent strategy for HMOs here in Cambridge area, where I'm based in the UK, basically. And hopefully, I will be able to do more things with you guys. It's a great learning platform, and I'm just really happy to be able to be here with you today. Thank you very much.
Oh, fantastic. And thank you for being it. And we have an insider for booking.com knowledge, which is lovely. And I'm sure people will be able to ask questions later on. So fantastic. So
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Feel free, guys.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move down and we're going to go to France. Now, Chris, if you're online, just give that little microphone a little flutter for me, just so I know that you're there. If not, we will definitely come back to you. We're going to come back to you, and we're going to come back to the bourbon Sherpa. Oh, he's here. Okay, Mr. Chris Moore. So, Chris, if you could just please share your story, which would be amazing. So, Chris is obviously based in France, but you will hear very soon that he is definitely not a Frenchman.
Yeah, that's for sure. So, how can I keep this as brief as possible? So, I've been in the industry 20 years. I started building our business back in 2000 in Cannes. We started off with one property. We now built that up to, we manage just under 250. And we own 19 of our own unencumbered, which we all rent out on our short-term rental model for the congresses in Cannes, so like the film festival, the MIPIM, the Cannes Lion, so all of the big events. So we're a corporate agency, and we work with, we provide accommodation for big global brands like Google, Twitter, Spotify, Fox, Disney. So we don't really do kind of short-term lets as most people would do. We're dealing with big corporate clients. So that's where I've been for the last 20 years here in Cannes. And we also do event management. So we get into kind of yacht charters and big villas, and we do the villa party for MTV during the Cannes Film Festival. So that's pretty cool. And this all kind of started off just being in an industry that I didn't know anything about. So we can all learn it. It's just about learning something new every day, and you can get to that point of, but it's a long journey. And then in 2014, I decided to take on the challenge of bringing more trust to the industry by introducing a certification of trust for the short-term rental sector. So that is called IPRAC, which stands for International Property Rental Approval Certification. And that's now a global certification for short-term rentals. Got members in 28 countries, and we're trying to build that trust within the sector by having property owners and property managers as members. And and this is a great room. And I was just before I came on, I was just having a look at everybody's face and name, and there's some absolute fantastic people in this room. So I can just see that there's just going to be so much value given over the next 24 hours. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'll be popping in and out, and I'll be on more tomorrow during the day, but I will try and pop in and out a little bit this evening. And but yeah, that's about it really. I could probably talk for the whole 24 hours, me, but I won't, and I'll let everybody else have a go.
Thank you for doing that, and also as well a massive thank you, because IPRAC are actually sponsoring this 24-hour room. So I do encourage everybody to go and check out i-prac, prac.com. I will tell my story at the very, very, very end, but I now coach and work with clients with over 1,000 hospitality owners all over the world, and I love every single day that I see a website pop up that's a Boostly website, and they've got the IPRAC certificate. I know there's a lot of people in the audience that have it. It's such a fantastic service, and it's all about building trust. One of the biggest problems when it comes to direct bookings is that the guest assumes that when they book via IPRAC, an OTA or Booking.com, Airbnb, that they have more of a trust factor, when it's not the case at all. And as hosts, we struggle to portray that. And so by having something like iPrac, which is it gives you that trust factor. And I'm a big fan. I've known Chris for years. Like I say, he's an amazing guy. He knows everybody, like everybody. He's Mr. LinkedIn. So if you look at his profile thinking, where's his Instagram? He's not Instagram, he's Mr. LinkedIn. So do go check him out. And again, thank you very much for sponsoring this room. All right, let's go back
Thanks,
to
Mark.
Go on, buddy. Well, let's go back to America. Austin, if you are there, can you just, there he is, good man. So we've got another podcast host, fantastic podcast. I had the pleasure to be in on it a couple of weeks ago. Where exactly are you in the world? I know you're trying to travel around, I know you're moving, but can you give us like your story and let us know? That'd be amazing.
Yeah, we just left Sedona. I'm actually in Albuquerque, New Mexico right now, headed back to Texas for a couple days. We got started. I spent 20 years in hospitality, hotels, restaurants. High-end bartender, sold wine, and always knew I wanted to get in real estate. We bought a house. We started with an air mattress in a room. Then we got real fancy, and we went up to a trundle bed and a air mattress, and I made like $11,000 the first 6 months, and I was like, oh my God, there's something here. And then I wound up renting out the entire house. And then I proceeded to buy 2 more houses. And then, so I was working 2 full-time jobs, being the cleaner, cleaning the properties at 3 a.m., 10 o'clock at night. And with those 3 properties, I had a full-time job working 80 hours, and we made $113,000 gross. And I was like, there's something here. This is amazing. And then I started a company with 2 gentlemen, and we proceeded to do the arbitrage, the management, the own model. We grew to 27 properties in 7 states very quickly in 5 months, and just kind of almost scaled too quickly, to be honest with you. And we lost some money, and our ideas changed, and I decided to part ways with that company. And about a year ago, I started my own, where we manage for investors, and we focus on a different. We're only focused on luxury, big experiences. So. We work with clients who are doing, 50 to 10 acres. If it's a weird Airbnb, I want to do it. TPs, tree houses, all that kind of stuff. And for me, we're about to launch a construction company, and we're focusing on building our own Airbnbs, our own luxury Airbnbs. And I'm actually in the process of looking at some Airbnbs down in Colombia right now. So for me, it's that's why I love Bill's comments so much. We've done the crazy Airbnbs with a ton of them, but I'm trying to focus more on the lifestyle investing, and where I want to be and where I want to travel. So we're looking in Costa Rica, Colombia, the Greek Isles, and stuff like that. So that's my story, Mark. I can't thank you enough for putting on this room. It's always a pleasure to speak with you, and just honored to be here.
Thank you so much, and good luck. It's great to hear. Okay, so we're going to come back to the UK. Spencer, if you're still with us, if you could just please, fantastic. So we're going to do Spencer, then Kevin, then we're going to head over to Wales, then Craig, then finish on the amazing Sarah Goodwill, and then we're going to really get kick-started. So Spencer, if you could just do us a massive favor, just please introduce and tell everybody your story and where you are in the world.
For sure, and thank you so much, Mark, for putting on this amazing room. My name is Spencer. I'm a London Airbnb host, and my journey starts 5 years ago, back in 2016. I'd moved out from home and rented a 1-bedroom apartment in London for the first time. But back then I had a different business and I was traveling. So I asked the landlord pretty much straight away if I could actually put it on Airbnb to just recoup some of the rent. And he said yes. And I went and got it dressed and photographed and listed pretty much straight away within a few days. And after about a few days, it had been booked for about 10 nights, which actually had paid for the whole month's rent. I didn't really know what to expect, but I was sort of quite acute to the fact that once I saw this happening, I thought I'd need to probably, let this run. And so I actually moved out and basically let it run. And I basically went back to the agent, and I didn't actually have any money at the time because I was running this other business. But I basically said to the agent, I just want to take on something else. And he found me a 3-bedroom. Actually, it was a different property he found, and that's another story for another time. But we took on some more properties. I took on a 3-bedroom sub-penthouse in Belgravia, one of my third property, and I had had a Saudi sheikh come and stay within a few days, and he was very used to getting what he wants, and he asked me straight away. It's one of my first few properties. He said, "Can I smoke inside the apartment?" And I said, "No, you can't." And it's a £500 fine. And no sooner did I say that than he lit up a cigarette in front of me and said, "Where do I pay?" And it's just things like that, I just wasn't prepared for. And basically, I grew the business with my brother. We ended up taking 12 apartments in that building and effectively controlling that building. And then we took a building in Soho. We took apartments across Marylebone. We had a beautiful 3-bedroom penthouse, quite a high-end model at the time. We were paying £700 a week for some of these apartments and charging £700 a night in the summer. And it was a very good model at the time. And during 2018, I had housekeepers working for me full time. And sometimes during the summer, guests are coming for 2 or 3 weeks, and the housekeepers were, not very busy. So I decided to set up a cleaning business. And basically, I was bidding on a building in Victoria, and an American firm called Sonder actually beat me to it and beat me to the building. And so I went about thinking to myself, if they beat me to it, maybe I can do some of their cleaning for them. And I contacted them, and I actually managed to arrange a meeting with them. And they just raised about 120 million to come and take over the Airbnb market in the UK. And they've since raised about 500 million. And I managed to convince them to give me a chance. And since then, we've been doing all of their properties in the UK for their cleaning, for their linen, for their toiletries. And we've come on a big journey with them, and we've seen a lot of things and had a lot of hard times. But it's always great to come to places like this to share stories, help, and advice, and be part of great rooms like this. And that's my story. And thank you so much for letting me be here.
Mark, shall I go next?
Yes, buddy. Yes, sorry, I had myself on mute again. All the gear, no idea. My friend. So, Kevin, thank you very, very kindly for waiting down there. And yeah, so please do introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. So my name's Kevin, known as the Property Soldier, because I was in the army for 24 years, but investing in property for 20 of them. And actually, the first 19 years investing in property, I wasn't doing it very well, flying by the seat of my pants, literally thought I was being smart and didn't have letting agents, etc. I had single lets and a HMO, which I now know was a HMO. But I was the guy on a satellite phone from Afghanistan trying to get a plumber out to fix a leak. So it wasn't great. But I actually read Rich Dad Poor Dad on that Afghan tour. And that's what led me to property education. I didn't realise there was such a thing. And so I went and blew loads of money on property education, as you do. But ultimately, started my education in 2010. And in October 2010, I decided, wow, do you know what, this property thing, I honestly had no idea there was so many different ways of making money from property. And so I thought, right, I'm going to leave the army. I'm going to sort out my current portfolio and then build it so that I can leave the army without the need to get a job. And I thought, what's going to be a really cool day to leave the army without the need to get a job? And Remembrance Day was coming. I heard Liam mention Remembrance Day earlier on. Must be synergy, right? And so I waited until November the 11th and handed in my notice, because I was going to have to serve 1 year. And in that 1 year, putting into practice my property education, I doubled my portfolio. So I had 6. So I got to 12 by the time I got out. So I doubled the portfolio in that year, and I was able to leave the army on Remembrance Day without the need to get a job. And I haven't had one since. And so over the years, I built up a multi-million-pound portfolio of single lets, multi-lets, and service accommodation, doing buy, refurbish, refinance on that, as well as lease options, vendor seller finance, assisted sale, all of those sort of creative strategies. I focus mainly now on service accommodation, rent to service accommodation, buy-to-let conversion to service accommodation, and purchase to service accommodation, also service accommodation management, but B&B guest house conversion into a part hotel as well. And I've written a book, which is Amazon #1 bestseller, Service Accommodation Success. And I'm the host of the Service Accommodation Property Podcast. And I'm really happy to be here and help talk about property and service accommodation, Airbnb, STR, VRBO, all of those things. Happy to be involved in this 24-hour marathon. Awesome run. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to move over to Wales now. Ger, if you're with us, can you just flutter that microphone for me so I know that you're there? Fantastic, Ger. So if you could just do me a massive favour and just introduce yourself, please.
Can I have a go at saying your name, Ger? It's Garan, isn't it?
Oh, well done. Yeah, spot on. It's Geraint. Just add the T to the end of it. Yeah, it's Geraint. My name is Garan Jones. I'm from sort of the Southern Peninsula, North Wales. Most people can't pronounce my name, so they call me Ger or just call me G, basically. 25 years ago, I'm back on this project. Always been involved in hospitality. I'm down on the Llyn. It's we've got Abersoch, Llanbedrog, Aberdaron, very close, very, very wealthy places. And as a teenager, used to work in a local shooting school, teaching people to shoot clay pigeons and game and stuff. So I always. I love the fact how you can extract money from more wealthy type of people. So anyway, 20 years ago, we bought some where we live now, a place called Rhossydd. With this, we inherited some barns, which we duly got planning and planning and building regs and converted them into 4 self-catering units. Which it was a good journey. Cost an awful lot of money, double the budget as it normally does. But that was my dream and what I wanted to do. So it was great. First 5 years was very, very, very tough. It was fairly new in the market, not much experience, but we were quite proactive. 15 years ago we had a virtual tour. We had the floor plans, top of the state websites, and it was great. I loved it to bits. But then I was also involved in a flooring company, family business in Botelli, and it all got a bit too much. So we gave it to Sykes Holiday Cottages to run for us basically, and they ran it for we were involved with them for about 6 years, which was fine. But we found 3-4 years ago, wow, they were just taking so much commission off us. It was unreal. So things happen. We sold a family company in town, and then I decided going to come back into this and give it a proper go on the cottages. And so I took it off Sykes and I'm going to run it all myself, and which was great. And did it for 2 months, and then lockdown came, and it changed the whole the face of the world as we know it, didn't it? So I happened to do some inquiries, and I found a website called Boostly, Mr. Mark Simpson, now a good friend of mine, and I joined his academy, and it just totally changed my life, to be honest with you. Gave me the skills marketing wise, an intro into social media, how stuff is done, all this and all that. And it also helped me to pivot the business, taught me all about some essays, something which I'd never ever heard of in my life before, which has carried us through this, the last 12 months, really, to be totally honest. So, before that, I knew nothing about self-catering, about some service accommodation at all. But yeah, that's it's all a journey, isn't it? At the end of the day, and I'm passionate about self-catering and about giving visitors, an experience in Wales. At the end of the day, people come on holiday, you want to give them the best thing you can actually give them. Give them good value for money, but yet again, give them an experience, and hopefully they will come back, year after year. And that's my passion in life. It's just getting people here and just showing them the area where you can do it, do it well, offer good accommodation, stylish good accommodation, and do it well. And obviously I'm a moderator in Boostly as well, and I'm quite passionate about things, and sometimes things get on top of people, and I'm always there like, okay, come on, don't worry about it, okay, let's get on with this and try this, try that. I'm what's the word? I try to help people all the time, and in the last few months I've been branded Mr. Motivator by a lot of the Boostly clan, because I'm, no matter what happens, no matter what negativity there is in the world, I'm always there with some good words, a bit of a proverb, a bit of a saying, a bit of a picture, and it just gets people up. And I'm really enjoying it, to be honest with you, and I just enjoy mixing in this world of self-catering, service accommodation, and hospitality. It's a lovely, lovely industry to be in, and people should really take advantage of it and make the most of it. From what I've learned in the last, I'd say, 2 or 3 months off Mark and Liam, sort of Craig again, about service accommodation, it's quite amazing. We also have about 4 flats in local town Pwllheli, family owned. So hopefully over the winter, I'm going to be taking those over. They're just 6 months short tenancies, so I'm going to turn them into service accommodation, and hopefully add another 3 or 4 to them over the next couple of years, and try and build the business up that way. My story is quite small compared to a lot of others out there, and it's quite different. But that's the beauty about this business is, we all come from all parts of the world. We've all got a different story to tell, and different values and to bring into it. And I'd like to give a huge thank you to Mark for giving me this opportunity to be part of Boostly and to come on here to help on this fantastic 24-hour marathon. But yeah, basically that's my story.
Thank you very much. No, thank you. Amazing. Thank you very much for doing that, and thank you very much for being part of it. And I know there's a lot of Boostly people in the audience, and they all will be recognizing and sort of appreciating everything that you do. So thank you. So let's move over to Mr. Craig Webb. So Craig brings a hotel background to this conversation. We do have a lot of people who do the rental model. So Craig brings a hotel, which is really interesting to have his insights and his knowledge in part of this discussion. So before we get into any of that, Craig, can you please tell your story and how you got into hospitality and all of that lovely stuff?
Yeah, sure. So another Boostly disciple here. I'm neither a podcast host nor a service accommodation or property investor, but I do come from another angle, from the hotel and hospitality side. So I'm in Oxford in the UK. I manage 2 hotels in the Cotswolds. Just for anyone that doesn't know, that's about 2 hours north of Heathrow. So my career started way before the internet, just washing up in a local restaurant. But since has grown and, just grown doing weddings, events, functions, running pubs, running restaurants, and now 2 luxury hotels with a spa on Britain's most beautiful high street in the town called Chipping Campden in North Cotswolds, which attracts a lot of tourists. In fact, today I've had 2 calls, one from Netflix that want to film outside the hotel for a period drama, and one from a soap company that wants to film in my hotel and do a photo shoot for their soap brand. So that was today. So yeah, being there at the start of social media, websites, digital marketing, it's allowed me to learn on the job and relate sort of digital marketing to hospitality right from the start, and I've developed my career as that's grown, and hoteliers sort of go different ways. They either learn about food and wine, or they go into the events industry, or they go into rates and rooms yield. But I've gone into the sort of digital marketing side, and certainly in lockdown 1, that's when I set up my own company called Web Marketing, and I help hospitality businesses get online, get direct bookings and business, and save money on commission and expensive ads and that sort of thing. So yes, like I said, I'm unusual on this panel and not a property investor, but I come from a place from hospitality, from speaking of the hotel marketing in terms of customer care, customer journey, rates and yield management, and digital marketing, which Mark drew out of me that passion that I knew was inside of me, and then I found Mark, and he kind of accelerated my journey. So thanks to him. But in many ways, hotels are more mature than you guys in this industry. So, you know, the Airbnb, I heard of it probably in my one from last job, and I've been in this hotel industry many years. So it's kind of, the hotel industry is much more mature on its journey in this market. Sometimes we're a little wiser, but I think on others we're slow to adapt and not as nimble. But you know, we can all learn from each other. So like I say, I come from the hotel side of things. Today, even I learned that spabreaks.com have increased their commission to 25%. So on a 2-night spa break that cost me, I think, cost in the region of £700, they're taking nearly £200 off of me. So I've just closed out their availability for the summer. Similarly, I've just closed Genius from booking.com for the whole summer because they're taking too much as well. So these are little tips and tricks that Mark's taught me, and I've sort of put into practice into my own business and helping other people do the same. So there we go. I'll be here tomorrow moderating. I'll be here for the rest of the evening as well, and look forward to engaging with you guys.
Thank you very, very much. So next up, we've got Sarah G. Now, before Sarah introduces herself and gives her stories, we're going to launch our first giveaway of the 24 hours. It's super simple. It's super straightforward. All that you're going to do to take part, if you look below next at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a little plus button. You're going to press that plus button, and anybody that's online, they'll show up with a green little dot. All I want for you to do is to press that plus button and then just invite as many people as you can. And what you're going to do, so I can add your name into the list, you're just going to send me a message on Instagram. So click on my face, I'm Mark at the top left. Click on there, scroll down to Instagram, send me a direct message, as a lot of you have already done so already, and just let me know how many people that you invited into the room. What I'll do before, what is it now? It's now 10 o'clock in the UK. It's coming up to 11 o'clock here in Spain. So before I finish my shift at midnight, I will pick one person, and you will win a 20-minute coaching call with Mr. Sean Rashidi of Airbnb Automated. So you will win a 20-minute coaching call. This is worth a lot of money, hundreds of dollars. You will win that for free. So all you need to do to enter, hit the plus button, enter as many people as you can do, and then send me a direct message on Instagram. And over the course of the next hour, I'll just pick one person at random, and you will win that coaching call. We have got 20 other prizes to give away. So if you don't win now, don't worry. We've got some amazing prizes coming up. So that's going to be the first one. So, okay, let's move on to Sarah. Sarah, if you could just please flutter that microphone if you're still with us. There we go. So very, very, very kindly, if you could just please tell everybody your story and just let everybody know more about you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thanks for having me, Mark. And it's a shame that I didn't get to hear all the stories from the other great speakers that are on tonight. So, but hopefully I can hear those another time. But yeah, my name's Sarah, based in Cambridgeshire in the UK. Sort of fling back and forth from sometimes in the US, California, where my wife's based, and here as well. I've always been in property since I was about 20, went for a really low trainee lettings negotiator role. And because I thought, at that age, all I do really is talk pretty much. That's probably why I've got a podcast as well. And I like sales and just speaking to people. So with lettings and real estate, you can get out the office, you're not sat at a desk, and it just helped me gain so much business and life skills, as well as I had great mentors when I look back now that were completely free because I worked there for the company. And then corporate, obviously, you're working 50 hours a week, 60 hours, fighting fires. And then as you get up in the corporate world, you're doing a lot of driving, a lot of commuting. And we used to flip cold stock branches. So we would buy portfolios that were not doing very well. We would flip them from the red into the black. hire the staff. So I would have to do all that. And then it just gets kind of too much. And I always wanted to work for myself. I never thought I would ever work for someone. I guess as entrepreneurs, we don't take direction that well, or we always thought, we're destined for more. And I definitely believe that. And I still do now. And it wasn't until sort of the end of 2018 when it was just getting too much. As well, my little one was 1 year old. It's in my podcast anyway, so I won't go on about it now. But yeah, it was just a crazy time. Just the stress got too much, and it wasn't until someone came into my office, which actually I'm friends with now, and we work together, a short-term rental host, and she said, "Oh, I do this, and it's short-term rentals, and we rent them, make them show home, etc., etc." And I thought, you know what, that's a really good idea. So I thought, you know what, I've got loads of connections with the landlords and everything else. Why don't I give it a go while working, trying to work full time, 8 till 6 every day, 6 days a week. But I did. I managed to get one, negotiated the best terms as possible. The landlord just gave it a go. I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't know it was called short-term rentals, a service accommodation. But I thought, you know what? Give it a go. You learn from your mistakes. What's the worst that can happen? But I needed to pay that next month's rent. I negotiated no deposit, but I needed to pay it. And it wasn't until sort of sticking it on Airbnb, maybe a bit of luck, also know my area, which I'm sure we'll go into in other topics, and then started getting bookings and month-long bookings, 2 months bookings. And it was from there really that it grew. And then I set up my short-term rental service accommodation business from 2019. We've managed to grow it about 30 units plus a 12-bed guest house that we turned into sort of a little boutique hotel. Some of them are rent to rent, some of them on a management as well, across 3 locations, and hopefully growing. And yeah, it's definitely grown from there. Within that, we've sort of set up a few businesses off the side of it, which I'm sure that's definitely possible, and we'll talk about another time, where you can earn multiple streams of income, create different revenues as well, and more importantly, just create time freedom and scale up and network and grow. So that's what's really important to me. And then during lockdown last year, I started a podcast called What's Key with Sarah G, and I wanted it to be more generic because it's about entrepreneurship, business, property and mindset. I've interviewed some actual guest speakers that are on the panel now. So check back and check out those podcast episodes just to hear their story, their entrepreneurial journey. It's really exciting. And some I've got coming up as well that are on this panel or will be. So that's always exciting stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much me. And anything you want to know, I'm sure we'll go over in this. But thank you ever so much for having me.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. And I love being on your podcast. It was lovely, and hope to be back again. So next up, we've got Mr. Robert Nunes. If you're there, buddy, can you just flutter your microphone for a second so I can know you're there? Just tap the unmute button and mic button again. Okay, so Robert, if you could just please tell everybody your story. Just unmute your microphone and just go for it when you are ready. You are going to have to unmute yourself. There he is. He's going. Right? So just keep on talking, my friend. I just tell us your story.
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. We got you.
Okay, good. Hi. First, I want to say thank you very much for putting this together. This has been amazing, and also for so many great speakers right now and stories. And like somebody said earlier, we have so much in common. I come from the tourism background. Travel and tourism, because I owned a travel agency in 1996. I became an entrepreneur in 96, so this year I made 25 years as an entrepreneur, and I'm very happy about that, which simply means I haven't worked a day since 96, and I haven't had a day off since 96. So when you're an entrepreneur, it's kind of what it's like. And we had a travel agency, me and my partner, in New York and LA. I'm a New Yorker, and we had a travel agency for about 8 or 9 years, and then I got into real estate. Somebody gave me, a good friend of mine gave me a book called Rich Dad Poor Dad, and that book just changed my life. I already had some experience in real estate because my mother would buy an empty house and move into it with us, with me and my 2 sisters, and we would go to school and come home and there would be a window, and come home the next day and there would be a door, and come back the next day, but the good days there would be like water, until she finally got the house up and running, and then she sold it. So that was her version of buying and flipping. So in the early 2000s, when I pulled away from the travel agency, I started getting into real estate investing, and following her lead, I started looking for the worst houses, right? You kind of mimic what you're taught sometimes, and fixing them up and getting them up and running. And we went from New York to Philadelphia because the prices were lower in Philly, and people that I know liked what I was doing, and they wanted to also buy. So they came out to Philly, and they started buying properties that we would do the construction and the property management on. So from 2004 or 5 until 2008 or 9, or about 2008, we changed entire neighborhoods by the amount of volume of people that were coming to Philadelphia and purchasing properties and using our companies to renovate them and manage them. Then the real estate implosion hit, and we took a beating. But I realized, but we survived it. I survived it with my family, and what that taught me was that when you build something, it has to have a foundation, because you're gonna encounter storms somewhere down the line, and it'll test if your business model is really solid. Sorry about that. And so fast forward a couple of years later, I knew I took a beating in real estate. But fast forward a couple of years later, we're in 2013, and a friend of mine sees me back and forth from Philadelphia to New York and says, "Hey, while your place is empty, why don't you Airbnb?" And I asked a simple question, and I said, "What's that?" And asking the question changed my life, because then she answered. And when she answered and she told me, she showed me on the phone back then, I instantly, then like the next day, I created a profile and I put my apartment in New York City on it. And I think within 24 hours, I had a booking, 2 young ladies coming to an event. And by the end of the month, I already had 2 months of rent paid. And I didn't even understand how that was possible. Especially coming from traditional renting or letting, as they call it in Europe, where you just get your money on the first of the month and that's it. But it worked out well. And being an entrepreneur, I just lost my mind. I just went out there and I just went apartment shopping, and I started, renting to re-rent, and or arbitraging, as we call it in the States. I also started converting my portfolio over into short-term rental units. And, because there were loopholes in the documents back then in 2013 where you were able to actually rent and re-rent, and you weren't really getting in trouble. But as time progressed, the restrictions got tougher and things changed a bit. But the beautiful thing is that I own my buildings and my properties. So, we just kept our portfolio, and then we started managing for other people, because real estate people and investors, they know each other. So some of my associates and my colleagues and friends would ask me, "Well, why are you?" And, we would just simply, I would explain to them that it was because I was short-term renting and I did it with regular tenants. And then they started offering that they wanted me to manage their properties. We started growing our portfolio from there. And, that's where we are today. And, we've expanded into several cities: Philadelphia, New York, Miami. We were in Europe for a little while, Madrid. And now we're in Aruba, and we opened up Paradise. And I'm here to contribute my journey, and if anything I've encountered along the way can contribute to anyone, experience-wise or anything else, I'm here to participate, because they opened the door for me, and I'm here to open the door for others who wish to learn as well.
Good
so
one.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Amazing. Thank you very much for that amazing story. And in Aruba, which is fantastic. Please do go and check out Robert's Instagram. It will make you insanely jealous. Okay, Eric, if you are here, please, my friend, can you just double tap? There you go. Good man. All right. So can you please just finish off these first 2 hours of the Clubhouse room and just introduce yourself, tell us your story and all that good stuff, please.
Hey, Mark, I apologize earlier for the technical difficulties. But my story, I'll try to keep it pretty quick. Basically, I grew up lied to my whole life that I would go and work for somebody and I would retire when I'm 35 and I would work for somebody for 35 years and I have this great pension. And so what I did was I went to college and got a degree in civil engineering and environmental engineering, and I stuck around for another couple of years and got my master's. And I worked for a lot of developers throughout my W-2 career, basically in Florida and parts of different states of Kentucky and Georgia. And one of the things when you work for developers is you kind of realize their mindset about the cost of units and how much revenue they can generate from them. So during the 2008 downturn, my wife and I picked up our first long-term rental. We were in the epicenter of it in Fort Myers, Florida. So I knew how much the unit cost to build, and I knew that I could buy it at a 35% discount. So we thought it was a good deal. And we bought some other property down there. And then in 2013, we transitioned to short-term rentals because we felt that I think TJ was saying earlier that he's a math guy. And when you look at the math of those, it really opens your eyes at what you can produce. So essentially what happened was 2013, we started with one, then we added upwards of like 16. We've bought, sold, flipped, done arbitrage. I also have a brother that is pretty famous for having a couple thousand units. And we invested with him. And essentially, after doing it for about 5 years now, we kind of started to go to what we enjoy in life, which is horse racing and bourbon. And so we're tailoring our units around our lifestyle of bourbon and horses. And about 3 months ago, I was able to pick up my first hotel. It's in downtown Versailles, Kentucky, right along the Bourbon Trail. We're converting it to an all short-term rental hotel. I'm also in Florida looking at a 1013, possibly near Disney World. And we're continuing around, areas that we like. And is Noble still here? I was going to say, I also was looking at Dallas here most recently. But I love to talk about Airbnb. When I started in 2013, most of the people kind of laughed and wondered what the hell was going on. But now it's mainstream, and I love talking about it. So I'm happy to be here, and I appreciate you putting this on again, Mark. And it's like hanging out with all my old buddies.
Yeah, nice. No, thank you for that, and thank you for coming back in. So the last gent down there. Let's see if he's here. Shamil, if you're here, buddy, just double tap the microphone. I've sent you a message on Instagram. If you are on Instagram, I don't think he's here. So please do go follow on Instagram. If you want one of the best documentations of a day-to-day life of a host, of a rental host, he is hilarious, and he says it as it is, and he's based in the UK. A really good follow. Please do go check it out. So before we get into it, first and foremost, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the floor so you can come up to the stage and ask questions. So if you'd like to come up and ask a question, you should have by now have heard all these amazing stories. You know the caliber of hosts and people, peers from the industry that are up here that you can come and ask questions to. So I've opened the floor. If somebody else who's moderating can just let the people up, that would be great. And I'm just going to finish off with my quick story. I realize we've done 2 hours and I haven't even said anything really. So first and foremost, thank you for tuning in. And as you do come up, make sure you mute those microphones. So thank you so much for coming in, and thank you so much for being part of it. I've been on Clubhouse now since the 17th of December. So I've been on for quite a while, and I love to test and tweak and see how things work. And I had an idea in January, right at the very start, as I was chatting to Julie George, to say, I want to do a 24-hour room. I've seen somebody else do it, and I want to do it. And we didn't really think much, but invited in a couple of people, and it went really well. And I swore never to do it again. But I was looking at the reports that Skift and Wheelhouse, like the pricing company, and just the general feeling in the industry. And I just think that now is the perfect time to be doing something like this again. There's so many people who might have been struggling for bookings or needing bookings or just want a bit of help and guidance. And I thought, well, what better way to do it at the present moment in time out of all the social media platforms than to do it in something like Clubhouse, where we can get so many people together while so many people are giving away so much information for free. And my background is I've been in hospitality for years and years and years. I grew up on a 200-acre farm stay bed and breakfast and holiday cottages in the middle of nowhere in the United Kingdom, up near Scarborough and Whitby. And if that means anything to you, then you must be someone who's visited in the past. And I have always just known to have people in our house. That's literally how it is. We've had a 14-bedroom guest house. It was 3 holiday cottages. It was always busy. And I grew up in it. I sort of dabbled in other things like soccer coaching. I'm a big Liverpool fan. Did a lot of traveling. Pretty much have been to every state in America. So I love hearing all of our American people in here talking and saying where they're from and stuff, because it brings about loads of amazing memories. But in 2012, went back into the family business full time. It was me, my wife, and my eldest, who was 2 at the time. He's now 8. And my sort of what I was doing for the family business was helping them get online. So I love marketing. I love like social media. I love sort of testing and experimenting, as you can tell in this. And in the space of 18 months, we were able to utilize some real simple tactics, but it went really well. So we got to top 3 of TripAdvisor, which was really hard to do back in, like 2013, 2014. We became the most followed social media page in the area on Facebook of all the independent businesses. And a large chunk of our bookings were all coming direct. We sort of took that offline word of mouth and we put it online. And in 2016, I started to attend local tourism meetings in the area just to sort of meet other hosts. I'd never done before. And the people at these meetings, they were struggling, really. And, it's one of the things, when you're a business owner, you just think that everybody does what you do. But you soon quickly realize that's not the case. And people were sort of bemoaning the fact of booking.com, very big in England, maybe not so much in America, but the Expedia group and the emergence of this little thing called Airbnb that's now gargantuan. And they were just saying how, they're spending so much money on commission costs and all those things. And it just sort of lit off a little light bulb moment really for me. And it was something where I could help. So I started a Facebook group, which you are all more than welcome to come and join, called the Hospitality Community Facebook group. It is now, over the course of 5 years, grown to be the most engaged hospitality group on Facebook. It's got about a 92% engagement rate. We've got over 6,000 members in there, which is fantastic. And from all of that, I just started answering questions on a daily basis on Facebook. And it's just sort of grown and grown and grown and grown to now where I do coaching, I do website design, I do a podcast, I do things like this. And it's unbelievable. And, I'm so happy to see so many Boostly people in the audience and sort of the friends that I've met in the industry over the years. And I'm really looking forward to this. Now, 2021, we've got over 1,000 clients with the website design and the coaching. And I've got a really big goal. So by 2040, I want to get the OTAs to lower their commission rates. I want them to give us more power as in the form of data. So give us the actual email address, give us a bit more say and actually treat us like partners. And the only way that I'm going to do that is if we do this in force. So I want to help 1 million hosts increase their direct bookings and cut down on the over-reliance on the OTAs. So I work best with anybody who's at least got 1 season under their belt. But I can't do this by myself. So this is why I've really loved this new thing called Clubhouse, because it means that I can meet and get to know so many other people from around the world in a really quick space of time. So I can collaborate, work with, partner with, and help and coach. And, and this is what we're doing here in these 24 hours. So you're going to get so much information and it's going to help everybody, whether you're looking to start out, whether you're already seasoned, or just whether you're just wanting to figure out what to do now or next. So that's me. If you want to find out more, please do send me a message on Instagram. There are so many people sending me messages on Instagram. Don't forget, the prize in this hour is going to be a 20-minute coaching call with Mr. Sean, Airbnb Automated. So if you do want to win that, all you got to do is please hit the plus button and then invite as many people as you can, and then send me a message on Instagram and let me know that you've done that, which is fantastic. So what I want to do now is I want to actually get some questions and answers from the people that have been in the audience. And we've got 2 people. And we'll start with Jessica, and then we'll go to Dena. So what we're going to do now for the next hour is we are going to open up for questions. And if you want to come up and ask a question, please do so. Put your hand up. We'll get you up here, and you can ask away. We'll try and keep it as organized as possible. So after you ask your question, we'll just move you back down to the audience. But that doesn't mean that you can't come back up at later on. It just means that so we can keep it organized and we can make sure that everybody asks the question. I'm going to finish in 45 minutes and I'm going to pass on to other members of the moderators who are going to help me run it. I need to get some sleep, but I will be back tomorrow. So I just want to say thank you. First and foremost, thank you so much to everybody that is being part of this. And I'm really looking forward to the next 22 hours. So Jessica, if you're there, could you just flutter your microphone so I know that you can talk? Fantastic. So Jessica, welcome. So first and foremost, where are you in the world right now?
Hello, Mark. I am so excited to be in this room. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on stage. I am in Indianapolis, Indiana, United States, but I'm actually from Portugal, Lisbon. But I've been living here for the past 8 years as a student, also working right now. And my first question is, I really, in a scale from 1 to 10 on renting property, I have 0.1 probably. I am reading books. I consider myself a student in this area, very interested, but obviously no experience. And my first question is, if I want to make this a living, right? I want to go back home next year. I want to go back to Portugal. I feel like I've been in the United States for too long. And I just want to have some passive income created from the property investments. So what is anyone's advice on how to start investing in property and renting property in Portugal, Lisbon? If anyone is in that area, what are some tips that you have for me when I do decide to do that? Also, my plan is to move into my mom's small town home that she has in another town in Portugal while I put, put a down payment for another house in Lisbon and rent it out. So if anybody has some tips in that particular area, I would.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if we've got anybody that's got clear experience in Lisbon, Portugal, but I think the question that you're asking is going to be one that I think a lot of people will have. How to get started, like how to get the tips. Now, you're very fortunate. We've got a lot of people and who are in the room that can help. So moderators, I think the way that it will work is that if you feel like this is something that you can answer, as the question is being answered, if you just tap that microphone like really quickly, so I know that you're here to ask, and then I'll jump to basically one of you. There are a lot of you in this room, so if I miss you, then when the first moderator is finished giving the answer, then feel free to jump in. So just to start with, if there is a moderator who wants to pick up this question and sort of help, like Ryan. So fantastic, I saw you doing it first. So Ryan, Mr. Ryan Luke, if you want to unmute yourself and just help Jessica as best as you can do.
Hi, Jess. So I think like anything, it is just a case of getting started and having, coached hundreds of clients over the last few years. The biggest thing is they try and perfect it all before they actually get started. So you're on the right track, studying and educating yourself, and I would continue to do that, and I would definitely get yourself a bit more educated before you do take that leap of faith. But if you were on at the very start and kind of heard everyone's stories, there's a common theme that runs pretty much amongst us all, and that's that we kind of were solving problems for ourselves and just took the leap of faith and got stuck in and then kind of figured a lot of it out along the way. The benefit of today's modern world is there's a lot of information out there. Most of us have got YouTube channels, books, free stuff, to kind of learn from. So you can pick a lot of good content up, and you maybe don't have to be taking the Wild West approach that some of us maybe took. But it is a great game to be in. Done correctly, the margins are large, so you can afford a few mistakes here and there. And but when you get home, what you want to do first is analyze your area, make sure that there's strong demand in the area. I do that by looking on Airbnb and seeing if there's any other hosts in the area. That is a good sign, especially if they've been hosting for quite a while, and also kind of how many hotels are located within the vicinity. And again, that's another strong factor that it will work. And then it's just a case of finding the property and understanding who you want to be in the property. I mean, you've got a wide range of people in here, from myself, who in the UK we just deal typically with contractors. We create home from homes, very basic to sort of medium accommodation standard. In Dubai, we're creating more luxury stuff. You've got people here renting places out for $200,000 a week, big, huge condos for, obviously very wealthy families, and you've got everything in between. So figure out what you want to have staying with you, and then is there a market for that in your location? And then if that ticks the box, then go and find the property, and then just get started, put it all together, get it listed, and then just start hosting.
There you go, Jessica.
Thank you so much. And if I may also ask, I am looking for a mentor. Maybe not right now, because I am not going home anytime soon. It would be next year. But would you guys advise that I just follow every moderator here and kind of ask?
I think you're in such a cool position, because it's really hard when you're starting to figure out where to go, and you can waste countless of hours searching on Google searches and whatnot, but just know that you've got the best of the best up here. So just go and follow on Instagram, just keep in touch, follow the stories and whatnot, and keep in touch, go get the free downloads or the podcasts, and by the time you get to it, you'll be well away, and then you can always jump in, and this isn't going to be the last Clubhouse room you're going to be part of. Soak up everything that you need to know. So good luck, and we'll check in next year and see how you're getting on. But yeah, Lisbon is an amazing part of the world. I'm on the other side of the island. I'm over in Spain. I'm over in on the east coast near Alicante. So we definitely will, when we can travel, we will definitely be heading over to Lisbon. So maybe one day we can come and stay with you. There you go.
Message me directly on LinkedIn. I'll be able to help you with that one in more detail.
So me is
kind
Chris,
of similar.
So me is Chris Mon. He's IPRAC and he's up there. So yeah, go find him on LinkedIn, Jessica, if you're there. So thank you very much, Chris.
Yeah, I'll help you out with that.
There you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
All right.
Could I add a little bit to that real quick too?
Yeah.
Because his point is pretty good. So what I would say to you is, since you don't have any short-term rental properties yet, you're in that spot where you're going to get your first one, and you're going to find out how much you like it, whether or not you like it, whether or not you're going to keep going, etc. But it sounds like you're going to buy a property, and buying a property is a much more slow process to get in and slow to get out. So when you do your market research in Lisbon, what I would want you to do is I want you to create two lists. One is a list of properties that you find that would work good as a regular investment rental property, one that checks all the boxes for a good purchase if you were not going to short-term rent it. And then create another list of properties that look really good based on what you've learned about short-term rentals, where people travel, why they're coming to Lisbon, etc., and try to see if any of those properties overlap. If you buy a property that is going to be good for short-term rentals, it is going to increase your likelihood of success. But you also want to have that option to shut it down and make it a regular income property if you just decide you don't like the industry for some reason. And I know this is probably the most prudent advice I'd ever give anybody, but if you're not in the industry yet and you're going to buy a property, I think you should research both. Find a property that would be suitable for either one. So that way, if you love short-term rentals, you can double down and keep going. If you decide it's too much work for any reason, you could always just flip it back into a regular rental. That's my advice.
Yeah, just one thing that I wanted to add in there as well, if I may. One of the words that you used when you opened up there, Jessica, sorry, it's Dave here with a blue background on the second row, was passive income. I'm sure everybody on the panel here will tell you that serviced accommodation, short-term rentals is not passive. It's probably one of the most hands-on property strategies that you can do. So if you are looking for something that's more passive, then you definitely can do serviced accommodation, but you need to make sure that you've got a decent managing agent on board to help you with that, because it's not a passive income. Does anybody want to add to that?
I think I meant cash flow. I think that's what I meant more. Maybe that's different. Again, I'm a student, so I might say things that don't really make sense.
It's absolutely fine. No, we totally get it. But yeah, I think echoing what everybody has said, it's spot on. So thank you so much for being part of it. Let's move along. So thank you very much, Jessica. So we've got Dena and Amanda have joined now. I've got a feeling you two might know each other. potentially. So Amanda, I know the last time we did a 24-hour show, you came in and it was fantastic having you a part of it. You're such a bubbly personality, and you know, obviously one that we'll be obviously hearing more from over the course of the next 24 hours. But Dena, so can you just very, very quickly just give us a quick overview of who you are and what you do and what you can share? And I've put you as moderator, so please do come back over the course of the next 24 hours. But yeah, just give a little intro, please.
Very good. Thank you guys so much. It's been wonderful hearing all the moderators and just globally what all we're doing. So just a quick background. I'm here in Dallas, Texas, and we are a home staging company. We've staged over 6,000 properties. And literally, I convinced my parents about 5 years ago to take one of their cabins and do Airbnb, Vrbo, and it has literally become their retirement. It has paid for so much. My husband and I now have properties. We're hosts as well. And our staging company is helping hosts locally as well set up. And so my question for you guys is, we also are, users and guests, and it's very disheartening when we come into properties and they look great online, and then all of a sudden you get there and the experience is just not the same. And we know there's use and abuse, and it's very hard once we get multiple properties to keep them pristine. But are you guys using any staging companies? Because right now we have shortage of inventory. One of the moderators mentioned going to IKEA. Now we're putting all the furniture together. And one of the things that your staging companies, your local staging companies may be able to do is to provide speed and ease on these setups. So something to think about. You guys can reach out to me. We have over 100 staging companies, part of our alliance that we work with. But I just wanted to hear from you guys. How do you keep these properties looking great without it being such a burden on yourselves? Because maybe some of you guys are designers, you're professionals, the homes can look great, but how do you keep them managed? How do you set them up? Just questions all around that.
That's a great question. Now, staging. Now, somebody please who's in the UK, what do we call the equivalent of that? Like, can anybody say? But it is a great question. So, like, moderators, if you want to take this, if you want to just answer speaking from your personal experience, just flutter your microphone if you're there. All right. So, Mike, you're there. So, go on, then, buddy. How are you doing it for yourself?
Yeah. So we have an in-house interior designer that we use, and we just coordinate. Like, if we're in a brand new market that we've never been in before, we'll leverage sites like Handy or Thumbtack or sites like that to hire contractors to put all that furniture together for us. Or because we've just given Wayfair and West Elm and all these different companies so much business that they'll do consolidated delivery and set up for us. But before we got to that point, like, we would just honestly leverage a lot of those services because, I mean, the first few units, yeah, I put them together, but when you're scaling quickly and just in general, it's not the best use of my time. So, we just outsource that. What I would say is just factoring in timelines, like, we're launching a 22 unit hotel in like 2 weeks. Like, we have to get those orders in and probably wait, 4 to 5 weeks, just because there's a lot of back ordered stuff with production, with COVID and everything like that. So you just got to plan ahead a little bit and expect some delays with shipping and inventory issues.
I know that's absolutely great. I think that you've nailed it when you talk about scaling and the highest and best use of time. And I think that if people want to get there quickly, like, tap into your local designers, design companies, home stagers that have, like, I mean, we've got a 10,000 square foot warehouse. So you've got some of these professional companies that would gladly be able to service you guys. And you could also, you can market that this has been a professionally designed or professionally staged property. So it gives that guest a little bit more ease of certainty that this is going to be a great property to stay in.
Can I just define staging?
Oh, sorry, Sean, go for it.
What does staging? So staging in the UK would kind of be like you dress a property up and then they take the stuff away. Is this kind of you dress the property up and the stuff stays there for the? Well, is that am I getting the right idea of staging here? Do you go and set it up, leave it there, and or what, or do you take it away after the photos have been done? What am I getting the right idea of staging?
Yes, great question. Great question. I know that like in Australia, it's called property styling, and maybe, here in the States, home staging, you are absolutely right. Usually realtors will use our services for temporary, making the home look great. But you have these staging companies that have great display furniture that would gladly sell it off. We can set up homes anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000, fully equipped, brand new mattresses and everything. So there are local companies that would gladly take you guys on. And I know this for a fact, if you're looking to scale or you're looking for speed and ease. So it could be a situation where they really sell you a lot of furniture, a grouping of furniture. You just let them know how many heads and beds. And it might be a solution for some of you that are listening today that are looking like, I don't know how to set these properties up that they can be desirable enough. And maybe a refresh, if you've got properties that maybe need a refresh, the sofa's getting tired, latch on to some of these companies that are local that can help you guys.
Jenna, I definitely agree with you, but I think just being completely honest from my experience in the UK and London, I had a building in Soho and I spent £12,000 with a staging company on 2 apartments, which is £6,000 on each. And when I received, they came in and set everything up, and the mirrors and the mirrored side tables and all the sort of flashy things. I couldn't believe how we're kitting out these apartments. And lo and behold, mirrored side tables, they always get cracked and the mirrors get cracked. And I eventually just took the process in myself. And one thing I would recommend not to do for anyone is, if you have a few units, make sure if you use a staging company, make sure you're buying the same TVs with the same brands, you have the same remotes, because I made that mistake. I have, my first few apartments had all different TVs, different sizes, different remotes. And then lo and behold, you lose remotes and you can't switch things in, switch things out. And so really the key is, I believe, in standardization. So just having the same TV in the same apartments means you can have a box of remotes in your little storage area or in a little garage, and you've got remotes and you've got batteries and you can switch things out, and you've got the same bulbs, maybe for the same lamps. And it's just things like that save a lot of time. I've made a lot of those mistakes in the past, and I think personally I've taken a lot of control on the standardization of it, and it's really helped, especially when you get to sort of the 5 and 10 units in an area. It's sometimes worth just having a little lockup or a little space, just having, things really prepared and organized, because the last thing a guest wants is to lose a remote, or the housekeeper loses a remote and you've got to scramble around, But if you've got the same TVs in the same places, then you can have different, you can have a box of remotes, in a box of batteries, and you're not really worried for those things, because what I find is sometimes the small things really can affect a guest's stay. So that's all I would say on that matter.
So to build on that, because I think that's starting to get to the one second question she asked, which is, how do you keep these properties looking good? And so I know, Jenna, I want to talk about your staging thing at the end of this thought process too, so remind me if I forget. There's really 3 main components to keeping a property looking its best. And of course, never having a reservation suffer somebody like throwing a party and doing damage to your property. And like he said, standardization is probably one of the key of the 3 legs, which is, if you have all of the same stuff and somebody breaks something, like at the end of a stay, you'll find out at 11 a.m. or noon when your housekeepers come in, you're going to be much more well equipped to replace something that's broken, or, to repair something that needs to be repaired, because you're constantly working with the same stuff all the time. And it's easier to hold a back stock. Like he said, you don't have to have a back stock of like 6 remotes. You don't have to have a back stock of 4 different types of coffee tables. If you are operating at scale like a lot of us do, you will have a small...
I just wanted to show you that I am Still here. I just turned down Clubhouse for a second. So thank you so much for everybody that is still part of this. Please do leave a comment below. What's your main takeaway so far? We are going to be doing live Q&A as we go. So I'm just going to go straight back in.
Delivery of this, which is like...
Yeah, he's still talking. I love Sean. He can talk. So so please do keep commenting below. We're going to be here for 24 hours. Fingers crossed. I will let you know just before I go to bed, and I'm just going to leave it playing. So fingers crossed it's there in the background.
They don't have a big...
Yeah, he's still talking. He loves to talk.
And what'll happen is somebody will break something and you'll find out at noon and they don't have the resources to have it fixed or repaired or replaced in time. All they have are the housekeepers that went to the home to go clean. So where I see a lot of hosts fail here is they've got some big fancy house, somebody throws a big party and breaks a few key items, and there's no way that they can get them replaced by 5 p.m. that night because you have to do it in such a short order. So building out a process for replacing things and having extra staff on hand. We call them floats in my business. We've got housekeepers and we've got maintenance guys, and we always have a couple people as a float who we have them essentially on call in case something goes wrong, because things always go wrong, and those floats will get called in to handle some of these more urgent situations. And so that's the second part. But then third is to be proactive in searching for things that may not be obvious, but you should repair them before they become a problem. Like a lot of small issues in a short-term rental will lead to one very big bad review if a few things are just not up to par. So we have, in my organization, we have what we call a deep cleaning and maintenance calendar, where our housekeepers are trained to basically follow this, color inside the lines, deep cleaning schedule, where they check these boxes once every week, every 2 weeks, every month, every 3 months. It covers everything from like the baseboards to the air filters inside of your air conditioning unit to things that people rarely ever open, but might get interacted with on like very rare occasion. And so having a proactive management and proactive maintenance plan that involves your housekeepers, which are the people that are there almost every single day, having a proactive plan for when things go wrong and having the staff capable of remediating the issue in short order, and then keeping, like he said, standardized stuff in backstock. Those three things together is really what makes your effective day-to-day when stuff breaks strategy. So that's my thoughts there. And to Jenna's point, working with the staging company, all of us here who are, operators, we are very much like ones and zeros at the end of the day. You have an income property, you want it to make the more money that you spend on furniture, the longer it takes for you to get your money back. So there's this fine line between doing a great job designing and overspending on your property, because investing too much on your property means that you have to wait a long time till you get another one. So when I've worked with staging companies, what I've done is I've approached them and offered to buy like used furniture that they've used to stage homes for sale over and over and over again. And that furniture, has seen some stage time, and I'm able to acquire that stuff at a discount. That's usually when I've done my best work with staging companies. It's actually to buy at a discount the stuff that they've used enough that they don't feel like they need anymore. I would personally, if I do single, like 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom apartments a lot of times, so I would stray from, using a stager for properties because I don't want to pay the markup, and we've done so many of our own. But there are people out there who just do not have a thumb for design at all. My very first properties in 2014 looked exactly like you would expect, a young male bachelor who's really never had a girlfriend live with him. My properties looked exactly like that my first year. And it took me a long time to figure it out. So I think if you're at the beginning of your journey, working with the stager is great because you're paying for their expertise, but you better be taking notes, because you don't want to have to keep paying a stager like 5 or 6 years down the road on your 50th property. You should have learned by your 50th property how to set up your own. So I think working with professionals is a great way to learn faster. And then eventually at the end of the day, stagers do need to offload some of their inventory, and that's a great time to buy furniture at a discount.
Sean, amazing answer. While you're on, I thought I'd best draw a winner, because we're doing it's your 20-minute coaching call I was drawing a winner from. So to those,
super cool.
And we've got a winner. We have a winner. So just to remind everybody, the competition we were doing was to win a 20-minute coaching call with Mr. Sean, automated, Airbnb automated. And we have a winner. It's Kerry Wordley. So Kerry is in the audience. Kerry, please make sure that you send Sean a message on Instagram. Sean, it's going to be coming from a Purple Moo Property Instagram account. So check your other folder because it'll be in there, and then you guys can hook up. So again, thank you, Sean, for offering that, which is fantastic. Thank you, Kerry, for taking part, which is amazing. Okay, so thank you very much, Dena, for asking that. And what I want to do is I want to move on to Alicia. So Alicia, I've been checking out your bio. If you are still there, just tap the microphone a couple of times for me, please. Fantastic. So in Florida, is that right?
Yes. Yes, I am.
From Jamaica originally, is that right?
Yes. Wow, I put all of that there. I didn't even know.
Well, there you go. You see the power of this app. So please, just like give us a quick intro to who you are, your story, and like where are you in the world of hospitality? Are you established? Are you starting? What are you thinking? And if you have a question as well, please ask that question as well.
Oh yeah, sure. So I've actually been doing Airbnb now. I think since 2017, whenever Irma passed, was when I started Airbnb. And quite honestly, I didn't really put any thought into it because I just thought that, it's crazy. Like, who's going to just stay like in a stranger's house? So I just basically took a camera and took a few pictures. And just like magic, people just started to inquire and book. And when I started, I basically was just doing bedrooms. So I started doing like bedrooms. Then when I saw that was doing good, I did an air mattress in my living room. Then I saw that was doing good. So then I put a tent outside the house, and I, put like a glamping kind of thing. So I put like an air mattress and just fix it up just like how, I would fix up the bedrooms that I was renting. And I was just like, okay, everything that I did, like I start the bedrooms, I'm like, okay, that's not going to work. Then I start the air mattress. I'm like, okay, nobody's going to rent a mattress. Then I start the glamping outside, and people, so every single thing that I did, it just blew my mind. And so my first year with living at the house and doing all of that, I made $54,000. And then the next year, I don't know kind of what happened. I started to try to book the entire house. And I didn't get like as much booking as I did, like when I was booking the bedrooms. And so it's still my property. And now kind of looking to move into like buying like a home for myself, because now it doesn't really feel like my home anymore because I always have like somebody in the house. And so I just wanted like an advice on how do I transition maybe into like getting another property and like still using this one like for like the full house booking, what I'm doing now.
So if you could just sum up that question in one sentence, sorry, because it was a great one, but if you just sum it in one question, what's like the most pressing thing that you'd like help with from the amazing people that we have in this audience?
Well, I just want to know, like, so the area that I'm in right now, I know like it's a great area, but it's also like a residential area. I just want to know, like, what are the tactics I can use to like find another property that's going to generate basically the same or more of what I'm making now. Okay. I don't know.
So like the tools, basically.
Right.
So first and foremost, the easiest tools that you can go and check out would be, like Ryan said earlier, just go and check out things like Airbnb and see what's actually popular in the area. You've also got other websites like AirDNA. You've got tools like Price Labs. You've got tools like Wheelhouse. These are all pricing software tools and AirDNA gathers up all that data so you don't have to. So you can just go onto there and it will give you a real good idea at what's popular, what's not popular, rates and etc. So you can really run the numbers and do your due diligence. But I think the best thing to do as well would be to try and find local groups, like maybe a local Facebook group for real estate hospitality owners, or try and find somebody that is doing well and just offer to buy them a coffee, or a virtual coffee. Depends on what your restrictions are where you are, and sort of plug their brains really. But if anybody else has anything to add to that, then please do. But I think that's like going to be the route. The cool thing is that you've already got a really cool model. I love it, like the glamping and all of that. So yeah. But if anybody else has got anything to add to that, please do now, or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, I'll add to that. I'm quite happy to add. So you're in Florida, right?
Yeah, I'm in South Florida.
Okay. So there's a quick tip for the audience. On it, there's a piece of software called AirDNA, which this is right across the world. I think it's definitely in the US and in the UK. If you go in there and you go on the left-hand side, there's a load of drop-down boxes. On the left-hand side, there'll be favorites. If you go to favorites, top performing properties and favorites. If you go in there, it'll tell you the top performing properties in the area. And you can do it by criteria of house as well. So if you want like a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom, whatever that might be, and then it'll drill down into street level and tell you where the top performing properties are in that area. So there's no point in reinventing the wheel, right? If you go in there, top performing properties, it'll tell you exactly where they are.
Amazing.
So, and I'll add in on this too. South Florida is a seasonal market. And that is one thing that you start to build a relationship with as a host. It would be awesome if every city just performed well without any stress all year round. But places like Florida, or even like places like Chicago, which has an inverse seasonal market to South Florida, they're good certain months and then they're tough. And you need a different strategy during your down season. And so I think the reason why you had consistent results with private rooms is because private rooms can be much more cost competitive than other Airbnb properties. And so in the off season, people are looking to travel cheap, will find your private room and they'll accept that. And in high season, absolutely, like a private room where there's nothing else available in South Florida, people will take that, even though they might actually prefer an entire place. So what I think might work best for you when you pick up your second property after you do your research, your next property, you're going to want to cater to the season when you do your strategy. And an example of this would be you will have a very lofty price for your entire place in the prime time season, right? There's people who, like in Fort Lauderdale, make $30,000, $40,000 a month on their property because it's near the water. They just crush it, but they don't get near that in the summer because people aren't coming down to Fort Lauderdale in the summer. So what you can do is you can sync or nest your listings where you have this entire place that you charge a ton of money for, and you'll charge a little bit less in the summer. But then you can also still have private room listings that you actually by default deactivate until you need them. And so one of the truths of bookings, I think almost every moderator here can tell you this, is larger groups tend to book further in advance. And also different platforms book further in advance. So like somewhere like HomeAway, people will book months and months in advance, where on Airbnb, people book more last minute. So your listing will be plugged into all these different channels, and your goal is to fill up your calendar with really big, expensive bookings as much as possible. But what you'll find is in the summer, when you have dates that go without getting booked, by big groups and people taking the whole home, you're going to have orphaned days, maybe even orphaned weeks where people didn't book your property because your place was too expensive. You should have a dynamic pricing strategy and start to drop your rates based on demand. And that's something that you can spend tons of time learning, and I won't really preach on that. But you will still have, even with a dynamic pricing strategy, a set of dates that don't get booked. And so you take your private room listings and you reopen those and make those available, but only for, say, a couple weeks or 3 weeks in advance. Because what'll happen is if you only have it listed as an entire home, if you want to get it booked, say tomorrow, it was like available tomorrow, your 4-bedroom house would have to get dropped to such a low price because you're not going to have a group of 10 trying to find a place tomorrow. That's very rare. You're more likely to find a group of 2 or 3 who's looking to stay. And so you'll have to compete at that price point where 2 or 3 people could afford to stay. So you're actually competing with 1-bedroom apartments now, last minute. So now by flipping your last minute availability into private rooms, 2 or 3 weeks in advance, you can still scoop up if it's a 4-bedroom property, you can scoop up 4 different reservations, at whatever your price point is, $40, $50, $60, $70 a night for those individual rooms. Instead of having to drop your 4-bedroom house that was listed at $700 a night, you don't have to drop that down to say $100 a night last minute. So you're going to actually have both strategies. You're going to have an entire home strategy, and your goal is to make just an absolute killing during your winter season. And then you're still going to try to fill up as much as possible in the summer, but you're going to fall back. You're going to fall back on those private rooms when you basically fail to get the premium that you want for your entire home. And that should be your strategy.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing when I first started. Like what you suggested was like I have a 3-bedroom house, so I had each of them on a separate listing, and then I had the entire house on its own listing. And then, like I said, I kind of was doing the single bedrooms when I first started, but then I noticed that what it would take me to build up to making with the bedrooms, I basically was making that like just renting the entire house for like like a night, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. And there's probably a few reasons why you might have experienced that. One is you may not have charged enough for the weekends, and then the weekdays you might have priced too much. This is kind of a nuance for tourism areas. Like even cities like Dallas or Houston will charge 35 to 60% more on the weekends than we'll charge on our weekdays, right? So dialing in your prices is, something that takes a little time and experience with your home to dial that in. But then additionally, you may find that like you were only getting like the similar amount of money because your home wasn't designed for groups.
Right.
So for example, I have a 3-bedroom apartment in Houston. My rent is $2,400 a month for my 3-bedroom apartment, and I make $11,000 a month, $9,000 to $11,000 a month in revenue on that property, on an apartment that's 3 bedrooms, because the way we've designed the home is we can sleep 14 people in this 3-bedroom apartment because it's spacious. The bedrooms are big enough to put 2 queen-size beds in each bedroom, and it's a 2-story, so we actually have 2 sets of couches that are sleeper sofas. You either are competing on price or you're competing on size. And so if you have a 3-bedroom house that has a queen size bed in each room and a couch in the living room, that is why you're not making enough money. What you'll notice if you do your research on Airbnb and search your neighborhood and use the map view and kind of zoom into your neighborhood, if you search, for a group of 5 or group of 4, it'll tell you that, say, maybe there's 150 properties available. And if you constantly uptick that by 1, go from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10, and you keep refreshing your search, you're going to notice that there's going to be a number where everything drops off. There might be 130 properties available where 10 people can sleep, but then it drops from 130 down to 65 when you go from 10 to 11, for example. And so nailing that sweet spot of occupancy, like picking how many people you want to sleep in your house, could be based on that supply and demand that you can actually discover on Airbnb. So if your house isn't performing well enough as an entire place, you're missing key amenities, or your photos are trash, or you can't sleep enough people, or your prices are completely off. And I mean that's 4 things you should look at, but altogether, that's the reason why a whole home would not outperform private rooms. And I tell you, if your whole house cannot outperform your private rooms, you are definitely doing something wrong, because the way the travel works, I have not seen a single instance where somebody's house could not get at least 50% more income at the end of the day as a whole entire place, as opposed to their private rooms.
Yeah, you're right. My photos are trash. they are not good.
Hey, Sean, I just have a comment on the. Did you say you have 14 people in a 3-bedroom?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
it's a
I had a house like that here in Kentucky, but they passed a law saying that you could only do 2 per bedroom. So you just have to also be aware of the laws or regulations within your area. In 2013, there was no law, and then the hotel lobby showed up, and all of a sudden, all these terms were changed. So just be aware of that.
All right. Thank you very much, Alicia. Alicia, did that help? That felt like a little one-on-one masterclass right there. Did you get a lot from it? Because I did.
Yeah, no, Sean is amazing. I think a lot of what he said has volume, and I definitely need to get more serious and just do a lot of what he said.
Yeah. Good.
So thank you so much.
We will be checking in. We will be checking in. So go and get it done and then report back. But thank you so much. I really want to move on to Amani, because Amani's been sat waiting for a while. So Amani, if you're still with us, can you just flutter that microphone a couple of times for us? If you okay, fantastic. So same as Alicia, please tell us your story, where you are in the world. You know, you don't really give much away on your Clubhouse bio or your Instagram account. So yeah, I'd love to find out more about your hospitality journey, where you are with it, and and if you've got a question, then ask away.
Hi, thank you so much. My name's Imani. I am located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, United States. I am completely new to the Airbnb, real estate, everything around the board. I more so am looking to do rental arbitration with Airbnb for the purpose of Airbnb. So I'm not sure if anyone in the room currently does that. Any moderators currently do that. But that's where I'm at. I'm kind of learning, but I'm at the step where I'm really trying to acquire my first unit. Although I do live in Milwaukee, I am not looking to have my unit in Milwaukee, just because of it's just not a good market right now. So I'm looking in places where I travel frequently to, where I have family who's willing to support the business. So right now I'm looking in Atlanta, Georgia, Houston, Texas, or Phoenix, Arizona. And my question, I have several, but I'll start off with one, is what, if any of you guys do rental arbitration, what do you say to the landlords that will make them willing to rent to you? And also, what do you look for in the properties that make you say, like, this will be a great short-term rental place to start?
Okay, now there's going to be a lot of people who want to jump on this. So if you are a moderator, Sean has already, I know, I was thinking this is going to be Sean. So go ahead, buddy. The floor is yours. I think I know what you're going to say. Go for it.
Cool. I'll lead off, but I'll leave room for everybody else. First off, if you think that you should not arbitrage in Milwaukee, you are so wrong. You are so wrong. It's actually a great market. COVID made everything bad. And the winters are slow in Chicago/Milwaukee, but because rents are so low in Milwaukee compared to Chicago, it's easier to ride out the slow season, and you make a ton of money in the summers in Milwaukee. One of my first students from Wisconsin, his name's John Kroger. If you go to my Facebook group, the hosts of Airbnb Automated on Facebook, you can just find him and have a talk with him. He'll tell you all about it. I did private calls with this guy, and this is how he picked up his first set of properties near the water, like Brady Beach, where they play volleyball. That's where his very first properties are. So don't skip over Milwaukee. Milwaukee will outperform Houston, in my opinion. And I have property in Houston, and I work with people in Milwaukee. So let me just start there. Now, pitching a landlord. I don't want to overshare it, because obviously, like, we all sell our scripts and stuff, but I will give you the crux of what you need to understand. I teach every single person who does rental arbitrage to first create an LLC and then approach landlords under the flag of being a corporate housing company or a furnished accommodations provider. You want to be kind of like very shy on the lingo initially, because I teach my salespeople, or they're not salespeople, but they're hosts, but I teach them to sell through analogy. So you start with a landlord telling them you're interested in picking up multiple properties in their neighborhood, like long-term leases, your corporate housing company. You gauge their temperature on how willing they are to sign a lease with a business, and that's all you start with. From there, you do not want to oversell on the phone. If you have the opportunity to meet the person in person, you want to set up an in-person meet just after checking their temperature on that. If you have to sell over the phone, you can do it, but I really recommend meeting landlords or meeting the leasing staff of buildings to go through and do the rest of it. From there, without giving you my exact script, you essentially try to explain that your business model is very much like corporate housing, only with minor differences. And so you will...
Okay, make sure you listen to this. This is going to be good.
Or staying with your business also do stay short term. You do market your property in tons of different ways, and that will include...
If you're with us right now, this is amazing advice. I hope you're making lots of notes.
the word Airbnb if you cluster it together with other websites that they might be cooler with. So whenever somebody says, are you going to Airbnb the property? I teach my students essentially to say, well, if we feel like we need to in order to stay full, we would. We would use, platforms such as Airbnb or corporate housing by owner, for example, in order to stay full and profitable if we needed to. Our priority is to pick up monthly contracts, but of course, markets may vary. So you may see the property on Airbnb, for example. And that's essentially the whole identity that you're trying to sell to your landlord, is that you are a business that uses Airbnb as one of the many ways that you get your customers, but you're not an Airbnb business. If you can get them to trust you, and instead of leaning on Airbnb's brand, you're much more likely to get a yes that way.
Can I just go as well? Just it's Sarah here. Just a couple of lines above you, Imani. Most of mine are rental arbitrage, so it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Like Sean said, it's the way you present yourself with your company, how you put yourself across as well, and your negotiation skills to keeping your costs low at first really count. But I just wanted to touch on part of your second question there that you said about what do you look for? And I think the first thing to probably is just to take a step back and think first, know your market, is know your area, know your location. And then because you know your area, and then you can grow from there. But because you know your area, then you'll get a feel for your target market, your audience. So the property that you're going to get, for example, like me, one of mine's in a city centre. It's in the city of Cambridge. Everyone knows Cambridge with Cambridge University, and you've got the punting, and it's close to London, but it's leisure. It's like Silicon Valley as well, with Apple and Microsoft here and Google and everything else. So I've got a very various line of leisure guests, but also business and contractors too. So I could get away with 1-bed apartments as well as 2-bed apartments, or have a 3 or 4 bedroom house, depending how you're going to style it and who your target market is. So I'd always say, just find out your target audience first, find out your target market, and then it's really easy then to find the properties that match you, because otherwise, I think sometimes it's like finding a needle in a haystack, because you've got to get the landlords to say yes and just meet you, hopefully face to face. You can build up that rapport, build up that like, know and trust, but also you've got to know what you're searching for. Otherwise, you're just going to keep scrolling down, like we have Rightmove, Zoopla, like you guys got Zillow and Gumtree, everything else, and you're just going to be sort of going here, there, and everywhere. Whereas if you know your area, you know your target market, then it's really easy to find the properties. And obviously you want it sort of clean throughout. You don't want to be doing loads of work. If you're on a rental arbitrage, you don't want to be putting loads of your capital startup costs into changing bathrooms or kitchens. You shouldn't have to do that, because you're the operator, and the point is you're doing it to obviously get your return on investment back as quick as possible in order to get more your net profit from there. So just obviously all the basic things that you can have, and obviously we can go into more, but you probably know what to look for and think, oh, this is nice. Would I stay here? Would I stay here? But also you don't have to go above and beyond. It doesn't have to be perfect, because that's when you come in. And then that's when your negotiations come in, because you can try and negotiate, hopefully maybe no deposit. That's going to save you a ton of money. Maybe the first or second month's free rent. That's going to save you a lot, that then you can put into doing maybe the property up a little bit, and again getting your return on investment back really quickly. So there's different avenues to go, but what I would say is just know your area, know your target market, then you know the type of properties you want, and then you can start negotiating with the landlord. And don't forget, you're giving them an opportunity. It's not just, it's a give and take. You're not taking it all. You're also giving them opportunity. You're giving them sort of a long-term lease. It's going to be show home. You're going to give them probably, touch wood, hopefully guaranteed rent. And it's just building up trust. And once you've got over that mark and you've got one, then it finally kicks in. You just find your groove. I think with this room, you'll probably find there's no straight answer. There's no right or wrong. It's just what works for you. And then if you pick up tips and everything along the way, and you've got a mentor or a coach to help you and guide you, that really helps as well. So I hope that helps sort of, at least when you get started, on what to search for, but why, and knowing your area, and then taking it from there on getting your target market down.
What a great answer. What a great answer. Thank you, Sarah. Imani, are you good? I mean, Amanda's going to jump in a second, but anything you want to just quickly say back to Sarah on that one?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm definitely just taking it all in. Of course, Sean, I think this was the first speaker. That really just encouraged me a lot more to actually look into my home, like where I live currently, because I do live downtown Milwaukee, and just the area and what I see on all the research I've done on Airbnb, it has not necessarily discouraged me, but kind of just speaking to other Airbnb owners in Milwaukee was kind of just like, the market is just not where it is right now. And with everything going on, we might not see some, like our summer festivals and all of those things. So I'm just trying to make the smart decision, but you definitely kind of encouraged me to kind of just keep looking in this area.
Yeah, 100%. And that's literally why we do this, just to change the mindset. And don't forget that hospitality, yes, a lot of it is leisure based, but a large majority is business based. So there is still going to be key workers that need accommodation. There's still going to be business people that will need accommodation. And, never assume. What we all say, the assumptions is the mother of all fuck ups. Let the data do the speaking. So use the tools that we've already been mentioned tonight and will continue to be say, and then just, do your due diligence and go from there, and good luck, really good luck. So Amanda, did you want to come on quickly and just sort of say hi and sort of say anything back to Amani there?
Yeah, I actually want to tell her something. So I am a real estate agent, and I don't know if you have your license or anything, but if you did, what we do arbitrage as well, and we take a different approach. So when I approach a landlord, number one, I always meet them in person, just like everyone here has been saying, and like major golden nuggets have been dripped here. But we go in with the number one attitude, kind of like I think it was Sarah saying, is this property going to work for me and my business? And really only about 10% of those properties will work for your business. But the pitch that I do is more related to, look, I run this as a business and I attract my relocation clients who are coming into the area. They are going to stay in this property while I show them homes. And so that right there, just like it upgrades it a little bit. Number one, you're a real estate professional. Number two, your clients are staying in the homes. And yes, I do tell them I am putting this on Airbnb as well. But I guess my business is a little different from pretty much everyone on here, because at this point I'm only really doing relocation clients. And so these people are coming in for 2 weeks, 2 months, whatever, it doesn't matter. But that has been really beneficial for me getting properties. And keep in mind, like, I didn't go into this with this brilliant idea of attracting relocation clients. Like, I completely stumbled into this whole business. So a little about me is my dad got cancer. I moved to Mexico at that point in time, and we ended up house hacking our personal property in Raleigh, North Carolina, and it did really well. And so then we started buying more properties, and they all did really well. And so then we got into arbitrage. And at this point, fast forward 3 years later, we live in Cabo San Lucas now. We're still house hacking our personal property, but we've got a good inventory there in the Raleigh, North Carolina area of mostly arbitraged properties. And I'm doing exactly what I just told you. Like, I'm using all of these properties to attract relocation clients coming into the area. And I'm working with real estate agents and getting those referral fees, because I don't sell houses anymore. I quit selling houses like 1.5 years ago. So I just focus on getting as many referral fees as I possibly can and feeding my agents as well with all of these leads. So I just wanted to drop in and say that. And also, I do want to mention, I think Julie's coming on in a little bit, but we're doing a masterclass tomorrow as well. So if you click on my profile, you'll be able to see that. But I'll be here with you guys. It's going to be a long 2 days.
Oh, thank you so much for popping in, and yeah, amazing. Amani, are you all good? Is that answered your questions that you had?
Yes, it does. It really does, and it gives me a lot more knowledge than I even knew before. So I'll be in here as long as I can, just to gain more.
Thank you so much for coming up. So I just want to remind everybody that we are making notes, because I know what it's like, especially when you come up and speak, and there's all these amazing advice that has been given literally in the last 20-30 minutes by Sarah, Sean and Amanda there and everybody else. So we are doing notes. If you want access to the notes, just send me a message on Instagram and I'll give you the link on how to get it. Just literally, my face is top left, tap on there. Instagram is @BoostlyUK. Send me a direct message and I will get that link to you. It definitely won't be in the next 8 hours because I'm about to sign off. I live in Spain. As I mentioned when I did my intro, what seemed like forever ago, and it is just past midnight. And I've got 3 boys. I've got a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, and an 8-year-old, and they are going to be up and possibly in the next 6 hours. So I need to go. Liam is going to take over running the room for the next hour, and then he's going to go to bed, and then we're going to have Team Australia and Team America take it through for at least the next 8 hours. So Liam, if you are there, just double tap. There we go. Thank you very much. So there's a couple of people who need to do some intros, which is amazing. Liam will pick a prize and let you know how you can potentially win it in the next hour. But I will pass over to Liam, and I will see you all in about 8-9 hours time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Can we just flash our mics in appreciation of Mark there in the room? Thank you very much. So guys, quick reset. If everyone can do us a favor, just pull down on the screen. That'll reset the room so everyone knows what sort of position. A quick reminder of what we're here to do. Obviously, the 24-hour room, which is mega. We are currently 3 hours in? Am I wrong on that? No, 3 hours in. That is right. So just a quick one for everybody in the room. We are recording this, so bear in mind that if you do raise your hand, you are given permission for your voice to be recorded. I'm going to be your main moderator for the next hour, and if everybody can just do us a favor, just make sure you ping anybody who is into hospitality or rental arbitrage, or any form of short-term rental. Just ping them into the room if you think they'll get some sort of value out of this. So what I'm going to do now is open the hand raisers, which are now open. So if anybody in the audience has got any questions, feel free to raise your hand, come up on stage. We've got people from all over the world. And we're going to be doing a prize giveaway during this next hour as well. So what I'm going to do is we've got a couple of new moderators on stage. If we can go to Bart, first of all, to unmute yourself if you're there. Just give us a little flash of the mic just to check you're there. Awesome.
All right, everybody. I'm going to go to bed. Now, I'm so nervous about this part because I don't know if it'll be here when I wake up. So I'm going to put it back onto Clubhouse, and you're going to be able to listen to them and tune in whenever. And I will hopefully be back here just before the school run at 8 o'clock, just to make sure, fingers crossed, that we are still going. There's a very, very, very fine chance that Facebook may cut out after 8 hours, but YouTube stays open for 24 hours. And so you can either go to one or the other. If you want to go to the YouTube channel, it's boostly.co.uk/YouTube. And as well, if you want to get access to all the notes that we're talking about, it's boostly.co.uk/club. But we'll be back 24 hours. Let's learn some stuff, and I shall see you all very soon.
Beautiful. I was just thinking about niching and avatars and finding target markets. And we know that everything's been changing because of COVID. My sort of guess is that things will come back to normal within the next sort of 12, 18 months. Just wondering, when people are looking at properties and trying to find their properties, are they looking at specific niches in mind when they're setting up their own STR businesses? Or is it, hey, I'm going to get nice properties and then go from there? We find that looking at things like penthouses is a cool sort of category to go down. Just would love to get some thoughts on what people are doing in that space.
Awesome. I mean, personally, this is something where when I first got into it, I didn't consider guest avatar, which is one of the big things that people should consider before they get into it. But certainly now with the end to COVID come along, I'm certainly looking at more sort of niche kind of markets like, sort of barn stays, sort of somewhere where there's definitely things like hot tubs and things like that. So definitely, I think things like that are going to have a huge demand, which is why I'm looking to get some of those sort of units to manage. But yeah, other than that, the niche really where I'm in is more contractors now. Very much, we obviously, because of the pandemic, we've sort of had to make that pivot. And I find the longer stays and the sort of things that attract them are the sort of single beds instead of king size beds. We've got like a beer fridge in our latest unit, little things like that. Good Wi-Fi, lots of parking. So we really niche down on that. I'd be interested to know, any other mods want to come in on this? Give us a little flash of the microphone. Awesome. If we go to, I've seen Bill first of all. Guys, if we can, we've got quite a lot of mods on stage. If we can just say our name and where we are or the color of our background, just so everyone can find us as we talk. Over to you, Bill.
Yeah, I'm Bill from Nashville, and my niche is kind of luxury. And one of the things that I look at in my business model is CEO Charlie, or what I talk about, CEO Cheyenne as my avatar. I'm looking for wealthy people that own homes, that love going on expensive vacation rentals, because I'm really a financially driven host. And one of the things that I look at is I'm going to do the same amount of work for a $200 ADR as I'm going to do for a $1,500 ADR. So if I'm going to do that and I can invest, whether it's in my management portfolio or in my ownership portfolio, I would rather niche down on that. So I'm one of the few probably that still target vacation rental markets. I love the beach. I love the mountains. I love lakes. And most importantly, I love national parks. Actually looking to add a property somewhere between Bozeman, Montana and West Yellowstone right now because of the access to 2 huge national parks in Yellowstone and also Glacier up in the Montana area. So I believe that we all have our ability to build our own business. I've chosen to go for long-term wealth in that luxury space. And as Liam mentioned, kind of really building out that avatar is very, very important to me before I make a purchase, before I sign a management contract, or any of the other verticals that you would go into.
Awesome. Anybody else want to come in on that? So we've got Austin first.
Yeah, we're looking at doing kind of a community properties. So mainly getting a piece of property, maybe putting multiple shipping containers on the property and renting it out to groups for mastermind or yoga retreats, kind of understanding that maybe some of these would be turned into a company working from a location for a month at a time. We're messing around with doing an entrepreneurship house in Tulum, Mexico. It's been talked about, bringing in a chef and then paying a monthly fee or a 3-month fee. So these different type of niche markets, getting groups together, traveling in conjunction and working from these places, I think is something that is going to see a large pickup in the market, and it's something that we're exploring for sure.
Awesome. Just before we go to Hendrik, which I know you want to come in on this, but does that sort of help you with your question? Then we'll go to an introduction on Hendrik.
I think it scratches the surface. You guys are awesome, like really awesome. And it's great to see that everyone's got different ways of doing the same thing and tackling the same problem. Great stuff. Really great. Thank you.
Thanks, Bart, for being here. And everyone, check out, he's the host of the accommodation show as well. Really great show to check out as well. So, Hendrik, if you wanted to introduce yourself, and I know you wanted to come in on Bart's question as well, let us know where you are in the world, buddy. If you're there, give us a little flash of the microphone. Awesome. Go ahead. Take it away.
Yeah, actually, hello to the channel. And I wanted to go into Bart's question before I introduce myself. So basically, I do both by answering his question. I'm operating from Germany. So I'm located in Augsburg, Germany. But my operations are located in 3 entirely different markets. So I've got 10 units up and running over here in Germany, but I also got 2 units in Prague, Czech Republic, and 1 villa in Bali. And I'm operating for really different niches in all of these markets. For example, in Germany, due to COVID, I'm actually running for contractors mostly, because our restrictions over here are very hard, and that's like the only kind of stays we're allowed to do. Still, the restrictions in Prague are tough as well, but the general concept of the apartments I'm running there is mostly aimed for like a romantic getaway or a romantic city trip to that really world-known city. And most apartments in Prague, for example, are very, very large in terms of occupancy. So there are properties like 70 to 90 square meters, which can have 6 to 10 guests. Our units there only can occupy 2 guests, and we designed the whole experience for those guests to be like an upscale Prague experience. So we have a personal check-in there, which I don't do over here in Germany, just because it's part of the price. We serve a little breakfast. We're organizing, trips, airport transfers. We are reserving tables in restaurants just to accommodate that type of stays. In Bali, for example, my villa is located in Seminyak. There's really a huge demand for that area, but in that specific area, there are mostly villas like for 4 people. So what we're doing there, we're actually aiming for bigger groups. So the villa I've got there is able to accommodate 8 people, which is very large for that area. And so we are getting usually a lot of Chinese groups over there. And in total, we're able to operate even by now at an occupancy of 80 to 90%, which I'm very happy with. So I hope, Bart, I was also able to give you a little bit more insights on that. And basically, also wanted to introduce me, which I just did. And originally I hopped on to ask a question to the panel, which I'm very honored to be part of, as the following. Well, my journey began 2019, where I started off with 1 unit in Germany, and it really grew crazy, taking into consideration that I still have a normal corporate job in high management. And that's completely fine for me. I could go all in for the short-term rental business by now. That would be an easy thing to do. But I'm just following my passion in 2 ways. So first of all, my own business. I've run nightclubs before as a, side hustle. And I did festivals with 10K plus participants, but still my passion was the kind of job I'm doing in corporate. So thing is that I already came to the decision, okay, I will quit my corporate job one day because I want to actually use that employer. That maybe sounds more worse than I actually mean it, but I want to use the chance to move over to the US. And based in Europe, I have a very deep understanding of the European market, especially the German one or the market in the Czech Republic, about how leases work. So here comes my question. And Sean already took away some of the thoughts I'm looking for. Like, if the panel would ask me, how is the US market working on leases? Like, for example, you have many apartments buildings over there, which we don't have over here in Germany. Well, we have, but all apartments are owned by separate owners and separate landlords. So really what I'm looking for is an idea about how the US lease market is working, because I'm a rental arbitrator, and once moving over to the US, which will take part within the next 6 months, I definitely want to continue growing my business over there. So I would be really grateful to have some ideas about.
Just before we go to get your question answered, Hendrik, what we're just going to do is just remind everybody in the room that we sort of recording this. If anyone wants to come up and ask questions, feel free to do so. We've got experts, and this is what I love about Clubhouse is we've got people from Germany, we've got people from America, we've got people from going to be from Japan, we're going to have people from Australia. Literally, we've got people from the UK, obviously, all corners of the globe, and we're giving away prizes. So just before we go to answer Hendrik's question, there's a prize which we're going to give away. So this is going to be literally picked at random. We are going to go with Sarah Goodfellow, who is on the panel here, is giving away Become the Perfect Host Guide and an early access to a new mini course. So what I want people to do, if you're listening in the audience, I want you to do two things to be in with a chance of winning this. The first thing I want you to do is to ping some extra people into the room. The second thing I want you to do is we're all in different places here. I want an actual profile picture. Everyone's got their profile pictures, but if you can take a picture of where you actually are and change your profile to that picture. So if you pull down on the screen, you'll see I've just done it with mine. I'd love all moderators and everyone to do the same, just so we get a real idea of where people are. And this is a great idea of actually who's listening in and following the instructions. And what we'll do is I'll pick somebody at random from the audience who's updated their picture to win that awesome prize from Sarah. So guys, the question I think from Hendrik is, for any American moderators, how is the lease market and how do you go about, getting around the lease issues in America? Go ahead, Sean.
All right, guys. So I think we could talk about the differences, probably as far as the total economics of leases and who holds them and who manages them. I think in the United States we have a higher proliferation of big companies that do something called the fee-based management or third-party management, like Greystar or Lincoln Properties or Simpson Property Group or like Pegasus, and there's all sorts of different ones, and some are big, some are medium, some are small. And then, of course, you have your owner-operators, which I would imagine that in Europe, there's a lot more owner-operators and small property management companies that do the lease management. But, for example, Greystar has recently started shifting where they are, they've decided more to embrace short-term rentals whenever owners are cool with it. So the dynamic of a fee-based rental property management company for a big apartment complex is they get with an owner. Owner's like, hey, I need my property leased up. It needs to be 95% occupied. I need somebody to manage the leasing staff, concierge, all of it, all the maintenance. And so they hand it to Greystar. And Greystar's like, can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do that? And so with buildings now, we're starting to see that in the applications for Greystar properties, where owners tend to be more cool with it, it's asking, do you intend on short-term renting your property? Have you ever done it before? Will you be listing it online? The applications are actually asking you to put this in the paper application, which is kind of signaling that a lot of property management companies are changing their strategy. In order to get leases signed where you're allowed to Airbnb, there are 3 or 4 different ways that you can attack it. And I think if I remember the introductions, Noble and his bud TJ, they do a lot of master leases, so they could probably talk on that. And what I've noticed is when I do a deal with with one property management company that has to do with more than one building. For example, I negotiated a deal with a property management company that had properties in both Dallas and Houston, and we picked up property at the same time. They wanted a master lease done. And that master lease is a separate lease that references all of these little individual leases. And then we still sign individual leases for each apartment we pick up. But the master lease is almost like a lease addendum that overrides certain language inside of a lease and will override that language for all future leases ever signed between both parties. Of course, as long as the master lease includes that, it's kind of like a permanent thing. And that's how my master leases work. And then with smaller property management companies, we just walk in the front door, talk to the leasing staff, say what we're up to, and we usually try to swing a big bat. We usually try to advertise. One of my favorite lines to a sleepy leasing office that seems a little too aloof. We'll go in and say, well, we have a budget for about $1 million a year in rent that we would like to pick up, $1 million a year in rental liabilities we'd like to pick up with your building, possibly a couple more. And when we say that we're willing to pay $1 million a year in rent, usually somebody picks up their eyebrows because in the United States rental market, leasing agents, they make a commission. Whenever they sign a lease, they get a commission for that lease signed. So when we walk in and we imply that there's 15, 20, 25 leases that could be signed, all of a sudden we have somebody on the inside that wants the deal to get done because they're seeing dollar signs, because they're going to get a commission for all these deals. And so coming in the front to the leasing staff and kind of working your way up the ladder is not a bad way to go if you're only looking to pick up, a handful of properties in one building, or you're working with like a medium or small property management company. Our favorites in the United States are property management companies that aren't as big as Greystar, but they're still more than just regional. We're working with one property management company that has about 100 buildings between Texas and Georgia and Florida and all these Sunbelt states. And once we were able to kind of like run a good operation with one building, it was easy for us to get the go ahead to pick up the next building and the next building and the next building. And so I doubt that answers all of your questions, but I really wanted more so speak to what my perceived differences are about, the U.S. market as opposed to Europe.
Yeah, Sean, thanks a lot. That really gave me already a little insight about how your market is working, and that's really helpful.
Guys, and for anybody in the audience who is interested, obviously, in leasing, make sure you're following all the moderators. Make sure you're DMing, anybody who raises a point that you really want to know more about, because this is a great app to be able to do so. Thank you for those who have updated their pictures so far. There's some great pictures from those in the audience of where they actually are at the moment. So we'll give away this prize, which is going to be basically a guide to the perfect host guide, and that'll also have early access to a mini course for anyone who updates their profile picture as to where they are right now while listening to this clubhouse room. So we've got a few more people to introduce up here on the stage, which I'm going to go to the first one now. So if we go to Mr. Airbnb, which is Braden Ross, if you'd like to introduce yourself and let people know how you can help them today.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Just actually listening in here, coming in all the way from Canada on the West Coast, driving through the mountains. So hopefully my connection suffices. But it's really cool to hear. And I've connected with, obviously, many of you guys behind the scenes, the Airbnb people with our hyper niche community. But I'm in the Airbnb space, been involved for like 5 years. One thing that I've learned, and everybody has their own strategies, is a lot of the times when you are going into whether you want to call it master leasing or simply corporate leasing or whatever you're trying to do, whether on an individual level or an actual wholesale type commercial level, try not to get ahead of yourself. And that's something I failed on originally, is like I got ahead of myself at one point where I was master leasing or going off and leasing a ton of properties and just couldn't simply make the rent, and then ended up failing, and that crumbled a lot of my operations. And so I learned the hard way, like to scale with one or two and kind of understand that area, sample it, and then get to know kind of how that area is going to perform, not just based on what I'm analyzing prior to me actually pushing the property, but actually performing in the market. And so that's kind of pushed me and propelled me into a space where I'm starting to actually work. Well, not starting, we've been doing it for almost 2 years now, with hotels. And that's also another way. And I've spoken about this before. And whether this is the first time you're hearing me speak about it, there's a massive opportunity with assimilating a hotel and Airbnb. And a couple of years ago, I'd seen this gap where boutique hotels, and again, like not Marriott or, Ritz-Carlton or any of that, but these smaller ones that really needed to just stay afloat, especially even during this pandemic, would start to market on Airbnb, and Airbnb kind of opened up that space. And so there's multiple ways to go about and do this business. And if you're just getting started, one of the easiest ways is just to go rent a property off a homeowner, get their permission to put it on Airbnb, have that in writing, and then put it on Airbnb, and obviously try to make money over the rent and the other expenses. And so I thought, okay, how can you do this on a larger level? And Sean started to tap into this in his last, little voice note he was just giving here. And I think it's really smart when you're starting to work with property management companies, hotels, you're starting to work with people that have a large supply of Airbnb. So whether I'm going to, or properties to Airbnb, whether I'm going to just rent one of them, and show them, hey, I'm somebody you can work with and we can make this something bigger. I'm going to come to you with $1 million and pay you $1 million in rent. They're obviously 100% going to open up their eyes to doing business with you because you're filling that vacancy. And so again, reiterating back to like, how do you do this business? How do you scale it? Currently, we're dealing with multiple, a few thousand properties with Airbnb, and some of them we aren't able to Airbnb. And how we do it is we're simply just integrating ourselves into these management companies and hotels. And I had to fail at obviously over renting and getting a little bit ahead of myself to realize there was an open opportunity to kind of step in and mitigate a lot of my risk. And again, there's pros and cons to each model, but instead of me just coming in and renting 100 properties or 1,000 properties or a couple thousand, much like a Sonder thing, I think that there's a massive opportunity to middleman within a middleman platform like Airbnb. What that looks like is going to hotels that may be suffering, whether they have 20 units, 50 units, 100 units, or even management companies, and offering them, an increased amount of revenue. So if I go to a hotel, I can say, hey, I noticed, you're on Expedia, Booking.com, or TripAdvisor. Maybe they're not on Mr. B&B or even Flipkey or Airbnb, obviously, specifically. And Airbnb is usually the bread and butter that's bringing in most of the business. But we're just going to come and we're going to list your properties on Airbnb, as well as our own custom platform. We have one called Plenty of Villas. It's like Airbnb, but for luxury villas, which is a whole other conversation. But you're going in and you're really just offering an extended marketing arm. Instead of me coming in like a traditional social media marketing agency where I'm going to start promoting your business on Facebook ads or email marketing or SMS or whatever it may be, or SEO generically, I'm coming in and just using a $1 billion platform like Airbnb to market your properties, which they're already doing. Hotels really are the original Airbnbs. And so it reminds me, sort of an analogy of Blockbuster and Netflix, where Blockbuster didn't want to adapt to what Netflix was doing with streaming. And, it basically crippled their business, and now Netflix is booming. Why wouldn't hotels start to list their properties on Airbnb? And yes, they can do it themselves, but there's ways to actually rank Airbnbs. And there's so many, obviously, guesses at what works, what doesn't. But when we talk about SEO within the Airbnb system, it is real, and there's multiple ways to do it. And obviously having great reviews and stacking properties on a profile, it's like having a lot of Instagram followers, people follow the cloud. You start to gain recognition, people look up for it. It really is a market arm that they're not currently using. Find for that though is using a lot is using. Sorry.
I don't know if it's just me, but we're losing you a bit.
Taking a percentage. So if a hotel.
Yeah, me too. It's not good audio.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, it's okay again
Yeah,
now.
I definitely want to hear more. I want to hear more of this gold. So I hope you have good reception coming up.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry guys. I'm literally in the middle of the Rocky Mountains on the side of the ocean here, and I'm literally trying to get the best amount of connection I can. So hopefully it stays in there. But where I was going with this is anybody can come in.
Oh, Braden, I think we've lost you again. So what we'll do, we'll come back to you once your signal comes back. But thank you very much for the share. And I mean, wow, 1,000 plus, sort of Airbnbs is amazing. So, and completely agree that a few years ago, I mean, myself, I didn't actually believe it was possible to get into property or into Airbnb. I thought you'd have to have a stack of money, first of all, to go off and do it. I had no idea about rent service accommodation or rental arbitrage, as you call it in America, how good a model that can be. The one thing I would say is, and I know Kevin will like this, is he always says that a little information can be dangerous. So it's really important that if you do consider doing this model, to make sure you check your local laws, your local restrictions that may stop you from doing it, but also to go out and actually do get training on it, because there's so many things that you could there's so many mistakes that you could avoid if you get the right sort of training. So guys, we've covered some really high level stuff. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to pose the question now and then first go to Emanuel on this to introduce himself. So the question is going to be really, really basic stuff, and especially for those looking to get started in the audience or with 1 or 2 units. We're going to look at what I'd call Airbnb or hospitality hacks. So things that you've done within your business, whether it's systems or something that has helped you majorly, that is a little trick to avoid wasting time or wasting money or to improve profit. And I'll give you a little example of that. So in each one of our service accommodation units, I learned this the hard way, is that if a guest cannot get in, so we use key box contactless entry, which has been fab during COVID. If they can't get in for whatever reason, so, if there's a fault on the box, or they're just not able to put in the right code or something like that, or alternatively, say the key is not actually in the box for whatever reason, just having a second box hidden on site somewhere close by where you can actually direct them to, which can also be used, obviously, if you've got maintenance or somebody needs to call in. Just that type of thing, where little hacks like that, which if people know about, especially in the audience listening, because given maximum value, definitely everyone who's listening, make sure wherever you've got a service accommodation property, you've got at least, a secondary way of people getting entry. So with that in mind, I'll come to the rest of the moderators shortly, but with that in mind, we'll go to Emanuel. Are you there at the moment? Just give us a little flash of the mic. Awesome. If you'd like to introduce yourself, let everyone know how you can help them, and welcome back to the second 24-hour room, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's great to be here. Thank you so much for having me on. Thanks, Mark, for putting this craziness on. I have had to take 2 weeks off to lead up to this moment because I knew this was coming. But my name is Emanuel. I go by E. I live in South Florida. I've been here for the past 10 years. I started my journey in vacation rentals as a maintenance guy at an apartment complex. I now own 97% of that same apartment complex. I have a real estate team, I have a property management business, and I have an investment business that buys large multifamily apartments for cash flow in the Midwest. If you're a real estate agent or if you're a real estate investor that is looking to get into Airbnbs and kind of trying to figure out, we probably have a lot in common. And going back to your question, and I'll try to just say one thing so I don't take things away from other people. But I actually may put myself in a corner by saying that. I would say smart B&B if you're an early user, if you only have 1 or 2 listings and you're spending a lot of time dealing with guest communication. Smart B&B is a little software that it's greatly improved our business. I remember when we first introduced it to our business, it literally took so much work away from us. And Mike and I have a podcast, the STR Secret Podcast, and I think almost every guest that we have had has used Smart B&B at a certain point or another.
Thanks for that, Emanuel. And that's so we've got Smart B&B, 2 lockbox or 2 access site on the site. If all the rest of the mods could keep it nice and short so we can get as maximum value and as much knowledge to the audience as possible. Does anybody want to go next? Give us a little flash of the mic and I'll go to whoever I see first. Go ahead then, Bill.
Yeah, one of the hacks that I'd use that I pull out of owning a marketing agency is taking all of your email addresses that you get from non-Airbnb platforms like VRBO. If you're using something like StayFi, which I think everybody should, especially with large occupancy properties, build your email list, not only 1 for email marketing, but 2, here's the hack. You can upload that. If you know how to run Facebook ads, you can upload that into what's called a custom audience. And this is, I think, a pretty big competitive advantage that I have. Then I can create a lookalike list inside of Facebook and actually run Facebook ads at $1 a day to my ideal buyer, my avatar. You can also use the phone numbers that we get from Airbnb as well, because Facebook, when you build a custom audience, they will trigger off of a phone number or an email address. And then the key is learning how to build a lookalike audience. So if you have 100 of your ideal customers and Facebook captures them, then you set like a 1% match and it will find everybody that's just like them around the world or around your country. That is extremely valuable. I spend $3 per property per day, And last year I generated close to $600,000 in revenue that I can track back to those ads because I use OwnerRes. Love Smart B&B, but I use OwnerRes because it has a direct API into Facebook. So capture the emails, capture the phone numbers, and start doing Facebook ads.
I love that. I absolutely love that. That's such a good tip. Who wants to go next? Austin, you're flashing your mic.
Yeah, what I suggest for people, kind of a cool thing because I like to travel, is take out a credit card that you get airline points from, whether you're furnishing for an investor or for yourself. Use the credit card to pay for the staging, and then you use the Airbnb to pay back the credit card. You've probably got yourself airline miles or free flights out of that because you've used the credit, and then you actually have the Airbnb guest paying back your credit card, not yourself.
What a great tip. Haven't thought of that one. So yeah, really good. What's your top hack then, Sean?
Well, yeah, I've got a new one, but I actually do the same thing with TVs. So I stage with a credit card that's a Best Buy credit card, and I get free TVs out of it, which actually goes towards staging again. So that's cool. So my hack, if any of you have an Airbnb property or Airbnb account, they've created something now called scheduled messages. And scheduled messages allows you not to have to use, something like Smart B&B or Uplisting if you're not ready to yet, but they are important down the road. And this allows you to schedule certain key messages that I think you guys should always have. I think every influencer in the space says that there's probably 4 or 6 messages that every guest should get. One of my favorite new ones that we're doing now that they're scheduled is after a guest books, about 10 minutes after a guest books or 2 hours after the guest books, we start sending them different types of reminders and offers. And one of them is we offer people the option of late checkout or early check-in. We can't, in our message, we cannot guarantee availability, but we invite them to inquire about paying more for early check-in or late checkout. And this has allowed us to automate on all 100 properties. We're making like an extra $400 a day. Suggestive selling, late checkouts or early check-ins. I do have a YouTube video on this that has like 10 minutes of like everything you should know to do that one. But if anybody's looking just to add free money to their current listings, then upselling things like early check-in with an automated messages, something that's just really changed us and really added to our cash flow during COVID, which was a huge factor for our profitability this year.
Massive tip. Yeah. And that could actually bring us onto a new thread of how many messages and all that, but we'll carry on with the current one. So we'll go to Bart. I saw flashing next. What is your top hack?
I'm going to add to Sean's. I'm sorry, Sean, to hijack yours a little bit. But another thing that you can do is you can get affiliate links and chuck them in. So things that work really well right now are things like insurance. So if you find the right insurer, get their affiliate link, sell that as an upsell, people will buy it as long as you pitch it in the right way. So it's a good way to add extra revenue into the proposition.
Awesome. Another way to build profit. The next person I saw was Ger. Did you want to go next? What's your top Airbnb short-term rental hack?
Hi, yeah. What we tend to do quite often is we get people in, for 2 or 3 nights on a weekend. When we're on site anyway, we tend to offer them, if they want a late checkout on a Sunday, and rather than checking out at 10 o'clock, tell them they can check out at 2:30, and they pay normally about 50% of the third night rate, whatever. But the secret is we don't actually book the cleaners till 3 o'clock anyway. So if they do take that that add-on as an extra, an extra, we actually make that money as clear profits. And it doesn't cost us anything. And chances are, normally on a Sunday, if we turn the same day, we normally have business people coming in on a Sunday night. They're not going to arrive till 6, 7 o'clock anyway. So it's a win-win situation. It's only a small one, but it gives a bit of cash in your pocket, really.
Epic stuff. Dena, I saw you go next. Are you there, Dena? If not, we'll move to Hendrik. Go ahead, Hendrik.
Yeah, so one tip or one hack I recently really made a fortune of is find the top 10 companies in your area and contact them directly. I've recently done that with Amazon. They've got a big storage building right next to my buildings. I've had in the last summer a reservation by a contractor working in that in that storage unit, and that was worth 70,000 euros. That reservation only, and I've contacted them. I just called straight to the to the front desk and told them I'm a short-term rental company from the area. I've got contractors working at their place recently, and if they need some accommodation for their employees, they just need to call me. And afterwards I was able to send them a small expose and some business cards, and ended up in filing a framework contract for 600 nights per year. So really my hack is find the top 10 employers in your area and just call them straight away. Definitely.
Do you know, there's a great little trick to use that as well. So when I first started doing this, I actually mapped out using not Google Maps, but Google My Maps, and actually listed, you can get the lists of the top sort of employers in your area. You can actually plot out areas of what I call the sphere of influence, was something which we used to do with in my corporate career, which is where you'd find like say a local leisure spot or perhaps a tourist attraction, and you'd actually plot a 20-minute sort of circumference in a car away from that, and that's usually where people will stay. So you can really start to see where these big employers, the leisure, the reasons for visiting for leisure, how they all overlap, and that really gives you a good steer as to where is a good area to set up a serviced accommodation unit, with many other factors as well. But yeah, a great little thing to use is that Google My Maps. Spencer, what is your top hack for Airbnb?
Hey, Liam. Just wanted to quickly touch on one thing that's previously been said just before I go into my hack, and that was just talking about using the credit card. And there's a really good website I use called Billhop, and I've actually set up estate agents sometimes even with PayPal, even if I've needed to transfer them rent through PayPal. But actually, I tend to use all of my bills through Billhop, and that links to my American Express. And the amount of points I've racked up over the last few years paying all of my rent through Billhop, all of my bills through Billhop, everything through Billhop. In short, if you're not sort of utilizing those kind of benefits with things like American Express, I got invited to the Centurion, which is the black card, because of how much I was spending. So the points really add up, and you get the Avios points. So that's the first thing, is definitely to look at a company like Billhop, which can utilize credit cards to pay for bills. So I just sort of was basically going to say what everyone else was saying. I really agree with that. In terms of the hack that one thing I've got so many things I could say, but one thing I found quite late into the game was actually that I found myself doing a few check-ins here and there for a lot of guests, and they used to sort of come at 2-3 in the morning, 1 in the morning, and it's horrible sort of doing those sort of check-ins, and this was back when you sort of sometimes doing them to help out. But I started to very late on, I realized there's actually a bit of a trend with who's coming at what times, and actually I really recommend anyone doing a bit of a search in terms of the local airports and seeing what type of clientele come at certain times, because for sure in London, clients from certain areas of the world, they're always coming in at certain times. For example, clients from China, they aren't coming at 9 in the morning, they're coming at 1 in the morning, and 11 at night, they're not coming in the morning. So you can sort of, by seeing what sort of clients are coming from different airports at what time, you can start to get a bit of a picture as to when you're asking them, what time do you think you're looking to arrive? They'll typically say, we're looking to arrive at 9 p.m, but you realistically know that's going to be midnight, because that's what guests do very well. So that's the tip I would say is, have a look at the local airports and take a look and get a picture as to what type of times your clientele start to arrive, so you can just manage your own expectations really, and if anyone does your check-ins, you can manage their expectations as well.
Definitely. I mean, there's one or two places where we pay people to go and do the check-ins instead of contactless, and yeah, that can be, obviously we're paying them not just for the checkout, but we actually pay them for or check in by the hour. So guests being accurate is really important, and that's a really good little hack that is. Was there anybody else who wanted to share their hacks? Jay, did you want to go? What's your top hack?
So very similar to what I believe it was Bill had said when it comes to Facebook and understanding the marketing there, being able to get a more complete record of your client or guest is really, really key. So the hack is to simply give them a reason to give you their address. For example, one of the things, in fact, we're doing this right now, and it will assist with direct bookings.
You have to rush through it.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm not
It's kind of weird that this won't let you, when you're on this, it won't let you turn it all the way down.
Okay. So I think someone is off mute on accident and that doesn't know it. All right. So what I was saying was the idea would be to give them a reason to give you their address. For example, one of the things that we are currently doing, and it, every time we do it, it works very well, is to give away a free item. In this case, a free 50-inch television with a certain length of stay. So maybe it's 60 days, 45 days, 90 days, whatever days you want. If you're trying to incentivize a certain length of stay, with no other discounts applied, so to speak. So that way you will end up, once they complete their 45 days, you send them their TV. When they get back home, you've got their address, and remarketing capabilities also expand in addition to what Bill was referring to earlier.
Thanks very much, Jay. Dena, you go ahead.
Hi, my hack, I do all contactless check-ins now. So I definitely utilize the Airbnb slideshow, I like to call it, where you can add pictures and descriptions. But I tend to get a lot of guests that are booked by their employers. So I have duplicated that process on my website. And I have not had a single issue with check-in by providing the picture slideshow. And then I've also created basically that same idea for our cleaners. So I've created a cleaner portal where you use the picture slideshow idea to help guide the cleaners through the property, how to access the storage room, if they need to park, let's say in the parkade. So I really, if you guys haven't used or really use the check-in slideshow feature on Airbnb, I highly recommend it. And if you have the ability to duplicate that on your website for those guests that are being booked on behalf of an Airbnb user.
Amazing, amazing. So we've got, just before we go to Robert, I can see Sarah, I can see as well, giving their hacks. I'm just going to let people know, guys, we are giving away a prize on here. So the prize is going to be a guide for, let's just find out where it is. There it is. So the prize is Become the Perfect Host Guide with early access to Sarah's new mini course. So we'll go to Sarah next for a tip. And to win that, what you need to do is you need to be taking a picture of yourself while you're listening to this and updating your profile. So to do that, just click on your face on the top right-hand side, click on your photograph and change photo. Take a picture. I've keeping notes of the ones who are changing their picture to who are actually listening live and updating their picture, and somebody at random will be chosen to win that prize. If anybody does want to come up and ask any questions as well, this is an open room. You've got experience from all over the world. Bear in mind that by raising your hand and coming up, you do give permission for us to record you, as this is a recorded room. I'll bring you up. We're going to go to the next two hacks. Loads of hands shooting up, and then we'll go to you for the question. So, Sarah, what was your top hack for short-term rental and Airbnb?
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Similar to Dena's and Sean's, because I do both of those. So first one, just really quick. similar to Dena's, that we've created sort of a check-in guide link, so they can, if they get off a flight, they can open it wherever they are in the world, even if you've got no data, so they can get to the property easy. Some of ours are hard to find, so I have photos that are on the guide link, similar to Dena, that you can literally, they can see when they're at the property, or if it's on a side street or off a road, for example. So just try and get as much information as you can, and that will really reduce then people calling you on your mobile, or if you've got staff or whatever, at all hours of the night going, I'm stuck, I can't find it. And it's probably just because they haven't done a little bit of research. They might have not even read your check-in instructions, because they're so vast. Yes, we send those as well, but sometimes it's really good to have photographics as well, that they could just ping it, they can have it on their phone, and you can create that really easy from like Google Drive within Airbnb as well. And there's different ways to do it. So that's my first one. The second one, really quick, just going off Sean. You don't always need a channel manager if you've got, say, 1 to 3 at first. I think it's quite manageable. And because now they're doing the automations, that's really helping. But I also find that you can set up an automated response that it will respond to an inquiry with less than an hour. So I think we've set it at like 45 minutes. If someone hasn't replied because it's in the middle of the night, then we will have an automated response that goes straight out to the inquiry, just saying, thanks for your message, we'll come back to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, check us out here. And that way it keeps up our 100th response rate. So they're not waiting. It looks like we're also an active host all the time, and it keeps up our superhost status as well. So, and then we can respond in due course, which we always usually do anyway, but it just keeps up the response time as well.
Of course, couldn't agree more, especially, anything that you can do to reduce the amount of contact the guest needs to do to you is always going to be beneficial, both to them having a friction-free check-in, but also for yourself, because you're going to have reduced sort of staff costs and, times where you're unexpectedly sort of disturbed. Okay, there was somebody else who had a hack. Just flash the microphone, whoever had the hack who wanted to share. Was it Robert?
Yes, hi, no worries.
How you doing,
Can you hear
Robert?
me? All right.
I can hear you.
Okay. The best hack, I don't call it an Airbnb hack, because in this industry it's bigger than Airbnb. I'm going to call it a short-term rental hack. It's the pivoting towards I don't know if somebody mentioned this earlier, because I just got back on, pivoting towards the first responders guest needs. For example, a lot of our properties are located near some hospitals, and even if they're not located by the hospital, we give them a proximity of how long it takes to get there. And we offer, anywhere from 10 to 15% of a discount automatically for first responders, with no additional discounts. And we're also on Furnish Finder, which I don't know if many people use that, but it's actually turned over many reservations for us. Furnish Finder is specifically for traveling nurses and doctors, and their average reservation stay is 30, 60, 90 days. So that kind of takes the dependency off of some of the OTAs and allows you to spread your stuff a little broader with different reaches. And the first responders, they're serious and they're never home. So your utilities and your bills are very low. They're out at work all day. They come home, they sleep, they go back out to work. So if you're in any area that's close to somewhere where there's a high first responder ratio of people coming into work, you should really consider focusing on them, because they do need, the traveling nurses and doctors are in high demand. And it was really the main reason we were able to get through March, April, May of 2020. March through June, I would say, because we took a hit with guest reservations from leisure travel, but then we went the first responder route, and our reservations quickly jumped right back up. And I still believe we have another year, because we're still strong with it. So if you're not focusing on first responders, traveling nurses and doctors, and you're near a hospital, definitely consider that.
Amazing, and absolutely agree. That was what helped me during this pandemic. It was just reaching out via LinkedIn to sort of the accommodation providers at the hospitals and actually the local universities as well. Just to see if you can provide accommodation. Reuben, I saw you flash your mic. If you wanted to share your hack.
Absolutely. This is we'll call it the human hack, because we talk a lot about systems, and for all of us in the room, we know we're in the people business, right? And this is not even so much a hack, but just a reminder that you are in the position to solve problems and help people. And when something comes up in one of our bookings, you'd be surprised. Like something always tends to come up, right? Things will go smoothly and then something comes up, and how you fix the problem at a human level is really the hack. We've done things anywhere from, we use the Venmo app and say, hey, sorry, this came up, we can't fix it right away, but how about making things right? And sometimes it's not so much about fixing the problem right away, even if it's very time sensitive, but it's about addressing it. And you'd be surprised when you see the review how important it is for people to just know that you care. So that's the hack, just the human hack of really addressing the issue, even if you're not fixing it, addressing it itself and showing them that you care is the human hack. Reuben here with the green face.
Thanks, Reuben. Yeah, absolutely. It's people first, isn't it? At the end of the day, that's how you form those relationships. So, guys, it is now reached midnight here in the UK. So about an hour ago, I shared with you that we're going to give away a prize, basically, and that prize is going to go to whoever updated that. So while Reuben was sharing his hack there, I've picked at random. The way I've done this is just anyone who changed their photograph, I've put into a random number generator, and the number has come back as number 7, and that is Mark. So Mark, MARC. If you can send me a DM with your, with your details on, that would be fantastic, and we'll get that prize to you, which is Become the Perfect Host Guide with early access to a new mini course. And what we'll do now is I'm going to hand over to Julie. Julie, we've had a couple of people come up and join us on stage to ask some questions. So, what I'll do is thank you for coming up on here. Guys, it's been really fantastic. I'm back on as main moderator tomorrow at 10. I'm going to be sticking around for another half an hour, even though it's midnight. And over to you, Julie.
Fantastic. You've done such a fantastic job. We're really, really very fortunate to have you up on stage here. And yes, please try and get some sleep. I know it's awfully hard to walk away from a room like this and the energy that you guys are all giving out. I was crazy enough to jump on right at the beginning at kickoff of this marathon. We're 4 hours in now. So 4 hours ago, we started this. It was 6 a.m. in Australia, 8 p.m. over in the UK. And now we are still 4 hours in. And Liam, thank you so much. Try and get some sleep. Turn the volume down on your phone, even if you're still staying on with your face. But guys, let's just reset the room. Look, we're doing a 24-hour Airbnb short-term rental and serviced accommodation room. We are giving away prizes, and during each hour we will make sure that we give away a few prizes, and I have got a whole bunch of them lined up in front of me. So being early on in the marathon, the benefit is I get to give away some cool prizes. So you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car, and I just wanted to throw that in there. My family are calling me Jopra at the moment, thinking that I'm a little bit too big for my boots on Clubhouse, and Jopra being Julie and Oprah mixed together, but I can only dream. All right, enough about me for a second. I'm just going to quickly introduce just another moderator who's joined us up on stage. And I would love any of the mods who have missed out on being introduced, please shoot me a DM or let me know, or just unmute yourself and say, hey, you've missed me. But Francois from Canada, bonjour. Would you like to unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and tell everyone how fabulous you are?
Hey, Julie, thank you so much for having me on. Everyone, it's a pleasure being in this room. I'll be helping moderate for the next 2 to 3 hours, if I'm not mistaken, and then back again in the morning. What a wonderful concept, and thanks for joining. So my name is Francois. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Enzo Connect. We are a brand new startup out of Toronto, and essentially it is a guest communication software that leverages smart home devices to automate everything from pre-booking all the way to checking out. So we're doing it slightly different there on the PMS side of things, trying to find a new vertical to really focus on. Recently launched about a month and a half ago with 22,000 rooms across 12 different countries, and another 20,000 coming in next month. So really excited. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks for having me, Julie, Mark, and everyone else.
Look, if you haven't already followed Francois, I want you to do me a favor. Everybody hit Francois's face. That sounds a bit mean, doesn't it? tap on Francois' profile, and then make sure you're following this guy, because he is one to watch. In his 20s, he's doing amazing things in the tech side of the world of Airbnb, short-term rental industry. And I just know we have not heard the end of Mr. Francois yet. We will see him in the future. So, guys, what we're going to do, we're going to continue on with the questions. For the moment, though, I'm going to now turn the hand raising. I'm going to bring up our last question, turn the hand raising off, because I have got a whole bunch of quick fire questions that I want to throw at this amazing panel. And to do that, we just need to be able to make sure that we can focus on some quick fire questions. So panel, limber up. I want you to all do your stretches, because I'm coming at you as soon as we're done with these questions. So let's go to Mahail. Mahail, if you're there, hopefully you've been very patient. If you'd like to unmute yourself, introduce yourself and ask questions to the panel.
Hello guys, thanks for having me here. It's really amazing to have place here with everybody in this meeting for so many hours. It's been great listening to all the hacks, all the tips. I'm basically based in the UK. I started roughly in 2016 with a one room back in Bulgaria, and then we've grown the business to about 20 properties now. So we've got few in Bulgaria and few in the UK, and I really enjoy working with hosts and also guests as well. I have a question. We are looking to expand into different countries as well, and it would be interesting to find out if you have any hacks in terms of getting into different countries, maybe like the US, Australia, Canada. So that would be interesting to know any hacks in terms of reaching into new markets.
Yeah, terrific question, and how fitting that the Aussie has just gone on to be the main moderator of this room when you ask that question. Look, my main hack or my main suggestion would be just to check the legislation in each of the countries and to make sure you are aware of any taxation laws or insurance situations. But I for one can tell you Australia is a fantastic option, especially at the moment. COVID situation in Australia is really great, and when I say it's great, I'm very wary of saying it's great, but we've unfortunately had 900 people pass away. But when I say 900, that's for the whole country. That's for the whole time of COVID. So we've got, I think, 20 active cases in Australia. So we've got a very, very positive situation. Vaccinations are rolling out. Tourism is flourishing. We aren't, unfortunately, letting a lot of international visitors in at the moment unless they do a 14-day quarantine. And anybody who is a tennis fan would have just seen we have held the Australian Open tennis tournament. All of the tennis players got to sit in their hotel rooms and train against the mattresses, and had a good whinge about it as well, mind you. But guys, what I see for the future is that you could purchase a property in Australia, or you could lease a property in Australia, and you could do it very easily, or set up a management company, which is exactly what I did. I made sure I was just taking care of the process on behalf of property owners and not putting any money into it, the management side. But I would suggest that Australia, we've got low property prices. You could get a 1-bedroom apartment in the city that I'm in at the moment for about $130,000 US. And you would make on average on Airbnb, well, I was making about $2,000 US a month on Airbnb with those sorts of properties. So I guess, look, just have a go at have a look and take that risk. But I would love to hear from anybody else that is situated around the world on the panel. Maybe Canada, maybe we've got a few in the States, possibly Dubai. But anybody else want to unmute and maybe answer Mahal's question?
Hello. This is Robert. Can you hear me?
Go for it, Robert.
Okay, hi, how are you? Hi, Mel. First, I would definitely suggest I would follow with what the moderator was stating about finding out the legislation about the city you want to go to, location, and see how friendly they are for short-term rentals. And all that information is pretty public online, especially on their city council website. Um, Secondly, I would also suggest that you look at the area where you're strong at right now, where you have your 20 plus units, because it seems that you may have a system already and have boots on the ground. So you may want to make sure that you exhaust your area. You know, if you're already strong there and you're succeeding and it's a proven formula, then you may want to expand within your formula. You know, just grow with it and keep adding. If you're looking to branch out, as you know already by having 20 plus units, it's not just an automated thing. It's also a human factor that plays, you know, you have to have a team. So maybe contact individuals who are in certain cities who already have a portfolio that you may be able to tap into them for a service fee or whatever the case is to benefit off their boots on the ground. We're in Philadelphia. We're in New York. Well, we were in New York. It goes down now. We're in North Jersey, Philadelphia, and in parts of Miami. And Philadelphia is an amazing, friendly city. We offer owners and operators and people looking to expand properties here within our region, and without having to purchase it. You know, it's like a rent-to-rent for like a 2-3 year agreement. But I definitely would first, and if you're interested, you could reach out to me. But I would definitely suggest that you really look at where you're at now. If you have 20 plus units, it seems like you're doing a great job. Congratulations. And there may be a lot of potential in your own market, because what happens in this industry is when you start doing well, you feel like, all right, I can spread out around the world. And that's true. But at the end of the day, the objective is to make money, and you might be able to make the same amount of money you would make in another continent, literally in your own backyard.
Great advice. Thanks, Robert. Anybody else on the panel that would like to contribute? So we're looking for tips on investing or starting up short-term rentals overseas or in other countries for Mahale down at the bottom right. And we've got so many moderators, I have to scroll to actually see who is speaking.
Sean,
so just introduce, Sean.
Yeah, so my tip for you would be, if I were in your position, my advice would be kind of selecting the right countries. I would be personally looking at two separate markets. One, I'd be looking at the housing market, both the sale market and the rental market. But then I'd also be looking at the tourism market. And I am currently shopping around for the first time to do my rental arbitrage business model in different countries outside of the United States. And that's because of COVID. So there are countries that have relied so much on tourism that everything is just really fallen apart. And these countries will recover and they will bounce back, and tourism is going to be their main play to try to make money again, because it's been their best way to make money before. And so I am looking to time my market entry based on kind of a crossover where I can get properties at just a dirt cheap price as a rental arbitrage person, where landlords are going to give me the best deals because they're suffering the most. And on my side of the fence, there's two ways to make money in rental arbitrage. One is paying nothing for the property, and two is making a lot of money in the short-term rental space for the customer that's paying. So I want to sign 2 or 3 year long leases with landlords in different countries where they just want the income. They just want to know that they're going to have something on that property this year, and I'll get the best footing to negotiate. But I want to time that negotiation with my prediction or the data that shows that tourism is coming back. Because once tourism starts to come back, then I can capture the travelers that are actually going to pay money to stay. But I had just maybe a month or two prior locked down a bunch of property at a dirt cheap price. So I can't tell you what countries to look at, but I can tell you those are the instruments that I'm looking at to decide when and where I'm going to expand.
Great. Thanks, Sean. Would anyone else like to contribute? Dena, I see you flashing your microphone.
Hi. Yes. So I heard Canada pop up, and I'm on the West Coast in British Columbia. And while our market is smoking hot here for short-term rentals, we do have what's called a speculation tax. So if you're an international investor and you do not use this residence as your primary residence, you will have to pay 2% of the appraised value each year in tax, which can be an incredible amount of money. So we're not very investor friendly at the moment. I don't think the rest of Canada is in this situation, but I do know right now in British Columbia, it's not investor friendly for international.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Look, I think we've really given you a few different options there, Mihail. Have we answered your question at all? Have we sort of enlightened you a little bit more about international investment?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, that was great, to be honest. It's really insightful in terms of like the different countries and the different perspectives. And Julia, I like your idea in terms of like, because basically in Bulgaria, in the main area where we have all the units, the prices are really high. So maybe a unit can be like $100,000 US. But the monthly income, it could be like $1,000. So if you can get that, maybe a little bit more for the property, but you get it in Australia and you get like a monthly income on average, maybe a $2,000 US or Australian dollars, that would be a much better investment. So yeah, it's been great to know. Yeah.
Oh, you're very welcome, and I would love for you to feel free to reach out to myself or any of the other moderators about your situation. We'd love to help you. Thanks, Mihail. What I'll do is I'll pop you back in the audience in a minute, but I would just like to say that please, anybody that's in the audience, and if you are inspired, if you do align with anything that any of our moderators say, the best thing that you can do, the biggest compliment you can give them is to hit their profile, follow them on Clubhouse. You've got 3 options with a bell right next to their name, and those are to be alerted when they're speaking always, to be alerted when they're speaking sometimes, or to be alerted when they're speaking never ever. And I just don't know who designed that third option, but please make sure you're connected with these moderators. If you were to be coached by any one of them, they would charge you thousands of dollars to do so. So today we're giving a 24-hour marathon for free. And look, we are going to also be giving out some prizes soon. So I'm actually going to reach out to a couple of the moderators, and any of the moderators that would like to give out their prizes. I would love for a few prizes to be given out in this particular hour. So I've already asked Francois, because I know he has got an incredible prize. Francois, would you be willing to introduce your prize or to announce it and to let people know how they can win it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess we have a few prizes that we're giving out. One of them is an Amazon Alexa that we're going to be shipping off to you. We are going to be working with you to see how we can help you with those kind of smart devices and help you automate some of your property management, if you will, and communication. But the second one, and this one's more of my favorite than the actual physical Alexa, and it is a consultation with Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois sits on our board, and he's essentially the former head of Airbnb for Canada and Eastern USA. Really amazing guy who can provide some unique insights on what you might be building. So I haven't necessarily thought of how we were going to distribute this prize, Julie, to be perfectly honest. Do you have some ideas on what kind of game we can do here to gamify this prize?
I do. I think that what we should do is have people take a screenshot of this room, pop it up on Instagram, and tag Francois in on it. Now, if Francois, the first, maybe, I don't know, whoever gets to do that first on Instagram, so taking a photo, a screenshot of this room, sharing it on your Instagram, but tagging Francois. And I think you might need to follow Francois to do that. Gee, I'm so technically savvy, I'm not even 100% sure. Francois, would that sort of work? And then you can monitor and let us know maybe in this session who that winner might be.
Absolutely. Well, I think I'm already getting a bunch right now. So our Instagram is Enzo Connect. And we are getting a bunch, and I see we have the first one. And actually okay, wait, let me get back to you on who that is. I see we have the first one. Already.
Okay, that's all right. You come back to us in a minute, and please interrupt us, because I would love to hear who has won that prize. And so that is a half an hour coaching call with the former head of Airbnb Canada, Daniel Dubois. Now, look, I was lucky enough to get on a half an hour call with this guy, and he is incredible, guys. So very willing to talk, very willing to share his knowledge, and just a super guy. So he is also on Clubhouse, so make sure you do look him up, Daniel Dubois. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is, before we go to the next question, I'm going to throw a quick fire question to the panel. So anybody on the panel who wants to unmute, let's see who's first buzzer in on this one, but it's one listing tip to optimize your listings on whether it's Airbnb, booking.com, just one listing tip. So who have we got first? Say your name and what your tip is.
Sean, Airbnb Automated.
Go ahead, Sean.
My first tip is your photos. One thing most hosts do not understand is that you have something called a hero photo, which is the first photo that people see. And that's the most important photo, but the next 4 photos that you upload are previewed in the carousel when somebody first loads your listing on desktop. So when you order your photos on your Airbnb listing, you should not just pick your very first favorite photo, but you should make sure that the next 4 photos are a variety of your home that shows the best parts of your home, maybe even key amenities, because they will see 4 thumbnails to the right of your main photo when it loads.
Love that. Reuben, I see you're flashing. Have you got any tips for listings?
Hello, Julie. Thank you so much for the floor. Yes, I do. Coming from a digital marketing background, I want to piggyback what Sean said, and he's been dropping value all night. So thank you, Sean. I've been paying close attention. But adding to that, the name, right? As it relates to your avatar, the title of your listing, I think is key. I know there's folks doing it on OTAs and then folks doing it on their own website, but it's key because we've tested it where we've literally changed the name in that day. We literally had like a $1,000 booking. For that a night that's worth like $300 a night, just instantly, drastically, we had it changed by the naming convention. And what it was is we had changed it to like family getaway, and all of a sudden you were getting those type of people. So think about your avatar, who you're trying to attract, and or maybe a feature in your home or your unit or your listing, depending on what kind of operator you are, and put that in addition to what Sean said with a nice picture that'll be SEO optimized, and also you'll attract the avatar of your choice.
Legend. That's a fantastic tip. Who else have we got? Come on, guys. Let's don't be shy. Kevin.
Robert.
Oh, sorry. Go Kevin first, and then Robert.
Yep, just a quick one.
Go ahead, Kevin.
The reviews. Can you hear me, Julie? Yep.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, actually. Are you on the move?
I am on the move. So let me know if I drop out, and I'll come back.
No, that's okay. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. The reviews that people leave on your listing, Airbnb, booking.com, etc., doesn't have to be the only reviews that you have on your profile. You could type in some of your best reviews into your listing. You could screenshot or create kind of quotes as some of the pictures within your carousel. Or if you have PR that you've gotten from local press or bloggers for your property, you could take snippets of what they're saying about you and adding it there to create a little buzz and energy around your property and listing.
Oh, that's awesome. Fantastic. Robert, over to you.
Yes, hi. Remember that we're in a new traveler trend that's developing. So definitely try to make sure that in your properties you include, in your listing description, that you include information that they can work from home with powerful, reliable Wi-Fi and a good work environment. Sometimes it's just a quiet room in the house or something, and highlight that, because many of our bookings and listings and many of our bookings and reservations are people who are coming for 30 and 60 days because they're remote workers. So don't just think that they assume they can look at your place and know that. List it. Give them the information. Give them the details that they'll be able to get their work done at your property. And that may help you bring some long midterm stays.
That's awesome. Who else have we got? I'm sure that we've got lots of tips to give listings. Emanuel.
So I'll give a quick one. It's a little bit different, but once you're done with your listing, decorating and everything else, you should spend a night in it. The very first night, especially if you're new to it, because you don't know, especially if you don't have good systems in place already, you don't know what you missed. And the only way you're going to know before somebody tells you in a review is if you go there, you spend the night. And it's the little things that make people feel comfortable, right? So like having nice blankets by the couch, having a lot of hangers in the closet, right? Really thinking about
how are you going to make this as comfortable as possible for your guests, even to the point that you're like, is it necessary, is it not necessary? The question should be, is this going to make my guest experience more or less comfortable, or is it going to make them feel more or less at home? And that should be kind of your guiding principles, whatever or not you're going to do it or not.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks, Emanuel. I saw Miss Amanda unmute. So go ahead, Miss Amanda. Hello. How are you?
Hello, I am fantastic. Yes, my tip is if you're listed on Airbnb, go in there daily and just change one thing. Like change the order of your pictures, literally just one picture at the very back. Go in, change a word in your description, change the name of the rental, whatever it is. And just changing that one thing will pop you up to the top of the list. And that was huge for us when we figured that out.
Fantastic. All right, guys, who else has got a tip for listings and how to optimize your listings on Airbnb? Spencer.
Hey, Julie. I completely agree with what Amanda's saying, and there's been some really good tips out there. I actually was going to say a bit more from a reverse engineering process, not so much a hack, but more, I think what you're highlighting is how it's really important to manage your guests' expectations in your listings, just to make sure that your listings really do resonate with what the guest gets in the property. Will then really sort of increase their experience. I've had some really bad experiences when you walk into an Airbnb and it's completely different to how those lovely photos look. So that's all I would say, just making sure that the photos, the listings, they all really sort of marry up with what you get when you get there, really will help with everything down the line with your guests' experience.
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely. There's nothing worse than a disappointed guest. So under promise and over deliver, guys. Anybody else who'd like to put a final tip in before we go to a question? We've got Corey waiting very patiently. Anybody else? Or Francois, are you there? Did you find a winner? No, he's off too. Tracy, I saw you flashing, and I know that you've got just listening up on your profile, but I think you're doing more than just listening. I think you're ready to contribute. Would you like to do an intro as well as give us a tip?
Sure. Hi, Julie, and hi, everyone. It's great to be on stage with everyone yet again. It's like we're all the old friends are getting together. So branding is my thing. I'm all about branding. If you check out my profile, so I've been hosting short-term rentals for a decade in Japan. I'm Australian, and I built up from one single unit and built up to a 7-figure business on my own. I did it all by myself, and then I got some help in. So it's possible, and I grew to really love hospitality, and now I teach it. So it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to share the lessons that I learned and help people get that same level of success that I did. So my branding tip, I echo everything that everybody has said. It is all brilliant, but the other thing is that listings get a bit stale. So, and especially if you're on Airbnb, the amenities section gets updated all the time. So make sure that you go in on a regular basis and have those check boxes marked, either yes or no. And so that will mean that the guests will be able to filter using all of those check boxes that you've got, and that you'll be able to pop up and be at the top of any search when people are searching for a particular amenity. So there's a lot of hosts out there who just set and forget. And there's a lot of listings that are a bit stale. But if you're not that host, if you go in and regularly give some zhuzh and give some love to your listing, you will be popping up at the top of the search. More eyes on means more bookings, which means more money, and that's what we all want. So great to be on stage with everybody.
Fantastic. Thanks, Tracy. And I know Tracy is going to be with us for a little bit now and has an amazing prize to give out a little bit later, a full branding audit. So full branding audit. And when Tracy is ready, she will let us know what you need to do to win that. And we will find out from Francois when he is ready. He can unmute himself to let us know if there's a winner of that prize, which was a half an hour free call with the former head of Airbnb for Canada. So we're here today. We are the Airbnb 24-hour marathon. You've got people coming to you from right around the world. I'm in Australia. We've got Tracy in Japan. We've got a whole bunch of people in the UK who hopefully have gone to bed, but I bet you they're listening in right now. The majority of our listeners at the moment are in the States and Canada. But guys, it's so great. The best thing about this industry is how all the experts, and I'm using air quotes at the moment, the experts come together and support, encourage, and inspire anybody wanting to get into this industry. I just love it. So you know, and I just can't wait to see the first in-person event and how many of us are going to just feel like we have got together with our tribe. So I feel like, yeah, you're already friends. I haven't even met a lot of you, but guys, Francois, are you there? Did I just see a flash of your microphone?
Yep, I have the winner here. It was a bit confusing because everyone started following and my phone just started blowing up. So I apologize, but thank you so much everyone for following. And by all means, you know, if we're providing valuable content, feel free to message us if you have any questions or anything like that. We're here around the clock. And so the winner is Harry Ergen. Thank you very much. I think he may have left the room. He just messaged me that he was jumping back into another Zoom for work. But yeah, no, I love this group. This is absolutely awesome meeting you all. Thank you.
What was his last name? Is it Irvin? E-R-V-I-N? I'm just recording.
Yeah, I've got it here. So it's E-R-G-A-N.
G-A-N. Oh, terrific. Thank you, Francois, and congratulations to Harry, who may not be listening in right now, but he has just got so much value. A half an hour free consult call with the former Airbnb head of Canada. So it's just terrific. So guys, if there is anybody else on the panel who would like to give away their particular prize to this amazing room, we've got 127 people in the room at the moment. Please feel free to do so. What I would love to do is ask both the moderators and the audience to hit that plus symbol on the bottom of your screen and ping anybody into the room that you think we might be able to add value for. We are doing a combination of questions from the audience. We are looking at giving tips to the audience. We are adding value with different topics. So right now I'm going to ask Corey, who has been waiting super patiently at the base of our screen now, to unmute himself, perhaps introduce himself and ask a question of the audience. Go ahead, Corey.
Hi everyone, my name's Corey, I'm from London. My question is, what's the best way to find an area with low competition and high occupancy rates?
Great question, Corey. And I'm just wondering if anybody from the UK is even still awake who's on our stage. If you are, could you unmute yourself and perhaps answer Corey's question? Oh, Sarah's awake and Liam.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Sarah?
I'm awake. Liam, you shouldn't be. What are you doing?
I can't help myself. I get FOMO.
Terrible, bad as me. Yeah, the first thing I would do, which is like international, Corey, is AirDNA is a really good software tool. Anyone can access it around the world. They also do a free version as well, and that's usually where I start if I'm looking at other areas that I kind of know, but obviously want that more confidence. And especially with COVID and things are changing all the time, and we've probably got a big staycation boom, especially after Boris's announcement last night and this roadmap going on. We've been fluctuated with quite a lot of vast bookings, especially on leisure market. So I would start there on AirDNA. I'm also a big believer in kind of start where you know, and then you can grow. So if you're very brand new, I wouldn't go too far out. I'm not saying that you can't, but sometimes things will come up. Some things you're going to learn. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to learn from them. So it's kind of nice. I think my first one was, 45 minutes away from me. Another one was an hour and a half. They don't have to be on your doorstep. If you don't live in a town or a city where it's like, you're going to attract who you want to attract, then, but you said you're in London, so there's loads of different places around there. There's, great places. So, but you want to niche down your area and you want to find your target market. Who do you want to attract first? So I'll start major and then start just joining Facebook groups and things like that as well, and start getting a feel as well. You can also go on Rightmove and Zoopla, Open Rent. You can go in the back of Rightmove and Zoopla as well and find out sort of prices, what things are renting for. Because at the end of the day, if the numbers don't stack, it's not going to work. It could be a shiny, amazing apartment, and especially in London, like I've rented ones for 1,500, £2,000 a month. But then you've got to really work out your numbers and don't be afraid to say no. Don't be afraid to walk away. There will be others come up, but at the end of the day, you want your numbers to stack. And you want that return on investment back as quickly as possible. So I would start major outsourcing, because that's all the listings that are in that area. That's where I usually start. And then start niching it down to more local groups. Start networking, maybe messaging people as well, what you're thinking, because people will answer you. It's not, even if they're I've got loads of competitors in my area that are actually good friends, or that we've become good friends, and that it's stronger and better to work together than against each other. So that's usually a good start, and hopefully that's a kind of a few tips on where to start, especially if it's your first or your second or your third one and it's a new area to you as well.
Great answer. Thank you very much.
Can I come in on this as well, Julie? I know I should be in bed.
Yes, you can. If you can't sleep, Liam, we want you as part of this panel all the time. So go ahead and help Corey out if you can.
I've just finished typing up, Corey. So to give you some, sort of real good knowledge, basically completely agree with Sarah. Reach out to other operators locally. First of all, you'll find most of them will happily, give advice and that side of things if you reach out to them. But I've actually just finished. I've literally just typed up a PDF, which if you go to my Instagram flow page, so click on Instagram, click on the link. There's a PDF which is search your local area for demand. There's probably spelling mistakes. I've literally typed out as we've been speaking. But really, this is the breakdown of it. So you need to know there's enough stock locally for you to do service accommodation. So, I get people coming and asking me, can they do it in little villages and places like that? If you're in London and anywhere local, you're absolutely going to be fine. Check to see if there's existing hotels close by. Check Airbnb, booking.com, and search for entire apartments or houses just to see if there's a cluster of these units in the area, because it's always a good sign that if somebody else is doing it there, then potentially you can do it as well. Any hospitals close by is always a good sign. Any universities, colleges, things like that. Industry and employers. So you've got new build or development going on in the area. If there's a lot of that, you might get sort of contractors come and stay, or factories. You might get engineers, energy plants, any big employers basically you want to be looking at. Check out the transport route. So, is there a train station is my top tip. Locally to where I am, I've got an airport, train station, bus station, but the train station is the one that I find helps the most with accommodation. Main routes as well. Obviously, if you're close to main routes, it always helps, because it means most people will stay around about 20 minutes from whatever they're coming to the area for. Any more than that, and they'll probably look to find a closer accommodation. So if you've got main transport routes, it just means they can get to these places a lot quicker. And then obviously the obvious one, which is leisure, which is any reason for people to come and stay for leisure, national parks, attractions, stadiums, events, beaches, rivers, anything like that, will create demand. So if you've got all those things in your area, which if you're in London, I guarantee you have, demand is going to be high. It's really your best thing to do is to use Google My Maps and actually start plotting down these areas, and just draw sort of, 20-minute sort of areas away from the attractions, and any place which where these spheres of influence will cross will be good places to do serviced accommodation with high demand. Although obviously there's a lot more to it, and you'll need to assess the properties, as Sarah says. So hopefully that gives a fairly thorough explanation on that one.
Cheers, Liam, mate. Thank you.
Fantastic. Corey, did we get you sorted? Are you everything? Does that help with the information given to you?
Yeah, great. fantastic advice. I'll take it on board. I'll go away and do some homework. Thank you very much.
Oh, good luck to you, Corey. And please feel free to reach out to any of the moderators up on stage that have aligned with anything that maybe, aligns with you. That's terrific. So good luck to you, Corey. I'll pop you back into the audience in a second. So look, I guess I would like to ask the panel, let's do a couple more quick fire questions, because then I'm going to introduce a couple of other people to you. I know that Clubhouse, the app Clubhouse, is new to everybody. We're all still trying to get our head around it, right? So we're all trying to figure out how are we going to make the most of this, not only for ourselves with networking opportunities, but also how are we going to make the most of it for our businesses? And I would love to ask the panel, and especially those that didn't speak up on the last quick fire question round, and I've written down your name so I know who I'm going to pick on if you don't speak up, is that what is one tip that you would give the audience members to utilize Clubhouse if you're in the short-term rental industry? Now, I'm going to just start because I'm going to give you my tip, and then that gives you a second to think about it. But what tip have you used in Clubhouse, or would you suggest others use? And the one that I'm going to suggest is that you need to make sure your profile is super strong, super interesting. Your profile has to have the first 3 lines, 124 characters, needs to have your achievements in it, needs to have something catchy, needs to have something interesting, and needs to have something engaging. Your profile needs to tell everybody who you are, what your business is, what areas you service around the world. Don't just assume people know where you are in the world. So pop in that, but also a call to action. Ask for the business. If you are a professional property manager and you're in the Bahamas, you need to be putting on there, if you're a property investor, if you have a vacation home in the Bahamas, let me manage the process for you. Free appraisals apply. So make sure you ask that question and a call to action. Bill Faith, I saw you just flash your microphone, and I know that you've got some gems to drop on this. So would you like to contribute to this conversation?
Yeah, thanks, Julie. I really appreciate it. You mentioned the word call to action, which I love as a marketing guy. And I think that's really important. And I would tell you to make it simple, make it easy. If you jump over to my profile, you'll actually see a really simple call to action right at the top. And all you have to do is text STR Clubhouse to 47177, and you get the ultimate guide for short-term rental hosts. That's about as easy as it gets. So think about what happens with your call to action and how easy you're going to make that for your potential buyer to connect with you. But really what I want to talk about is I think participating is the most important thing. One thing that I believe from 37 years of entrepreneurship and speaking on mega stages around the world is that we have to be present. And most importantly, we have to become the person of interest. Right now in this room, there's some pretty heavy hitters, but you know who the number one person of interest is? It's that blonde-haired Aussie, that's kind of dominating the room right now, right? And everybody wants to hear Julie speak. So make sure that you're jumping up on stage and you're asking questions. And if you can add value, because if you look at all of these top moderators, they have hundreds, they have thousands of people that are following them, because when you speak and you provide value, you become the person of interest. And that's applicable on Clubhouse, probably more than any other platform that I've ever seen, Julie.
Thank you, Bill. Your beautiful, kind
Julie,
words.
can I just add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
So sorry. Yeah, and if I can add, one thing that I've noticed with Clubhouse is, I don't like, for example, for us to use it as a sales platform. So while it's good to have a call to action, I prefer to leverage Clubhouse as a community builder. And what I mean by that is more like market research. So the reason I join these rooms, the reason we have our own room on Tuesday evenings and so on, is because it's a great way for me to better understand the industry, to connect with the people that are working on different solutions, to work with, competitors and companies that are completely not aligned with what we're doing, and just better my understanding of the industry. So if anything, I've been trying to stay away from telling people, okay, join my platform, do this, etc. I'm staying more on the, let's see if we can build a community. And yeah, sure, if you're interested in what we're doing, by all means, follow me, send me a DM, we'll get you on the platform and so on. But we're really leveraging it as market research, because I think we all have something to bring.
And this platform just provides that community building system. It brings, one friend told me something, I think it's key. It brings the social and social media, which is great. It's not just about scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. It's about the social component of social media that I really enjoy.
Fantastic, Francois. Thank you very much for that. And I agree. Value, value, value. And my philosophy is give, and good old karma will come back to you. And it certainly has. It's it's just amazing, especially the magic of Clubhouse. So look, would anybody else like to give a tip on this? Because I know that some of you are incredibly addicted to this platform, and I would love to know what is the appeal and how are you utilizing Clubhouse if you're in the short-term rental industry? Eric, I can see you flashing. Would you like to unmute and contribute?
Yes, Julie. Thanks for letting me speak. It's pretty interesting now that we're Facebook friends that we met on Clubhouse when I had COVID, and as a general, in the past, as a general feeling for me was I was not super creative. As far as it comes to other platforms and things like that, and so. I enjoy talking, not having to worry about how I look, how to get the perfect shot, how to make everything the right lighting, those things that are required from other platforms. And I just like getting down to the nuts and bolts and just talking about things that are of my interest. And so everybody here is part of my interest. Everybody here I think contributes, and I really want to help people. And I think that being in a tribe of people like that is fulfilling. And so that's why I'm kind of addicted to it.
Eric, we just want to be friends with you because you're the bourbon Sherpa. And, as much as we love your value, it's really all about me just trying to get to the races and get a bottle of bourbon from you, buddy. So,
Oh, that too. I love celebrating. So
really,
yeah,
if we're being honest and we're in amongst friends here. So, guys, anybody else with a Clubhouse utilization tip? Liam, and you're still not asleep. Liam, do you want to contribute?
I'm still here, yeah. So if anybody hasn't noticed already, most moderators either have a bright colour in the background, or if you look at Mark Simpson's one, a little ring round it. If you refresh the screen, mine has got a little ring round it. And actually, I'm stealing, I know Mark would share this if he was here, so this is actually Mr. Simpson's tip, which is if you go to a website called CHPIC, so chpic.me, you can actually upload an image and that will put a round circle around your face. And obviously the reason that's beneficial is because when everyone's speaking, they get the round circle lighting up your face. So it just draws attention to your profile. So anybody out there who wants to test that, I'll give that again, which is chpic.me. And that's a really great little way of getting a round circle around your face, and more attention, more followers.
I actually just really love your nighttime snooze photo, Liam, and I think it's probably one of the best that we've got. So to actually see people's changed photos, we call it pull to refresh. It's just simply putting your finger on the screen, pulling it down, and what it does is it refreshes the screen. You're going to see that some of our moderators are sleeping because they are in the UK. It is midnight or 1 a.m. in the morning over there. So Liam has got his Zeds and his night mask on his photo. I had a little just listening details. Mark has got BRB. Now BRB and the terminology I had to figure out. It's just like using bloody Instagram without a teenager in the room. But BRB is Be Right Back. Ryan has got a little photo there. So it is kind of cool if you can have a photograph just to let people know, and change your photo up to let people know if you're not available and you're just listening in, because it's especially with these marathon rooms, we just can't be on here 24 hours. We do need to go off and go to the toilet without doing so without the flush in the background when you're on live. So anyway, on that note, has anybody else got anything to contribute to the Clubhouse utilization? Robert?
Yes, I agree. I think that one of the benefits of Clubhouse is that we're talking again. I mean, we've become so digitally connected and disconnected at the same time, that you're actually teaching people and having conversations. And like the gentleman right before said, you're not worrying about what you look like, what your background is, if it's always barking. You're just able to talk, and people do business with people they like. So I think that Clubhouse brings a sense of humanity back to the digital world.
Rob, it's really hard to hear you. I'm not sure where you are at the moment, but it's coming through very muffled, unless it's just coming through muffled to Australia like that. But buddy, I'm not sure. But I think it was connecting, and that was the main message there. So no, that's terrific, guys. All right, well, let's. Sorry, Rob, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. Do you hear me better now?
Yeah, a little bit better now. So it's just it's still a bit fuzzy. So where are you in the world at the moment?
I'm in Philadelphia right now, and what I was saying, if you can hear me, is that we're actually talking against each other instead of just texting and emailing and Instagramming and DMing. People are speaking to each other, and I believe that people do business with people they like, and Clubhouse to me seems like a way that people can actually connect on a different level.
Yeah, I absolutely love that, and I think Clubhouse has come along at the right time. We're all craving that connection with people, and I think just being able to have a big group conversation certainly adds to that need at the moment. So absolutely. Would anybody else like to? We'll just take one more tip on that Clubhouse before I'm going to introduce you to a very special friend of mine, Jasper Rivers, who is new to the stage at the moment. But guys, anybody else on Clubhouse, utilizing Clubhouse? 1, 2, 3, gone. Okay, let's go to Mr. Jasper Rivers. Jasper is, well, he's, the second best author in the industry. Actually, I can say that because I've got the microphone, but I know that we've got a few other people up on stage that have got that have got books out as well. But no, Jasper is my favorite author. He has written Get Paid for Your Pad. He runs a podcast, Get Paid for Your Pad podcast. We work together in a company called Overnight Success, and that's the only intro I'm going to do, because I'm going to hand the microphone over to the professional and get him to do an intro and tell everybody all about his amazing story, his success story, and and over to you, Jasper.
Hey, thank you, Judy, and what's up, everybody? Well, I was just kind of brainstorming while you guys are talking about how to use Clubhouse, and I was actually thinking, how could we use Clubhouse for our Airbnb business? How can we use Clubhouse to promote our listings? And, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, but it reminds me of back in the day, I started writing blog posts, and I did a little YouTube video around my neighborhood. And that YouTube video actually got about 16,000 views over the years. And I was getting a lot of inquiries because people would find my blog posts, and I was just writing about things to do. This is back in Amsterdam. I was writing things to do in Amsterdam, my favorite things in the neighborhood, stuff like that. So I'm just curious, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this too, is, would it make sense for us to start a room just talking about our neighborhood, talking about our area, talking about what's cool about it, talk about, things to do, talking about reasons to travel there. Because I think, who knows, maybe Clubhouse will eventually become a platform that people also go to find out information about local areas. So yeah, so that's one thing I wanted to contribute. And I actually might do something like this myself. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Judy? Is that a good idea or no?
Yeah, I think anything goes in Clubhouse, and I think it's terrific. I have noticed a lot of flags, a lot of country flags that are showing up more and more with the conversations that are happening at the moment. And really, if there isn't a conversation already about the topic that you want to talk about, you just create one. So, guys, I agree with what Jasper's saying. I think that there is a real potential there for Australia, for example, when we open our borders and we let everybody else in around the world. Yes, I would be happy to promote that as a tourism destination in a room. So, Jasper, I'll just mute you, buddy, if you're not talking, because otherwise we have some feedback there. But anybody else on the panel, what do you think about Jasper's suggestion? Could we do a room just promoting our own areas?
Absolutely. I think it's a great idea. I was actually speaking to a property manager a few weeks back about Toronto and the restrictions that are here that have really, really been helping small businesses and hosts and property managers and so on. And I'd love to start, if anyone's in the Toronto area, I'd love to start a community to help each other out, because, you know, she was asking me for help on what she could do. And to be honest, I feel like this is a question for other people in the community to help me answer, because I'm not too sure what we can do with the new regulations that have come in. So I would definitely start a community-based, you know, in your area type of room, especially if it's so focused on the short-term rental.
Yeah, I love that. So connect anybody that's in that area. Make sure you connect with Francois, who's at the bottom of the stage there. Make sure that you do, connect with each other. Anybody else, would you consider opening up a room just to promote, you know, your area? And Dena, are you there? Because I think this might actually be a really great suggestion for you, someone like yourself.
Yeah, I'm here. I think it's a great idea. I think it's still a little bit young. I mean, people in my circle, they're on here, but they're not using it at all. So I'd be really interested to see. I have joined, this is how I use Clubhouse. I have joined some other groups, and I'm participating and connecting with luxury travel designers, which are the people that I need to connect with. And because I'm such a chicken when it comes to outreach and cold calling and networking, this platform has helped me so much. So yeah, I have been promoting, I guess, our area in those groups, but I haven't even considered about just talking about our listings like Jasper had mentioned.
Yeah, perfect. Emanuel, I just saw your microphone flutter. Have you got something to contribute?
No, I'm just running, so it's in the thing in my pocket. Sorry about that.
You're all right, buddy. Braden Ross, are you there, Braden? I would love your take on this. You've got an amazing business, Plenty of Villas. Just flutter your microphone if you're there, Braden. No, he's not. So we'll talk about him. Look, Plenty of Villas is worldwide. Braden, Mr. Airbnb, second line up from the bottom of the stage. He is one that, guys, around the world, if you want knowledge about different areas, he would possibly be able to contribute. And Amanda, I did see yours fluttering. I'd love to take your take on it, because you're in Cabo San Lucas right now, but your properties are all in Raleigh in Carolina. So what are your thoughts on this?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Jasper, for that idea, because I'm all over it. I have a big old group of real estate agents in the Raleigh area, and we have about 16 properties there that we rent. And I am all over like doing, hey, you ever thought about relocating to Raleigh, North Carolina? Yes, 100%. And Cabo. I mean, here in Cabo, too. So if anyone's a real estate agent and you're an Airbnb host, like that's a huge, huge, huge group of people that you can refer to buy a property, and then you can make a referral commission off of that. So great idea, Jasper. I'm in.
Awesome. Jasper, what do you think from all these people and all their comments that they've just made?
Yeah, I mean, I also want to second what Bill brought up earlier. You know, one lesson that I learned a long time ago was it's always best to be the hub and not the spoke. So I totally agree with what he was saying. Like the person that runs the room gets the most credibility. But yeah, I know, I think it's an interesting idea actually, because I was also thinking, you know, we could put this in our profiles too, you know, in our Airbnb profile and our listing. So if we put maybe even in our photo gallery, if we put a photo like, hey, tune in every Tuesday and I'll tell you about the area, then, you know, people might see that and they might think, okay, well, even if I'm not booking this listing, I'm going to tune in because I want to know what's going on in the area. And then, you know, that way, once they connect with you, because in the end of the day, like people buy from people. I think that's something that hosts sometimes forget. People buy from people, and we as hosts, we need to just build trust and connect with our potential guests. Right? Once our potential guests feel that connection, they feel the trust, they'll be much more comfortable to book with us. So yeah, I don't know. I think it could be an interesting thing for people to experiment with.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, it's really opening up our minds, and anything's possible. We've just got to take those blinkers off, think outside the square, and look, give it a go. What's the worst that can happen? We can put together a little room, and we might call it the Visit Australia room. And look, if no one shows up, that's fine. But worse off. But imagine if people do show up and they do start engaging and they do come and visit you and stay in your properties. Hey, we've just discovered a new game changer. So, guys, let's go to another question. I've just brought Ray to the stage, and Ray, I've just had a quick look at your profile. You have got an incredible story. I think you could share with us about your fundraising, your background in the short-term rental space. Would you mind unmuting yourself, introduce yourself, and then if you do have a question, please ask. But I'm just fascinated by your story.
Absolutely. Thank you, Julie, for putting me on, and thank you, everyone, for hosting this room. So I'm going to try to keep it quick because I'm actually on the move. But I do have a quick question. I wanted to ask this while Sean was here, but maybe the folks, everyone else on the call could maybe answer this. I'm looking to get some floaters and runners. What are some best practices that you guys have encountered trying to hire these types of folks?
So the question being, what are we looking for when we're hiring floaters or runners? Is that right, Ray? So I just want to clarify your question.
That's correct. Yep. So
And
folks who aren't on the cleaning team. So if there are people who have asked, or guests that have asked, hey, can I bring or can you bring extra towels or extra pillows, then my initial plan was to hire some runners or floaters to go get those things from storage space. So I wanted to hear some ideas on how, one, to hire, how to pay these folks, and some best practices around that.
Great question, Ray. Let's open it up to the panel. Who on the panel has a runner or a floater or just a runaround person that you have on your team, and who can maybe give Ray some advice on the best people to employ or best practices on this situation? Let me see. I've got to scroll through our people. Liam, you're still here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Literally typing away in the background. Yeah, so I mean, I've got all my units are in one city, so it's a lot easier for me. But basically, I have. He started off as my photographer. He then wanted to learn what it is that I do, and now he's ended up really learning the business, but also being a bit of a runner for me. So if you've got somebody who's actively interested in what you want to do, obviously it's a case of still paying them, but actually they'll care a lot more, and they'll be interested in the situations instead of just getting paid minimum wage to go and drop something off. But again, this brings us back to a couple of things you can do. So anytime we've had that, we've had those times where guests will ask for extra towels, or is there extra sheets and that side of things. Again, we have places inside the properties which are little store boxes or little lock boxes, and on site we have a place where there is a key box. So if they do call up and they ask myself or anybody, where can they get some extra towels, instead of having to send somebody out, we can often just give them a key code, or you get the little sort of locks with codes on and stuff like that, where they can just access more of whatever they need. So that's one way to avoid it. In terms of actually hiring, sort of people to do this, if it wasn't for Donatas who does this for me, I'd actually just go to my cleaning team who I started off with, and if you've got a really good reliable cleaner, they will call out for different reasons, but obviously normally it's at least an hour's worth of pay and that side of things. So if you can note down the situations as they occur and then come up with ways to not have to call out if possible, or to put enough of whatever the guest's asking for before the situation arises. But yeah, does that help at all?
Oh yeah, that is super valuable. Thank you, Bill.
Does anybody else have anything to contribute on this one? Help Ray out. He's looking for somebody to do that running around, doing all those little odd jobs. Anybody there? Let me tell you a quick question. Oh, sorry, Daniel. I'll let Daniel go, and then I'm going to tell you a story about how I fired my son because children working for you is always an interesting one. So Daniel, go ahead, and actually, Daniel, introduce yourself too, because Daniel Cruz, folks, is somebody that everybody in this room needs to know, but I'm going to let Daniel tell you why.
Thanks. I will answer the question first, though, to get to Ray. I've had really good success hiring college students here in Milwaukee to help me with hospitality. They've become co-hosts. The first actually college student I hired, she had great experience. Her parents ran an Airbnb in Oregon. She was here in Milwaukee in school, in design school, and she's actually now a co-founder at Wash B&B with me, which is really awesome. I've had 4 students now. It is a little bit of a challenge because they graduate and move away, but typically they are interested in travel, interested in business and the hospitality aspect of things, and have great availability during days between classes to help coordinate with cleanings, usually have great ability on weekends as well, and willing to work. And when a lot of times they need places where their parents are coming into town, or places to have a get together with their friends that they don't have access to if they're living in dorms or living in small apartments. So there's a lot of perks that you can offer them as well if you're not able to pay, a great full-time salary or anything like that.
Yeah, that's great. Daniel, do you just post them on Craigslist for those ads to try to find the college folks?
I was first introduced to a few through an advertising networking group that I'm in, because I'm a marketer by trade in my past life. So that was sort of how I found them. And then it's sort of like a chain reaction that way. If your local universities have entrepreneurship centers, they're always looking for entrepreneurs to give advice sessions to. So that's a great way to network with the university folks and find students who are interested in entrepreneurship. In the business colleges also. And then there's usually formal internship programs that you can participate with the universities. I only did that once I found the students, because usually they ask you to pay. You may not get the quality. So typically I'd source a great student on my own and then go back to the university and say, hey, we'd love to give this person credit for all the work they're doing. They're doing a fantastic job.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Good on you, Ray. Thank you for coming to the stage with that question. It's absolutely, I'm just going to give you a quick bit of advice. Don't employ your children. And the reason being is I had a teenage son. I thought he would make a good runner. I even asked him to check people into a property because it was part of my policy to do face-to-face check-ins. And young Josh, who was, I think, 19 at the time, he went off to meet some guests. He let these American Marine boys in. Now, the first question that the American Marines asked my teenage son was, Josh, here's my American accent, Josh, where can we go and buy some liquor? That's a terrible accent, isn't it? So I won't try. I'll just stick with the Aussie accent. And my son decides to take them down to the local liquor store, or bottle shop, as we call it in Australia, and got them their alcohol. The next question was, Josh, where can we go and meet Australian girls? I'm still no better at my American accent. And Josh then took them out to the nightclubs, introduced them to the wild, wild women of Australia. And I can tell you the end result was that those boys didn't sleep in the property that they had purchased or they had booked on Airbnb. In fact, they got to sleep with the wild, wild women of Australia. And my son went missing for 3 days. So he missed all the next lot of check-ins that he was to do. He got fired. I fired him, but we got a 5-star review from those American Marines. So don't hire your children.
Josh sounds fun, though. He does sound like a fun son of yours.
Francois, I am not introducing him to you. He will lead you astray. But he will introduce you to the wild, wild women of Australia.
Which is why.
Good on you. Guys, Ray, hopefully that helped. We will all stay in touch with you if you would like. Please make sure that you follow any of the moderators who have aligned with anything that they've said that resonates with you. And I would ask that of all of the audience. Please, give back to the speakers, the moderators. Make sure you connect connect offline. A lot of the moderators and speakers have a lot of free information that they can give you. So as well as this amazing free 24-hour seminar type deal that we're doing right now, this crazy event we're running worldwide, you can also connect with everybody off Clubhouse. So Ray, thanks very much for coming to the stage. Daniel Cruz, while I've got you up on stage, I am just going to talk about folding fitted sheets. Now, that should be enough to scare any Airbnb host, folding a fitted sheet. And the reason I'm asking Daniel Cruz about this is because he has the most incredible new business that has come into the industry that I've seen, well, since Enzo Connect, Francois. So watch out, there's somebody else stealing your thunder, but it's not in technology, it is in linen and laundry. So Daniel, would you mind just giving a quick overview of your success story and what it is that you are doing to revolutionize the short-term rental industry?
Of course, Julie, you're too sweet. Thank you so much for the really kind introduction. I got my start as an Airbnb host in Milwaukee 5 years ago, probably about 6 years ago now, as I moved here from San Francisco and sort of stumbled into hosting, had a great place in an up-and-coming neighborhood, and was going to be gone for a few months and put it on Airbnb and came home to find myself homeless. I was booked solid for 9 months. I was one of the early Airbnb hosts in my neighborhood in Milwaukee, and quickly scaled, realized I had a great business opportunity on my hand and bought a house 2 doors down. My tenant moved out and added that to Airbnb, and really quickly within 9 months was earning into the 6 figures. And as I kept going, one of the things holding me back in adding more units was this huge pile of laundry I was left staring at every week, or sometimes multiple times a week during the summer when we're really busy. And everybody here I know knows this problem really well, so I'm not going to dive into all the different ways I tried solving it, but I almost bought a laundromat at one point just to try to get through the laundry for myself and some other Airbnb hosts in the neighborhood that I was friendly with. And as Milwaukee became a really, I think 2019, Milwaukee was named by Airbnb as the #1 up-and-coming destination globally. And so we started getting interest from Stay Alfred, from Sonder. Lots of the big hosting companies decided to invest in Milwaukee, and I realized that I couldn't outcompete them with my dollars, but I could help hosts who were in the same situation like me, and decided to find a better solution and a better way to do laundry and linens, and a way to work with this really exploding market of decentralized hospitality. And so that's why I'm here. I really echo what Francois shared earlier. This is for entrepreneurs in this space like myself and Enzo Connect and a few others I've seen around. We're here to build community. We want to understand your problems. We want to make your businesses stronger. We feel your pain because we've done it and lived it ourselves. And so we want to be additive and not extractive, if that makes any sense, or extrative. So that's why I'm here. I'm here to share. I'm here to listen, and definitely here to help anybody that's having issues with laundry, quality, any linen rental services they're dealing with right now. We are only in the Midwest right now in the US, but we've got some big plans. In a few weeks, I'm going to be sharing some ways that you can get involved with Wash B&B and help bring us to your city even faster.
Thanks, Daniel. Does anybody on our panel have any questions for Daniel? I'm still asking him for a demo on folding those fitted sheets, so he hasn't come through on that. But would anybody else like to ask a question of how Wash B&B might be able to help you and your business? No, everyone's gone quiet, but make sure you follow Daniel, because I just think that he's one to watch in this industry. So super excited about that concept. Guys, let's do a quick reset of the room. We're now going into hour 6 of the Airbnb 24-hour marathon. So 6 hours we have been running this. It started off in London. The Europeans and the UK hosts kicked us off. You've now got the Aussies controlling the room. Be scared. Be very, very scared about what could happen. And then we're going to pass over to our American friends. So look, we have got people from right around the world all coming together, because that is the kind of industry we are in. We are in a community where all the hosts, all the technical companies, all of the podcasters come together. There is no fisticuffs. There is no competition. It is all collaboration. We're here to inspire. We're here to encourage. We're here to support. And I would just like to say, just as a reminder, we are recording this session. So anybody that you know that's not on Clubhouse, maybe they've got an Android phone, they would like to listen in, make sure that they know that they can go to the Boostly YouTube channel. Boostly YouTube channel where it is being live streamed. So guys, there are lots of options. We've got plenty of people tuning in. Mind you, we're just teetering on 100 people in this room. Don't let it go below 100. Hit that plus sign down the bottom. Ping some people into the room. Gosh, my reputation will take a battering if we get less than 100 people in this room. But guys, let's what I want to do now is just throw another topic at you. It is a topic that we discussed in another room earlier this week, and it is the topic of how to work in with real estate agents. So real estate agents, either if you're a real estate agent, should you diversify into Airbnb and short-term rentals? And if so, why? If you are a host and you're looking for new listings, how can you create a strategic partnership with a real estate agent? And how can you get leads from those agents? I would love all of your tips, all of your suggestions. And if you don't speak up, I know the people in the room I'm going to call on. So anybody who'd like to unmute and contribute to this conversation, please do so. And I'm scrolling to see who's unmuting. Emanuel, you're up, buddy.
Okay, so first things first, if you are a real estate agent, you absolutely need to get yourself really familiar with this industry, because I think every other investor that has called me in the last couple of months has wanted to know or is interested in, how do we do this? Can we do it locally? Which market works here? Which market doesn't work here? I'm based in South Florida, so that's a very hot market for us. But I also want to touch on how I use it myself personally, right? So all of my local real estate agents, I'm not a real estate agent myself, soon to be a broker, but all of my local agents know what we do. And what I mean by that is I pitch it to all of the local agents that, hey, if you ever have a client that is in between homes, if you ever have a client that calls you and they have a pipe that bursts or any type of problem that happens, you send them to me. I pay you commission on any length of rental, any length of stay. They stay with us for 4 days. They stay with us for 3 months. You get a commission. You look like a hero because you figured out how to give them housing without having them go to a hotel. And you make a commission, whereas normally if you send them to the Hilton doesn't take care of realtors, right? So it's a huge opportunity for you to have other agents working for you at all times. And by just doing that, you can literally, especially if you just have a few listings and you're a real estate agent, if you push it within your office, you can guarantee yourself crazy levels of occupancy. Because as I mentioned, nobody does it. Nobody knows, where do I put somebody for a month or two? Where do I put somebody for a week or two, right? So yeah, it's such a great opportunity to work with agents, one, but then if you're an agent, to really bring value to your investors and helping them understand, right? Like, how do I make money with this business? And if you want to start a property management business, it's a great extra stream of income. Or if you're in the South Florida market and you don't want to start a property management business, just reach out to me. I can take care of your clients. And we always give you referral fees or finder's fees. So we're good at taking care of people, because then we know that ultimately that's what's going to give us longevity.
Emanuel, what can I ask? What sort of finder's fees or referral fees do you offer? Would you be willing to share that?
Yeah, so our rental finder's fee is 5%. So pretty much usually that's what an agent gets down here on a commission. So we pay
ongoing. Is it ongoing?
5%, so it's 5% of the entire rental amount. So if somebody stays with us for a week and pays us $1,000, they get 5% of the $1,000. But if that same person then ends up extending and staying an extra week or an extra 2 weeks, we pay them 5%. That's their client until they leave. But then I also pay them 5% if they're staying with us for 2 or 3 months.
But is that for, sorry, I'm just wanting to clarify, is that for if they gave you the guest or if they give you the property? Because I thought you were saying you're getting leads from if a realtor gives you a property.
No, for guests. I'm talking about guests. So I already have the properties. So I use the agents for lead sources for my listing. So very similar to what was spoken about earlier in calling big companies and letting them know, hey, if you have people relocating to the area and they need a place to stay short term, I do that with real estate offices. So I call real estate offices, I mail real estate offices, and we tell them big, bold letters, we cooperate with agents and brokers on all of our properties across the board.
Gotcha. Actually, that raises another thing. We had somebody come into one of our rooms the other day who was a travel agent, and she said she would be open to doing something similar like that. So don't forget your local travel agents, guys, because they're the ones that are being contacted all the time about accommodation. And you could very easily tee something up like what Emanuel's doing with real estate agents, tee it up with the travel agents. Emanuel, just quick question. What about if the realtors were to give you properties? Do you give them a kickback?
So I found, since I do have a real estate team myself, I find that there is a little friction there when it comes to them giving us clients. So I've done it in the past with agents that I've known a long time, and we sign a guarantee that if those clients ever are looking to buy or sell that property or an additional property, we are going to refer them back to them. But it's never really worked out for us. So I'm very open. If anybody is currently doing that, what does that look like for you, and how have you found success?
Yeah, good question. And I guess so that question to the panel, just to repeat what we're talking about, it is working with realtors. It is how do you form those strategic partnerships, or what sort of kickbacks can you give those realtors to give you listings? But also, if you're a realtor, could you diversify? And like Emanuel was saying, yes, you should diversify to make sure that you're offering property investors the best return on investment. Sometimes it might be long-term leasing. Sometimes it might be short-term rentals. Maybe it's best to sell that property. But if you can be the person that collects at the end of the day, right? You could be the right person there. So anybody else on the panel want to weigh in on this conversation? Bill?
Julie, yeah, I think I'm kind of on a little bit different perspective than what Emanuel was talking about. So I'm not looking at real estate agents giving me listings. I see a lot of people that are investing like I do or want to break in and buy a property, but I hear that the markets are too hot. They're overpriced. There's nothing available. I'm never going to get a return on investment. Well, if you have good agents, strong relationships in those markets, you can find stuff even before it gets listed on MLS or realtor.com. So I think that's one thing. Don't just have your husband or wife's cousin or a mutual friend to become your real estate agent when you're looking to buy into markets. Number two, I said in the first hour when we started, and I kind of went through my bio, that I've recently got into management. And the only reason that I got into management is I really couldn't turn it down because I invest into the luxury space. And the real estate agents that I've used in 3 different markets came to me when they've seen my case studies of how I've turned $50,000 revenue properties into $100,000. And they know what I've done with my own portfolio. And then they started asking me if I can manage their clients' properties because they didn't want to turn them on to one of the bigger property management companies. So I've been able to kind of hand pick the cities, the markets, and the quality of properties that I want to take on as I'm just starting to build my management portfolio, all because of the relationship. And I think a lot of it has to do with, I would never, and this is kind of my hack for real estate agents. Too many people just find a real estate agent because they connect with them when they're looking at a property that's listed on Zillow or realtor.com or wherever. I have a rule that if I'm buying in a market and I don't have an agent there, that real estate agent has to own at least 2 properties. If they don't own and self-manage, then they're not going to know what we are really looking for as an investor. And that takes time and effort and relationship to be able to get referrals from them from a management standpoint or a co-hosting standpoint, but also for them to be able to put you at the top of their list from an investment standpoint.
Wow,
Do you
you're
give them
amazing.
any money, Bill? Oh, sorry, Julie. Do you give them a referral fee, Bill?
I do give them a referral fee when they give me a referral for a client, and it's either $1,500 up front, or it's 1% for the first 12 months, and most of them will take the $1,500 up front.
Yeah, because they don't understand how much money is the 1%.
Yeah, I mean, so and understand too, that's basically guaranteeing them 1.5%. So I won't take a property that's doing under $100,000 a year in revenue. So it's got to be underserved, and if I do my research, it's got to be 6 figures or higher. Just because I'm a little bit different than the arbitrage and the co-hosting guys. I don't want 100 properties. I feel I got to do the same amount of work for $100 ADR as I do for a $700 ADR. So I'd rather take on the $700 or $500 plus ADRs only.
And for anybody that doesn't know, what's ADR, Bill? I just need to make sure that I know what it is. Average daily rate?
Yes, ma'am.
Good on you. I just, the one thing that I guess, the audience, I would never assume that you all know, because if I don't know, you probably don't know either what some of these terminologies are. But if there is anything mentioned in these conversations that you're not sure about, reach out. We are all not too proud to be able to explain that to you, or, that no question's a dumb question. So please ask any of us if you're not sure what the hell we're talking about, just to explain it further. Does anybody else want to jump in on this? I know, is Amanda there? Amanda, are you available to talk? She is. Now, I would love Amanda to be able to weigh in on this. So real estate, Amanda, how can should realtors diversify? Because I know you are a realtor and you have diversified. Why you should diversify, or perhaps, how can we work in with real estate to get more leads and more properties?
Yes, I love this conversation, Julie. So, I am a licensed real estate agent in Raleigh, North Carolina, and we run our business where we're actually using these properties to attract relocation clients. So, people who are moving into the area. So, as long as you're a licensed agent, then you can actually refer like all of your relocation guests that are staying in your properties. You can either refer them out to other agents, and I do a 25% referral fee, or hey, if you want to sell a house, go sell a house and make the full commission, right? So I love this concept, and there's like multiple ways to make money as a host and a real estate agent. So yeah, this is right up my alley. We're doing an event tomorrow, Julie. I don't know if we want to talk about it or not, but we're going to be talking about this a lot tomorrow.
Give it a shameless plug, Amanda. This is your chance. But also, can you something that you've always said that's really fascinating to me, the 5 different income streams that you make. Would you mind just running through those 5 different income streams? Plus, give a shameless plug to that event.
Yes, absolutely. So think about this. You have a property, a short-term rental property, and you have a client who's coming into the area who's, let's just say, relocating from Texas, okay? So you have an opportunity at that point to see, are they relocating? Yes. Okay. Are you selling your house in Texas? Yes. Do you have a realtor? Maybe not. All right. So that's your first referral out right there. You can do a 25% referral on that and just have a realtor in that area do it. List the property. Second thing is they come into your area. They're obviously renting from you. So you're making that monthly income from them staying with you. I do 1 to 3 month rent, by the way. We're doing short-term, mid-term rentals, which is 30, 60, 90-day rentals. So they come in, they stay in our property for, let's just say, a month or 2. And then we refer them to one of our agents, which we have about 80 agents there in Raleigh, North Carolina. So I refer them to one of my agents for another 25% referral on top of that. And then my brokerage pays me another 3.5%, which the broker is actually paying me for referring that out. And they're giving me stock in our company. We have a publicly traded company as well. So that is the 5 income streams, and that's really just the beginning. So yeah, it's genius. And as far as a plug goes, I'm doing the Wealthy Realtor Masterclass tomorrow. I'm interviewing 9 amazing authors, speakers, investors, Julie being one of them. And you guys don't want to miss it. I'm literally, if you're a real estate agent or a real estate investor and you're looking to, try to figure out how many streams of income can you actually make, and multiple streams, passive income, all of that. We're not only talking about real estate.
Sharon Lecter, co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, speaking as well, and she's talking about all assets, so courses, books, everything. So if you are available, plug in with us tomorrow. You can hop in and out. Click on my profile, click on Julie's profile, and you'll see the website there. But it's just wealthymasterclass.com. I appreciate that, Julie.
My pleasure. Thanks, Amanda. You bring such great value, and I love the fact that you're looking outside the square and taking those blinkers off in terms of looking at the different income streams, making the most of every opportunity. And guys, Amanda's just incredible. She lives the most amazing life. Every time I see her on social media, she is on a beach somewhere. She has a cocktail in her hand or a glass of wine, and she just looks beautiful in every photo, and she looks happy. She's free, she's happy, and I think she's one that a lot of people would be inspired to live just like Amanda's living. So, guys, anybody else on the panel who would like to open up and join this conversation about realtors, real estate, and how we can collaborate with those realtors to make the most of our short-term rental businesses?
I can unmute, Jules.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got a number of realtors that I'm good friends with for two reasons. First of all, they tell me when people are coming to town that are looking for places and they need short-term rental in the meantime. But also they've always got their ear out for potential co-hosting opportunities, for potential rental arbitrage opportunities, because they know what I like, they know what I want, and they're out there scouting. And they know that I'm always looking. So and I pay them a commission. And back onto your point about travel agents as well, I have a number of affiliate arrangements with travel agencies. These are people who look after my ideal guest, and we help each other out. So, someone who comes to them, they help them with their ticketing and their other transportation, and then they know that they can come to me because I have a particular style of house and I have a particular style of hospitality, and they do the vetting for me. So it's and I pay them for it. I pay them a commission, and it's a win-win. It's travel agents have done it rough, not just during the pandemic, but just in the way that travel has gone over the last 5-10 years, where people are just booking tickets directly. So the more curated services are starting to come back. People who are wanting a specialized service, they're happy to pay for it. They're the ones that are going to travel agencies, and they're the type of guests that I want. So there is almost like a new market springing up, in that the people that are interested in budget travel, they're just going to book on the airline directly, and they're not really interested in a hospitality or a concierge type service. But the ones who do will go to a travel agency. They're the guests I want, and so it's building a market that way, and a collaboration that way. The guests are happy because the guests that want more of hand holding, that want more of a customized service, will gravitate towards these travel agencies, and they have at their disposal a whole bunch of not just accommodation options, but tours and curated experiences that they can upsell to those particular guests, they're the guests that I want. So there's a ton of collaboration opportunities out there. So real estate agents, travel agents. I work with relocation agencies, people that do corporate transfers. There's a ton. So work your network, work your relationships, and build up relationships with other service providers, and give exceptional service to guests who will pay a premium for that. And that premium dollar is my profit, and thank you very much. I'll have that.
That's awesome, Trace. Thank you so much for contributing. And have we got you now permanently, or are you still just popping in and out for a little bit?
I'm just popping in and out. I do have, I've got some real work to do. So,
geez, it sucks when real work gets in the way of Clubhouse. It happened to me this morning, and it was really annoying. But I suppose we've got to take that paid work when it comes. But Trace, thanks for joining in, guys. Who in the audience would like a prize? I think it's about time we gave some prizes away, and I am going to give away some of my ebooks. I've got 10 ebooks to give away to the first 10 people who DM me direct message me on Instagram with the word Clubhouse. So 10 ebooks of $1 Million Host. Now, $1 Million Host tells my personal story it tells my personal story of being a serial entrepreneur, but then also finding the right business opportunity. And I'm getting distracted because I'm looking at all these people pinging me on Instagram. Oh my God, it's exciting. I was never this popular at school, I promise. But it tells my story about how I started this business, Airbnb property management company, grew it to 130 properties, $8 million income. It doesn't tell you about how I sold the business, but I'm sure that I can answer any questions about selling your short-term rental business to anybody who's interested as well. So guys, 10 ebooks to give away for the first 10 people to direct message me with the word Clubhouse, and I will come back to those people directly and get those ebooks out. Panel, is there anybody else on the panel who would like to give away a prize to our audience in this session? If you would, please come up with a way of doing it. Come up with your suggestion and tell us about your prize. Feel free to unmute, and we will take it from there. But right now, what we'll do is, while you're having a think about that, and if you haven't contributed a prize, if you want to give away a car, a Tesla, or a holiday, you just let me know. I'm willing to take these prizes as we go. So, guys, I have got a lady that I've brought up to the stage to ask a question. She messaged me her question. I told her, sorry, I can't answer that. I'm going to bring you up to the stage. You need to talk on stage, because I not only want her to ask a question of the panel, I want her to tell you this amazing, amazing story of hers. Her name is Dena. She has, and I'm not going to tell you everything, but I've just got to tell you, I connected with Dena on a Zoom call. We brainstormed the hell out of a business idea, and Dena is just an absolute gun when it comes, because she has worked directly for Airbnb. So, Dena, would you like to unmute yourself? Tell everybody who you are firstly, and then ask the question.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Dena Hodge, and I live in the Caribbean and worked for a property management company that was bought by Luxury Retreats maybe 12, 14 years ago. And Airbnb bought that company. So then they ended up with us as well. So we were like high-fiving each other down here on this little 37 square mile island because, hey, we suddenly worked for Airbnb. So it was a great run. And I learned so much valuable information because I worked both the property management side and I worked the Airbnb side and the luxury rental side. So it was coming at me from all different directions. Fast forward to 2020 and we're closed down. Unfortunately, Airbnb closed our local office down. So that was actually a blessing in disguise because now I have all this knowledge and now I'm trying to figure out how to use it. So I started a VA company recently, and I just wanted to ask, in any of your businesses, do you use VAs? And if so, in what capacity? And if you're thinking about it, do you want me to DM you?
Yes,
I love
please.
that.
Yes, absolutely. Please DM us, all of us. We're all looking for
Right
VAs.
away.
We had a call a couple of days ago. It was me, TJ, Mike, Shoger, and Noble, and Brian. And we were just talking about this, like talking about how do we scale and optimize and how do we find good VAs. And it's very funny that you're here, Dena, because Mike brought up a recent stat that there's a lot of call centers now coming out of Jamaica, and apparently they're getting great ratings in actual customer retention and customer satisfaction. And we think that it's just a cool Jamaican vibe. But that's absolutely, it's a growing business, it's a growing need. And if you can train them as well as you have been trained, you're going to be absolutely golden in this industry with
Did I
the level
mention
of
I'm an
service.
excellent trainer as well? Did I mention that? 'Cause I'm not sure if I mentioned
Come
it,
on.
but yes.
Come on, girl. Come on, girl.
One thing I'll bring up, Donna, is because I've thought about doing this, quite frankly, because I think there is a massive opportunity if you can do this right. I think the challenge is going to be there's a million different property management systems and different tools out there. So how can you, I guess, train up your staff so that they're familiar with some of the major PMSs and the different technologies that we use? Because the more that they can be kind of pre-trained on a lot of that stuff, the easier our lives are going to be when we start onboarding them. And then, how can you leverage one VA, especially for somebody that's at like 4 to 5 listings, where they don't really need somebody full-time, but where you can really double down and have that one VA cover 4 or 5 clients. But how do you set it up so that they can stay on top of like guest communication, as an example, if they're all using different property management systems?
That's an excellent question, Michael. And I'll have to ponder that a little bit more, but
I wouldn't expect you to have an answer, because that's definitely a big question. But if you can figure that out, you're going to make a lot of money.
Well, just for example, like the property management company that I worked for, we had between 60 and 65 luxury villas in our portfolio. And so I had anywhere from, in season, 100 to 150 guests coming through, having to be logistics coordinator, concierge, assistant to the sales manager. I mean, I did it all because we were a small company owned by Airbnb, so, and predominantly French. So what I had to do is translate all the training that I received to local, easier terms for people here, and that's including the programs, to understand. So definitely doable, because I've seen it done. And so yeah, definitely will throw out some DMs and we can definitely speak about this further, because I think it's a great idea.
Hey,
Donna, let me give you an experience share here. I come out of the marketing world in one of my previous businesses. And if you've ever heard of HubSpot before, this is really to piggyback on what Michael said. I started using HubSpot to build a $10 million company in the ground transportation space in early 2007, before anybody knew what HubSpot was. And what happened is I was doing that, and then I started scaling an agency. And when I started building my agency, you had HubSpot, you had Eloqua, you had SharpSpring, you had all these different softwares that we had to use. And I'll never forget having a conversation with Dharmesh Shah, who was one of the founders of HubSpot, who said, "Bill, I understand that you're loyal to our platform, but let me tell you how I built my development stack." And what he told me was that I had to have pods inside of my business. And by a pod, it was a group of 3 or 4 people. So you're always going to have clients, hosts, management companies that are using Guesty, OwnerRez, Smart BNB, whatever it is from a technology stack. Figure out your scale on really what an individual basis is as you hire that VA and you train them, how many properties you believe they can handle based on their skill set, their personality, their acumen, and then develop for the major platforms and put them in pods and then have them cross-train each other as they're developing inside of those pods. And that's going to give you scale, but it's also going to give you reliability when you have turnover as well. If you're building 3 different platforms inside of those pods and they have a primary, a secondary responsibility, and a tertiary, there's no way that they will be as good on the tertiary as they are the primary. But that's going to give you the ability to be able to plug and play. So pods is the key. How you break down those different softwares will be up to you.
Bill, can you give me a chance to talk sometime? I was just about to say.
Well, I'm just trying to catch up to you on followers, Eric. I mean, come on.
I was just about to say, Bill and I are in a mastermind, and I think you and him together in a room with some of our mastermind clients would be like straight fire, so that we could iron all this stuff out. Because it sounds like, I know you're experienced doing the businesses that you have ran, and with her experience through Airbnb, like if we could spend a couple hours in a room, I really think it'd be beneficial. So that's what I was just going to say.
I'm down 100%, and that's why you got 400 more followers than I do, because you're the man.
He's got bourbon.
Exactly. I better see some of that bourbon next month.
All right, Bill, I'll bring it down, man.
I'm going to jump in on this as well, because I've done a huge amount of work in the Philippines with virtual assistants, going over there probably around about 5 times to 6 times a year, leading teams of up to 100. The teams that I was leading were working for one particular company, not going across different companies or different verticals and that sort of thing. One thing that we really found is that, yes, it's all good and well for the less expensive labor to get a VA, but we also found that the biggest struggle was the skill set or the customer satisfaction, and we found that the VAs would quite often do more damage than good. And you could say that could be through lack of training, but it just takes a long time for someone to get to know the system, to get to know the market, to really understand your local demographic, to understand what your needs are, to be able to add value to the business. So, look, I think that if you've got there's opportunity also to run VAs at a local level that really understand the market, but can work across 5, 6, 7, 10 different clients. And they really understand how this stuff works. And then that person or that group of people could then instruct another set of VAs that are abroad to do sort of lower level tasks. But I would really encourage that if you are looking to do a higher level service, to be careful about trying to get the economies from the wrong space, because you can build a really great business offering great level of service, and the way you do the economy is that they're working across loads of companies. So just something to consider there. And if you want to reach out, I'm happy to have a chat about what we've done and how it works in the Philippines and stuff like that.
That's great. And I'm looking at this from obviously from the ground level coming up. So I'm not I think scaling up to an agency someday would be great, but I would want to learn how to pivot my skill set, which was everything from concierge right up to guest relations, to Airbnb on the non-luxury level, because it is very different. So that is what I'm looking to find out how it, and I know a lot of things are automated, which is different from the way we worked, because we worked on a lot more person to person. So I just wanted to kind of pick your brains a bit about how to make that pivot, because they are different worlds. So I wanted to, and in order for me to grow anything, I have to develop systems first. So that's what I was wanting to find out. I'm really happy to DM anyone who wants to share their knowledge with me, because I really think I can bring the best of both worlds into assisting hosts.
One thing I would just say, Donna, is you're not going to have it all figured out when you start, and that's okay. What I would think about is who would be your ideal client, and get one client and start servicing them to the best of your ability and get feedback from them, and then scale it from there. But you're not going to need to create all these crazy SOPs until you're actually in the game. I mean, you're going to need an understanding of what your scope of work is for your team. But if you had one or two rock solid VAs on your team that already had experience with Airbnb or with short-term rentals in general, you could just start offering that service at whatever rate is going to make sense for you, with a couple operators that have, I don't know, 5 to 50 units, somewhere in that range, and just, kind of learn and refine from there. But I feel like if you wait until you have everything figured out, you're never going to go to market, because there's always changing situations, different technologies, all these different things. But I think for you, it's just kind of getting your feet wet and taking action.
Donna, I think you have made some incredible connections today. What do you think? Are you going to connect with all these amazing people on this stage?
Most definitely. I've been connecting as I've been listening all night, and I appreciate all of the information. And Michael, I agree with you that I have to start somewhere. And I have SOPs. I have a million SOPs, but as I said, they're not going to be the same. So I don't want to, it's not that I'm trying to develop all of them. I just want to get in there and see how I can work best, how things are different, and learn. That's basically what I wanted to do. And I'm eager to talk to anybody that wants to connect with me.
Don, I'm going to give you the two most important piece of advice tonight. Follow everybody up here on Instagram and on Clubhouse, except for Eric. Don't follow him because he's got more followers than me, okay?
Good on you.
And number two, honestly, and all kidding aside, Michael said the most important thing out of any of us so far. Stop getting ready to get ready and launch. Take it from a guy that has done 27 startups. Just start and figure the shit out as you go. Start tomorrow. Launch tomorrow. You probably can gain at least 1 or 2 customers just being here on this Clubhouse today. Don't wait.
Donna, the reason why I have more followers than Bill is because I already DM'd you, and I would like to talk to you about virtual assistants. I own my own portfolio, but I have a brother that has a couple thousand units, and I think this would be very beneficial as a stockholder for him in that company to go ahead and set up a consult with you if you were into it.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
I
want to be on that call, Eric.
We might bring you out.
Oh my goodness. I tell you, there's mud wrestling competitions in Australia, Eric and Bill, and I'm just going to make sure that you two are in on that for the next competition. But Donna, I'm going to pop you back into the audience now, but I just want to wish you all the best of luck, and I'd love to invite you to come back and update us on your success, because I have a funny feeling you are just on the cusp of something very, very big. So all the best of luck to you, Donna. But yeah. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Fantastic, guys. Okay, let's do a little reset of the room. I just need to remind anybody who is coming up on stage, if you agree to come up on stage, you are agreeing to us to record you. There are a lot of people that can't join Clubhouse because they are Android users. Yep, you're right. There's still those people that want to buy an Android. Does anyone suspect that Clubhouse might be owned by Apple, or there might be some sort of connection there? I've never seen so many people running out to purchase iPods and iPhones as soon as Clubhouse hit the scene, and the fear of missing out. But that's just my suggestion, that there might be some connection there. So guys, if anybody does want to listen to this recording, this session off Clubhouse, you can go to the Boostly YouTube channel. So on YouTube, look up Boostly, which is Mark Simpson in the top left-hand corner, and you will find that this is being live streamed onto his YouTube channel. So look, have we got any new moderators? Please let me know if you haven't had a chance to introduce yourself. We've got people coming and going, but I just want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to contribute in this conversation. And what we will do, we're going to get ready to hand over the lead microphone shortly, and that's me handing it over to Michael Shoger, who is one of my faves, and I've got a little competition going with Michael Shoger too. So Eric and Bill, you're not the only competitive ones out there, but Michael Shoger and I are both sitting on 3.3 thousand followers, and I mean, I'm just thrilled to be up where he is because he's an incredible influencer in this industry. And so I can see TJ tapping his mic. So
we're all playing catch up with TJ.
TJ, go on. Let's have a look. 17.5 thousand. TJ Tajani, and actually TJ. I'm getting tongue-tied now over the T's and the J's in that name. TJ Tajani, would you like to unmute yourself? I would love for you to just give, I know that you've been off for a little while, but could you give another quick intro? But my question to you, TJ, is how the hell have you got 17,500 followers? What is your Clubhouse secret? One of the topics we spoke about in the last 2 hours was one tip, how to utilize Clubhouse if you're in the short-term rental industry. You are the absolute king and master of this. What is your secret?
Oh man. Well, thank you so much, Julie. And by the way, I was actually gonna unmute to let you know I want to do a giveaway too. Whenever we read, maybe we can do it in the transition when we transition to Mike.
Yeah, you can do it now if you like. Follow it on from your intro if you like.
Perfect. Okay, great. So I'm TJ Tajani. I am out here in Houston, Texas. The short-term rental space is what I do. It's been a heck of a life-changing journey for me. I was a real estate investor. I am a real estate investor, but my strategy was quite different. And I did a lot of other strategies under the sun, from buy and holding, wholesaling, fix and flip. I still do some fix and flips, but I made a complete pivot from making more wholesaling creative strategies, making a pivot from there to making a short-term rental strategy my main strategy. That's because of the amazing cash flow benefits that it has afforded me. When I left, when I was laid off from my six-figure engineering job, my initial goal was to match that salary. And I was able to do that in less than a year with this business. And so doing that, and then we just went ahead and scaled it up from there. I am both what you consider a landlord host, so I own a nice part of my portfolio, but I'm also what I like to consider rental arbitrage host as well, which I'm sure a lot of that has been discussed, and more of that will be discussed, which is considered rent to rent, or also called master leasing. And I'm excited because I'm about to lock up a 13-unit building that we will be remodeling and converting to all short-term rentals as well here in a prime location here in Houston. I like to own properties in highly gentrifying, highly appreciating areas. And so, it's been a heck of a life-changing journey for me. And when it comes to Clubhouse, my first day on Clubhouse was December 6th. And I still remember getting a friend of mine out of Dallas was giving me we did a private room, and he was just showing me how to use all the features and whatnot. And I didn't anticipate Clubhouse to be such an integral part of my growth so far in 2021, but it has been. And I think for me, I would say the secret sauce is just showing up. And for me, when I came in and I wanted to just lead with value, and that's really what it was for me, lead with value. And I'm not going to lie to you, first get on Clubhouse, it was kind of nerve-wracking for me. I was very nervous. I was, I have real estate friends that are doing real estate at a very high level. When they would pull me up on stage, I would be super nervous. But once I would just started speaking, I started speaking about what I do, because honestly, teaching is actually something I enjoy doing. And for those who don't know me, I used to host, I still do. I'm actually going to do one this year. But the last one I did was in May 2020, and I stopped it because of COVID. But I would host master classes, live master classes, and I enjoy doing that. And even in college, I was a math teacher. I was a math TA, and I held my own classes, and I had review sessions. I taught Calculus 1, college algebra, business calculus in college. So I kind of have that kind of a slight passion to teach, you might say. But what I love is that I get to do what I love in the real estate space, within the short-term rental space, and actually combine that with my passion to teach, and I'm able to add tremendous value to just really everyone. And on Clubhouse is just really showing up, you know what I mean, and really getting in these front of these rooms. But I would say also take advantage of other people, okay? Take advantage of other people who have big followings, okay? Take advantage of other people. I think probably, and I'll tell you, one of the biggest rooms I had was when I started doing my weekly rooms. I had a room one time, and I had some pretty big players in the real estate game that tapped into the room. And that room got up to 1,000, like a little over 1,000 people that tapped into that room. And I think at that point, people kind of started realizing who I was. And I think that was part of a main turning point for me. But I did that because I was able to really just connect with other people that have, you know, a big influence on Clubhouse already. So, and what my goal was to kind of be, especially within just this real estate space, my goal was to be the short-term rental experts in these rooms when they want to talk about real estate. So it's not just Airbnb rooms, it's not just short-term rental rooms I'm in multiple rooms that all has to do with real estate, period. And I think that's another kind of secret sauce there, just getting involved in multiple rooms, but still staying in your lane in those rooms. Okay, staying in your lane in those rooms is very important too. So that's kind of how being consistent with all that, everything I just said, consistent with everything, all that has been pretty big game changer for me. It helped me build a pretty big following on here, and it's also given me opportunities to really rub shoulders with some pretty dope people. I've been invited to speak at some pretty big summits. Invited to speak on some pretty amazing podcasts. Mike's included. We still got that on schedule. So yeah, super excited. You're just about the growth, and I honestly just feel like I'm just getting started. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure where we're going to be by the end of 2021, but we'll see how it is. But Clubhouse has been pretty game changing this year, and it's going to be a critical part of just my growth this year so far. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I know that.
Hey TJ, I was just going to say, from one engineer to another that was involved in the oil and gas business, man, that is the best story ever. And I didn't even know that until like today. You told me this, but and it's so awesome that you used to teach those classes. And like, do you ever look back and you're like, why did I ever take DEQ? Have you ever used that in your life now? I mean, it's like
never.
I'm like,
never.
Yeah. So that's just so great that you share that. And it's really great to be in rooms with you, because I feel like the same way when I follow you into those rooms. I'm like, he's just like sniping in the background, waiting for somebody to start talking. And then you just like lay a few gems down, and it's so great. So definitely follow TJ. He's awesome.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Eric. Appreciate that for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, TJ. Actually, TJ, I have got a question for you or anyone else on the panel. Clubs in Clubhouse. Is it important to have your rooms running under a club, and is there any advantage to that? It's something that I haven't really decided on, but what are your thoughts, TJ, or anybody else on the panel's able to open up on this? A club, is it worthwhile? Is it all it's cracked up to be? Should you have a club?
So from what I understand, because I do have a club here on Clubhouse as well, from what I understand, it is good to host rooms under a club, because for one, you will be able to, they will give your club more invites to invite more people into your club. And for two, I believe there's going to be some type of monetization opportunities coming in the future regarding clubs. And so that's kind of the other side of it too. So I think, if you have a club and you're able to build the people that are following the club now, because there's a difference for people following the club and actually in the club. You notice is actually different. So I think for if you have a club, there's definitely an opportunity for some monetization opportunities in the future. So that's just what I heard. I don't know how true that is, but from my understanding, that's the case.
Hey, Julie, I just want to say, I'm not trying to monopolize the conversation, but I'm in a lot of food and beverage clubs related to, bourbon and things like that. And one of the things about the clubs is if you have a club, then you can kind of subcategorize into different sections. So maybe, when you get your club started with short-term rentals, we can have arbitrage, we can have, owner, operators, we can have, just different financing and things like that within the club. And so that's what I was told, is that it would allow you to break out into different sections.
Yeah, awesome, Eric. And I guess, it makes sense to me. I think everybody in the industry seems to be working super, super well. And for those in the audience that don't know, a lot of the moderators up here, we're all connected in group chats on Instagram or on Facebook or, on WhatsApp. And we're all working together to make sure we're not overlapping. We're being considerate and respectful of each other's times, and we really want to work together. We want to collaborate collaborate. We definitely don't want to compete. So as much as you hear us joking around about competing for followers or mud wrestling or whatever we're joking about, it is just a joke. It is a big love fest. Everybody gets along super well in this industry. There is enough work to go around, and I think we're all here for the same purpose, and that is to inspire, encourage, and support each other, and those who might be just discovering Airbnb and short-term rentals for the very first time. So, TJ, I want to come back to you because I heard you say before that you might have a giveaway. Have you got a prize for the audience, and would you like to tell us about that prize, and also in some manner which way you would like to choose a winner, whether they DM you? I just did. Actually, let me give away mine, and then I'm going to because I've just run the competition on mine. But TJ, I'm going to throw to you straight after I announce the winners. So I have found the winners of the $1 Million Host ebooks. The first people to get to me, and I'm going to hopefully pronounce all these correct. I have got Urbane Dwellings, and these are your Instagram names, so I don't know what your real names are. Serge Gabba, Totally Sweet, I like that. Monique Wilkins, David Smith, Adam Galbraith, who is in the UK. He might not be with us anymore because he was saying he was off to bed. Bring the Hooker, or Hookah. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I pronounced that wrong. Oops. Hookah, not hooker. That could be interesting. The Harbour Estates. Loan Gwen. Treetops Dripping Springs. Now, some of these, I'm going to have a look at your Instagram pages. Treetops Dripping Springs. Bruce Norvell, Creating in His Image. Andrew Alcott, and KT Classy. So those people, yes, there were a few more than the 10 I promised, but you know what? Everybody's in those names that I just called out all got in super, super quickly. We will be doing a few more prizes as we go on throughout the marathon. So please don't feel upset if you've missed out. There are plenty of opportunities, but those people that I just read out, I will be in contact with you shortly. TJ, what's your prize? Are you giving away a Tesla or a holiday, or what's your prize that you're giving away?
Man, so here's what we're going. I'm gonna give away 4 courses. They're a short-term rental roadmap course. It's an amazing introductory course that literally, if you implement it, you'll be able to go out there and take action and really start building a business for yourself. It's a great course for folks that are looking to get into the business, that are looking to get started. And so here's what I need you to do. For one, follow everybody on the stage. And I mean everybody. Everybody with a green bean gets a follow. As soon as you follow everybody on the stage, I need you to screenshot the stage, right? Screenshot the stage and then tag the people on that screenshot and post it on your story. Okay, so I want to see the ads on my Instagram, on my DM, so I can repost it. So I'm gonna repost that. And then once you do that, the first 4 people to do that and send me first name, last name, email address to my DM. Okay. First 4 people. I'm not going to complicate it. It's just going to be first come, first serve. The first 4 people, because I have a hard time choosing. So that's what we're going to do. Then I'll make sure you get your access tonight or by the morning at the latest.
That is awesome. And TJ, just give us a bit of an idea. What are your courses worth? What would people be paying for this if they were to pay for a course?
Oh, absolutely. This course alone is a $600 course.
Wow, that is incredibly generous. And you'll be giving away a Tesla later, is that right? Or
that'll come later. Tesla will come later. Don't worry.
Good on you, buddy. Awesome.
Julie, can I piggyback on top of TJ?
Yeah, go ahead, Bill. What have
All
you
right,
got
so everybody listen up. This is really important. So number 1, I'm going to give away 3 profit maximizer courses. This is how I turned a $50,000 a year Airbnb into $100,000 a year in revenue. Those are $1,000 courses. I'm going to give away 3. And here's what you have to do to be those first 3 people. All you got to do is like my Instagram page and DM me, and I'm going to randomly select 3 people. But for one lucky person that can use your influence to get me ahead of Eric Carrico and his 400 followers that he is ahead of me, I'm going to give you a 1-hour coaching call, which is $500. And if you can get to Houston, I will fly down there and meet you and take you and TJ out to TJ's favorite restaurant in Houston. That's like priceless.
Hey, listen, let's go. Let's go. Somebody
You
just
guys
said,
and all
oh,
your complicated
Do I get an
stuff.
invite to this?
Honestly, you guys and all your complicated stuff. Look, just follow everybody, and the first person that recognizes what's in my profile right now, I'll send them a bottle of that. Just send me your name and address.
See, Eric's the man. That's why.
I'm
I'm
just gonna come over for dinner. So just let me know where the dinner is, and then I'll just invite myself to dinner.
TJ's going to be hosting the first Clubhouse mastermind, moderator mastermind group down in Houston.
Oh man, say less. Let's do it.
You guys are bringing so much excitement to this room. I'm feeling like I'm missing out. How do I get to Houston from Australia at the moment? I'm sure there's a way, but Eric, what the hell is in your photo? Okay, now I can see it. He's just changed it. So anybody who wants to pull down to refresh, you'll be able to see what's in Eric's photo. And moderators, with all of your generous prizes you're giving away, just make sure to update the Google sheet or to contact Mark Simpson and let him know exactly who was the winner of those prizes, what it is that you've given away, and thank you so much for contributing these prizes.
Can we bring up Cameron James real quick? Cameron James.
Yeah,
he just
please.
DM'd me. Bring him up here. He just won.
Please do. Can you find him? If you can find him,
Raise your
you
hand,
can bring him
Cameron.
up. Oh, hang on. We've got raised hands is off, but let's turn raised hands on so that we can just get Cameron up here. Okay, so he should be able to bring himself up. But right now, what are we going to do is we're going to do a handover. And yes, TJ, bring up Jeff from Host GPO as well. So we've got some amazing people in the audience as well as on the stage. Look, I would just like to, I'm going to hand over the moderation. The king of moderation is Mr. Michael Shoger now. So Mike is going to take on the main microphone role. He is going to organize all you crazy kids, because you're all getting a little crazy and drinking too much bourbon in the background, I think. But look, this Aussie is signing off for a couple of hours. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to listen in, so don't say anything nasty. And I will be back in a couple of hours to contribute. But yeah, thanks guys for participating. Michael Shoger, over to you.
Appreciate you, Julie. All right. So, guys, I just want to reset the room real quick. This is the 24-hour Airbnb STR SA room. We're doing a bunch of big giveaways, and this room is being recorded. So for all of our Android friends over there, Mark Simpson is live streaming this over to YouTube. So if you come up on stage, you are acknowledging that you are being recorded. I just got to say that. So super excited to be up here with everybody. We've been going for about 6 hours now, so we've got another 18 to go. I want to give Jeff a chance to just introduce himself from Host GPO. And then what I want to do is open it up for some questions, because I find, for me, I love opening it up for questions, and I feel like we can add a ton of value because we have so many amazing people up here. So guys, get your questions ready, start raising your hand, and we will bring you up on stage. But before we do that, Jeff, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much, Michael. I appreciate it, and nice to be here. I can't believe you guys are doing this 24-hour thing. I think it's really amazing, and I'm sure between everybody on stage, it really is a ton of value. So my background, I've been in the space for about 7-8 years. I'm a host. I've run over 150 units before. I've started Host GPO. It's my new business. We've been around for about 1.5 years, 2 years, and we've recently opened it up to anybody who has 3 or more units. Host GPO is a buying group. We are a group purchasing organization for the vacation rental industry. So whether you are a professional manager, whether you are setting up new units, whether you are an interior designer setting up units in the vacation rental space, we've negotiated discounts and deals on things like furniture, mattresses, linens, supplies, anything that you need to stock your unit to get going or run your unit if you're already up. And we've negotiated the best available rates for the industry. So that's what Host GPO is. And I'm just happy to be here and help out and add value in any way I can.
Awesome. Hey, Michael. Thanks for being up here, buddy. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
This is Eric, actually.
Oh, sorry, Eric. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, Cameron Ray down there, who raised his hand, has got that beautiful picture of his son, or somebody he's friends with. He was quick on the DM, and he DM'd me, and I just wanted to bring him up on stage because I want to hear what he had to say, if that's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Cameron.
Hello. Yes. So yeah, my name is Cameron. I own 12 Airbnb properties now, and we're actually got to close next week on 5 more. So yeah, I've been doing it for about 2 years now, and we're just slowly growing. I see Sean's actually in this group, and I actually learned from him. So
I'm glad that I was able to help.
Right.
Well, I appreciate
actually,
you.
me and Sean, we're working on a project right now together.
That's awesome. I appreciate you guys coming up and talking. Are you located in Kansas City, I see?
Yep, I'm located in Kansas City.
So does bourbon go good with barbecue? Is that why you were so quick on the draw? Or
Yes.
Lions fan?
Yes, yes. Love barbecue.
How's the market in Kansas City? I always heard that the second tier, or not second tier, but the markets that weren't necessarily, coastal vacation destinations fared the pandemic pretty well. It sounds like you guys did pretty good.
Yeah, we did really good. We didn't have a negative month at all last year. We profited every month. We profited so much we added 5 more last year, and then now we're on our way. We're at 12 now, but our goal this year is to be up to 30.
That's a great goal.
And we're doing very well. We're booked. Right now we're booked solid. So, and it's going very well.
Well, I hear you, man. If you could just go ahead and DM me your address, I'll send that gift on your way. So appreciate you coming up and talking. And like I said, just follow everybody here, because everybody here loves talking about Airbnb and, loves to share.
Awesome. Will do. Thank you.
Love that.
Cameron, just FYI, you just got yourself an amazing bottle of bourbon. That's not the $40 stuff you can find in the liquor store.
I am definitely looking forward to it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I love that. Well, while I'm waiting for folks to raise their hands, I want to kick a question to the moderators up here, because most of the folks up here are coaches, or they have coached folks in some capacity. And I am curious, for a lot of the newer folks that are in the audience, what is kind of a common theme that you see that is like the biggest mistake that a lot of newbies make when they're trying to get in the game, that you have helped people kind of overcome or steer them in the right direction? And Sean, I'd like to kick it off with you, because you've been in the game a while, and you've been doing a lot of YouTube stuff and coaching a lot of people. So I'd be curious, from your standpoint, what's a big mistake that a lot of the newbies are making right now, or that you've seen?
So it depends on how new we're talking. There's a lot of people that are on their journey, because obviously Airbnb has really lowered the bar to entry to this business model. You'll have people who've been hosting for maybe a year, having one place, and they're still pretty much fresh, brand new. They don't really know anything about short-term rentals, but they've been hosting for a while. For my niche, though, with that disclaimer out, fresh people who are like, man, I really want to get into short-term rentals and do, Airbnb arbitrage, get landlords to give me their properties. I'm so excited. They manifest their newbiness in 2 main ways. One is they puke all over landlords, all of the information that they could ever tell a landlord on the front end. They really oversell it because they're eager. And that eagerness is also the theme for the second one, which is they don't negotiate nearly aggressive enough. I think a lot of people, because Airbnb has been in the news a lot, they tend to think that landlords are going to expect Airbnb to be a negative thing. Landlords will be like, oh, I don't want all these parties at my house and stuff like that, just because there's been some of that in the news. So I think people's perspectives, not being an operator yet, they don't realize that they have all this value to offer a landlord. So what we have to fix with pretty much every student that I bring on board, we have to pretty much kind of give them a different flavor of Kool-Aid to drink, which is that if you're approaching a landlord to take their property to put it on Airbnb, you're looking for landlords that see the value in working with you. And a lot of us have talked about this already in the last hours in this clubhouse, is that we're filling people's vacancy. And right now we are in a period of time where landlords are just, there's so much uncertainty with eviction bans and people not paying their rent and the economy possibly slowing down because we're overprinting money, and landlords are concerned. So if you are a rental arbitrage hopeful, a new guy or a new girl, when you approach a landlord, you do it with your chest out, chin high, confident. I've got this business proposition for you that is going to protect you for years to come. Work with me, give me your property and let me fill that thing up in a different way than you're used to. And if you do this right and you have the right approach, when you negotiate, you should be asking for discounts in rent, free rent up front, discounts off of the market rent, different types of lease concessions, because what you're doing is you're de-risking their portfolio. And too many new people see it like they're trying to get the landlord to do something special for them, where they need to flip that script and see that what they're doing for the landlord is worth asking for discounts off of leases.
That's some gems right there. Thank you, Sean. How about TJ? I want to kick it to you. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just going to piggyback off of Sean, man. He's spot on with that because, and what he's talking about is a mindset shift, because I kind of suffered from that when I first got going as well. My mindset was like, hey, I have this, I want to have this business. I want to rent the property, but I'm going to do it this way and, this way. But for what I had to understand is that, look, you are providing a tremendous amount of value to these landlords. And not only are you filling their vacancy, but you're filling their vacancy and you will be their perfect tenant. Like, you will take care of their property better than anybody else will take care of their property. You will make sure that they get rent, get paid on time, and it's going to be automated. So you will have a different approach even to how to handle maintenance issues for them. So that mindset shift has to change. And a lot of times people that get into this business don't adopt to that right away. So I think that's so Sean is definitely spot on with that. I think another mistake that newbie make is that they try to serve everybody. Right, they try to serve everybody with their unit. There's a reason why doctors that practice things that have specialties make more money than general surgeons, right? So you got to understand who exactly you're serving, who that target demographic is, and tailor your units for them, because that'll speak volumes, especially, and also that depends on your location, right? That has a few factors, but if you can really identify and really set up your business and your units to who you're serving, that'll definitely go a long way. So I think that's another mistake that people make. They try to serve everybody when they should be really focused on setting up their units for that ideal guest avatar.
I love that. One other thing I'll throw in, because right before I jump back in, I was actually presenting to like a online RIA group to a lot of newer folks. And one thing that I went through, and Emanuel will attest to this because he's been with me for years now, is one of my best friends, like having that identity shift. So like when I was out talking to people or at networking events, when people asked me what I did, I always reverted back to whatever my job was at the time. It was like, I'm an accountant or I'm a CPA, whatever it is for you. The faster that you shift your identity, and when people ask you, you just say, I'm a real estate investor, or I'm a corporate housing company, or whatever language you're going to use. I'm a professional short-term rental host, whatever it is. You want to start using that and embodying that identity all the time. Like, if your goal is to get out of your job, stop telling people that's what your profession is. You are now a professional real estate investor. Like, that's what you are, or a professional short-term rental host, whatever you want to call yourself, but start embodying that identity so that anytime, somebody in your Rolodex comes across a property, they start sending you the leads. So you'll do your own marketing, but then you're basically building out a sales team for you to just start sending you leads. But if you don't tell people what you do, they can't help you out. So don't be shy about it. Tell people what you're doing. Tell people about this business. It's exciting. A lot of people want to get into real estate. Not a lot of people pull the trigger. So if you're one of them, people are going to want to help you out. So that would just be my quick 2 cents. Anybody else want to jump in on that before I go to Lorena?
Yeah, Michael, I'll piggyback on what kind of your background, if you will. I think the biggest mistake that I see people make is they don't really have a financial plan before they rent their first arbitrage unit, before they purchase their first property, and they tend to overestimate the cash flow that the property is going to legitimately make, and they underestimate their carrying costs. And they don't factor in a lot of miscellaneous things, whether it could be maintenance or landscaping or, interest on loans, mortgage, whatever that is. So I've just really advise everybody to put together a financial prospectus and a pro forma And I'm a big believer in underestimating revenue by 10% and overestimating expenses by 10%. So that way you have a delta of 20% for error.
Love that. Love that. All right, Lorena, what question do you have for the moderators here?
Hello, moderators. Thank you so much for bringing me on the stage. I really appreciate it. First off, I wanted to send a special shout out to Sean. When my husband mentioned to me about doing Airbnb, like I had no point of reference at all. Like I didn't know what Airbnb was. And around 2016, some co-worker girlfriends of mine, we were going to Chicago. And so one of them said, oh, we can rent an Airbnb. I was like, Airbnb, what's that? And I downloaded the app. I looked at it, and I was like, ugh, I'm not staying in people's houses. Like I had no point of reference. And then a couple of years after that, we've always been, real estate investors. We had property when we lived in New York. And my husband talked about doing Airbnb and, instead of doing the long-term rentals, doing short-term rentals this way. And I really was like, I don't want to do that. Like, what is that really? And he says, listen, go on YouTube, start doing some research. And I found Sean's videos. And I literally devoured them. And I live, sleep, eat Airbnb. Like, that's all I do. I don't even watch regular TV. I'm just watching different videos on how to make our business better and to become better hosts and offer better hospitality to our guests. So, Sean, I just really, really wanted to thank you for that. It has been invaluable to us. Absolutely. So my direct question is that we do have property that we own, and they're quadruplexes. And so in being in some of these different groups, some of the suggestions that we have received was that we should not only market them as individual apartments, but to also market the entire house to guests who want to come as groups and, et cetera. What would be the best way to list that or make that as a listing? I'm not exactly sure how to really word it. I'm just kind of like lost on how to go forward with that. So any suggestions would be appreciated.
So I actually do something similar with my duplexes. I have each individual listing for each unit, then I have a third listing for the entire building if they want to rent it. I think what's important just to make sure that, for one, their calendars are synced properly. That way you're not doing any double bookings. For two, you just have to make sure and word it properly in your description that, hey, this is for this is for both units. This is for the entire place. This is for both units. And also what I do is, even in the description, like, it's, how on Airbnb you can actually have your sleep mix. I like to call it sleep mix, just your sleeping arrangements, how they kind of have it there, like that section there, how they show the beds and the couch and whatnot. But I still break it down. I break down the sleeping arrangements even more with, hey, unit one has this, this, and this, and this. Unit two has this, 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 and this in terms of the sleeping arrangement. So, and then clearly identify on that listing how, hey, this is for both units. It's for the entire property. And so that way it's clearly identified, and you shouldn't have any issues. So I haven't had anybody that has been confused or anything like that, just depending on how it's set up. And what I can do for you, by the way, if you want me to, I could send you one of my listings that I have set up that way, and you can kind of look at that and see how I set that up.
That would be awesome. I'm very familiar with syncing the calendars. We do have a unit that is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And so we market that as a 2-bed, 2-bath, but then we also market it as a 1-bedroom, 2-bath. So I'm familiar with that, but I wasn't sure how to do the wording of the listing for each of the 4 units and that. So that would be awesome if I could take a look at your listing. I would really appreciate it.
Say less. Send me a DM, Lorraine. No, I want to make sure I see your names. That way I don't lose your DM. Okay, but yeah. Tap in with me.
Awesome. I'll definitely do that right now.
Hey, Lorena. This is Eric.
Yeah. Hey, Eric.
So, just so I'm clear, so do you have 4 separate listings, or you don't have 4 separate listings?
We actually have 8 separate listings. So we have 3 quadruplexes. One of the quadruplexes is completely short-term rental. And so they all have individual listings. The second quadruplex, we have 3 short-term rental, and so they're also listed on Airbnb. The other apartments that we have in the third quadruplex, as well as the third apartment in the second one, those are long-term rentals. So our goal is, as each lease is up from that tenant, we're not renewing leases, and we are flipping those over to short-term rentals.
Okay, so we bought a 8-unit building, and what we did was we converted it back to basic. I don't know your situation, but in our situation, there was the ability to expand within the property. And so I wanted to do that. So what I did was I converted it back to a duplex, so that if I wanted to expand, I would not have to go through the entire permitting phase to add additional units. So I don't know if that's in your wheelhouse or not, but that was it was kind of like a multifamily hack that I was doing. And then what we did was we created individual unit listings, but then we had an overall listing. And what we do is we have the overall listing creates a premium pricing, because you can have up to 16 guests. And then once we get things booked, we will backfill it with the individual listings.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so we want to maximize the full house rental and not have to deal with the individual listings, because you're still spending the same amount of time and money dealing with it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
And I much rather have both listings booked, like the entire place booked, because like you said, you're able to charge more for it, and you're definitely able to maximize your revenue that way.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we have been, thinking as well. And, with the spring and the summer right at the corner, right around the corner, we know that people are going to, they want to travel again. So it makes the most sense. Thank you so much,
Did we
everybody.
get you taken care of, Lorena?
Yes, you did. I really appreciate it. Thanks again.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question. All right. If anybody else has questions, just feel free, raise your hand. We will bring you up on stage. Just remember that this room is being recorded. So if you have any objections to that, just don't come up on the stage. But we are live streaming this over on YouTube for any of your friends that do not have an iPhone or an Apple device. You can send them over to YouTube. Just have them search for Boostly, which is Mark Simpson's page, and we are live streaming this over on YouTube. While we wait for some questions, Dan, did you have something you wanted to add in?
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to kind of build on that last question. I actually had a really great meeting with one of our clients today who's got a 17-room boutique hotel that opened about a year ago. And they are struggling a little bit, getting integrated into Airbnb. They're using a PMS system that just isn't a great fit for them, but they signed a 2-year contract. But anyways, I was telling them that they do whole house buyouts, and it's a screaming deal. It's like $5,000 for all 17 rooms for a weekend night and less during the weekdays. Any advice and anybody here that's got boutique hotel experience doing whole home buyouts and trying to manage that process through Airbnb? There's so much customization that needs to happen and things. So it could just be like an inquiry to build something custom for a guest, or actually just go ahead and take the revenue while it's available.
You mean somebody wants to take the whole hotel?
Yeah, they do specialize in weddings and whole home buyouts, but they're kind of asking me today if they could try to manage that process through Airbnb, sort of create a whole separate listing at $5,000 a night or $10,000 for the weekend.
You could. I mean, for ours, I'll be honest, for our hotel, it's 65% direct bookings, and then about 20% booking.com, and then the rest is Airbnb and some other platforms. But if we have wedding inquiries, people are typically calling to do that. So we handle that, through our PMS. You could set it up that way as an entire listing on Airbnb. I mean, you'd literally just have to sync up might be a little tedious, but you have to sync up all of the individual listing calendars. I've never done it myself, to be totally honest, but I would imagine that you could do that. But I would just try and push people, like if they inquire through Airbnb, that they just book that offline. Are they saying that they're not getting enough bookings and they're trying to do that? I would probably direct them to honestly like level up their direct booking website a little bit to advertise that they do weddings or events or things like that.
Yeah, they've got a pretty big site, and they're at like 90 to 95% direct bookings right now, but haven't had a lot of success on the whole home buyouts. So I was just wondering if anybody on the panel had experience like linking that many calendars to a thing to try to take like a 17-room or bigger place off of line to try to like just bring in that like big ticket sale.
Yeah, so I can tell you about how the Airbnb platform ultimately works with that connection. I don't have a hotel that I link that way, but I do have a 7-unit apartment complex in Philadelphia that we do this. And so you can nest all 17 units or hotel rooms under that one whole house, like he mentioned. You make one listing that is all of the units, and you make that on Airbnb, and then you nest all 17 units under the main one. But then you only API connect the main one to your channel manager. So what will happen is if somebody books one of your little, like one or two of your units on Airbnb, it'll block in the upward direction and block the whole listing. And then what that'll do is that'll block the whole listing availability in your API connection with whatever PMS that you're using. Then if somebody books like the whole home on a different platform, it'll then block the whole listing on Airbnb, and then that'll graduate down and block all the units on Airbnb as well. But that'll protect, you won't have like some bug where somebody books a unit on like booking.com and then it blocks all of your units on Airbnb unless it was the entire listing getting booked. So that'll be like the way you connect it.
Hey, Sean, real quick to piggyback off of that, Sean. Now, what you just said, man, that's golden. So you have the main listing on Airbnb, then the sub listings on Airbnb. Connect those channels, connect those counters on Airbnb, connect the main listing to your API, to your channel manager, and then you can also connect a main listing on another OTA to your channel manager. But you cannot have individual listings on another channel manager. I mean, on another OTA, right? Because then it'll convolute everything, right? Because I tried that, it didn't work, but I know if you had any luck with that.
Yeah, so in this case, what I guess I'm saying is that you're MacGyvering it so that way all of your individual listings are connected through like iCal, which is going to be a little bit slower, but it gives you a perfect relationship between the big listing and the small ones without it breaking.
Yep, that makes sense. Yep.
Nice. I'll pass that along. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. All right, we got Don up next. What's going on, Don?
How you doing? Thank you, everybody, for your time. My question is for TJ and I believe Sean. I believe both of y'all were hitting on arbitrage for single-family homes. So right now I'm invested in Hawaii. In Hawaii, it's very specific with regards to where you can have units for Airbnb. The part of the island that I am on, I'm just in condos and hotels. But I am looking on expanding this year and going to different states and going throughout the nation. So with regards to that, I know you both hit on the strategies when you are inquiring with landlords about getting their home. What is your thought process on this idea? I'm thinking go in and to make them more inclined to work with me, offer them $100 to $200 more than what their asking price for with regards to rent is. What is your good idea, bad idea? What is your what do you think?
I think TJ and I both said the same thing when we talked about that mindset problem. What do you think, TJ?
I wouldn't lead with it, man. I wouldn't lead with it. Just leading with it off top like that. I would say if you really want that unit, that'd probably be the last resort because everything's negotiable. And so if it'll take an extra $50 a month or $100 a month to secure that unit, you're still going to cash flow very well. So I'm not opposed to it. But again, I think that mindset shift is really important. I think the way you position yourself, you shouldn't have to. But I think I wouldn't lead with it. But if you have to, then I'm okay with it. What you think, Sean?
The only time that I think that you would have to is like, right, for example, right now in Dallas, it's a total seller's market if you wanted to buy a property. And the only people that are buying properties are ones who are putting in offers above listing. The only time that I think you should ever try to offer more is to get a unit that is actually like contested, where other people are trying to get the same unit. So for example, like you have this just dream of an apartment where, like, for example, my 3-bedroom in Houston that, you know, the rent's like $2,400 and we're like getting $8,000 to $11,000, you know, a month in like Airbnb revenue. Like that property is such a unique dream of a property that if I had to, in order to get it from someone else, I would offer more, right? But usually apartment complexes don't even work that way. It's like first come, first serve on the application. Somebody applies first, that's it. So I don't even think that my one instance of being willing to pay more would actually even ever show up. I think the major problem here is the power dynamic between you and the landlord. If you have to offer the landlord more money to have access to his property, you already have this dynamic where the landlord is in the power seat. The landlord is already kind of winning their negotiation with you. And if you're going to build a business based on arbitrage, most of your money is made by getting your property under market. And that's where actually all of your risk mitigation comes from too. So if Airbnb like hits the fan again because of something like COVID and your rents are under market, it's a lot easier for you to get a monthly tenant at break even or better. If you're paying over market rent and something goes wrong, you will almost assuredly lose money if you've got to flip that thing at cost to get a monthly tenant to ride out what I guess they would call an economic winter. And that's why I don't ever pay more than market rent. And I almost make it a rule to always pay less.
I'll tap in on that for a quick second, if that's all right. Just to add on one more thing. I think that Sean and TJ are 100% right about that. In general, it is specifically about the unit. If it is a stellar unit and it's an absolute gem and your financials, you know, analysis is showing you that that's going to be a winning unit, maybe there's an exception there. The only other exception to this general rule that I completely agree with them on, you want to pay less, you want to pay less, you want to pay less. I've done deals where I will pay more for the first unit if it is under the understanding that I am going to get more units from this landlord, that we are developing a relationship, and that future units will decrease in price as I pick up more units. So I've done a couple of deals like that where if it's a specific landlord that you're trying to develop a relationship with, and you, like Sean says, you can still control the dynamic by creating an expectation that you are going to take 10 units from them or 5 units or 20 units moving forwards, then I think in those, you know, situations it might make sense. But in general, huge no. You know, you want to pay less than market rent.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm glad I asked. That is it. So, gentlemen, thank you. I respect your time. I respect your opinion. And that's it.
Appreciate the question, Don. All right, let's go to the Harbor Estates.
Good evening, and thanks for bringing me up on the stage. I appreciate all the knowledge you guys have shared so far. My question, I currently have 2 different properties that I am Airbnb, and I've been doing that for a couple of years now. So I have a 9 to 5, but that's kind of like pretty much when I get off of work. I mostly spend a lot of time developing the Airbnbs, trying to make them, you know, optimize them better and increase revenue and things like that. One of my bottlenecks is linen. And I know there was one of the speakers, I'm not sure if he's still on here. Oh, yeah, Daniel, I see. I know he kind of revolutionized like a new way of kind of handling this issue. But so mine is linen, but more so from a claims perspective. Like I just recently had to submit a claim from a guest about a week ago, and it literally took me, between juggling like, you know, other factors and a job, it took me about almost 3 days from start to finish of the claim. And I was just hoping maybe people, you know, some of you may have some suggestions on how I can kind of decrease that time that it takes from beginning to the end, you know, so from documentation and pictures to actually submitting the claim.
So what's your process for your cleaners when they go in and they identify something that's broken?
Yep. So so I have a check-in and check-out list. So they'll, kind of go through the checkout list. And I have, because I'm sure most of you, or probably all of you, are aware, you have to have your claim submitted before the next guest checks in. There's a lot of times where I may have a guest checking in either the same day or maybe the next day. So I have, like I said, a list of a ton of things on the inventory list or checkout list, but I have certain things that are bolded. So that means that they look at those first, because if I need to submit a claim, I need, additional time. So they'll look at those bolded things first. Once they notice any damage or anything, they take pictures, trying to get the correct angle so that it shows, what the problem actually is. And then they upload that to Google Drive. The issue I was having, I finally figured out how to address that, but it was uploading it in the wrong format, and the claims website or for Airbnb wouldn't allow me to upload through that. So figured out how to switch the format in which the phone was saving the photos. So from there, then I have to actually price out, each thing that needs to be replaced. So I have to usually go on, I try to use Amazon mostly. So I'll go on Amazon and try to see something that was comparable if I can't find the exact same item. And then kind of add it to the cart and show like an estimate. Then I have to upload that. And then keeping track of the previous receipt. So I have a couple different Google Drives now because I'm maxing out on the space. So trying to keep track of documentation, of previous receipts and then current receipts.
Man, you are like the hell of a documenter. What the hell was the total value of the claim, man?
I'll have this most recent claim was about $2,800. There were some couches that had, I don't know, they had a Valentine's Day event, I guess a party. They didn't even tell me they were having an event, so that was a whole nother issue. People were smoking inside, so they caused some damage like to some of the furniture. And smoking is one of the house rules where you cannot smoke. So between linen and furniture totaled up to about $2,800.
Okay, well, I mean, I understand where you're going with that, and I have dealt with that many a times. As far as the smoking goes, I hate people that do that. Was it probably the indoor, or the not the whatever the things that kids use these days, the jewels or whatever?
Oh no, this was actual ashes. I have a fish aquarium which I'm trying to get that out of here ASAP because it doesn't seem like the juice is worth the squeeze on that one. I've had people spill things inside of it. I've had these guys, they put ashes like on top of the lid. So yeah.
You want to eliminate all that stuff, and then you want to try to make it as efficient as possible for cleaning. And it sounds like that's just an additional maintenance expense. I have gone down that route with Airbnb, and it was basically, it came down to the most expensive thing was the couch, and I didn't want to spend a whole bunch of time with all the other things, and so I basically just submitted with the couch, and then I added additional security features as well as raised my prices and tried to avoid that type of situation. I'm not sure if you have, the schlag locks and the videos and all the other things that kind of deter people that want to come in and throw parties. But those are kind of when I went into the whole defense mode of where I started adding, if somebody's coming, I need their, ID as well as the name of all their guests, as well as, here's the rules. And if you violate any of these rules, you sign off for this. And I also added a deposit.
Hey, I want to jump in real quick. This is Noble, kind of up near the top under Eric. I think it was for Harbor Estates. What's your name, brother?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that. Marvin. My name is Marvin.
Marvin. Okay. So a couple of things, because it sounds like you were dealing with a handful there. Getting claims worked out with Airbnb. Sometimes they can happen quickly. Sometimes they can take forever. But what I would recommend is making sure, in the very least, considering a policy, an insurance policy that covers damages like that, and covers, and offers an opportunity for you to do a claim in a much faster way, and get reimbursed for that. And so, we just this past week, or a week ago, maybe, we did a clubhouse room with a company that specializes in insurance for short-term rentals. So if you hit my DMs and go to my IG, there's a link in the bio that'll take you right to that episode. But I think that'll be worth listening to. And then secondly, when you have a situation where you have like a big piece of furniture damaged, but maybe you have another reservation coming up, what we've done in the past when we were in a sticky situation and we weren't able to get another new piece of furniture delivered, we went and rented a piece of replacement furniture to accommodate the next guest, because we could turn that around much quicker. And then we charged that back to the guest along with the replacement costs of the piece of furniture that was damaged. And so that's kind of like a in the worst case scenario, a potential backup if you find yourself in a situation, where you've sustained a bit of damage. So, hopefully that'll help.
That's
a little
gem
bit
right there, Noble.
Yeah.
Yeah, that renting the furniture idea is pretty MacGyver right there. That's awesome.
I love that idea. Hey, man, I'm going to come to Dallas and see you next month, okay? You going to be around?
Hey, I'll be here. There's no more snow. I'm going to be here. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, Noble, where are you? I'm in Deep Ellum right now.
I'm in Keller. I'm in Fort Worth. I thought that was my man up above me, Eric, talking. But yeah, I live right outside of Fort Worth in the Keller area, but I'm always in town. I mean, I was out of town last week.
I think we were both talking. We're both talking at you.
I think Sean, you should come join me. I'll be there August 4th, I think. Or sorry,
Wow,
April.
That's so much advance notice. I think I can make that work.
Sorry, April 2nd. Sorry,
Yeah.
April 2nd.
So,
yeah.
I'm going to add to this answer too, by the way, guys. So what we find in our size with like 100 units, we've got like 50 something apartments in Dallas alone, is that housekeepers will constantly discover stuff that's broken. So we developed a 5-step housekeeping system that we train all of our housekeepers on. So all of our housekeepers are in-house. We pay them by the hour. We pay them $12 an hour at most, but we're actually able to hire them for less. And this just drastically buys down our housekeeping cost. That's a totally different topic. But having them in-house also gives us the control to put them through an orientation and make them memorize things. And so we have this 5-step housekeeping system. And I have that in my course, and I'm not going to give you the whole thing because it's like a half an hour to talk about. But the first 2 steps, the one thing I think everybody needs to understand, the first 2 steps of our 5-step housekeeping system that we teach our housekeepers has nothing to do with cleaning the home. Both first steps have to do with like a wellness check on the property and inventory control. That is it. And then they start cleaning. So it's so important that housekeepers are looking for the damage, anything that's stolen, anything that's stained, anything that's missing, and they need to find it immediately right away, because you do only have until, say, 4 p.m. If your check-in time is 4 p.m., you only have until then to fix it. So if a housekeeper is going through their cleaning and just doing their thing, and then they kind of like at the end of their cleaning session go, oh, hey, by the way, the TV's cracked, and it's got a crack right down the middle, and it's not like broadcasting a signal or anything. That was something you should have known an hour and a half ago. So work into your operational strategy that the primary first thing that anybody who cleans your homes for you does is like they turn on everything. They check the TVs. They also test anything that can move, anything that a guest can handle, that they're playing with everything, they're toggling with everything, and they're looking for damage or breaks, so that way you can fix it immediately. I also recommend use something like, I personally use GroupMe, but you can use pretty much any sort of group texting like Slack or Discord, because they all have the same functionality. But the housekeepers all communicate in real time into certain housekeeping groups. And so we have one group on our GroupMe that is for damages or for theft. So there's somebody on our team who's always on staff. One of our managers for one of our cities takes over the lunch hour for the whole company, and is constantly they're constantly watching the group me for damages or theft. And if anything is damaged or stolen, what they do is they immediately take action to fix it. So we have that process for like a fast acting repair or replace. And that allows you to start generating a resolution and the fix like at 11:30 a.m. or at noon. And if you're worried about like getting your numbers wrong, you can just always overshoot what you think it's going to cost. And Airbnb allows you to put, well, that's my best guess. And you can just guess at what the price to repair is going to be, and just make sure you get that resolution submitted to Airbnb before, you know, the next guest could check in. And that's probably the biggest thing that we care about, because on the back end, we have all the time in the world to find out, well, what did this cost to fix? What did that cost to fix? Let's go get that invoice from that company. It might take 2 days to get the invoice. Who cares? We still got the invoice in, or we still got the claim in time. And that's really the only thing that matters. And on the back end, I will say that increasingly now we are having to go to arbitration for things with Airbnb because one of their resolution specialists decides to make a decision that's actually against their, you know, their guest refund policy or against their host guarantee policy. And then we have to take it and inform them that we're going to go to arbitration. And a lot of times, if those claims are small enough, they'll just pay you to avoid arbitration. And so your claims process should include an aggressive, you know, plan for arbitration as well.
That's a gem too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
One thing I want to ask too is are you consistently having people damage your property?
So, so I'm consistently having damages, but not necessarily to the property. My biggest loss right now is actually linen, because I use all white linen, all white duvets and sheets and pillowcases and everything. So, you know, obviously it's easier to leave a mark or a stain. And I have a pretty thorough process as far as getting them cleaned. But some of them, you know, for one reason or another, they're just not able to come out. So I would say I have a loss at least every 3 guests. I have 1 to 2 pair or sets of sheets that are lost. So quite often, I would say.
Are you using cotton or microfiber?
I've been trying to figure out which is best and cost effective. So I've been using a mix of both. I almost feel like, because I've even started trying to do a little bit of research on my own to see which material is better, you know, for more tough with getting stains out. And I think the microfiber, like the polyester mix, it seems to be better.
100% cotton is the easiest material to get stains out of if it's all white. You hit it with OxyClean right off the shelf as soon as you notice a stain, and then just wash with cold water and a good detergent. You don't have to overkill it. There are some products that are great, like Grandma's has got one for returning white for the stains that actually won't come out. But anything that's got plastic in it, microfiber, nylon, polyester, those stains set almost immediately and are basically impossible to come off. And so just about every hotel uses either 100% cotton or a very small blend of some polyester in their sheets for durability, but the stain killing power is all in the cotton.
Do you do your sheets?
I was going to say, you can hit up Jeff too from Host GPO, because I know I've had some calls with him and he's put me in contact with some of his linen companies and they can walk you through that whole process.
Yeah, do your hospitality. Yes, I was just say hospitality grade sheets are a thing. They are definitely different than a lot of the Amazon, Milani, you know, Utopia, microfiber, you know, blends that are out there. So happy to you know, connect you with our sheet guy as well if you're looking to purchase as opposed to rent.
Do you manage your
sheets? I would add. Sorry, answer our question first, then I'll chime in.
Well, I'm sorry. You said, do I?
Who handles your linens right now? Is it you yourself, or?
So I have a couple different, and that's a whole separate issue. It's been incredibly hard to find good staff, so I kind of oversee it, but I do have about 2 or 3 different cleaning staff that I kind of cycle through. But
Okay.
Yep.
So when the cleaning staff does the sheets, do they do them at the unit or do they take them to somebody else to outsource them and do it?
Yep. No. So everything is done in house. So I actually have washers and dryers on site. So I bought like the largest washer and dryer capacities I could find and have them on site.
Okay, so that's the problem that you have. I found that cleaners don't really want to mess with laundry because they're paid by the hour and they want to move on to the next unit. So what you want to do is you want to have your cleaners go and just grab up everything. And then you want to go find a professional cleaner or somebody that's in the dry cleaning business, and they'll probably charge you per pound. And then you want to have somebody that will go and coordinate collecting all of that as opposed to having your cleaners do it, because it's much easier for your cleaners. I mean, if you go in like the direction of what you're talking about, like adding stains stuff and all the other stuff, your cleaners are, typically paid by, either the job or the hour, and they have no incentive to deal with that. So I would go look for somebody that you could outsource that system to, or in my case, I just went and bought a commercial cleaner company, and then I just send everything there.
So, Eric, you're right. If the person is paid by the job, absolutely, they're trying to hurry through because obviously they make way more money if they just jam it out. But if housekeeper's paid by the hour, in our experience, there is no additional hurdle to get them to really do anything except for change their habits. So housekeepers get into a groove and kind of do things the way that they like to or the way that they've been trained to. But if you train a housekeeper from the beginning to follow certain protocols, they stick with that forever. The hardest thing to do is get somebody to change midstream. So if you have somebody right now who's paid by the hour and they don't do, if they don't do, stain checks or whatever, they don't, handle stains themselves, it's going to be hard to get that housekeeper to do it. So you would have to hire new ones. But in our camp, our housekeepers who are paid by the hour, as long as they were trained appropriately in the beginning, we can get them to pretty much do anything. And the one management hurdle for paying people by the hour is managing quality, because since they're paid by the hour, they can take their time and there's no incentive to do it well because they're paid by the hour anyway. So we have to incentivize our housekeepers based on quality and build a culture around that as our main value system. And that's what we experience on our side with hourly reps.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
disagreeing with you, Sean.
say. I was going to say, like, we set up different structures where we'll bonus our cleaners based on certain metrics and things like that, and trying to create that culture and sharing the wins with them. But the two things that I was going to add is, if you're finding that you're consistently getting damages, there's probably something in your listing or in your guest quote unquote screening process that you're attracting the wrong type of guests to your listing. And then the second thing is, as you scale, everything is about process and systems. So like, we have a simple Google sheet of all the products that we have in our units, from the linens we use, the towels we use, things like that. So if we have a damaged linen or towel, I literally just go to the sheet, copy the link, and then paste it in. So like, I don't have to go find that 50 different times. It's just like we've standardized it. So I know what goes into the units. So when you have that process, it's going to streamline things for you much easier when you do have any claims.
Hey, Mike, I just want to piggyback on that real quick, because what you said about the linens, and having those, easily accessible, if you need to make a quick order, is extremely important. But not only that, keep multiple sets per bed. So we have like maybe 4 sets. We have a set that's on the bed, a set that's at the wash and fold, a set that's ready to go, and then a backup set. And it maybe sounds redundant, but then when we have badly stained sheets or ruined sheets come back, we're already ready to go. We're not worrying about placing a rush order. So that's just something to consider.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that, Noble. Generally, what we have is a lockbox of 7 sets within the unit, so that if there's a problem, you're not slowing down the cleaners. And I try to incentivize my cleaners by not paying them by the hour, by the job, and making them feel like an ownership. Like if they find something that is like destroyed or whatever, it's probably similar to what Sean was talking about with the floater. But if they find something that's really, a problem, they take ownership of it and they'll report it and they'll get it done. Whereas, like you said, I think you mentioned that you have a hard time finding the right people. It's because if they're paid by the hour, sometimes they have no incentive to do that.
Gotcha. No, that was great. I appreciate the wonderful insight that all of you shared. So I do agree. So one of the things I had considered was maybe starting to incentivize, because I do pay them hourly as well. And then I've kind of noticed, depending on the person, some of the staff, they would kind of, move slower and not really perform as quickly as I needed them to. So then I was kind of toyed around with the idea of maybe just paying them by the job. That way, they're trying to get done with the job a lot quicker. But they usually end up making about the same anyway. But it's just to get them, on a much quicker path. And I know one of the things that's kind of helped me keep track of things is I actually started labeling my tags on my linen, my towels, bedspreads, basically everything with a tag. I'll label it with a certain number code, letter code, and that way I can kind of helps me keep track of in the claim process as well, which linen belonged to which guest.
You are a true engineer.
Yeah, I definitely believe in systems, so for sure.
I mean, if I can jump in really quick about labeling sheets. I do that in my own units as well in terms of bags, like we have which unit it came from the laundry from or went to. But one thing that's really nice about some of the sheets that are available through Host GPO, right through Standard Textiles or our linen partner, is that they actually have a lot of lines that have those color coding systems built in. So they have threads on the inside that run along the sheets that you can tell if it was a full, if it was a queen, if it was a king, etc. And so that in one sense also helps in terms of identification. But going back to what I believe Eric was talking about in terms of having extra 7 sets in the storage in the lockbox. One other thing that's nice about buying from an actual hospitality linen company is that you can order boxes of 12 queen flat sheets as opposed to having to buy set packs where you're buying where you end up with like 800 extra pillowcases. So just another couple little things that I wanted to point out that might be useful for you guys.
Awesome. Do we get you taken care of, my man?
Yes, you did. I appreciate that, and I just follow you as well for the Host GPO. Definitely going to check out you guys' linen.
Don't follow Bill Faith.
Awesome. I'm just going to reset real quick and then we'll go to Rachel. So everybody, you are in the 24-hour Airbnb room. We're doing a bunch of different giveaways. This room is being recorded and live streamed over on YouTube. So if you don't want to be recorded, basically just don't come up on the stage. But if you are up here, just know that this is being recorded and it's live streamed on YouTube. So with that being said, Rachel, what question do you have for us?
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for pulling me up on stage. My question is in reference to all that's out there in the loss mitigating with Airbnb, the insurance claim that they have or Verbo. What are your thoughts about a security deposit, collecting a security deposit for your properties? I'm more in the luxury rental arena. I haven't had a lot of issues or a lot of damage that my clients wouldn't pay for out of pocket, but just wanted to know your thoughts on a security deposit. Is it worthwhile to add that on there, or is it a hoax?
I think it's a hoax, but I like it because it deters people. So if you can't add a $5,000 security, or I don't know what level your luxury is, but if you can't add that security deposit to your credit card and still have it work, then you're not going to be able to book the Airbnb.
Will, are you still in here, buddy? Because I know you've done some high-end properties.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me? My Wi-Fi has been kind of crap, so I'm just hopefully it's working pretty good.
You're good now. Go for it.
Cool. Yeah, no, we definitely do a deposit. We've also incorporated insurance, so just $1,500 deposit, or like we had a 22,000 square foot castle. So when it came to that, they're already paying an exclusively high nightly rate. So it was about $1,800, $1,500 a night, and then in the summer about $2,500 a night. And when they did the deposits, if they were those people and they didn't, they somehow got through our vetting process and all the other good stuff, and destroyed the place, $1,500 really isn't going to cover anything. It costs us $1,000 to clean the unit. So we've incorporated safely with our properties, and it just saves our it just saves us a lot of time, especially on the claims, and everything else. It just makes it a lot easier, and our owners are way more happy now. Granted, we've only had like one scenario like that was pretty costly, but at the end of the day, we use them, and it deters a lot of people. But like Eric said, have some kind of deposit. That way, anybody who's trying to party and just get away with something like that they're going to be like, I don't have the funds for this, and it'll deter them. It's more of a mental thing than anything else.
Yeah, I was going to echo the same thing. I mean, we charge them, especially for like direct bookings, but at the end of the day, it's more of like a deterrent. And for direct bookings, like I have their credit card anyway with rental agreements, but it's more just like kind of that first level. But I think, leveraging something like Safely, which is basically buying insurance per reservation, and you could essentially add in a different fee on Airbnb, call it a community fee or whatever the hell you want to call it, to cover the cost of that. But it basically insures you as the host, the guest, and the owner if you're doing co-hosting or rental arbitrage. So it's a really cool product.
I was going to say, sorry.
No, go for it. Sorry.
Oh yeah, just Mike made a good point. The rental contract, so especially for luxury, that's a must. You have to pay for the lawyer to go through it and to make sure that you're covered in and out no matter what. We did, and that contract literally was like our Bible. We got so much backing just from having that on the record, and the guests signed, and they could not book or stay or do anything unless that was totally signed and agreed with a copy of their ID and all this other stuff. So yeah, with that type of asset, you're definitely a different little pocket or niche in the industry.
Mike, if you don't mind, I have a quick question / follow-up comment on this. So I also have done a lot of luxury homes, and I, first of all, can't say enough good stuff about Safely. I think they're great. I think their product's amazing. But what I will say is I had an instance where I charged a security deposit, and I was able to, it was like a $5,000 security deposit or whatever, and I was able to collect on the security deposit based on the fact that the guest had violated my house rules, which were listed on Airbnb at the time, where they were telling me that, and this might have just been a one-off, this instance was a couple of years ago, but they were saying that, this isn't covered by the host guarantee, but it is covered by your house rules, and so you can collect it against the security deposit. Has anybody else ever experienced that? Or Mike, have you ever experienced that or heard of that before?
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't, not necessarily for damage claims, but I've done it for like pet fees. So like in my listing and in my house rules, I specify a specific dollar amount for those types of violations of the house rules. And I've collected, through Airbnb, like $500 for a pet violation.
Are you collecting that? Are you collecting that from the host guarantee, or are you collecting that from your deposit?
I'm not sure. I'd honestly have to ask my assistant because he handles all that.
I've at least gotten some pushback on that, or on similar things. So, for example, I had a crazy pet damage one time, and this dog destroyed the entire floor of this unit. It was like a $3,000, $4,000 redo of the room, and pet damage isn't covered under the host guarantee. And so, because it was a pet, and because I claimed it was a pet, as opposed to just claiming that damage was caused generally, I was not able to cover under that. But had I had it and I was told in that instance, had I had it in the house rules, and I would have been able to potentially collect against the security deposit. So I in general agree they're a great bar, they're a great deterrent, but I think that there are still some uses, and that might be one, although I've had mixed experience with it.
No, you're totally right. As long as you have it listed, So this is the thing, like what I learned from managing hotels with, especially under Marriott and private like boutique properties, is that some hotels make you sign like reg cards, or when you're checking in, they have you sign like a dial pad, digital dial pad or whatever, and that basically has all their terms of services and everything like that. Pet damage, smoking damage, the right to kick you out if you do this or do that, or if there's credit card fraud, or all these things. And this is what our lawyer pretty much covered in our contract for any guests. And the more you list in that and you make it pretty clear, like for Airbnb listing or whatever, the more you're going to be covered, whether it's the host guarantee or the house rules. You'll be able to collect that damage deposit. So it protects you in a lot of ways. That's why I thoroughly believe like in that contract, just because the lawyer goes, you can't just assume that because they're booking on Airbnb that they understand. Just because it says no pets doesn't say what the repercussions are if they do. Or some people can say, well, I don't count my therapy bird as a pet. It's whatever. Well, then you're out and they get around that. So really just getting into the fine details of all that stuff is really where it's at. But yeah, just to reiterate what you were saying, 100%, as long as you have it listed somewhere in writing, that you can go off of the host guarantee or the damage.
Cool. Does that help, Rachel?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'll be looking up the Safely product. It's something I'm not familiar with at all. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, you bet.
Rachel.
And I know we had, Will's probably had him on too, and maybe Noble, but I know that we had Matt, who was the founder and CEO on our podcast, Short-Term Rental Secrets. And it was a really cool interview where he kind of broke down the product and all the different features of it. So definitely check that out. And I think it's just safely.com too. You can go to their website.
Yeah, I was also going to say, if you guys want any intros, they have given me some email contacts and some people like Andrew, the founder or a co-founder, and their director of business development. They love intros, and I'd love to do that for you. Anybody in the room?
Hey, Will, are they US only, or do they kick around in Australia as well?
That's a good question, my friend. I will have to circle back to you on that one.
All right, cool. All right, everybody. If anybody has a question, feel free to raise your hand and I will bring you up and you can ask all these amazing moderators whatever your question is, or if you're looking for some advice. One thing I would be curious to hear from a lot of these moderators, especially, we've got some folks at all different levels. I'd be curious to kick it around. What does your organization look like now? Like Sean was talking about how he has his cleaners in-house now. What type of staff do you have in-house compared to, a lot of the newer folks or folks that are starting to scale up? Like what does the org chart actually look like now? So anybody that's open to that, I would love to kick that around. I think it'd be valuable for a lot of the folks.
I can lead off since we're talking about my organization. Might as well, right?
Thanks, buddy.
For all of you, those of you in the audience who keep hearing me talk, my name is Sean, Airbnb Automated, host of the YouTube channel. I've been doing it for about 6 years. And so my size is about 100 properties. We are in 4 cities, Philadelphia, Houston, Fort Worth, and Dallas. But we operate Dallas and Fort Worth as like one hub. So at this point, I no longer run any aspect of the business directly. I have a 0 hour per week workload. Yay for me. So it's a completely automated passive income machine of 100 properties. And here's what my org generally looks like. We have a housekeeper per 5 bedrooms. So we've learned that when you hire housekeepers, we used to do it by door, but obviously if you have a 5-bedroom house or a 1-bedroom apartment, they take totally different hours to clean. So we hire a housekeeper per 5 beds. And the reason why we do this is because we have probably our busiest day of the week is Sunday, where we have the most checkouts, and we need to make sure that we manage for that bottleneck. And that's why we've done the 1 in 5. Every city has its own operations director. So right now our managers are Catherine, Kristen, and John Rico. Haley, who was one of my first, actually my second managerial hire, she actually runs the entire organization now, and she oversees all of those managers. So she's based out of Dallas. And then we additionally have a security guard in Philadelphia and Dallas-Fort Worth that responds to our technologies. We have what we call a rapid escalation system for when people violate house rules or try to throw parties. And Philly and Dallas are the ones that we need them most in. We have a gentleman who does inventory control, and he also does all of our resolutions. So the daytime managers, they rotate, like I said before, where they spend the lunch responding to issues of like theft or damage, and they're the ones that start the resolution process. But then we've got somebody who actually manages the resolution life cycle on the back end, and that person also manages inventory control, replacing items, because they are kind of one and the same. And that person does it for the entire company. So that's a company-wide position. Then we also have a customer service team. So we've got a customer service lead and then customer service team members that all work part-time. And they are all US based. And we've learned from experience that hiring overseas comes at a cost. And because we have enough properties, we're cool with paying people $10 an hour to stay, on the books. And because we have a customer service team and it does cost money per hour and management shouldn't be berated 24/7 with calls, we've actually put into all of our house rules that we are only available for communication from 10 a.m. until midnight, and Airbnb actually backs us up on that. So we don't get in trouble for not being available for a guest, after midnight at any point in time. So when you stack that whole organization up, you've got city pillars of people, which is housekeepers, maintenance persons, territory managers, and then security. And company-wide positions, we have the specialized stuff like resolutions, customer service, inventory control, budgeting, accounting, etc. And that is a snapshot. And then you have me standing on the outside.
Love that. Sean, are those FTEs or most of those contractors? How do you do that?
We are almost entirely contractor, except for the very, very top of the organization.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Love that. Austin, did you want to chime in, buddy? You keep coming off mute.
Yeah, no, Sean crushed that one. Just to piggyback on his thing, after we grew across the United States, I was handling, the listings. I was handling the day-to-day, all those things. We restructured the company where I deal with the investor. I close the deal, send them over to my business partner who handles all the contracts with the investor and all the back of the house frameworks for Excel. And then I will help the investor with design ideas or a vision for the property. And then we then turn over that property to somebody else, which is my assistant, who then has a VA, and he handles making the listing and then dealing with the day-to-day of the consumers, the guests. And we have found that this allows me and my business partner to operate in a space where we don't get bogged down. And yes, we might have to give up more money, but that's going to allow us to have the lifestyle that we want and scale properly.
Yeah, I love that. And I wanted to bring this up, and I do want to kick it around to a few more people, and I'll share mine as well. Because I know a lot of folks, they want to have, I do a lot of these calls, and a lot of folks are, I want 50 units, 100 units, I want 1,000 units, and you could totally do it. But it's not a one-man band, right? Sean has a complete organization. I have a team. Noble's got a team. Will's got a team. Like, everybody up here has a team. Like, if you really want to do this at scale, you're not going to do it on your own unless you want to work a ton of hours. And even then, I don't think it's physically possible, quite frankly, in my opinion. So I wanted to just highlight this, and we'll kick it around again in a second, to just show, like, okay, here's kind of the different tiers, right? Sean's at about 100 units. I'm at about 45 now. And I have one full-time person that's like an employee who is essentially, I'm grooming him into that kind of COO role to basically transition me out of the business, where I'm kind of mentoring him. But to get him to that point, he essentially was my hotel manager last year for one of the hotels that we launched. So he learned that. Before that, he was kind of my personal assistant, helping me run a bunch of the short-term rentals. And then I have one full-time VA that works basically 12-hour shifts. He's a former Airbnb employee that helped build up their call center in the Philippines. So he knows the back end of Airbnb, and he knows how to handle guest communications and things like that. I'm going to be adding 2 more VAs, one more local person for the property that we're going to be closing next week, which is another 22 units. So it's a very lean operation. Then we obviously leverage out contractors I like to work with cleaning companies. Right now, as we continue to scale, I'll probably transition to basically building my own cleaning company, similar to Sean. But what I found was, at least on the boutique hotel side, one, I really wanted to focus on the operations and really getting that dialed in year 1 and year 2. And then as we continue to scale and add a few more properties, I'll work on basically building out that cleaning team in-house that can kind of float around a bunch of different properties. But that is also a negative where I have small portfolios in a few different states. So I've got a bunch of units in Massachusetts where I'm based out of, but then I have 2 properties in New Hampshire, 2 properties in North Carolina, 1 property in Florida. I had 2 in Dallas-Fort Worth. And it was fine, and it works. Like, I make money on them, but you're not going to scale that way. And you're not going to have the economies of scale when you have a lot of dispersed units in just small pockets like that.
Yeah,
So
but
there's definitely
I got a question, Michael. What is your goal in scaling?
Oh, exactly. Right. And for me, like, I don't have a desire to have 200 units. Like, my primary focus now is on those boutique hotels. Like, that's kind of my primary focus in New England, right? I'm targeting 20 to 50 unit mom and pop boutique hotels and small apartment complexes that we can take over and implement our systems. And then I'll get the economies of scale from that. But I don't have a desire now going forward to continue to build up a large portfolio in Florida or North Carolina or any of these other places. Initially, I didn't know what I didn't know. It was just like, oh yeah, I'll take these over here and I'll take them over here. And if I'm honest, it wasn't very strategic. It was just opportunities that came up that I just said yes to, and I figured it out. And I mean, it was good for me because it really forced me to learn systems and how to build teams, because even if I wanted to fix something, I physically couldn't fly to Florida in a 3-hour window to fix something. So it really forced me to think through SOPs and systems and teams, which makes scaling locally now kind of a breeze. So
yeah, I mean, I just wonder, there's a lot of people that are gone that were doing the scaling. I mean, like Stay Alfred, there's a lot of people that disappeared, and so you're scaling, but at the same time, I think what's the end goal?
Yeah, I think and that's always a question that I ask people when I have these calls. Like, for me, initially, I'll be honest, I wanted to replace my salary so I could leave my job, right? So I needed to make roughly 150 grand to cover, myself and a good chunk of my wife's if I wanted to leave. And
I would say there's probably at least 8 people on this panel in the same boat.
Yeah, exactly. And then we did that, and then it was like, okay, cool. Like, how big do I want to take this thing? And for me, I'm basically pacing to elevate myself out of the business, like Sean was saying. So right now I spend a couple hours a week kind of mentoring that COO and just keeping my eye on the prize and running the staff meeting. But eventually, I want to my goal was to add 3 hotels this year, right? So I've got 1 opening next week. I'm looking at 1 more on Friday with another investor, and I'm in conversations with a 3rd one. So that was my goal this year. Like, that's kind of my new niche, and I enjoy it, and it's kind of a new challenge, and there's a lot of upside with it. But I think having clarity around, all right, what markets do I want to be in, what strategies, like why do I want to do this? And for me, it's just, quite frankly, now it's just kind of fun, and it's just more things that I can teach a lot of my students that want to start scaling in the hotel space and in the larger commercial properties. That's a great question, Eric. Anybody else want to break down what their org chart looks like? Eric, do you want to chime in on yours?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I see both sides of the coin. I enjoy doing what I like to do. I'm like you. I worked W-2. I have, I had a great job as an engineer, and I just kind of want to build around not necessarily the Airbnb space, more of the hospitality experience space, just because I enjoy it. And so when it comes to the org chart, it's pretty simple. I empower the people I work with. I worked for a massive corporation of 40,000 people. So I was in the sea of the giant corporation. I had all these old guys tell me they could show me how to run a business. And essentially I was like, you guys run a business all wrong. And so I, during the downturn, with my cleaners and when, my people that I work with had, issues or whatever, I essentially just paid for them for a couple months. My business model is pretty simple. There's three things that you need. You need labor, material, and equipment. And so when it comes to labor, I try to focus on, the essentials of, what's required for running construction projects related to like HVAC, electricians, plumbers. And so I kind of just develop crews, and I kind of know like how much each crew can do. And so what I do is I try to go find underpriced assets. So like kind of some of what you're talking about. And then I will try to also figure out like ways that within the existing building code to kind of hack them and create added value. And so essentially, I can take like a like the multifamily building that I was talking about, like essentially have 200,000. Essentially, it's generating cash at the same time. Like I don't have much equity in it at all. And so I'm paying myself, or the people that are staying there are paying me, back more than I have into it. And, I just kind of move on from one project or property to the next. And as far as the org chart goes, it's kind of a bunch of skilled labor, great people that like to, have, they take pride in what they're doing. And I'm not trying to scale. But at the same time, I watch people that do scale and I see where things get lost. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Absolutely. Noble, you want to break down yours real quick and then we'll go for some questions?
Sure. I'll go over some of it. So, starting at the top. So for me, I found out very quickly, trying to put the team together, that was not my strength. So, finding, vetting, hiring, and onboarding folks that I needed to fill different roles was not something that I took great pleasure in. So what I did was I outsourced that to a VA recruiter. So he's a virtual assistant that had a recruiter background, but also had experience running their own portfolio of properties. So that was extremely beneficial. It was a rare find. And so I basically explained to the recruiter what my needs are, kind of trained on some of our operational stuff and what we needed, and said, go out and find me rock stars, and then bring me the best three. And then, I'll go through that selection process between those final three. And then I trained her on how to onboard them into specific positions. So that right there was a game changer for offloading something that I took no pleasure in. Okay, so there's that piece. Another big piece is our community manager. And so the community manager does multiple things. One of the things that they do is they do random spot checks on our cleaners for quality control. So a cleaner doesn't know when, if, or why the community manager is coming by or coming around or checking on them. But we have like a grading system in place for the cleaners, and so it works beautifully because it keeps them on their toes, knowing that they've got to, they make mistakes. All cleaners do, but for the most part, they're going for a 5 out of 5 every time, and that's kind of the culture that we've built. But the community manager oversees kind of that spot checks, also the ordering of equipment, ordering of supplies, and consumables, and also just random things that may pop up with guests. Now, pre-COVID, we had three at the height of things. We've scaled that down since to where we have one running the DFW metro area. So that was that was a key role for us. And then the next would be obviously the cleaners. And so for us, we use there's a couple of cleaners that we just use consistently, and they for the most part they work for us. Unless we have a run of extended stays, and then they may take some outside jobs. For the most part, they primarily work for us, and so that was as all of us know, finding good cleaners is a process, and when you find good ones, you do what you can to keep them and you reward them, and so so that piece of the puzzle is placed. And then next is the VAs, and so we have a couple of VAs that will work our messages for us, also handle inbound calls and also make outbound calls. And so, they've been onboarded to kind of learn that process as well. And so that's pretty much we have a wash and fold service, like I mentioned before, but that's not really, that's not any in-house part of our team, but they're an important part of our overall team. So good, in fact, that, we had an issue at a property before, whereby a guest brought in bed bugs, and the wash and fold company, the linen company came. They do drop off and pickup service. Picked up the laundry, took it back, and they discovered the issue. And then they turned around and educated us on what to look for to determine if there are in fact signs of a previous guest having brought in bed bugs, to which we were able to then turn around and educate our team on that process. So now everyone knows the process of what to look for bed bugs and these little spotty red dots on your sheets and things like that, because their bodies are so fragile and they crush easily, and just things like that. So your linen wash and fold or laundry services provider, if you pick a good one, we went through a few before finding a good one, but if you find a good one, they can be an important part of your team. And that's kind of what we look like.
Those good laundry services are hard to find.
Yeah, you just gave me the chills too. Think about that BB word, man. All right, let's kick it back to some of the questions. Thank you all the moderators for sharing that. Hopefully that was valuable for everybody. I know I was taking notes. Fred, you are up, sir. Oh, Fred just dipped out. All right, Serge, you are up. Or is it Sergey? Going once, going twice. All right, we'll come back to you. Gary, you're up.
What's up? Hey, can you guys hear me?
We got you loud and clear, man.
Okay, perfect. So I hear you guys speaking about the boutique hotels. I've kind of been looking into that. I already have the small complexes for Airbnb, but I want to get into the boutique hotels, and I've been having my eye on a couple of them. But I'm just trying to figure out what is the best way to approach them with kind of letting you take over some of those rooms.
So we buy them. You're saying that you want to, although I don't know if Braden's still in here, but Braden's got a pretty sweet business model where he had to develop some systems on the back end, but he'll basically take their inventory and market it and just take whatever 15%, almost like an Airbnb. Like he'll just take whatever their available inventory is and market it and try and fill the rooms for them and just take a commission. So
gotcha.
that's another interesting business model.
That was kind of the route I was thinking about. I didn't know you guys were buying them. Does anyone else in here do what Braden does, or do all you guys buy them?
I don't know if anybody else up here does.
I just bought one. Yeah, I just bought one. It was a underperforming unit, and I looked at it as I could buy it for $30,000 per unit, and essentially, if I did some upgrades of about 20 to say 40,000, so I would be all in 70,000 per unit. I figured I could cash flow around 25 to 30,000 per unit. So essentially, the math pencils out to where about you get more density per unit, but you can also cash flow about half your cost.
Gotcha. Okay. Appreciate that.
Check out on my podcast, Short-Term Rental Secrets. You can find it on iTunes and Spotify. It's episode 36. I interviewed Braden, and he kind of broke down his whole business model. And it was a really cool interview on, how he's finding the leads and how he's doing all that. So it'd be a good resource for you.
Perfect. Thank you. I just followed you also. I just followed. I'm going to follow everyone in here. Thank you.
Yeah, man. And if you find anything too, send me a DM. I'm happy to talk about it offline with you.
Perfect.
All right. Audrey, you are up.
Hi, this is Audrey, and I'm in the Atlantic City area, Margate, Ventnor, Longport. And I am a newer realtor, but I have a lot of clients. I do a ton of rental business there because we're a beach town. So people are looking for short-term rentals, long-term rentals. But I have a lot of clients who are asking me, who are purchasing properties, whether they should be using us, the realtor, as the resource to get their places rented, or whether they should be going with an Airbnb or VRBO type situation. And I'm not quite sure how to answer that. And I don't know if this is the right place to answer that, but thank you. And I'm finished.
How do you market their property?
We take professional photos and we then put it up on the MLS. And just like everywhere right now, our market is just booming. There was just an article in the Wall Street Journal talking about how Atlantic City is up 30%. But we can't even keep rentals in stock right now. Like me as a realtor, as soon as someone says, will you rent my place? I don't even have to take pictures and put it up. I have my own back stock of people who are looking for places. So, but we do put it up on the MLS.
So how much more can you make them than they could make themselves if they were uneducated? I mean, it's just a value pitch.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we take 10% of the rental. So I don't know what are the costs from a VRBO or an Airbnb, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, so Airbnb typically charges 3 on. They're going to be shifting away to doing 15, which is pretty standard for like Vrbo and Booking.com. So they will be charging more. For most places right now, it's 3%. But I think the real value that you bring is being able to make them more money and pricing it accordingly. And are you handling all the cleanings and the turnovers and like full service management, or are you just marketing it to fill it and then they have to do everything?
Yeah, they have to do everything. We just market it, write up the lease, make sure the money comes in, and then we're out.
Audrey, have you ever stayed at an Airbnb?
No, my kids have, but I haven't.
Okay, well, like for the property owner, you typically can get like 3 to 4 times the revenue. So if you have a client base that is say 100 people, maybe you're collecting 10%, but I don't know what you typically rent these at, but you could probably pick up that, revenue difference by, a pretty good multiplier if you wanted to go down that route.
Thank you.
You're renting them short term, Audrey, or are you just putting a 12-month lease in them?
No, we do very few 12-month leases. We're doing mostly June, July, August, September, or we do the off-season winter rental. People pay upfront. Everything is, well, I guess that's also, but I'll just give you an average. So an average rental would be for the month of July would be $25,000.
Okay.
I've actually done market research on Atlantic City myself because I am low-key a poker degenerate. So I'm always at the Borgata up there, and I was going to do Airbnb myself. And so what I've learned about the Atlantic City area, if I was going to give you some advice, running an Airbnb in Atlantic City itself won't outperform, from the research I've done, enough for you to really justify pushing a homeowner in that direction, because you'll make more money representing the homeowner. So you should probably keep them. And there's not enough upside for it to be in their best interest for you to like really push them to take the risk. But there are other parts of the Atlantic City area, like there's more family-oriented neighborhoods, like Brigantine or Ocean City, where if people picked up property there, there's not nearly as much competition. The problem in Atlantic City specifically is because Atlantic City has really kind of like died as far as like being a place to go. It used to be much, much cooler to go to, and tourism is really tapered off. And there's still such a high hotel supply that you're competing with hotels that give people free night stays just to stay at their casino. And so the only time people are really paying any money is on the weekends, and hotels are still dirt cheap in Atlantic City specifically. So if you want to get into Airbnb management or to guide homeowners to buy in order to Airbnb or short-term rent, I would put them into auxiliary cities just outside of Atlantic City. In Atlantic City, you're much better off doing the rental way that you're doing it now, which is getting people to do monthly leases and stuff like that. That is from my like personal research. You may actually find local hosts that disagree with me specifically. So join some local Facebook groups for hosts like in Jersey and the Atlantic City area, and just ask them like, how's everything performing with you? Where are your homes, and how much are you revenuing in the summer months, and how much are you revenuing in the winter months? And that'll actually help guide you, I think, a little bit more in making a final decision.
Thank you, Sean. You obviously have a good pulse on what's going on down there. I actually I spend very little time actually in Atlantic City. I'm more what I call the burbs of Atlantic City. We're in Longport, Margate, Ventnor area, because it's, you know, the clientele that's going to Atlantic City is very mixed. A lot of areas are not safe, and unfortunately, I mean, hopefully that'll turn, but that's the way it is right now.
Audrey, this is Kevin. I'm in your market. I'm at the Jersey Shore. I've been an owner and manager there for over 15 years, and I have a few different thoughts for you. One, I just had a question. Are you trying to grow your management business? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I was like just trying to advise my own clients who are buying investment properties as to whether, I've had a lot of them ask me, should I do Airbnb or should I rent it through you?
Gotcha. Yeah, I know some of the brokerages in some of the brokerage owners that I know have actually been like kind of slowly getting out of the rental business, just because, you know, for a long time it was viewed at the Jersey Shore as just kind of a necessary part of the business to service your clients. And a lot of them now, because of Airbnb and such, just don't want the hassle and have just been getting out of the rental business, just anecdotally from what I've been hearing. But specifically, so with what Sean just said, I think in general, I would agree, but I also disagree. There's actually, I'm going to call her out right now. There's a girl named Kelly. She's down in the followed by the speakers, and you should find her and click her icon. Actually, I'll invite her up here. But she, you know, if you're doing like a small rental for like a 1-bedroom or something like that, then yeah, you might be competing with hotel rooms. However, if you're able to create your own kind of destination where you have a large house and you're actually attracting like groups and such, she has like a very successful business around that model in Atlantic City. So there is definitely business to be done there. And then the other thought I had for you was just, I think generally Ocean City, Longport, Margate, I think owners can be extremely successful in Airbnb. There's just a lot of owners have gotten a lot more savvy and have gotten on there. When I first got on Airbnb in the market 4 years ago, there was hardly anyone there. So it was like a massive opportunity when I got on. Now people are catching up, but it's still, owners can do really well on there, compared to just kind of the standard. And two things that your clients can really benefit from is lowering the length of stay. If they're willing to put in the extra management, there's a huge business to be made around 2-3 night rentals. Because as you know, most owners only do a weekly or a monthly rental, but they'll get a huge premium for 2 or 3 nights at a time. And then the second thing is, especially in that Longport, north end of Ocean City, Margate. A huge angle that you can charge your clients when they're renting, can charge a huge premium for pet friendly and dog accommodation houses that'll accept them. As you know, you have like the dog beach and stuff in Longport. So hope some of those things help you out a little bit, and feel free to reach out to me if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, and I saw Kelly came up. I don't know if she wanted to say something about Atlantic City and specifically.
Hey, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Thanks. Yeah, so my business has actually moved from Philly down to Atlantic City primarily for a few reasons. So there are some things I do agree with and some things I kind of disagree with. I think one, having a really good understanding of like the benefits of Airbnb or any type of platform similar to that versus, some of the traditional type of shore rentals where normally they were like a week or so in the past. And also versus hotels where most of my clients now and my guests are just basically looking for something that they can't get in a hotel, even if they were to rent a suite or something that might have like a little kitchenette. I think that's probably the main reason that most of us are here is basically we've learned what these type of properties can offer over hotels, which are kind of in a way being like sort of outdated in my opinion. But in terms of Atlantic City, yes, there are some super sketchy areas. I think that's like any city in general. The north end and the south end, closer to Brigantine or closer to Ventnor, are obviously like much safer, much cleaner. You are going to want to kind of like steer your clients in that direction because their reviews on Airbnb will kind of be based off of like the safety. I mean, I have a couple in like sort of the outskirts of Atlantic City and, they've had different situations happen and that ends up showing up in your reviews. But there's some really like good value in Atlantic City and, any type of area where you can, I think, rent year round versus some of the other beach towns. Sorry about that. I'm going to mute myself for a second just because my dog's going crazy, but feel free to reach out to me about that.
And let me just say while she's on mute, you could actually work with someone like Kelly to be able to sell properties to Airbnb when you have somebody like Kelly that you could be confident in. That's a great partnership to have as a real estate agent.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually just launching my management company down there because I have some people who want to invest in the area, but they don't necessarily want to get into managing it. So we're putting everything kind of like under one brand. So absolutely feel free to reach out to me about any of that kind of stuff.
Definitely reach out to you. We have one owner. We have $5 million worth of properties that are for sale in Atlantic City. So I'll tap you after this.
Awesome. Yeah, all my contact information is in there. But if anybody else has any other questions, there have been quite a few articles about Atlantic City in the last few weeks. So a lot going on down there.
Hey, Audrey, I was just going to jump in. One thing that's really important to know, especially if you're doing short-term rentals, is you can really take advantage of seasonality and the peak periods and peak seasons. So you don't have to go fully all in for the Airbnb and really get a lot more margin when there's more demand and then kind of switch from one to the other. So if your owners are asking you whether they should do it or not, they don't have to commit all the way. Of course, there's the management part, but that's where Kelly can come in and sort of help with that. But you can just go, hey, it's Christmas or whatever the seasons are there that work for you and really leverage that and get some extraordinary returns.
Great advice. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Audrey. And thanks, Kelly, for coming up. Appreciate it. Let's go to Victor. You are up, sir.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Doing well. Let's go.
So I have 22 properties between Atlanta and Miami. I'm looking to scale up, but my one thing is that I know in order to scale up, I have to be working on the business and not in the business. So I currently have 2 VAs that I've pretty much, I'm constantly training. I'm constantly, putting systems and processes in place for them to make it easier for them. So I don't have to worry about the daily task of, dealing with messaging or whatever it is. I'm just interested to see how do you all hire VAs, as far as, do they just perform specific tasks? Do you have VAs that just manage messaging per se, or do you just say, hey, you handle 5 properties or you handle 10 properties? Like, how do you all handle that, as far as, putting systems in place for those VAs to where they can be efficient and not overwhelm them with too much work?
So if I can just say right away, the cheaper you're going to pay people, the more simple their work should be. So a VA can complete one type of task, and they can complete that one type of task for all of your properties. Have them focus on like a highly specified, highly repeatable task. Eventually, people who have tenure in your company, you could have them have a deeper relationship with your listings. And then that's when you could have somebody who does a more abstract position that requires like critical thinking and decision-making, where they do like many things for specific properties. You will actually have both positions in your company, where one person has a more wide scope of control over your property, and then you have like specified like individual contributors that just like pull the same lever all the time. And so as you hire people to scale your business and to get outside of it, focus first on hiring the work that is the easiest to hire for, or the least expensive to hire for, because what you're really ultimately trying to do is clear up your time for stuff that would cost more per hour if you hired somebody to do it. So you want to upgrade your work from $15 an hour work to $100 an hour work, right? You want to reserve your energy for that. So start at the bottom and just have a VA do all of the check-in instruction messages, and they do all the checkout instruction messages. They do all the follow-up asking for review messages. Start them there. And then people have good work ethic and are reliable and make very few mistakes, then start to trust those people with like more high stakes type of work. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I love that. And one thing that I would recommend, Victor, and it's not the sexiest task, but it was very helpful for me, is doing like a 1 week or a 2 week time study where you're identifying where are you spending your time in the business, and then you prioritize it based on what Sean was saying. Like, what's the lowest hanging fruit? Like, if you're spending a lot of time checking in with your cleaners and reviewing photos or handling claims, okay, cool. Then bring on somebody else to focus on handling some more of that operational stuff of like kind of running point on your cleanings and train them on that. If you're spending more of your time responding to guest questions, all right, attack that first. But get a sense of like where you're spending your time, and then write the job description for that. And then they can continue to grow. The only thing that I haven't turned over to the VAs has been my pricing. Like, I still control that. And that's just one thing that I'm still working on training, kind of my COO type role. And that's probably more of just like a comfort zone thing for me, that I want to make sure I'm not leaving money on the table and tweaking different things, but I'm working on that. But everything else has pretty much been, eventually unloaded. But any other moderators want to chime in on that? Scaling up with VAs?
Yeah, Mike, this is Reuben. And I just wanted to add a little bit of value as far as from a VA perspective. I'm in the beginning stages of rolling in my VAs into the short-term rental side of business, but I've been working with VAs for the past 5 years now. I've worked with over 30 at scale in my different businesses. So one of the things I think, Mike touched on already is just having standard operating procedures. So anything that's repeatable, that is, busy work, and I guess there's a predictable outcome. You want to really make a list of that, right? That comes from the airline industry of creating lists. That's what an SOP is. And when you're working with VAs, especially if they're going to be outside of the country, et cetera, it's good to give them option of, in this case and scenario, so having these templates saved and then leveraging systems. But another good tool that you should consider is using like a Chrome extension. I use GoVidyard. That records the screen, and because of everything that we use, whether you're on a dashboard, whether it's Airbnb or an OTA, or maybe even your own website or your own integrations, walking with them at least through it once, where they ask a question as a trial, and then going at recording the final version. Now you have a standard operating procedure that's recorded that is literally a document or an actual asset to your company, so that when you hire someone else, they can just watch that. It's like essentially training. That's what big corporations do. So that's what we have. We have a bunch of SOPs in-house where we only do it once. And if there's a modification, you can change it. If a platform changes, it's a similar UI, but at least you have it recorded once so that they can go through it and review it. If they forget something, they can go back to it. So in addition to having lists, using a visual aid for people typically has helped us operate and do a lot of repeatable tasks for my large team of VAs.
Any other moderators want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I can go. It's Bart here. I'm a little bit different. So we're on the tech side of the STR space, but we do have VAs and we do build teams. I think that one of the most important things for you will be to make sure that you impart a sense of ownership for the teams that you build, so that not only are they going to be kind of doing their tasks that you tell them to do, but they can add value. They can spot problems before they actually happen, which is going to save you a lot of money. And one of the things that sort of I go by is when we're recruiting, we try to find people that have an innate sense of curiosity. So if they're curious about the business, if they're curious about their role, they're curious about what they're doing, then you know that you're onto a winner, because they're going to be interested in, the latest ways to do things, the best way to clean, the best way to look after guests. And that's how we recruit. We actually just look for curious people, and we do that in the interview process, and all the other, fundamentals of making sure that you've got ways to scale, ways to document things, and all of those sort of basics we've got. But in terms of the actual people themselves, that sense of ownership is going to be really crucial for you to be able to sort of put the business to the side and for you to focus on the higher value things, and know that they actually care enough to take care of those problems, that that would be a problem to you, and that they would take it as equally as seriously. So yeah, that sense of curiosity is a big one. It's served me very well for everything that I've done.
Okay. I appreciate your feedback. Reuben, I'm definitely going to implement that. I actually had that on my list to do this week, as far as just doing screen records for them so they can go back and actually see the process. I usually do Zoom calls with them to do that, but I'm going to go ahead and just record that and create a library of how to do everything pretty much through screen record. So definitely thank you all for your input.
Yeah, man, and congrats on getting the 22 units, dude. That's no joke. So excited to hear your growth going from here. So that's awesome, man.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to CJ.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Quick question. So I've been trying to do a little research in my market. There's no regulation here. So after listening to some clubhouses, some have said that there's no regulation, kind of like check to see if there's going to be any future regulation. And, not going to lie, I'm a little bit scared to get started because it's not really a big city. But I would also say that it's kind of popular in the professional space when it comes to hospitals and things of that sort. So basically want to see what types of things should I be looking at on like AirDNA to focus on, to kind of like make sure that I guess put myself in the best position.
What
Hey,
city?
CJ, this is Eric. Lafayette, Louisiana.
I was going to say, this is Eric Carrico, and I kind of operate in weird areas that are not, on AirDNA. So if you do look on AirDNA, I'm not sure what it will return. Lafayette's kind of a bigger area, I would say, so they probably have some good data on it. But one thing that I did was I actually went and started talking with people downtown. And, I approached the city planner, I approached the city government, and I said, hey, what are your regulations? How do you feel about them? And I got a pretty quick, barometer of what they were thinking. And so, in one small town, there were some people that already had operating Airbnbs and they didn't want people coming in. And another one, they were like, we'll give you a permit in 8 minutes, So as far as Lafayette goes, I think maybe, try to do some research within the existing, government there. And those regulations are coming just because of the size of Airbnb and its global scale. And they're going to eventually, approach all these outlying areas. And the same thing goes with AirDNA. If they don't have, great data right now, it's on its way.
So
okay, awesome. I didn't want to just go off of the market grade. It said A, but I was like, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. So I would say let's say you just take all grade A AirDNA markets and you go with all of them. From there, the question is, what do you do next, right? You have to choose where in Lafayette you want to have property, what type of traveler you want to cater to, and things like that. So you're going to have to really define where you think the market is underserviced. And this is just a business fundamental. If you were starting a car wash, you'd want to put your car wash up where, there's just way too many cars and not enough car washes per se. So one thing you can do on Airbnb is you can search as a guest and see what's out there. And I mentioned earlier about doing group size checks, and that's not the only one, but to recap, open up a map view in an area that you think would do well. Like it's near a hospital, like you said. And you're like, I'm gonna cater towards hospital guests or groups or something of the sort. And so you do a map view search and you just search by guest count, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, keep refreshing it and just write down how many listings show up. You might see that going from 8 guests to 9 guests, all of a sudden all the supply dries up. And there's very few properties that can host 9 or more guests. That's a sign that the larger group market is underserviced. So check that. Then also start toggling amenities. So check for a gym, check for a pool, check for a hot tub, check for all sorts of different amenities, just one at a time, and see if there's any fluctuation in listings. You may find out that there are just almost no properties in Lafayette where people have a gym. And so what you should do then is you should find apartment complexes that have gyms as one of their amenities and try to convince that apartment complex to do business with you. So you'll have some of the very only travel accommodations that actually have gyms or a pool or something of the sort. And of course, that's my favorite one to check for, but you're basically looking for underserviced variables so that you can attack that underserviced aspect of it. And that's one way to just kind of if you don't understand how to build a consumer avatar, I think that's probably the easiest way to get started until you start to really figure out what it means to serve a certain type of traveling customer. And I think that does come with a little bit of hospitality experience.
I think that's a great point. And I also want to say, it doesn't have to be an A-grade market. I operate in quite a few markets, and a lot of them might be B-grade or B+ or whatever AirDNA's algorithm comes up with. But we're still very profitable in those areas. But to Sean's point, it's what is in that market and who am I serving in that market? Because people travel everywhere all the time for a number of different reasons. And, when we ask all of our guests what brings you to the area, and 60% of my travelers are just literally visiting family or they're back in town. They moved away and now they're back for whatever. It could be a wedding. It could be to visit mom and dad. It could be a birthday. It could be whatever. But it's just general life events that people are coming back to the area for. But then we're obviously also near, hospitals or universities or, business centers or things like that, or the beach, mountains, whatever. But the more people that you can pull, the better. But it doesn't have to be an A-grade market or whatever AirDNA says.
And Mike, just because I'm kind of from that area, you're going to get a lot of one-night stays there because they're going down I-10 to Florida or through Texas or across the country. So definitely do those one-night stays off the highway. But if you went down to near Delta Downs or in Lake Charles area for the casinos, that would be a good market for you. So those are the things to look out for.
Shut the front door, Austin. I grew up in Lake Charles, Louisiana. People go there now?
They do when the hurricanes stop coming. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, if I was you, I would go join some Facebook groups about Zydeco music, some good crawfish boils, and everything else related to Louisiana. And you would find so many people across the country want to come visit, and I would start direct booking those people.
That's actually a really good thought, because there's a lot of bands that's coming in and out of the area because of that, or people coming in for Zydeco and, trail rides and things of that sort.
I want to go visit there. I can tell you that. I talked to it with my kids.
So I want to say that this really accentuates an earlier point from this clubhouse. Remember the girl that was from Milwaukee that's like, hey, I don't think I want to do this in Milwaukee. I just don't think the market's good. And she starts she's daydreaming about doing other places like Phoenix or Atlanta. And then the response, it wasn't me, but I think it was Susan or Sarah who followed me up. And she basically said the one main point is, if you live in your market, if you understand the people in your market, you have that home field advantage. And you can really start to define and understand more intuitively why people are coming. And so what Eric just said, I kind of don't even still know what you're talking about with this type of music. And so I would never be able to figure that out. I would not be direct booking these types of tourists. I would have no clue. And I would be like your most average host ever in Louisiana, because I just don't have that know-how. So these are the kinds of things that really put you above the rest of your competition as a local host, is really understanding the nuances of your local travel market. And a lot of this stuff, you can't just go and do some market research and realize that you've got a bunch of fanatics over, a certain type of music that is really going to be, a good chunk of your revenue. I obviously would never have thought of that. So I think all of you who are listening to this, if you're thinking of Airbnb anywhere in the world, start in your own backyard. You're going to have so many advantages by doing so.
Hey, Sean, I appreciate that. I don't know what you spend in New Jersey, but if you want to come learn about horse racing, there's a lot of fun in that. And so
I'm great at blowing my money in a game that I think that I could possibly get good at. Horse racing, I don't see how I could ever come up with an advantage enough to lose less money than I'm, of course, happily losing in poker. But I appreciate the offer.
Okay, well, it's not about gambling on it, it's about owning them. It's called pinhooking. You go and you find a great bloodline, and people will pay a lot for it because they want that immediate gratification. So you can, we have some sires and some, we also have some yearlings and stuff in work, and they're a $15,000 horse, but if somebody wants to win immediately, they're willing to pay $500,000 for it.
I might actually be down for that, because as a teenager, I spent most of my time doing chocobo racing. So I think I might be well suited for horses.
All right, man. I'll DM you. It's a lot of fun. I'll see you at the Derby.
You're inviting everybody to the Derby, Eric. I'm back. I'm listening in, and I'm determined to get to the Kentucky Derby with Eric.
It's the ultimate thing that you can do in your life. I'm never going to be to NBA's final. I'm never going to be to an NFL Super Bowl. I'm never going to be to MLB. I'm never going to be in the World Cup. But I can own a horse that's going to win the freaking world, the best horse on earth. So that's what I'm searching for.
All right, and there you have it. See, Dave, we get you taken care of, man.
You guys did. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks for your question. All right, guys, I'm just going to reset the room real quick before we go to Josh. You guys are in the 24-hour Airbnb room. We're doing some giveaways. This room is being recorded, and it's being live streamed on YouTube. For all of our Android friends out there that cannot get on Clubhouse yet, they can go to YouTube and search for Boostly, which is Mark Simpson's company and his channel on YouTube, and they will find the live stream of this. So if you have any friends that want to chime in on this and they do not have an Apple device, send them over to YouTube and they can tune in and get some of this knowledge from these amazing moderators. With that being said, why don't we kick it over to Josh? Josh, what do you got for a question?
Hey, how's it going? I actually found out about this group from Julie, actually. I saw it on her Facebook feed and just wanted to pop in here for a quick second. Um, I manage 14 Airbnbs on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. We're doing 5 in the next 3 weeks. And my question is that we have the opportunity with one of our partners who is building a construction apartment complex of 45 units, and he wants to convert the whole complex into an Airbnb. So I just wanted to get some of you guys that have done Airbnbs at that scale to go from like having like 19 to like, 40, adding an additional 45. Where would you guys like start? Obviously, like, hiring would be an extremely important factor of that, but just to get some feedback.
I can help with that. If no, but of course I talk a lot. So anybody else wants to talk first, go for it.
Go ahead, Sean. We can piggyback you.
Okay, cool. So last winter I did a blitz where I added about 50 doors in the winter. That not the COVID winter, but the one leading into COVID. So what you can do a few things, right? So you're going to have to pick up a ton of furniture, of course, and I'm going to assume that money's not going to be the issue. If you got some guy like that picking up all 45, he's going to buy all that stuff out. But you will have a logistical issue of getting that much furniture in. So you're going to have a few key bottlenecks that you want to manage, which is your time to market, which is from the moment that you get furniture for a unit, how fast can you get it set up? So you will hire a team of people to do your staging and your setup. And if you hire too many people and try to set up too many at one time, you're gonna have a quality control problem with the people you hire. You're gonna have more people flaking. You're gonna have more people stealing stuff. So I recommend doing like a team of 4. And your team of 4 is going to set up like 5 or so units at a time. And they should be able to get, basically I'd say there's about 13 hours of labor that goes into staging any one bedroom apartment. Should be about 13 hours of labor in staging. That's not including painting accent walls or anything like that. But so that might take a little bit more. So if you have a key core group of about 4 people who do the staging, you'll be able to roll them out over the course of, say, like 7 or 8 weeks after this place is built. And so you'll have a team of 4 setting up 5 units at a time. You're going to have somebody go through and do the photography once they're ready. You'll get them listed. And that period of time should allow you to hire 1 housekeeper, maybe even 2 housekeepers a week, and get them trained and ready to go. And so I think kind of like scaling like chunk by chunk is going to be your best bet. And if you find that you're having a hard time, keeping housekeepers on board and stuff like that, you can just make your marketing strategy or your pricing strategy more towards longer stays. If you have a hard time keeping housekeeping staff, the solution is just to have less total reservations because you'll have less turnover. So in the beginning, you might decide to give like a really good sweet deal for like a 2-week stay or a month-long stay or better, just as a way to lock people into units. So you don't have to worry about that one unit anymore because you're still spending so much of your time and attention and effort staging the last 20 in the bunch. So until all 45 are up and running, and while you're spending all that labor trying to get them up, you probably should lean towards like taking monthly guests for all of your initial ones. So that way there's just less moving parts initially. And that's really like, there's like hours of advice that people could give you on the nuances of staging more than one unit at the same time. But I think that's like the little chunk that I want to give you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And if you go through like a vendor for your furniture, right? Like we leverage Wayfair. We've got a good relationship with them. When you're doing it at scale, you can pay a little bit more, but they'll do consolidated delivery and setup. So you can leverage them to set up all the major items and a lot of the decor for you. You're still going to want somebody to kind of run point as like your project manager to make sure they put everything where it's supposed to go and make sure nothing's missing. But you can leverage that as well. Because if you're doing, what'd you say, 40 something units, that's going to be a pretty big build out. And so streamlining that process as much as possible with a consolidated delivery or multiple consolidated deliveries where they'll build it out for you, that would definitely take a lot of that stress off you.
I have another question pertaining to what he said about like turnover for cleanings. Would you go like the hourly rate for them, or would you just stick with like, like $30 a unit, and then like, obviously you're gonna charge 60 or 80 depending on the size of the unit, and then like make the additional profit? Like, is it at that scale? Do you go with the hourly route, or do you still stick with the like per cleaning rate to keep like the like enthusiasm for the cleaner?
So you're going to get both answers from this group. We actually just kind of had this little debate a little bit earlier. I'm a staunch believer in hourly because I have about a little bit over a decade of management experience managing small teams. And so as a person who's a strong manager, I can keep a high level of employee engagement. So I can pay people by the hour and get really good work out of them. But for people who are less strong managerially, they probably would benefit for a per unit. They both have their pros and cons. One of the main advantages of scale is that you can buy down your costs, and you could still probably buy down your costs a good enough amount doing it per unit. But at the one thing that I will bring up is I tend to see housekeepers more sensitive when they're paid by the unit. And let's say somebody just absolutely trashes a property. And now they have to do all of this crazy cleaning work and they still get paid the same amount. They'll start to fuss about that kind of thing. So paying by the hour, my people never have a problem, as far as their compensation plan when there's a place that's extra messy, because they're still like, if they have to spend 4 hours cleaning instead of 2, they know they're getting paid for it. But you might want to plan in your per unit strategy. If you do that, some sort of contingency for if somebody does a huge number on a property, that you can make sure that you kind of pay that person for their extra labor. And you can actually bill a guest for a heavy cleaning fee if they overuse the space. And that's kind of how you can parlay that cost into compensating a person when they go per unit. But I will tell you, as far as pricing strategy goes on smaller units, if you do a lot of 1 bedrooms, that if you charge too much for your cleaning fee, it will cause unneeded inertia in the booking process, and it will affect your conversion percentage. So you do want to be careful to not charge too much on your cleaning fee, because it will affect your bookings.
Hey, I wanted to ask a quick question. I believe it was Josh who was asking about the multi-door property. What stage are you guys at in that? Is it like, have you started construction? Is the land being cleared? I mean, like what phase are you at?
Yeah. So we actually broke ground about a week ago. Yeah. So we've been slowly converting his existing units onto Airbnb. So we're at 19 right now. But he's building a brand new structure and wants to go all in for the 45 unit deal. So yeah, we just broke ground.
Okay, I'm not sure, because I've been involved in a few development projects, from anywhere from architectural drawings to, kind of where you guys at, or clearing land, to being in the construction phase. And so if at all possible, think through some of those things if you haven't already, that are beneficial for running a short term, like hard surface floors. We try to stay away from carpet for obvious reasons. And so, think through something like that, depending on the type of clientele you think you're going to get in there. There may be certain amenity types or finishings that, that work better for them. We've learned our lesson with different types of countertops and which ones stain easier than others and are easier to clean. And, and electric stove ranges, range stove tops that require a specialized cleaning process depending on how they're stained. So just if you think through some of those things, it'll save you a headache later on.
Hey, Josh, this is Eric. Noble kind of hit exactly where I was going. You said you're in Mississippi?
Yeah. So I'm actually in New Orleans. This is where my current residency is, but it's on the Mississippi Gulf Coast in Biloxi area specifically.
Okay, so essentially, it sounds like your developer is kind of building a hotel. So I don't know what the zoning laws are there that, regulate those, but, I would try to, make sure you got that all clarified before you go building it, because there's a couple of different standards related to ADA and some other things if you're building a hotel versus, already having an existing kind of apartment building that you're converting to essentially what it sounds like a hotel. And then like what Noble was saying, don't build an apartment for what is essentially going to be in a hotel.
Thank you.
I'd love to just jump in. Hi, Josh. I haven't caught up with you for a few months, but it's so fantastic. You're doing so well. I'm really proud of you. It's so great to hear success stories like yours, Josh. Look, I just wanted to follow on something, Sean was talking before about the cleaning fees. Yeah, look, we're all doing it a little bit differently. I'm a big fan of the flat fee. However, it's got to be a flat fee for your cleaning stuff with an incentive. So you've got to be able to incentivize, and I would do a flat fee plus a profit share. But I think just dangle that carrot. Make sure you empower your team, keep them engaged, keep them interested. Josh, one more word of advice that I'm going to throw at you, but anybody else in the audience. I have just been checking Josh's profile on Clubhouse. Sorry, Josh, I'm using you as an example, but you have such an incredible story. You need to pop it on your profile, please. This is the place where I want to be able to click on Josh Piku's profile. I want to hear everything or read everything that you've just told us on this profile. Talk about this amazing development that you've got coming up. Talk about the amount of properties you've already got under management. Put in a call to action. Tell people that you are in New Orleans and that you are a professional property manager and that you're looking for more properties. And also the last thing, Josh, is everybody seems to be on Instagram. I'd love it if you're on Instagram. Make sure you connect your Instagram handle so that people can easily reach you. So are you on Instagram, Josh?
I am actually. I'm having a little trouble getting into my account. So,
have you forgotten your password?
Yeah.
Have you? Yeah, good on you, buddy. But we'll figure out that password or recreate it. But even recreate one for your business and make sure it's linked, because Clubhouse is so powerful, but it seems to link in very well with Instagram. But I'm super proud of you, buddy. Congratulations, and I can't wait to hear the next update on your business.
Absolutely. Thank you, Julie.
The one nugget I'll throw in on the cleaning side, Josh, is the only way that I would pay the flat fee on a property that size would be to hire like a cleaning company and negotiate the rate so it actually makes sense. But the rationale behind it is if I can pay a flat rate and then leverage a cleaning company, I essentially have a housekeeping manager that is overseeing the individual resources that are doing the cleaning, right? So like at my hotels, I have a cleaning company that I work with that ties into my PMS. So they see the calendar, and then the woman that owns the company, she farms out the cleanings and she does the inspections to make sure everything looks good. So instead of me hiring my own housekeeping manager, I essentially outsource it and I just pay a flat fee per clean. And she obviously makes a little bit on each clean.
That's a big point. That's huge.
Yeah, I agree. I have one quick question, if I could just ask it. It just dawned on me. The new COVID protocols and stuff like that, have y'all started to I know obviously incorporate any suggestions for making them feel like a bit safe? Like, is there any small tricks or tips that they take to make them feel a little bit better? I know we do like a ozone machine, which clears all air particles out the room and stuff like that. But is there any an additional stuff just to make them feel a bit safer?
The housekeepers or the guests?
Both.
I don't know why.
I was going to say, Mark's recording all this, so everything we do is by COVID protocol.
Oh, absolutely. None of us ever take a single shortcut off the COVID protocol, ever.
Thanks.
But to answer your question, there's a couple things you can do. First, we had to have a roundtable with all of our housekeepers when the COVID protocol came out, and we pre-purchased all the inventory and gave everybody their own kits, right? Where they had all the gloves and their masks, the hand sanitizer stuff, and all these different things. We also let them know that the odds of catching COVID are super rare still, but we do respect that their position is high contact. So, the things that are put in place for COVID are designed to protect them. And we have invested in these lights that are like UVC lights that are over the doorways for our properties, and they are motion sensors, so they shut off when somebody walks into the room, but when somebody's not there, they're on, so that our housekeepers, when they come into the entrance of the home, at least that first zone is like COVID free because it's been baked by a UVC light, and then they can go and start like they can go nuts and just disinfect the place like on the front end if they were really actually scared. But a lot of our housekeepers have now become desensitized to the COVID thing. They still wear their masks and their gloves and all that different stuff, but that spike where everybody got spooked, I think we're past that now. But that's what we did is we kind of had this empowering Q&A session where they can ask all the questions, and they were able to make special requests of us, just to make themselves feel better. And then we invested in some COVID killing equipment in the meantime. And that's what bridged us through. So by the time you have housekeepers, though, I don't think you should really worry about their morale on this. I think by the time you have that staff, I think we've really crossed that bridge of fear internally, at least on my side.
Thanks. That's all the questions. I appreciate y'all time.
All right. Cody, you are up.
Hey guys, thank you so much for taking this question. Cody from Houston, Texas. Right now, we have a portfolio of about 10 units that we all rent to rent. Working on number 11 right now, and just of late, we've actually had a few people reach out to us, friends and associates reach out to us, just to start possibly managing properties for them as well. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the co-hosting strategy because I haven't done any co-hosting yet. Would it be smart to input, other people's listings into our business? Should we start a separate business for co-hosting for other individuals? Or is there any kind of way, like some kind of hybrid way to maybe utilize other people's capital, but just incorporate it into our business, so where we're partnered, but necessarily it's still working off of our, within our business.
Yeah, so I mean that's been my primary focus is the management of the co-host model, but you can get as creative as you want. I mean, I know a lot of these guys that have scaled on the rental arbitrage, you basically raise money from investors and then they take a piece of the action on the rental arbitrage side or the ownership side. But from a co-hosting standpoint, I mean, we charge 25% of the revenue, and we have a monthly technology fee as well that we charge for that. And it's just full turnkey management service. So I think it's a good way for, at least in my opinion, it was a way for us to scale very quickly because I didn't have to come up with money for furniture, security deposits, rent payments, anything. And we just provided a good service. We helped investors make more money. I focused on targeting small multifamily investors, and I did get a few vacation homeowners, but that wasn't really my target market. I focused on the real estate investors and helping them, increase their net income by 2 to 5x. So if they were netting on average, the national average for rental income, like net income, is like $100 to $300 a month. If I can make somebody $1,000 to $1,200 a month net on an investment of say $10,000 in furniture, I mean it's a crazy return on investment.
I'm going to jump in and follow in on what Mike has just said to you, Cody. Congratulations. How exciting that you've now got people coming to you looking to get you to manage the process for them. Like Mike has done, I have also built my business to 130 properties, 8 million income using the management model. So I'm using other people's properties. They're coming already furnished. They're ready to go. I'm just managing the process for them. Like Mike, I'm charging a 25% commission. And I guess one of your questions that you were asking, you were talking about whether you need to co-host onto their, like if they're coming to you and they're existing hosts and they've already got their profile and their platform set up, there's two things here. Firstly, at the moment, you need to be able to, I would actually recreate the listing under your name and under your profile, because what will happen is that you want to, and then you have to manage both profiles for a little while so that look after their existing bookings, but make sure you take a cut on those existing bookings as well. So there's a way of doing that. However, I just wanted to let everybody know, and there's only 116 very close personal friends in this room. When I was actually in San Francisco visiting the Airbnb offices just over a year ago now, and of course they told me not to tell anyone, but because we're all very close and personal friends in here, one of the things that they are working on is to be able to swap a listing from host to host. Okay, so they are looking at transferring a listing with all the reviews, all of the data on it, from one host to another host. So that may be in the works. Mind you, that was prior to COVID and prior to a few layoffs in Airbnb. So it might not come in a hurry. But Cody, what I would suggest is if you want to reach out to someone like Mike, someone like myself, I'm sure that we can all, certainly help you out. And I just would congratulate you on taking this next step. It's very exciting.
Thank you.
Love that. Yeah, definitely DM us, Cody. I'm happy to talk offline. One other thing that Julie was alluding to, she didn't exactly say it, but I learned this the hard way, was when I took over some people's accounts, some of the owners that, let's just say they had a harder time letting go of control, they were like trying to micromanage, like, hey, why did it take you 7 minutes to respond to this message, right? Because they're still getting the notifications on their phone, on their Airbnb profile. And that got real annoying real quick. And so we had to set them straight pretty quick and just say, listen, they're going to turn that off, or we're going to have to work something else out, because this isn't how we operate.
Absolutely. Sorry. Yes. And I should have explained that further, because you do not want the owners seeing and monitoring, and, they're giving you full management. Take full management. You don't want them to, still be watching you like Big Brother in the background. So that's why you would want to set your own listing up and under your own profile, so that you have complete control.
Can I add something to that, Julie? It's Meredith here. I think Hello. It's another Australian accent in the room. It's nice. Hey, so I'm in Australia and have both a mix of co-hosting and leased properties. But the bit that I learned when I transitioned from that leasing model or arbitrage over to the co-hosting was that you had to set expectations really clearly with the owners. And that's that stuff that we've been talking about in terms of letting them know that they're not going to be getting notifications all the time, and they're not going to be able to monitor and accept who's accepted to come and stay and who's not. You just need to really be clear about all those expectations, and putting together a document that outlines all that stuff was incredibly helpful for me at the beginning.
Well said, Meredith. Cody, have we got you sorted? Do you feel more enlightened and more learned after asking that question?
I do. The only other question I would ask, because you guys say it's full, it's full hands-on. So I would be responsible for dealing with the cleaners and everything, and would we be responsible for the bills, or does the owner take care of the bills as far as like the utilities and everything?
It's really how you set it up, Cody. So you've got a couple of options with that. Personally, I like the owners to take care of all the bills, because it's something that you don't really want to take on unless you're charging for the time to do that. So make sure that they still have the utility bills going straight to them. If you do take that on, and I was looking after the electricity bills for some of my owners, I would charge for that time, because that's a little bit extra. That's an extra service that you're offering. But that's the beauty of this business, right? Is that we can actually customize these services that we're offering, but just make sure that you're covering all your time. Does that make sense?
It does.
Awesome.
And
thanks.
Last question: How would co-hosting compare to just someone investing into the furniture, like writing up maybe a furniture deal, saying like, hey, just if you invest in the furniture, how would that which one would be a better better deal for the actual investor?
It really depends, Cody.
Run the numbers.
Yeah, run the numbers. And also, I would have properties that would come on that were complete blank canvases, and the homeowners would say to me, Julie, can you go off and do the furnishing of this property? Well, I can, but I'm going to charge you for it. And to be quite honest, I tried to avoid those situations if I could, because you don't really start making the big bucks until you've got people in or heads in beds. You've got guests in your property. So my preference is always to take on a property that's fully furnished, it's ready to go. And if it's not, I would put it back on the owner to say, sorry, you need to get X, Y, and Z in line. You need to get a sofa lounge. You need to get another television, whatever it might be, to get it ready. But my preference would always be get it ready to manage straight away. Jenna, have you got something, Jenna?
I do. And, we, as I mentioned very earlier, right when we started this group, we have a staging company as well. And so just giving you guys a typical idea. Now you're going to have to check your area, but we set up properties usually about $5 a square foot on average. Now this is a typical property and it takes us about 3 hours to set it up fully, turnkey, move-in ready, besides your kitchen and bath, finishes with your linens and everything. But that may give you an idea. If you don't want to deal with the labor, you don't want to deal with, buying everything, having it shipped and delivered, you should be able to team with a staging company that's going to charge around $5. That's going to include the labor, the setup, everything, if they're a top-notch company. So do your highest and best and hire the rest.
Yeah, I was going to say, initially I wanted the owners to just handle it. And then what I found is they furnished it like shit. So now we retain control over that. So our in-house interior designer will design it and we come up with a budget for the owner. So we control how it's going to look, because if it's not furnished well, it's not going to do well. I don't care where it's located. If it's not designed and furnished well and it's not photographed well, your bookings are going to suffer. So if you don't have an eye for that, work with a staging company or a designer to do that, and you can outsource that. But that's crucial. Sean, was there something you wanted to add? I saw you come off mute.
Yeah, I did. It was kind of like a word of caution, because he was asking what's better for the investor, and that just threw up a huge red flag for me as a business guy. Anytime that you're doing a deal with somebody who's the investor, you want that money as cheap as possible. So it doesn't exactly apply to like the advice that you guys are given. And so I figured like, let's just let your guys' advice settle. But it was just a mindset check. If you're trying to do business, I know a lot of people are eager to get their businesses built. So they'll go to investors and stuff, and they'll just give away way too much equity or way too much interest or too much profit share, because they want that business to be built. So like they just want it so bad. But that's one of the worst things that you could ever do as a business person is either take expensive money or take money from the wrong person. And so I kind of laughed when you guys were like talking about how your owners would like chin check you for taking 7 minutes to respond to a guest. The same type of thing happens with investors. You can take money from the wrong person and you will regret it for the rest of your business's life cycle until that debt is paid off or you buy that person out. So with that mindset, you do want your investors to be happy with the deal, but you just, as a rule of thumb, like try to get the money for as cheap as possible. Give away as little of your business as you possibly can if you ever do need to go in for capital.
Sean's right. That's why I don't give away my business.
Debt, not equity. Always debt, no equity. That's my rule as well.
Love it. Does that help, Cody?
Absolutely. Thanks so much to everyone who answered that question for me, or those questions.
Hey, good stuff, Cody. Good stuff, Cody.
Appreciate it, TJ.
TJ, back in the house. How you doing, buddy?
Good, brother. Good.
All right, let's go to Keita. What's going on, Keita?
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I have a question, and Julie kind of touched on this in one of her posts, which I did ask her that, but I wanted to get like everyone's opinion on this, and I saw that Sean actually made a YouTube about this subject as well. So I have implemented all the strategies that you all have said throughout my clubhouse of listening to, trying to get to my target market, which I finally did, which was traveling nurses, because all of my properties are very close to hospitals. So with that being said, I had a very big booking come in for about a 90-day stay. And Airbnb they're divvying out the money. So they're paying in 3 installments. So when I called them to ask, what was up with that, why didn't they send the complete amount? They said, well, we are, just in case the guest decides that they want to cancel their stay, we have the money so that we don't have to wait for you to give it back to us. We can just go ahead and send it to them. So I was like, well, I have a strict, non-refundable policy. So I'm really not understanding. So then Julie made the post and she was like, call them up, tell them to give you your money. So my question is, do I really just call them, try to strong arm them into giving me the money, or just wait it out? What's the best way to go about this?
So I think you're
I don't think they
misunderstanding
collect it all
the
up front.
cancellation policy. Your cancellation policy is not your strict policy anymore because there's a long-term cancellation policy that Airbnb has. Any stay longer than 28 days has its own cancellation policy outside of the one that you set. And so any guest can give 1 month's notice of cancellation, and any remainder dates after that 1 month, they do get a refund on. So if somebody stays 2 weeks into a 90-day stay, they're going to pay for the 2 weeks plus the next 28 days, and they get the rest of it back. And that's why Airbnb pays monthly.
I think,
Sean, do they collect the full amount from the guest though? I think they break it up for the guest too, though.
They do not collect it. They actually bill a guest monthly, just like a regular tenant.
Yeah.
So sometimes the guest might default.
Keita, I think probably what we've done is we might have mixed our communication to you, or my message perhaps to you. The money that I mentioned that you can collect is money that is owing to you that maybe Airbnb hasn't paid out fully. So the post that I put on social media was about hidden Airbnb money, and it was not really in relation to these longer stays where the money may not have been collected from the guests yet, but it was more in terms of any money that is sitting in sitting there waiting to be paid out because they haven't collected the full, like they might be $1 short, or they've taken part payments, or they've taken, there's an extension of the stay. So, and that was very different to maybe what is being spoken about here with a 90-day stay, where they will break it up. They'll collect the money month by month from the guest and then pass it on. So my apologies if anything that I've communicated was misunderstood with that, but it'll come, it'll happen, it will all come through to you. So that's
okay. Good. Yeah. Thanks for clarification on that, which leads me to my second question, which I don't even know if this even applies anymore. Because I was thinking about going into direct booking because they broke it up. So is that even something that you all are doing to do it, as far as go through the direct booking channel and collect it all at once? Does that format work? And if so, let's say if there is a claim, how does that work as well? Because that Airbnb has that policy when you do your claim and you're refunded all of that.
I can jump in on that if you like. So Kitty, you've just started, is that correct?
No, I haven't just started, but I've just started targeting longer stays.
Okay. Well, do you have a mailing list now? Are you collecting email addresses from the people who are staying with you now?
I've just started that.
Sorry? Yes?
Yes, I just started to implement that.
Great. Okay. So if anyone's listening as well, start, if you're looking at going to a direct booking model, start collecting your past guests now. The guests that you've got in there for 90 days, I wouldn't suggest that you try to move them off to a direct booking system now, because the way that they found you was through Airbnb, and it's only, there's a lot of debate about this, but there's obviously, it's only fair that you stay with the way that they've booked. once they've stayed with you, then they become your customer, and then you can market to them with the normal sort of digital marketing channels, keeping in contact with people by email, and keeping your customers warm, and nurturing them and encouraging them to come back, especially if you're doing with nurses and they talk to each other and they have a little network, and also maybe the same customers come back over and over. When you have the booster guys are not in right now, but they have an amazing direct booking platform that you can use to do that. When you do go for a direct booking platform, you do have to do your own marketing. You do have to find your own customers and keep them nurtured, and then keep them coming back. So it is different. It's a different lifestyle. It's a different work style. But then there are benefits along the way. So I'll see if anyone wants to jump in as well after that.
Hey, this is Noble. I don't know if I fully understood the question. Can you just repeat the question one more time?
Well, I was asking, how to transition your customer, or how to get a longer stay to do a direct booking with you. Is it because I was asking initially about, Airbnb divvying out the payments, and I was saying, well, would it be best to just try to book them directly, to just go ahead and get it, all that money in a lump sum payment, or just stick to the Airbnb system, let them stay over there?
Got it. So a couple of things. I think Tracy touched on one. It is technically against Airbnb's terms and conditions to try to pull that guest off of the platform and convert them into a direct booking for an existing reservation. For future reservations, it's not a problem. Once they've stayed at your place and you want to market to them or call them or what have you, then you're welcome to do that. So keep that in mind. Regardless which method you choose, you decide to go. We have the ability to text and call our guests, and so the only instances where we've really implemented that strategy for existing reservations. And again, it's not something I recommend, but we've been in situations with Airbnb, as I'm sure other hosts have, where, for whatever reason, a guest has, made accusations towards us, and Airbnb, plans to refund that guest after we've been paid out, maybe pause one of our listings, whatever the case is. If we see something coming down the pipe that is going to be detrimental to us, either financially or from a reservation standpoint, and we know that the potential for Airbnb to pull our future guests or our future payments out of our accounts, we have in very urgent situations contacted those guests and flipped them to direct bookings. Now, you didn't hear that from me on Clubhouse, but that is the only circumstance that we've done that, and we've only done that twice. So, but that's my answer to your question.
Okay, so basically, you just do your due diligence in collecting the emails and the phone numbers to try to get them to direct book like a second time around.
Absolutely. And so there's a
Okay.
couple of ways you can do that real quick. I'll tell you, your digital guidebook, we use Hostfully. So in that digital guidebook, you can capture their email addresses. We use a messaging software called SmartBnB, and SmartBnB will capture their phone number as well as their pertinent Airbnb information. And then there's a product called StayFi, which is a Wi-Fi product where they have to log in and provide some details. And so you can capture all of that information and then start marketing them to them directly.
Okay. And with those direct bookings, as far as the insurance piece is concerned, is that even a worry when you go through when you go through your own insurance? Do you still get those same perks as you would get when you do your Airbnb claims?
So great question. We actually just tackled the topic of insurance in a room last week. But what I will tell you is, first of all, with Airbnb, and this is really for everyone in the room that's just unfamiliar with their host guarantee. It is not a full out insurance product, and so we've filed claims that we've had to fight tooth and nail with them, on to pay out. We got to a point to where we win 95% of those, but it is not an insurance policy, and there are some things that they just flat out won't cover. I.e., in some instances, they won't cover things if you don't have direct proof. And so what we always recommend is that hosts consider actual insurance that covers your short-term rental. And so if you look at my profile, there's a IG link in the bottom. If you go to that IG account, there's a link in the bio that goes to a podcast episode where we talk to a short-term rental company that specializes in they have an insurance product, specifically for short-term rentals. And they answer a ton of questions in that episode. It just went live earlier today or yesterday. And so feel free to check that out. But I wouldn't rely solely on Airbnb's host guarantee. For a direct booking, you can use a third-party insurance. It will cover you. And then you should be good that way.
Yeah, Keita, I just wanted to follow what Noble was saying. There's two things on Airbnb I don't believe in. Their host guarantee and their nightly or whatever their rate they think is the best rate for you. So if you're just starting out, don't believe those.
Okay, thank you. I'll definitely check out that podcast. Thanks so much. I got my question answered.
Awesome. Thanks, Keita. All right. Why don't we reset the room? And Julie, who's going to be taking the baton over for me in 5 minutes? Is it
I
Tracy?
believe that might be Tracy. I think you've got the Aussie girls that are going to take over the stage. Tracy, are you there?
I'm wired, so I'm going to hang
I'm
out,
here.
but I'm ready to pass the baton soon.
Awesome. Yep. No, Tracy's ready when you are. And look, guys, I have spotted somebody in the audience, so I hope you don't mind, Mike. I'm just going to quickly steal the show for a minute, or unless you've got something that you would like to continue on with. But I've just spotted somebody and I've invited them up on the stage. Is that okay if I take over 5 minutes, Mike?
Go for it.
You're good? All right, good. Because the Aussies are muscling in. Look, I have come across an absolutely amazing platform just recently, and it's excited me more so than Airbnb, which, okay, like I could go out and get an Airbnb facial tattoo tomorrow, guys, because I love Airbnb so much. But guess what? There's a new player in town, and these guys are renting properties as a venue space. I was going to say by the hour, but that's a bit rude, isn't it, really? So I've got to be careful about how I promote these guys. But I'm talking about Peer Space. Peer Space is giving an option to hosts to, if you've got an accommodation property, and rather than renting out per night for, say, $300 per night, if you've got the right property that is going to be a great venue, and it might be a venue for a hen's night, it might be a venue for, for the Instagrammers out there wanting a great a shot for their photos, or perhaps it might be a great place for a corporate luncheon. You can actually rent your property on Peer Space for thousands of dollars per day, not just hundreds of dollars a day that we're doing on Airbnb, but thousands on Peer Space. So I have spotted Patrick Chamis, who is the Peerspace, hold on, what is your position there? Director of Business Development, and I'm going to put him on the spot. I'm going to ask him to introduce himself to everybody. And Patrick, what I'd love to know from you is how can Peerspace offer an alternative to short-term rental hosts? And just exactly how easy is it to mix both accommodation and venues? So over to you.
Well, wow, Julie,
What up,
what
Patrick?
an intro. Yeah, thank you so much. And I see a lot of familiar faces here as well. I couldn't have asked for a better intro, so I hope I don't disappoint. Now I'm a little nervous.
No pressure.
Yeah, so just to give everyone a little overview about Peerspace. Peerspace is an online marketplace similar to Airbnb. The one major difference is that we don't do overnight accommodations. So we solely focus on professional activities taking place in all these unique locations across the country. And as it turns out, Airbnb hosts have amazing locations all across the country that can be used for baby showers, photo shoots, film shoots, you name it, offsite meetings. And so we've built this marketplace. We were founded in 2014. As it turns out, my brother founded the company. And so I've been intimately involved with the business since day one. And we have 20,000 spaces across the U.S. And happy to say that we're now crossing into other borders. And so I've been chatting with Julie, TJ, and others on this channel because we love Airbnb hosts. We think there's a place to monetize both for overnight stays as well as fit in short-term rentals on Peerspace when your space is being underutilized. So I think there's a way to do both. I think we have some examples of hosts that have done it really successfully. And so, yeah, happy to be here and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Patrick. And I see Matt is also in the audience, but he doesn't want to come up and talk to us. So, but
he's probably on dad duty.
Dad duty,
Yeah,
fair enough.
yeah,
That's
Matt's
a fair
chilling.
call. But Matt, we have spotted you. We know you're there, so we will say nice things about you. But look, does anybody on the panel have a question for Patrick? Because I just think that this is a game changer for anyone in the short-term rental industry. Peerspace, if you haven't seen them, look at their website. It looks like Airbnb. It feels like Airbnb, but it's kind of better than Airbnb. Did I say that out loud? It's only to my friends, right? So anybody who would love to ask a question of Patrick, here's your opportunity.
Hey, Patrick, do you want to kind of, well, first of all, the Peerspace platform is amazing, just like Julie said. But do you want to talk about the ambassador, like just plug that, or you want to save that for the room next month?
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to share that, we've, listen, there's a lot of demand for unique spaces for, photo shoots and filming right now. There's a lot of creators out there and creatives that are starving for unique locations to book photo shoot space in. And so, we put together a program, that incentivizes people in our community to talk about Peerspace and to refer other hosts. And so we put together just a simple referral program. If you know someone that should be listed on Peerspace for meetings, events, or photo shoots, then we can create a link for you, and feel free to talk about Peerspace all you want. So happy to talk about that, but answer any other questions you guys have as well.
Anybody else got any questions for him?
No, I just want to give them a shout out and say thank you, because Matt helped me get our club room up on Peerspace, and I got a request on Airbnb at one of my properties for a photo shoot, and I'm like, damn, man, I want to push them to Peerspace, but I want to get slapped by Airbnb because I know I could make more if they booked it through there, but it is what it is.
Yeah, so Michael, raised a good point. There's a lot of photo shoots happening right now. With all between Clubhouse, Instagram, and all the other social media channels, the segment that we're seeing a lot of interest in, or the category of customers that we're just having an influx in, is what we call creators. And it's a really broad term, but there's a lot of creators out there that are starting a new business, their own fashion brands, they're a nutritionist like my wife, and they need to take photos in these unique locations. And it could be that they need a nice kitchen to shoot, for a few hours for their website. And so it doesn't have to be, 10-hour days. If you have gaps in your calendar where the space is not being used, I know a lot of hosts that are using that free time to monetize it on Peerspace. So you can sync your calendar with Peerspace. It's super easy, and it's free to list. So there's no downside, and we have a lot of hosts that have experience doing both. So I know TJ and others on this channel can speak to what it's like to host on both marketplaces. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. And that kind of that sweet spot, that a hybrid, finding where that works, just with bringing in both the Airbnb overnight with the daily rentals. That's something that we're looking to just kind of work on and see how we can really kind of implement it. And for me, how can we do it to where it's automated, right? To where it's a process to where we can put teams, we can build systems around, and maximize our revenue by incorporating both. So I think that's definitely something we're definitely going to be doing another room with them probably next month. I'm going to talk to Madden and Patrick about it some more, because we hosted an amazing room last month with their team, and we're looking to do it again next month. We're going to dive deep into that topic, man. So great stuff, Patrick. Just looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Patrick, congratulations. This is a phenomenal idea. I've got a really unique loft in Milwaukee, and I've done over 30 photo shoots and music videos here, but it's always such a pain to try to, work out, get them off Airbnb, get them into the contract negotiation that makes sure it protects us. So this is really, really great stuff. Curious how you're building the other side of the platform, connecting with creators and studios and people that are doing that. I've got some connections I'd be happy to make for you from a bunch of video production work I used to work on.
Yeah, no, that's awesome to hear, Daniel. And please, I'll have to check out your studio. So is it listed on Peerspace or not yet?
No, not yet. I've really been slow on getting my places listed or doing anything special with them. Just then keeping them on Airbnb in the last couple of years as I've been working on Washbnb.
Got it. Well, I'm happy to check out your space and help you get started if I could be of any help. So how do we get guests coming onto our marketplace? I mean, we've been doing it now for over 6 years. We produce a lot of content specifically for photographers and videographers and producers. So we're a pretty well-known brand name within the production world. It's honestly an industry that I knew nothing about until I started working at Peerspace. And you start to realize, especially post-COVID, how much content needs to be produced in the world, right? I mean, everyone needs to be online and have some sort of online presence. And now more than ever, you need that content to be produced somewhere. And so we've been really fortunate to have a lot of these creators come to Peerspace looking for these unique locations. So to answer your question, a lot of content, a lot of just word of mouth referrals, and we just keep on seeing new customers come in.
Thanks, Patrick. That was actually going to be my question on how you're actively promoting that. I'm just waiting to see when you branch outside and come into Japan, where I am. So what's the timeline of your current business model?
Yeah. Well, as it turns out, my brother and co-founder Ronnie has joined the room, so maybe I'll pass off the question to him.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for having me in the room. I'm actually working on this as we speak on our international rollout. And we want to be pretty aggressive with it. I can't speak specifically to Japan, but we are planning on adding international markets starting this year.
Australia first before Japan.
Yeah.
I've already got
a
call booked with Matt from Canada.
If you could see the slide that I'm working on right at the moment, you'd be very happy. But yeah, we're really excited to bring PeerSpace there to the world. There's an opportunity here, as Patrick was saying, to really ride the wave of content creation, and it's just been amazing to be a part of the community and see how these customers have used our host spaces to create incredible content.
That's fantastic. Were there any other questions from other moderators?
Hi, it's Dena here. I was curious if Patrick might give us an example of the host that was able to balance, the nightly and the day, how that host was doing that, just so I can make sure I can hit the ground running when I sign up.
Yeah, TJ, I forget their name, but it was fascinating. It was on your chat, and I mean,
are you talking about Ashley Noble?
It wasn't. I know Ashley really well. It was another.
It was Maddie. Maddie was.
Yeah, Maddie. I mean, he squeezed every hour he could to get both PeerSpace bookings and Airbnb bookings. TJ, do you remember how he was going about it?
It was a few things that he talked about. He talked about things like possibly, extending like the check-in time, like pushing that out a little bit more to accommodate kind of those, to accommodate the PeerSpace kind of reservation. That way they still have time to get the unit ready for the guests that's checking in that day. He talked about doing things like that. He talked about possibly having kind of buffer days as well to accommodate for PeerSpace guests. There was like two other points that he talked about, but I'm definitely going to have him tap in next time we talk about it. I actually spoke with him a few days ago about it, and he's ready to tap into the next room that we do. I don't remember all the points that he talked about and how he's actually incorporating it too. And Coach Cav's another person that's incorporating both really with a lot of his listings, and so we're definitely looking to bring him on as well. So I would probably say just kind of just stay tuned until we have that next room to really get that game, because that's definitely something that a lot of people are interested in, and really the hybrid model.
Sounds like you've got a lot of pent up demand, even in the moderators here. I mean, because we're not just sharing our expertise as coaches or bloggers, in my case, and podcasters. We're also hosts. So this has just been a game changer for a lot of us. So it's brilliant that you guys are here, and I hope that being in this room, you can find some useful information to help move your platform as well, because I think we all want great things for the sharing economy, and the nice thing about getting rooms like this together is to show how much camaraderie there is in not just within hosts, but with people who coach how to host, and all the different disciplines that we've found in this room. So thanks, guys.
Can I just jump in? Yeah, you signed up. Awesome. Yep, I just think that there's so much opportunity with PeerSpace, and when I heard about this platform, I just was like going cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching in my brain. And I wish there were more hours in the day, because I look at the fact that I built a business, a third-party business off the back of Airbnb, a property management business using other people's properties on somebody else's platform, and I was just putting all the processes together. So where are our entrepreneurs out there who are looking at PeerSpace now, thinking to themselves, if I can go to every restaurant that is only open for dinner, if I can get in front of those restaurateurs and I can manage the process on behalf of them for listing their property, their venue on PeerSpace, and I'm going to charge them 25%, just like what I did with property management. Oh my goodness, boys, come to Australia. We're opening up a new business.
And not just that, Julie, a lot of people in the restaurant game, because that just reminded me, a lot of people in the restaurant game, especially during COVID, that were really hurting because of COVID, that were really trying to figure out how they can keep their doors open. I mean, Peerspace has been absolutely life changing for them because they can't open up their restaurants to host to host people to eat, but they were able to open up the restaurants for alternative events with Peerspace, photo shoots, things like that. So, and I have a personal friend that literally utilized something like that. You utilized Peerspace, and it literally helped save his business during COVID when it was really really bad last year. So yeah, there's power in the industry for real. Just when you talk about the short term rental space and the daytime rental, and a platform like Peerspace is definitely an amazing situation for us. Helped a lot of people out.
Well, I just would like to invite Ronnie and Patrick. If you guys want to stick around, I would love, and I'm sure the other moderators would love for you guys to stay up on stage, answer any questions we get from the audience, because I'm sure there are people in the audience just really itching to ask some more questions. So if you guys can hang around, please hang around. And if not, hit that button to go back into the audience. But thank you so much for coming up on stage today. It's really terrific to have you here. Tracy, I'll hand back the main mic to you. I'll stop being greedy here and taking over the microphone. But Trace, back to you.
And Tracy, real quick too, do we want to, now that it's after midnight my time here on East Coast, do we want to do some more of these giveaways? It's been a couple hours since we've done some giveaways.
Give some prizes away.
That sounds like a plan. I was actually, now that the baton's been turned to me, and I was going to reset the room and also open to some questions, and also then give away some prizes. So let me just introduce myself for people that have just joined. My name is Tracy. I'm based in Japan. I'm Australian. Now it's midday here. It's a bright, sunny day, even given that it's even winter, and given that it's often late at night, where the Americans are, or the Europeans haven't woken up yet. The baton has been passed to me. So, but I will just give a disclaimer in advance. I'm a blogger rather than a speaker. So I'm emulating all of the pros that I have been sitting in Clubhouse listening to. I do not claim to be at the same level as them. So be kind to me, guys. Be kind to me. So I'm doing my best. And it's just a real pleasure to be in a room with such giants of the industry.
We love you, Trace.
Oh, thanks, love. Thank you. I feel the support, and I feel the love, and I'm going to take that, and it's going to energize me throughout these next couple of hours. So to reset the room, we are on a 24 hours. Can you believe that? We're chasing the sun around the world, and we are following all of the short-term rental Airbnb giants of the industry, so that we can give value out into the marketplace and to help people get their own businesses up and running, and to make money, bring financial freedom to you, and to create more entrepreneurs. So this is such a wonderful time in humanity that we can do this. The best advice is to listen, to be coachable, to educate yourself. And if you have a look at all the moderators up on the stage here, you will see that that they've all got a lot of things to give away, things that you can learn. There's podcasters, there's bloggers, there's coaches, there's mentors. So here they all are for free for you today. So make use of that, take some notes, click on their bios and follow them. And grab all their free info. So, because that's why we put it up there, is to hopefully to give you some information to help you move forward. Just to reset the room as well, this is actually being live streamed. So, no pressure on me, no pressure on anyone else. But it is being streamed live for people who are not on iPhones. So if you do come up to speak, please, if you put your hand up, then you are actually giving permission to be recorded. We'll only use first names, and don't worry, there's no video, so you don't have to worry about having your hair brushed or your teeth cleaned. It's only audio. So there are a few people with their hands up, I believe. So where are we up to? Now,
Hey,
I think we're
Tracy.
up to.
Yeah. No, sorry
go
about
for
that. Tracy, if it's cool, I brought up Paris. She's somebody who's highly respected in the game. Had an opportunity to share a few rooms with her as well. Somebody's definitely knowledgeable in the short-term rental game. And I was brought up, she introduced herself, and she's definitely going to add value to the conversation.
Yep, that sounds awesome. Paris, the microphone is yours, my dear.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for TJ for actually inviting me up to speak. Just want to give it back to you for inviting me, and also to all the other speakers. I've been in the room now for a little over an hour, so it's been a lot of value, and I kind of been in and out, so I'm excited to add any value that I may have to add here. I'm in the Atlanta, Georgia area, and I've been hosting now for over the last 4 years. I currently operate about 13 properties as of this week. So we're growing and I'm expanding. And I also have a small coaching community as well, where I teach people also how to start in this industry. So Airbnb and short-term rental, because I do diversify between long-term and short-term, has just actually been life-changing for me. So yeah, you guys stay connected with me on Instagram. I'm very active on there. And also anybody in the audience listening, if you have any questions, I'm just here to add value. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Paris. It's great that you're here. So we haven't had a question from the audience for a little while. So now, where are we up to? Just seen that Colorado, Paul Wells has got his hand up. So, Colorado, Paul, what's your question?
Hey, more of a comment than a question. And happy Thursday night, like the 24-hour run. That's pretty damn good. But I work in the ADU space, and we have got 15 projects going on here in Colorado right now, 13 of them for short-term rentals. It's crazy. Never thought that we would see that kind of activity from the short-term rental market, but our ADU production is really focused around short-term rentals right now. And so I was wondering if any of your moderators or any of your guests are using ADUs for their short-term rental properties.
Hey, Colorado, go ahead and educate the masses on an ADU and what it's all about.
Happy to do it. An ADU is an accessory dwelling unit. So it is a small additional living space either in the primary residence or what we call a DADU, a detached ADU, which could be from 500 to 1,000 square feet, 1 to 2 bedrooms. And they are really terrific. The ROI on them is fantastic. The price per square foot to build obviously depends on where you are. But we have our clients coming to us and saying, we want to build a DADU, a detached ADU, which is a small house behind the main house. And we think we're going to short-term rent it for 5 to 7 years, basically pay it off, pay the construction costs off, and then turn it into either a long-term rental, a dwelling for an aging parent, a dwelling for somebody that we know that's disabled, or just an extra living space for our family when guests come. So they're super flexible, super fun to build. And I've been building them since 2012, but it's just been in the last year that the attraction to the short-term rental market has really exploded, especially out in Southern California. I'm here in Western Colorado, and they really go well here. As a matter of fact, if any of your renters, your short-term rental folks are interested in a little deeper dive into what ADUs are, if you look at my bio, you'll see there's this 5-part video, and I promise there's no sales in there. Not trying to sell anything. I retired about 5 years ago, so I don't need to sell the stuff. But I love the short-term rental market. I love the ADU market. It's a perfect marriage and a perfect combination. And so anything I can do to help or add value, I'd be happy to, or answer any questions here for a little bit.
Thanks, mate. That's pretty helpful, and I'm sure that there's some people who in the audience who might be able to look you up offline. So we might move on actually, because we're looking for questions for the current moderated panel. So Celia, you're up here.
Hey guys, good evening. Nice to meet all of you. I love this room. I haven't been in an Airbnb or a real estate investment room yet, so I just followed all of you because I really appreciate the time you're taking to provide all this free value to everyone. So my question for you is a little bit premature because this is in my 5-year plan. I'm 24 years old and I'm currently hosting luxury masterminds for entrepreneurs all over the world. And while doing so, I'm actually doing professional content creation and marketing for luxury resorts and Airbnbs all over the world. And that's how we're able to get most of our accommodations either covered on a complimentary basis or incredibly discounted. And I was just thinking it would be really cool if one day I could just create my own, start just investing in real estate and building my own short-term rental properties so that I could just promote my own retreat locations as opposed to bringing all of this revenue. Like, I made this one resort $800,000 in 1 year and I didn't see a dime of it because I just didn't know any better and I didn't understand the value of what content on social media could do. So my question for you guys, sorry for the long story, but do you think it's a good idea to invest in property internationally? Because my first goal was to build like luxury Airbnbs or like a luxury boutique resort in Bali. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I think the timing might be a little, I think we're coming out on the back end of it, but I have a good buddy of mine in Bali, and he was hurting during COVID this year, I'm not going to lie, because the majority of his business, people fly in to go to Bali. So when everything shuts down with COVID, you know, he doesn't have anybody to market to. A lot of the locals aren't going there. The reason we did well in the US is because you can basically drive to any of our properties, but a lot of the international stuff did take a beating. So, I mean, I would just make sure that you have boots on the ground that you trust in Bali. So like if you know that market and you know people and you trust people there, it's going to be all about the team or finding a good partner to partner with on something like that. But again, you know, when things are depressed or when things are not going so well for certain things, it's usually a good buying opportunity. So that would just be my 2 cents, but I would definitely make sure that you understand the market and have good boots on the ground to handle things for you.
Michael, can I chime in here?
Yeah.
So, hi everyone. I'm Ryan. Yeah. So I'm Ryan from the UK. So I operate in the UK and Dubai. So I would definitely say to get your systems, processes, automation, and team together locally before you then venture over to a different country. I got all that together first here in the UK, and then we moved it over to Dubai with confidence, knowing that we could pull it off. And that started locally for me, and then I pushed out nationally in the UK. Got used to managing people remotely and getting things set up remotely without you having to be there, and then obviously took it international. So I would definitely recommend what Michael's saying there. Definitely recommend trying to keep it close to home to start off with, but then if you've got a 5-year plan and those ambitions are to push internationally, then go for it. But sort of get your skill sets all honed in around where you live first.
Ryan, I'm pleased to see you. What time is it over there, mate?
25 past 5.
25 past 5. Oh my goodness gracious.
Ryan, you're crazy.
Good morning.
I don't sleep.
That's absolute dedication. So Celia, did that answer your question, love?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's definitely helpful. And then I came in kind of recently, so I would just love to know a little bit more about like what you guys are doing. I heard the room reset, but curious about the giveaways that you're doing.
Oh, I couldn't have. You couldn't have done the better segue than than that. What I'm about to do actually is hit up Michael, who's actually in the moderator panel. He's going to be he's going to give away some of his amazing coaching packages. Now, if you were going to pay him for coaching, it'd be thousands of dollars. So if everyone can just get ready for Michael to come on and tell you how to apply for his giveaways.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. I appreciate it. So I'm going to give 3 30-minute coaching sessions. So I'm going to pick 3 people. You'll do a one-on-one Zoom call with me, whether you're brand new or whether you're seasoned and you're looking to scale. You can talk anything, give you tips, tactics, strategies, tools, whatever you need to move your business forward. All that I ask is that you just follow all these moderators, because they're all donating hours and hours of their time, and they're just trying to give you guys as much value as possible. So by you guys following them, that's just your little way of saying thank you to them for sharing. You know, Ryan literally just got up at 5 a.m. and he's hopping back on here to continue adding value. So just make sure that you follow all the moderators here on Clubhouse and on Instagram. And all that I'll ask you to do is just shoot me a text message. And the first people that'll do that, I will give you a 30-minute one-on-one with me. I'll shoot you the link to book the Zoom with me. And the number is 978-321-6563. 978-321-6563. But again, you got to make sure that you're following all the moderators. And the first 3 people that do that
we want photographic. We want photographic proof. Is that right? Photographic proof, and then.
Yeah, I think TJ had everybody share it on Instagram. I'm not going to make you send me 15 text messages of you following everybody. I'll do an honor system here, but I'll spot check it. So
yeah, definitely honor system on the follow.
Yeah, man. Just again, all these people are donating their time. It'll take you 2 minutes to literally make sure that you follow all these amazing people. And if nothing else, even if you don't get the coaching call, I mean, just following all these people is getting free coaching, because we're doing these rooms regularly. I know just about every single one of these moderators, we're up here multiple times a week. This is just a savage attempt at doing our second 24-hour marathon for you guys. So just make sure you follow everybody. And again, the number to text me is 978-321-6563.
I'd be more than happy to do free coaching from the UK for as many people as possible. There you go. Brad, over to you.
Oh my goodness, who was that just popped up?
That was Jim down the very bottom, who's just come to stage. Jim, we'll give you a chance in a second to introduce yourself. That's a very kind offer. We just don't know who you are yet, so just hang tight. We're going to find out a bit more about you. And
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
But just hang tight. If you were offering more bottles of bourbon like Eric was before, we would be taking you straight up on that offer. But Trace, I'll hand back the mic to you, Tracy.
Unfortunately, no bourbon for me. So, yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so what we're doing at the moment is we're looking at Michael's giveaway, and if you follow everybody, send him a text message to the numbers that before. He will. Someone's open. So he'll let me know who's won that. But it's really great advice. Look at all the profiles of all of the moderators here up on stage. They often have links to their Instagram. Follow them on Instagram. Look through their bios. Oh, guys, how many times in the last couple of weeks have we said, go to my bio? It seems to be an absolutely standard. I've got echo in here. It's a standard thing that we're saying these days. So check out everyone's bios, follow them on Instagram, and there'll be a ton of value just that you can grab. the best advice really in this industry when you're getting going is just to be educated and informed, and things change all the time. Everything's a moving target. So get started small and just build and learn and grow. So now, how are we going, Michael? Have we got a winner chicken dinner? Do we have one?
I'm just doing some spot checks on this honor
Okay.
system here. I got a bunch of texts coming in, so I'll report back in a few minutes.
Okay, so what I'll do at the moment is I'll do a bit of advertising, basically on the sort of prizes that we'll get going in future hours. So it just gives you a bit of inspiration to hang on and see what's coming. So let me have a look at my little spreadsheet here. So we've got coaching calls. There is some full Airbnb audits. There's one from me, which is a full Airbnb audit. There's one from Team Luke. There's also copies of free books. So all of these things will be coming up over the next couple of hours. So I hope people have got your cup of tea and sitting back in a comfy chair and some note paper out, because there is a ton of really great information coming your way, as well as some free prizes. So
Tracy, are you going to give yours away? I want to win your prize.
Now my prize. So what I do as part of my job, COVID hit me pretty hard here in Japan. So when you can't do, you teach, right? So I thought my skills are pretty universal. I look at Airbnb listings all day. I love it. For me, it's porn. It's just like looking at pictures of houses and how people have set things up, and it's just absolute porn. And I can pretty much look at a listing straight away and see, where people can make some tweaks and some changes, and to be getting more listings, to be, hitting up the top of the search fields, and really maximizing your investment. So that's what I do. If you were going
well, just cutting in there, I've got a free ebook for you if you check my website.
Okay, sorry, mate.
Sorry, guys. I moved them back to the audience. Guys, if we bring you up stage and some of the moderators are speaking, please just let them finish. Don't come up and just start pitching your stuff. I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but everybody up on the stage has been personally vetted. So we know that people that are up here, and I'm not saying, Jim, that you're not adding value, but like Tracy said, we don't know you yet. So no offense, but we want to let her finish.
Can I just say that, this is a non-pitching room as well. So anybody that does come up, especially when I'm moderating, I will just move you back down. As Michael says, there's a lot of planning goes into these rooms, and we're here to add value to people. You sell your services by adding value, not just coming up and pitching your stuff. So just be warned.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me back there. But some good advice there is to, if you've got something to pitch, start a room. That's what Clubhouse is for. So we've spent a lot of time, creating some value for the audience that have come here. So now, what I was giving away an audit. That's what I was doing. So
yes, I want to win it.
Tracy,
you want to win it?
You were telling us about your porn.
Tell me about my porn.
Who said that? Ryan, go back to bed.
Yes, so I just I spent a lot of time looking at listings, and what I was actually thinking about doing in the next hour was going to ask people to put their listing in their Instagram profile, and then send me a DM, and I'll take a look at the listing, and we can all maybe take a look at the listing and do a quick 5-minute brand audit, and get some tips to immediately action really maximize the profit and the bookings from the advice of people on the stage. So how does that sound, guys? So what I'll do is I'll ask people who are interested in having us here on the stage take a look at your property. Pop your link in your bio, and is hand raising on or off right now? So put the link in the bio, and I'll put your hand up, and then give us a moment, and we'll have a look at the listing, and then come back with a couple of good points. So this is not just for the person who's going to be up on stage, but hopefully to be of use to other people in the room. I mean, that's the goal, is to be of as much value to as many people as possible. So where are we at? Oh, there's a few people. So yeah, that said, guys, we're going to be pretty strict on this. So only people who are really keen on having us look at their listing, and it's a real listing and it's theirs. So otherwise, we're going to be pretty strict and cut you off pretty quick. Okay, so.
Tracy, I'll just interrupt you there. What they'll have to do, they'll actually have to put the link from their Airbnb listing into their Instagram profile. Yes. Is it? Yeah, and then make sure that we can easily click through. But yeah, super excited to have a look at some listings.
Okay, so Larina, is that how I spelled your name? Is that how you say your name correctly?
Yes, ma'am. It's Larina. That is correct.
So. You had a question, or you want us to have a look at your listing? What would you like?
I'd love for you guys to look at my listing and give me some constructive criticism on how to improve.
All right, give me a moment. I am in your. Okay.
I'd encourage the audience too to check out her profile and click on the listing so you can follow along as we're giving the feedback. It'll help kind of visualize it for you.
All right, here we are. All right, just give us a minute to have a look. Oh, there's things popping up at me everywhere. All right, so it's Mr. Hospitality, is that correct?
Yes, that's my husband's profile.
All righty then. So, quick question. Who is your ideal guest?
My ideal guest, I think that we've kind of been marketing to, marketing, I guess, to groups. Smaller groups, couples, and families as well. So groups of 4, as well as families.
Okay, so how many listings have you got here?
We have a total of 8 listings. They're all 1-bedroom, 1-bath apartments. One of the listings is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And so we split that listing and we market it as a 2-bed, 2-bath, but then we also market that listing as a 1-bed, 2-bath as well.
Right. What's the reasoning that you're offering as a 1-bed, 2-bath?
Yes. Well, initially when we first put that 2-bed, 2-bath listing, it was not getting as much bookings as our 1-bedroom. And so we figured, instead of just letting it sit, we could market it as the 1-bed, 2-bath as well. And it has done very well as both.
Okay, just this is my 2-second take here. First of all, your photos on Airbnb work much better as landscape. So yeah, so the top photo that you've got here is a portrait. It's really hard to see on my phone. That's not. I mean, the fact that you've got Superhost, that's great. So that first one, Modern Midtown, that's the one that's the 1-bed, 1-bath.
That is correct. Yes.
So you're offering it as a full apartment, or as a shared apartment?
No, they're all full apartments.
So even though it's a 2-bedroom, you're advertising it as a 1-bedroom?
Yes, we do it as both. So we do market it as a 2-bed, 2-bath, and then we also market it as a 1-bed, 2-bath. So what we do is when it is rented as the 1 bed, 2 bath, we lock the second bedroom.
Oh, okay. Right, I gotcha.
One of
Okay.
the bedrooms is an ensuite, and then the other bathroom is kind of like in the common area. So we just, lock the second bedroom, and, guests use it as that.
Okay. Just taking a quick look. So I'm not quite sure. What does a walk score of 88 mean?
Okay, so what the walk score of 88 means that it is in a neighborhood that is walkable and has amenities that guests can walk to, like supermarkets, pharmacies, and some of the other highlights that are in the Midtown area of Atlanta. There's a really big, there's the Beltline that people love to go ahead and walk on. There's also a venue called Pond City Market, and it's kind of like, I don't want to say it's like a mini mall, but it has different restaurants in there. It's really, really popular down here in Atlanta. And we're in walking distance of Pond City Market.
Tracy, it's like a ranking system for how walkable the property is to like shopping and restaurants.
Yeah.
So an 88 is a really good score.
Is that you have to, pardon my ignorance here, that's fairly common?
It's like a website. You go to walkscore.com and plug in the address, and it'll tell you like how walkable is this.
Okay. That's new for me. So I'm just thinking, if that's new for me, what's that going to be for someone like hitting that top paragraph on your listing? Is that going to also translate to your ideal guest? The first thing that I get to people to work with is to really consider who they're serving, who is their ideal guest, and then putting the skin on, like a bit like Silence of the Lambs, like wear their skin and like look at that first paragraph through their eyes. Is that going to appeal to them? And the other thing as well is, when you're writing it, is to write it with that particular guest as the hero of the story. So, set the scene a little bit rather than just saying, my property is this, and this. Look at a paragraph, like when you're writing it, write the copy with your guest in mind. What are the benefits of having the walk score, right? What good is it going to be to them? What pain point is that going to solve for your ideal guest? And have that really in the front of your mind when you're writing your copy. So I'm gonna, that's my 2 cents. So my first one is, the photos really all need to be landscape. That's my first tip. And then my second tip is, when that paragraph is like, make sure that your ideal guest is going to understand and you're actually speaking to that particular person. So did any other moderator have some tips to jump in?
Sounds like you've nailed it, to be fair.
I agree. I've actually, so some of the first listings that we have, there were, when we first got onto the Airbnb platform, we have a new listing. It's Moulin Rouge in Midtown. And so I have done, Tracy, some of those exact things that you're talking about, kind of talk to that specific guest. So what I will do is go back to the original listings that we have and really tweak those listings and just speak to the individuals that you're mentioning, making it more personalized for someone who's reading it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm pressing buttons. I'm getting text messages all over. But yeah, my writing to that, like the really key thing here is really to stand out, is to write to your ideal guest. Spend a bit of time thinking about who's going to be happy in your space, and write exactly to them. And lots of other, there's lots of other tips, and you can sort of get a bit granular in that. But that's my biggest tip right now for you. So.
Thank you so
I hope
much.
I hope that was helpful.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Any other comments from any other moderators?
I was just going to say, I did go through some of them, and I would say the number one thing that I always mention is to get a real estate photographer and get professional pictures so you can really like broadcast some lighting in there, and they're so dark, as well as like the landscape that Tracy was referring to as well. Along with the writing and the description, you also want to make sure that your pictures help the guests to vision themselves inside of your actual unit. So that's what I would suggest. And I know, because when I first started, I was not doing professional pictures, and I even had some of my friends who said that they could do it, but hiring a real estate photographer and getting those professional pictures, like, I would say literally made a big difference.
Thank you, Paris. With our newest listing, we did use a professional photographer, but that is our plan to go back and photograph all of the other listings with a professional photographer. So thank you so much for that.
Perfect. You're welcome. With what you already have and putting together what Tracy said, I'm willing to bet you that it's going to make a big increase.
Yeah, professional photography is an investment, and it will pay off in dividends that will time and time again. So when you're doing your photography, stage it, set the dinner table, fill up the bath, set a mood, set a theme, again with that ideal guest in mind, and get that professional photography, and make sure that the first 5 photos are not 5 photos of the same room from different angles. Go on a bit of a journey around your property, show different rooms, different moods. And the other top tip from me to you today is to have a color pop. I've tested this over the years. I've had beautiful rooms, beautifully designed rooms that are beige or that are grey, and they haven't really stopped the scroll. You want something that's got a little, like a feature wall or a color pop. I mean, for Lorena, you had that. I like the color that you had. But to stop the scroll, to have that color pop, but have that first hero photo to really be the best photo that you can. So, did that answer your questions, Lorena? I'll pop you back in the audience, and then we might.
That's it. Thank you.
I'll pop you back in the audience now. There we go. Now, the Harbour Estates. I've seen you on a couple of rooms, my friend. So what can we help you with today?
I think I was on maybe a little earlier today. So thanks for the invite again. So I did include one of my short-term rentals, specifically Airbnb, in my in my Instagram profile. So I guess my question in regards to the property, I don't know. I guess. So I have 2 different places that I do Airbnb, and the one specifically it's been a lot harder to market. I think mainly because of the location. Is not in the best. So it's not that far from the attraction areas in Michigan, but because it is in an area that's more of an up and coming area, is not fully developed yet to its full potential, or nowhere near. It's hard for me to attract a good customer base, a good clientele. So I have to kind of tailor towards being a little bit more lenient in who I allow, just because, like I said, it's the area is up and coming. So there's some areas where people may not want to walk around. If they're not from the area, they may be a little bit afraid to walk around, but it's really not unsafe, but it can look that way to an outsider not from the area.
Okay, I have a question for you, my friend.
Yes.
So who is coming to the area, and why are they coming to the area?
So, yep. So probably as many of you have had the same kind of experience since the pandemic. The reason people book has really changed. So I get a lot of people who are here looking for a long-term, or not long-term, but longer. So maybe a month and a half stay. So I've even changed the title of that location to kind of stand out to those people. Also, people who are looking to have like smaller events where nothing crazy, maybe 10 to 15 people tops. I don't accommodate events larger than that because the way the house is situated is not ideal. I actually have a tenant that lives on the top floor long term. He actually came with the house when I bought it, but the lower unit is what I rent. So to answer your question specifically, usually longer term stays, people who just sold their house looking to buy another house. So they're in the market, people who are here for a few weeks for work. So those long term stays, and people who are looking to have events.
Yeah, because your first photo there, mate, is you are asking for parties. So I mean, if that's what you want, obviously I'm not here to tell you how to run your business, but that having a first photo with inviting parties in, my sense is that you're asking for some trouble. So maybe it is a good idea if you are going to be looking for events to maybe look at something like Peerspace to run your events. But advertising on Airbnb as you want to be a party house, I think you're in for some trouble. My personal opinion. I don't know if any other mods want to jump in with that one. But yeah, again, first photo you've got as portrait really needs to be a landscape. With Airbnb, we're selling photos. We're selling, you're selling an image. Those first 5 photos, you have to nail your image. You have to nail your brand, who your ideal guest is, what sort of property it is, and how and what product that you are offering. And that's a sort of something that you can sit down and have a bit of a think about. What is your product? Who are you serving? And that's the story that you've got to be telling in your first 5 photos. So just a couple of really nitpicky things is taking photos of a bathroom, put the toilet seat down. Very simple, but will make a big difference. When you've got photos of TVs or of appliances, hide the cables. They're really distracting in a photo. Having some, spending a little bit of money and having your photos professionally staged and photographed is going to make a massive difference. It's going to really set yourself up as a professional host. You're going to attract a better sort of guest, and also you're also setting up that you're a professional and that you're not someone that people can come in and treat your place disrespectfully, because you obviously are treating it with respect yourself. Again, I'm talking a lot. Maybe another moderator who's had a good look can jump in.
Right. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry, just real quick, because I think I did a terrible job at answering your question when you asked, what exactly it is I'm trying to get answered. So I guess one question I can just say is increasing my conversion rate. I'm looking at my stats now, and I get about 3,300 views per month, which my average, how I think Airbnb does a lot of analytics and that they offer you. So the average is actually 2,300, where I'm at 3,300. However, my conversion rate is only 0.03%. I'm sorry, my conversion rate is 0.03% higher than my competitor or comps in the area.
Yeah. So that's telling me that people are coming in, that they're looking at your price, they're coming in, and then they're going away, and I think they're going away on your photos. So that would be what I'm saying. Yeah. If anyone else has some insight on that. I
think it's also good to always look at your listing from a guest's point of view. I think, as you scale, you sometimes get caught up in, let's just get it set up, and you don't really pay any attention to what the guest's view looks like. So on a weekly basis, I have my guest handlers go through every single listing on all the booking channels and just check that we look good, the pricing looks right, there's nothing standing out. I mean, I did this similar exercise the other week on a live video, and came across a listing that had the photographs upside down. So, I mean, whether it's intentional or not, I don't know, but it didn't look the best. And you just think, if that's what the host's willing to put out there, then what is the accommodation like? And you got to always kind of put yourself in the mind of these guests that are trying to book. So, as Tracy says, daft things like toilet seats left up, or cables just hanging everywhere. It does look poor.
If I could just pitch in there. Morning, everybody.
Morning, Dave.
Morning,
How
buddy.
you doing? You good?
We've been partying all night. While you've been sleeping, we've been partying.
I'm gonna say, I don't normally see this time of the morning, but I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd just jump straight in. Hey, yeah. So one of the other things that I'd maybe start having to think about, and sorry, I'm just jumping in now, just on the back of the conversation. Who we're talking to now? Hello.
Yeah.
Yep. Great. So I've just had a quick look at the your listing. One of the things I would say as well, which is always, if you look at some of the top properties on Airbnb, they're selling experience stays. So then, if you think about, and it's great all the input that people have put in here about the actual property itself. But one of the main things with your property is that they're not coming to the area just to stay in your property. They're coming to your area to do something there. They're coming to the location for an experience, whether that's tourism and a tourist attraction, or they're coming for work, or they're visiting family. There'll be something in that area that they're coming to see, not just your property. So although your property needs to look great on the photos, you need to be selling an experience or a location on your property listing too. So for example, if you've got something in the area that people are coming to visit, for my main area is in the UK is Chester, so we sell it as a little Roman city, so of the Roman artifacts, or we might have a picture of a lion or something about the zoo in there. So it's just selling that experience to them well, and having your copy or something in your description that's going to sell that to the person as well, I think is really important. So I just thought I'd put that in there.
Thanks, Dave.
Yep. Gotcha. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been hearing, seems like more and more to really focus, find the experience that I want to offer, and really kind of hone in on that. So, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean that's why I asked the question. That's why I asked the question at the beginning about who's coming to the area, why are they coming to the area, what is their main reason for coming, and solve their problem. So by problem, I meant what are they trying to achieve? You be the person that provides that solution to their reason for coming to town. So the reason for coming to town, and this is for everybody here. Your house, as much as you love it, as much as how awesome it is, and I'm sure it is, but your house is never the destination, unless you've got a pimped out Star Wars house or a Harry Potter house, and that you've actually created your own demand. But in reality is the location of our places is really the reason that people are coming. And then you find that, so that's number one. And number two is what are their needs while they're in town. So you meet those needs and you solve that problem. And you answer those, you answer all these questions and you solve all those problems, and then it's a very easy sell for that guest to realize that you're the host for them, and that you're going to provide them. It's going to be a good exchange of guest experience to the money that they're going to pay. So it's not just buying on price. Price does come into it, but it's the whole package of your product. And your product is not just cheap accommodation, it's a whole bunch of other factors as well. So okay, so I'm getting lots of messages
Okay,
here.
so let me. Oh, sorry. Let me ask a couple of questions. This is Jay. You were mentioning something about increasing your conversion rate. Could you tell me more about that, please?
Yes. So let me see. Let me pull that back up again. So I get basically about 1,000 more views per month compared to the comps in the area. However, my conversion rate is for that extra 1,000 views. My conversion rate is only 0.03% higher than the comps in the area.
Okay. Can you tell me why you see that as a problem?
For extra 1,000 eyes or sets of eyes, I think I must not be doing something well if I'm only increasing by 0.03% per every 1,000 views.
Okay. Yeah, totally understood. Do you have, what's your average occupancy rate around now?
My phone did something weird. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
What is your average occupancy right now?
So I've been going through some rebranding. So that's why this one particularly doesn't have any reviews, because I've been trying to. So I had basically, I've been doing some, like I said, rebranding the past few weeks. So I haven't really been accepting any bookings. However, before this was about 80% occupied.
Okay. And I just want to make sure I'm looking at this correctly. This is the one that says sanitize perfect for small events?
Correct.
Do you have any other listings?
The other listing is a loft. That one I don't really have any issues with. It's in a downtown area, very desirable area. I'm doing some rebranding with that one as well currently. But I don't really have any issues with that one whatsoever. The client is a much different clientele and a higher price point as well.
Okay, so that I understand, am I looking at the before or the after on the rebranding?
Kind of. I would say after. There's still a few things I need to update, make some changes. I literally have been doing this, like I said, kind of nonstop the last few weeks. So I'm still kind of in the process, but we could say, because it is currently an active listing, so I would say done.
Got it. Okay, so okay, totally understood. And I'm just trying to make sure that I understand exactly what your intentions or goal is. So it's right here. I just want to make sure I'm looking at this right, because it says, when I'm looking at it on my phone, it says 8 guests, 2 bedrooms with 0 beds and 1 bathroom.
Yeah, I just noticed that. So what I did was I literally just clicked the old place, and there's a function where it allows you to duplicate one of your list or any of your list. Yeah, so I did that, and I think some of the stuff didn't transfer over. So that's why I said I'm not fully done. I have to go through
No
each.
problem. And I'm seeing a response rate of 78% and a response time within 24 hours. What's going on there?
I've been inundated with, because I do this pretty much. I work 9 to 5, or I'm usually off by 5 or 6, and I'm, other than cleaning staff, I'm the one managing everything. So yeah, a lot.
Why are you doing it that way?
I felt like I couldn't afford to hire anyone to. One, I felt like I couldn't afford anyone to handle the communications, but also I didn't really trust anyone yet because I haven't been able to train anyone up.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I heard this right. You said you didn't feel like you could afford anyone, so you would rather have vacancy? Wouldn't that be more expensive?
Yes, it would. It would.
Because that's what you're getting. I mean, I'm just, again, I'm not known for being I don't have a nice accent like the other ladies. And the guy, I'm just looking at this purely from numbers and money. I can tell you without a doubt, unequivocally. I mean, I don't want to talk about the photos. I could, because that there's lots of issues there, especially with design. But when I see a response rate of 78% within 24 hours of the day, okay, it would have been cheaper for you to hire somebody to help you respond, because you're losing to vacancy. The reason I know this is because we run 24/7 and we respond within 6 minutes. And everyone I train does the same. So that's going to be a challenge. I mean, and you can improve it, but the fact of the matter is, part of the reason you would experience vacancy is by the time you respond, they've already chosen someone else.
Yeah, that actually happens. I wouldn't say a ton, but often enough, for sure.
It doesn't have to happen a lot. I mean, if your average stay is 6 days, it only has to happen. I mean, you lose 2 or 3 of those, there goes half your month.
Right.
Is there a particular reason you've chosen flexible for your oh no, hold on. You don't have a check-in time. Okay, so that's interesting. How does that work?
Yeah, so my thought was, if I cast a wider net, I'll be able to. So what I do is, and I think it was Ryan earlier who mentioned, sometimes just view your places if you're the guest. So I do that often, and so I'll pull up places, and in the filters when you search, I felt it. If I kept my check-in and check-out times as flexible, I could, maybe capture more people that may be looking for a noon check-in, or, maybe a 4 p.m. checkout. Maybe I can try to accommodate them, rather than my listing not showing up at all due to the filters that they put in.
No, understood.
I think your listing is going to get depressed because your response time sucks.
Right. Yeah. I'm just going through and looking at everything before, because I mean, yeah. So what was I saying? Where to go? You said are you in Atlanta? No, you were in Michigan.
Detroit, Michigan. Yes.
Y'all got Chick-fil-A out there?
Yes, we do.
Have you ever noticed that they're closed on Sundays?
I have.
And somehow their business still works, right?
Yep, you're right.
You should do the same thing. Tell them what hours your check-ins are going to be. Because you can't run a system, you can't scale a system like that. Because nobody knows when anything is happening. You can't, because that won't work. Because how would you do that if you ever had a back-to-back reservation?
Yep. So I'm sorry.
Yeah,
yep. So I have
I'm
that list.
I'm
okay.
So
So
I am now genuinely curious.
So that pre-populated list that Airbnb allows you, like through messages. So I have my welcome greeting, and in the welcome greeting, some of the questions are, what time are you looking to check in and check out? So that's like one of the first things I address, and I make sure that those times don't conflict with another guest that's checking in or out.
Got it. So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. If you're letting them choose when they can arrive and when they leave?
Correct. Within limits. So the thing is, if I don't have anyone, so a lot of times my properties, the one downtown actually gets booked further out, but for some reason or another, the house, it usually doesn't book any further out on average than maybe 7 or 8 days ahead. So I usually have a good idea of, if there's going to be someone checking out before they check in. So, if we come to some arrangement, but it's usually around 3 to 4 p.m. that I allow the check-in, or even with the checkout, I may allow them to check out up until maybe like noon, maybe a little after. But it's usually within a couple hour, plus or minus a couple hours.
No problem. Totally understood. Let me ask you a question. You said you had a 9 to 5, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do they let you come when you feel like it and leave when you feel like it, or within a range?
So, that is one of the good things about my job. One of the luxuries is there's a ton of flexibility.
Okay, got it. That's good. And how many people do you work in either at the company or over there? Is it a few hundred, I'm assuming?
Well, I work for a university, so my
Oh, wow.
department, department, maybe a couple hundred people.
Got it. Here's my point. That part, would you be willing to agree that the department has a standard operating procedure?
Oh,
absolutely. And they managed to
Absolutely.
scale, right?
Absolutely.
Do you want to scale?
That is my dream, yes.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to just shoot you straight right now, Marvin. Grab a pen. I'll tell you some things you need to fix. Because if you don't, you won't scale. Now, and I'm
Okay.
only saying this because you told me you want to scale. And all right, this is how this needs to go. First of all, we need a designer. I don't know who. I don't know I mean, I could get one in Detroit, obviously, but we need an actual designer. Second, the photos that you have with external showing the actual location, like with the big, those, I would get rid of those like yesterday, just because there's a lots of security reasons. Those photos should not be public, to say the least.
Of the exterior?
Yeah, because they're towards the end of your listing. You have a lot of photos of the exterior. All of those just need to go. Every one of your light bulbs, I would change those to a daylight balance bulb after the designer is finished. You could benefit from lots of accent walls, and if we could get some real beds in there, that'd be really nice. Then you have no artwork, like none. That's amazing. Okay, I would definitely look into. You need to make this look like something that someone would want to experience, not like the bachelor pad with minimal effort. And again, I'm just shooting you straight. That TV needs to be mounted if you want to keep it at a minimum. And I'm not sure. Yeah, and you're the same with the TVs in the bedroom. I'm kind of, we go back and forth over those mirrors in the bedroom, especially the ones over the drawers. But that's, I'd let my designer choose that one way or the other. We need new sets of sheets, all white, same with duvets and comforters. And I don't know who took these photos, but I would find, most people try to find a real estate photographer. Here's what I want you to find if you're actually going to do this. You need to find someone who does fashion or interior design. Fashion or interior design. Because they're going to be best at telling the story of what it's like to be inside this particular property. So that would definitely be something I would look at. Continuing, your title needs work. Meaning we've got, I like the idea that you're putting the word sanitized in there. That's good. Or maybe, COVID safe might be better. Just a thought. And then perfect for small events and extended stay. And I don't know that that's what you want to advertise so much as I would want to highlight some things. For example, what is this? And again, I'm not actually asking this question, but you should know, what is this particular location near? Whatever it's near, that's what I would be thinking about putting and highlighting in the title, because they're coming to this particular area of Michigan for a reason. I don't know what that is, but whatever it is, that's going to need to, that's something I would rather have in the title, especially with the side, with the bedrooms. And if you do have king size beds, then I would definitely put that in there. I wasn't quite sure when I was looking at them. Your security procedures, we kind of talk about that, but at the same time, what I would love to see is something. Okay, so inside that lockbox, is it a physical key?
Yes, it is. So I have a physical key, but one of the doorknobs on the exterior is a keypad. So that way, if anyone ever copied the keys, they couldn't, at least access the lock that is a combination, or the keypad.
Yeah, totally understood. I would get rid of all locks and keys. They all need to be a keypad or something else. Because the idea of if anyone ever copies the key, that should not even be in the vocabulary. That should not be possible. Don't let them copy a key. Keep your guests safe. Because that's what I'm thinking about. A single female traveler. No, that's all I'm thinking about right now. It's like, okay, that doesn't work. I would definitely update that cancellation policy to something for sure. And they can arrive at 4, checkouts at 11. So in terms of arrival coming in, yeah, but there's more, but I think that's enough, and I don't want to overwhelm you anymore. But at the end of the day, we've got, if you want to make money, that all I'm saying is, like, I'm trying to put you on par of what's going to get you, because I'm sure you're looking at some of these other ones and wondering how come they can get 120, 130, 160, 180 a night or something, and you're like, what's wrong? And you would rather have that. Well, you've got to put in the work on the front end. Like, no vertical pictures, period. And there's no reason to ever put in a screenshot from Amazon in your photos. Like, and definitely not the second one if you were going to do it. Because every one of the photos that I'm looking at here is either shot with a cell phone or shot with poor light and no color balance. And I know that may not make any sense to you at this moment, but it matters because it gives the impression of either this is a kidnapper dungeon or they don't care. Or worse, it's dirty when it's actually not. Your whites look brown and you don't want that because they're going to keep skipping over it and you're going to get picked last and you're going to get the guests you don't want or the ones that are willing to pay the least. But all of those things have to get fixed so that you can have an actual system to it and scale. But, if you make those changes, feel free to send it. I have no problem looking at it again after you've made some changes. And I would look heavily into getting a copywriter because most people don't read, and when they do read, they definitely don't like thick text. They like bullet points.
I want to jump in as well. I want to jump in here as well.
Tracy, real quick, I'm just going to jump off because I really need to go to bed, but I just want to introduce Simon Lehman up here, who, we met virtually through Dave Krause, but he's a legend in the space. And I just want to intro him, and I brought him up to the stage before I pass out here, but just wanted to let him introduce himself before we keep rolling.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
have a good night's sleep.
Thanks, Michael. Just to confirm, you've given out you gave out 4 prizes. So thank you so much, Michael. That's been absolutely amazing. So the people that were able to get prizes have you informed them?
Yes, I shot him a text with a link to my calendar to book that one-on-one with me.
Okay, so did you want me to read out the names? There's Shantae and Marvin and Cody and Regina. I'm not going to say last names because this is being recorded, but if you've heard your name, look out for a text message from Michael and grab your freebie. Well done. You're going to get a ton of value. This is normally a lot of money, guys. So enjoy.
Awesome. Okay. Thanks, guys. I'll see you in the morning. Simon, thanks for jumping up here, man. We'll connect soon.
No worries. Have a good sleep. See you, Michael. Thank you.
Alrighty. So, I just wanted to, I hope you've got some stuff to move forward on, mate. I did have a quick look through your reviews. You've got a bit of triage to do on your listing and on your business model. And I hope that, we want the best for you. We want you to have a good business and success. So I hope that the tough love that you've been given today has been of use. Take that away. Rehab your listing, rehab your property, get some great photos, and shoot us a line back. We're going to be here on Clubhouse over the next goodness knows how long, but we do wish you all the best, and that's why we've spent the time. And Jay, I mean, amazing. That's just absolute gold that he's given you. So I hope you take that seriously and take it on board, because we really do want success for you. I'm gonna pop you back in the audience if that's all right, because we do have another one up coming up. Is that good, Thee?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Jay. I took notes on all of that, so thanks a lot.
No problem. Just know
All
that
the best,
I cut you so that you can heal. That's it.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep moving this along. We have I did put in the little chat, guys, the next one, Monica. She's has a Mexico City rentals. I actually put the English version up. She originally had the Spanish version. My Spanish is awful. If you had it up in Japanese, I could probably help you, but no Spanish for me. But I've changed it to English because that might be also who's going to be looking at listing. But if anyone wants the Spanish version, they might be able to comment on that. So I've had a quick look at your listing, and I'll just have a bit of a speak while some of the other moderators can have a quick look at your listing. I'm
sorry, which one is it? Who is it?
It's in the chat. So Monica,
oh, okay,
who's just joined us down the bottom, she has the party popper. Welcome to Clubhouse, my dear. Welcome. And she sent me a little message going, "Oh my goodness, I'm so nervous." But looking at your listing, you are a super host. You've got a great star rating. So let's dig in a little bit to here. I love how in your first 5 photos, they're not just 5 shots of the same room. You're actually taking us on a little journey. I would like to see.
Hey Julie, where do I find the listing? Sorry.
Okay, Monica, who's here in the audience now. Monica,
sorry, Tracy.
Yes.
Sorry, it was Tracy, not Julie. I said Julie. Sorry, it's early for me. Sorry.
So if you look at Monica, who's just joined us up on stage, in her Instagram, it's got Mexico City Rentals.
It's actually Mex City. It's MEX.
Oh, Mex City.
Yes. Mex
My
City.
apologies.
But yeah, I've got you. Thank you.
And I just popped it up in the chat as well, guys. So I might copy and paste it up again. There we go. So just give everyone a minute to have a look. Have people found it? What's your occupancy like?
Yeah, I'm good there. I'm
Monica?
looking at it.
Well, since COVID hit Mexico City, it's been not as good as it was before. Last year, I had maybe an 80% occupancy rate. At this point, my last guest left on the beginning of January, and I'm getting a new guest next week. But outside of Airbnb, this will be like a direct thing. And but it's been actually good in the past because I've had this apartment for a very long time now. But Polanco is now just bursting with apartments all over. So.
Okay, so you're experiencing a bit of competition, or
a lot of competition, yes, and especially because we have not been able to update our furniture or our decoration. So, and there are so many other places that they did, and my price rate has had to go down a bit. And with COVID hitting, the most important area in Mexico City, we just have not been very lucky these days.
Okay. I feel for you, my dear. I'm in Japan, and our borders have been shut for 12 months. It's been grim. It's been grim. But we're all here to help each other. So I'm having a quick look at your photo. I think I think you can move your photos around a bit. If you don't have the funds to have a reshoot, have a restage, I don't think your first photo is really showing off your best assets there. Let's talk about what's great. Your Superhost, fantastic. You've got great reviews. You've got good amenities. You've got a gym there, which is fantastic. Jump in, guys. Other moderators, feel free.
Yeah, I'm happy to pitch in there if I may. Yeah, so just exactly what Tracy was saying there. Your listing's your shop front, right? So if you imagine yourself walking down the street, you look into a shop, whether you walk in there or not is what you see first, right? So the kitchen looks lovely. It looks like a nice modern kitchen, but it's not selling the place as a nice open space where people can go and live in it, right? So what you're trying to sell here is a home from home, right? Mm-hmm. Now, some of the things that you might want to do when you're selling that first photograph on there is make it look like it's lived in. So, okay. In your home, put some little props in there, maybe a bottle of wine with a glass half full of red wine, make it look nice and warm, or put some fruit on the side, or some nice bread that's carved, or something that just makes it look like it's lived in, right? It's going to draw people in. They can feel themselves living in that place.
Okay. Yes.
Okay? So, and you want to do that on photos that you've got that people will swipe through. And I notice you've got about 30 odd photos on that. Is that right? Let me just do that. I've lost it on my phone now. I've lost your list.
Yeah, you've got a lot of photos. You don't have a massive amount of photos of your actual property, the inside. I'll tell you what I love, and this is something not just for you, but for the audience. I love, love, love that you've got a caption on every single photo, and not just, this is a bed. You're setting a scene and you're setting a mood, and you're saying why this bed is fantastic, or why this room is fantastic, or stop looking for the charger, here it is. That is genius, and that sort of copywriting is fantastic. And if anyone in the audience is involved in SEO or involved in sort of website, when you're looking at a listing, your title is like your H1 tag, your photo, and your first paragraph obviously is similar to your first paragraph when you're writing in a website. And then the captions on your photos are like your alt tags. So this is crucial for using up all the real estate that Airbnb are giving you to maximize your listing and to get it popping at the top of a search. So I just wanted to give you props for that. That's absolutely genius, the way that you've used the copywriting there.
Oh,
so I'll.
Okay, so I'm gonna go here. So I've got some questions. And forgive my ignorance because I just don't know, so I'll just ask: is Polanco the city, or what is Polanco?
Okay, Polanco is like the most important business area in Mexico City. It's where
got it.
The richest.
And what's
businesses
Carso?
are. Plaza Carso is this plaza owned by Carlos Slim, which is one of the top 10 richest men in the world.
Yeah, him, the name I know. Carso,
Okay.
I had no clue. And now, if I'm coming near there, is there a business that I'm coming to typically?
Oh, for sure. Like Plaza Carso is the place where a lot of international business operations are happening right now. So,
Got it. What's the largest one?
Teléfonos de Mexico. There are some Chinese companies, but I am honestly not sure.
Got it. Let's go find out. 2, let's replace The close to, I love the close to, but I would have it name what they're coming to. If they're coming to this particular company or close to, because that's how, like, someone who's not from the area, I'm looking for the AT&T building, like, that's what I'm thinking about. And unless Carso is the name of the building or the company that I might be coming to, that's one of the first things I'm thinking, and it's going to save you some characters. It's just going to save you some characters, because that's what I'm thinking about. What is it close to? Is it close to the thing? Now, I like the fact that you're talking about HBO. Now, we've got, if we're going to talk about the speed of the internet, instead of using the word internet, what I would love is Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi. Okay? Because that's going to, again, save you some characters. And now we can talk about something else that's more important. For example, well, I'm assuming there's beds. Are they king size, queen size? How many are there? That would be very, very helpful in this particular case. I noticed that later you're talking about pets are welcome. Maybe that's something you put in the title, because I promise you that's definitely something that they're looking to, people are really searching for. So put it in the title. That is a stronger pull, like pets okay, pets okay, close to AT&T, HBO, and 55 megabyte Wi-Fi. Way better than what I'm looking at right now, if that makes sense, because I'm talking to the person regarding who's going to stay here. Speaking of the Wi-Fi, you can get over to, well, yes, you should be able to get I would love to see a screenshot of that Wi-Fi within the first 5 photos. Yes. I mean, you say it's 55 megabytes internet, but you know what's better? A screenshot that says it. That way, and then you can now take that out of your title and put it with something else too. I think it's already been said that your first photo was not the one, because it's not. If I had to replace it, I understand. If I had to replace it, I would look at your photo number 5 based upon the ones that I have here, and you have way too many photos that are not of the inside. So I would get rid of all the photos that are not of the inside for the moment, because right now I want to know what's my experience like. In fact, did I see the bathroom? Because I don't remember seeing it. Yeah, no. I'm assuming there is a bathroom, but if you don't show me, I say it's not there. Remember, if you don't tell me, I'm going to assume you don't have it, because you didn't answer the question. A lot of the times, getting a reservation is not about anything other than not causing questions. See, by not having the photo of the bathroom, you cause a question. Like, is the bathroom in the hall? Is it a community bathroom? What's going on? And that's something that individuals are going to think about, or would definitely be thinking about. I do like the detail on the, or some of your detail photos where you're showing where the Wi-Fi is. However, do understand that picture that shows the Wi-Fi charger, it's completely out of context. Meaning, from the photo alone, I don't know which room it is in. And that's part of the challenge, right? I need to be able to see. I can't tell that. I know it's near something brown on a table. That's about it. And that could be challenging for some, or frustrating, even worse, because you just don't want to do anything to frustrate the guest. All right, hold on 1 second. It slipped something. Where'd it go? What is this? Oh, they put in another one. Hold on 1 second. Let me scroll back up. There we go. No, that's not it either. I've lost. There it goes. I had lost your listing for a second. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's keep going here. I'm just asking, who is it that you're expecting to stay here?
It's business.
Like your target customer would be
business people.
Okay, how many business people?
Maximum 4. There's 2 bedrooms, and I don't have a good. Actually, it's a really bad picture of my second bedroom, but that's because I have not been able to get the right angle.
That's fine. Well, why? Okay, hold on. Are you a photographer?
No.
Oh, okay. So then let's get someone who is to come and do it. That would be way better, because you want to tell the story and get the color balance right. But I wasn't even thinking about the photos right now. I was thinking about your sleeping arrangements, because you're using 1 queen bed and 1 double bed. And if you want multiple adults, you have to have it, I would say, at least 2 queens or a king and a queen. If that's what you were thinking. Is that couch not a sleeper sofa?
No, it's not.
Was that intentional?
Well, yeah, I do have to say that this property is owned by my ex-husband, and he is not very willing to change many of the things that I have suggested, including the size of the beds. So yeah, I completely understand what you're talking about, but not much that I can do right now.
Got it. Totally understood. So, okay. Then I would also look at same that what I did find interesting. If you look at your listing under the section, the space, what you did is you started bullet pointing things. I was like, why did she not do that at the top? Because that would be, I would love to see some of that at the top in terms of what you're describing, if that makes sense.
No,
Now,
I got lost a bit.
no problem. On your listing, there's a section called the space. Under that section, you have some hyphens where it says master bedroom with bedroom and walk-in closet. Then there's a hyphen. Second bedroom can be used as an office. And then it says 2 full bathrooms, which by the way, we don't have photos of. Flat screen TV with cable. So it's like I'm like, why? I would love to have seen those closer to the top because, again, people typically don't read. Okay. And then what you have here is gold if it was in visual form. So you're saying Plaza Carso is I probably totally butchered that. So I know I sounded like a little 2-year-old saying it, I'm sure. But it's 2 blocks away from grocery stores, movie theaters, and Plaza and Terra, museums, etc. What would be better is for you to get it on a map on Google or something, and like with a little star, you are here, and then you just draw lines from where your place is to where the grocery store, movie theaters, museums, and et cetera, that you're trying to highlight are.
Okay.
That's way more impactful than that paragraph, but I like the fact that you're thinking about that, by the way. I do like that, which is good because I don't see that enough. As far as what was that? There was something I thought was interesting under the amenities. Give me a second. Let me go back here real fast. Okay. So there is no dishwasher?
No. That is something you don't easily find in Mexico City, but
is that right? Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. I was looking at the construction. I was like, wow, this looks very relatively new, and it doesn't have a dishwasher. Maybe there's something regional, like you just said. Okay, that makes sense. And then you're talking about the check-in, check-out process. It said something about check-in at the front desk. Is this like a condo hotel? Or
no, it's actually a condo regular building, and there is a 24/7 concierge at the front door, and that's the way our guests check in. So I leave the keys at the front desk with the concierge that already knows us, and he knows the whole protocol. So it's very rare that I meet my guests in person.
Yeah, totally understood. I can't remember the last time I've seen one of mine either. But do you have to have that? Can they not just have some sort of key fob, or not key fob, a keypad situation, so that way they don't even have to stop at the concierge desk?
No, actually, they do have to stop by the concierge desk and sign in and give in their IDs.
Got it.
It's just part of the security process, and since it's Mexico City, this is definitely a must.
Okay, got it. Like it. The washer and dryer, is that coin operated or no?
No, it's right there in the apartment, and it's actually brand new.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it in the photos. I'm messing with you now. Okay, so but understand the major. Here's the way I want you to look at this. If you had let's, for the sake of this example, let's just say that you were going, yes, here we go. You were eating popcorn, right? Now you probably shouldn't be eating popcorn because you've had this thing in the back of your mouth. It hurt for a little while, but you just said, yeah, I'll get to it later. But now it's Saturday night, 11 p.m. You're eating popcorn, watching a really good movie, and then all of a sudden, the tooth cracks. Now, at that moment, what you need is a dentist, and you need it fast, and you need it right now because it hurts. You go looking for a dentist, and you find 2. One ad says open 24 hours, the other says doesn't. Now, both, in reality, both are open 24 hours. And you know what? The one you call first is the one that says open 24 hours.
True.
And what you want to do is you want to be the person that they call, that your customer calls first. Anytime you leave something to doubt, if you make me think about it, then therefore I keep scrolling by until I find exactly what I'm looking for. Does that make sense? Because if you don't tell me, I'm going to assume you don't know. So for example, because I haven't said this yet, I just want to make sure that other people who come behind you also hear it. You're telling me that this is for 4 guests, but you know what? I see no plates, no spoons, no cups. So I can assume that they're there, but I'm more likely to send you an inquiry and ask, hey, do you have plates? Whereas the next listing I go to, if they show me their plates, I don't have to ask because I can see them. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
And then what ends up happening is now you create extra questions, which then means more inquiries, which means more work for you to get a conversion. And if you don't respond fast enough, they've moved on to someone else. So you, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go with that's enough for now, but hopefully that helps.
Oh, yes, a lot. Thank you so much. I know I have to work still on this profile. I've been concentrating on my other profiles, but what you have said is absolutely so true, and I appreciate it a lot.
Monica, you're doing a great job. You know, I hope you took some notes, and you can come back and listen to the recording a bit later. And I think if you implement some of the tips that Jay so very kindly gave you, you're gonna crush it. It's you're in a really good position. And you know, you've got the right attitude. Your reviews were spectacular. So keep doing what you're doing well. Keep doing that. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing well, and then just tweak some of those other things. Yeah, so your photos are the main thing, your title, and that first paragraph, you have to nail it. You have to crush it, because that's what's going to convert. And then match your hospitality standards.
Oh,
so I hope that's helped. I'm going to pop you back in the audience.
Thank you, Tracy.
If that's okay.
Can we change our nickname? I think I'm gonna nickname myself Simon Cowell for this.
But I mean, it's all truth, man. Like, you know, if you're not saying some of these things, the guest is thinking it, right? And the guest is going to vote with their feet and vote with their wallet. You know, that's not what we're in the game for. So someone's been texting me on Instagram. So Ramon, if you are in the house, are you in the house? Put your hand up, dude. And I've got your listing here, and we can give you a little bit of a critique there. But while we're waiting, I was going to give away some prizes. Funnily enough, nice segue here. I've just launched a workbook where you can revamp your brand, revamp your Airbnb listing, and it's all the stuff that we've been talking about. It's a little worksheet that you can actually go through and do it. I'm actually going to give 2 of these away to somebody in the audience, to people in the audience. But what you have to do is follow all the moderators that are up here, not just in Clubhouse, but if you've got an Instagram, get into their Instagrams, follow them all, and then take a screenshot of it and post that on your Instagram. Tag me, and I will watch. And I'm going to give away 2 of my Revamp Your Airbnb Brand courses. This is 97. Sorry for the plug, but it's a giveaway. So you can find the course actually in my Instagram. You can have a look at it. So I'm going to give two of these copies away to somebody to people who tag and take a screenshot, and then also send me a message. Okay, so I shall watch out for that. In the meantime, Raimon is just coming.
Good morning. How are you, everyone from Spain? Well, at the moment, what I wanted to do with you was just explaining that we have a short-term rental company in Spain, and actually we are managing 118 apartments that are not from our property. But I have been learning very much on what you have told, and I think that there are many things that we can implement if you visit our website. That is small house. This means port in Catalan, so in the language that is here in Catalan, in the northeast of Spain. Mall house. Then this is what we are doing at the moment, and well, I think that there are many things to improve, and also some of the things that you said is that it is needed to have, for example, everything what the guest would like to have once they are in the property, so that they really decide to book with you. That on the first side, and then on the second hand, it is also something that we are not doing at the moment, is that we are doing the photos ourselves. And once we did the photos professionally, and this was really, it made the difference. So I just wanted to share that with you. And I think that you can, if I keep listening to you, I will learn many things. Thank you for this channel.
What's your main pain point at the moment, Ramon?
My main what? Sorry.
Pain point. Well, so what are the things that are giving you the most concern right now?
Yes,
This is a private booking site, I can see.
Exactly.
And yes.
Well, on the one hand is that at the moment we see that there is very much competition, and it is like we are putting the cheapest price to compete, and this is not the best. But there is there are so much competitors in the coast of Spain, so that we do not find the option to put the prices higher.
Okay.
So when I'm looking at this, sorry, Tracy, give me a second. When I'm looking at this, I'm looking at your page. Do you know what your bounce rate is?
About the 98%.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, so because all right, I know, and I'm pretty sure you're aware of this, but when I'm looking at it, the majority of traffic is mobile. It's been going mobile for quite some time. Your call to action is not clear. I don't know what you want me to do. And if I'm coming to your place, the first thing I need, if this was a magazine, maybe, okay. I do like your background photo though, but your dimensions are way off because I still have to scroll. Like your headspace is too large at the top and at the bottom. I think if you just go back through this site with an eye towards conversion, that will help you tremendously. On this page, I should be able to enter something like where I want to go, dates, anything. Don't make me click to find that, which is the way it is right now. And I mean, that is the biggest thing. That's why I was glad you knew what a bounce rate was. Also on the homepage, this is not the place for the chatbot. Or the chatbot and the feedback, you put those somewhere else. On this page, you want a clear call to action, which is currently not present, so that, which I assume you would want to be something along the lines of making a reservation. And then below the fold, we can begin to talk about some of the other things that you want to mention. But right now, as it stands, on my phone, I have to scroll 3 times in order to even get to the dates, if that makes sense. You don't want to make me do that. But it does explain why your bounce rate is very, very, that's just one of many reasons why your bounce rate is as high as it is. Does that make sense?
It does, totally.
Yeah. And then I would also get a heat map tool because I can only imagine that people are having trouble with your menus because they're way too small. and the fonts are way too light in terms of their actual style and color. So it's going to make it, yeah. Plus, you don't have a highlight feature, meaning when I hover over a particular item, your highlight feature is you're changing the gradient from gray to black, which is not very noticeable. You would want to make the site a little bit more user friendly. So basically, here's what I'm saying: you have a user experience challenge that is responsible for a very high bounce rate, which is why that was the very first question I asked, because that was my assumption, and that's what I would do. So I would try to find a user experience person and see if they can't go through and give you an audit, and that's probably going to result in the site redesign. But I don't want to go too much further, because that's what's needed from what I'm looking at right now.
Thank you very much, and I think that if there is anyone in the room that is doing that kind of user experience, a specialist in short term, then it will be a pleasure that they write us. And thank you so much for your recommendation.
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah, just to jump in here as well. Yeah, you said that you're doing your photos in house. Yeah, you need to because you've got a lot of properties there, so it's worth you investing and getting some professional photos in, and that's just a standard with something that you're trying to project. You need to have that. So if that answers all of your questions for the moment, Ramon.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Ramon's the name of my nephew, so it's nice to see your name there. But I'm going to move on to Angelica. Angelica, welcome.
Hi everyone, how's everyone doing? My name is Angelica. I'm from Alexandria, Virginia. I'm still pretty new to the rental arbitrage space, but I currently have 2 listings, and my goal right now is to fine-tune my systems and processes prior to scaling. So I guess any feedback and constructive criticism is much appreciated. If you could check out my listings and let me know what I can improve on.
Okay, I'm just in there now. You'll just have to give me a minute. And other mods, I'm trying to run multiple things off one little screen. So jump in if anyone.
I'm there. I'm looking at it now. I don't know if she wants me to. I'm looking at it though. Just give me a moment.
No rush. Take your time.
Sometimes when I do this, people say I should remind them to bring tissue. But okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, so hey, I use that same mirror. Sorry, the mirror you have in the living room, we have that in like 3 or 4 different units. All right,
no
so
way.
this is
I got that from the marketplace, and I just spray painted it white.
yeah, we have, yes, right, we have a different color, but I'm like, hey, I like that mirror. That looks very familiar. Okay, got it. So all right, I am encouraged to see that it looks like we're making some design attempts. I would have loved to seen an accent wall. And so that your 1, 2, 3, 4 picture photo number 5 should be photo number 1. Because now, and then you've got some detail photos that I don't think are helping you, like the canisters specifically.
Okay.
And what happened to the kitchen photo? Because that looks like you switched to a different camera, or something happened there.
Honestly, I took all the photos myself. Like, I had my 2 kids with me while I was doing all the stuff. I want a photographer in eventually, but I just wanted it to get to list.
Totally understood. And I'll tell you guys right now, while I am not, I have been paid to do photos, but I would not call myself a professional photographer per se, but it's the thing I am the hardest on, because this is your salesperson, and they work all the time, and they answer questions. They're your first line of defense for customer service. And anytime you create a question with your photos, now you have to stop and answer it. And that's where we have challenges. For example, and maybe this is a new thing, but people don't. Why do I not see a shower or a toilet bowl? Like, there's no bathroom. I mean, I know there's a bathroom, but understand it causes a question to not see it.
Okay.
So you definitely want to do that for sure. But I'm appreciating the design. I thank you for putting your TV on the wall because, well, that way you'll still be there. But if you're gonna put place settings on the dining room table, let's put the entire place setting on the dining room table, not just the mat, so
Okay.
that I can see that. Because again, we've got the same question. It causes questions of, okay, I see 4 place settings, but how many plates do they have? Do they have forks? Because I mean, this actually almost makes it worse because it's like you started, but wait, does that mean I have to bring my own plates? Because you don't tell me that later, if that makes sense. So I like the fact that you're telling me that there's I think that's what you're trying to say, is that there's coffee and the French press. That's nice. And then, so that I'm clear, it says 1 bedroom but 4 guests. So I'm assuming that's a sleeper sofa.
Yes.
Perfect. So if you've got the sleeper sofa, a couple of things to always be aware of, and we learned this the hard way. The whatever table we're going to be using in the middle of that living room space needs to be. We've now defaulted to the table has to be on rollers because it's got to be easy for them to move, right? And even if it's light, even if it's just the fact that it's better if you make the table easy for them to move, so that when they pull out the sleeper sofa, that it can be done. And it always helps to show them what it looks like or what you think it would be best when the sofa bed is out. So another shot of that same living room, like you have, let's see, it's currently photo number 4.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, what is it? Did I look at the wrong one? Yeah, photo number 4. I would pick, I think I said 5 previously, it should be 4. I would take another shot of photo number 4 and with the sofa bed out. Also, now I'm gonna get a little bit more nitpicky with you because you've taken care of some of the basics that I don't have to talk about. On your TVs, you always want to try to superimpose an actual image. Typically, I like landscapes of the area, but you don't want to do this glare reflecting thing. It's a small detail, but it changes the photo and the feel in a very dynamic way, which will help. And what you currently have is photos number. Okay, so I'm just going to list some photos I would strongly encourage you to either retake or just get rid of. I'm just going to list them by number. Okay. Number 3, number 5, number 6, number 9, 11, 13,
Okay.
17, 18, 19, 20. And then on number, I now realize why I didn't see it. On number 15, if you're going to show me a shower, you need to show me all of the shower with the curtain open. By closing the curtain, what it says is that you're trying to hide something. Even if you're not, it says you're trying to hide something, because it makes me wonder, gee, what's behind the curtain? What they trying to hide? Is the other part of it dirty? I don't know what's going on. And it makes me question, and that's what you don't want. You don't want them to question. Also, you do want I'm going to tell you the same thing I think I told the other person. When you're coming back in to take these photos, get daylight balanced bulbs, especially for the lamps. Okay, because that's going to help with the color temperature and no color shifts, as well as making sure some of these long shots, like what you currently have as photo number 1, it's just so dark in the back that it's just like, I wish it was evenly lit, and it's not, partially because the lamps are off, and the lamps probably need to be off because they're probably not the same color temperature as the rest.
Right.
Like because if you look at photo number 2, it doesn't look as dark, but the color temperature situation is still there. And that's something you just want to be aware of. So let me see. I don't know that cozy space is helping you, especially not in that position. Those characters, like I think it's the first 18 or 20, Those are so important. I would not use words like cozy space to be at the front of my title. Near DCA, whatever that is definitely something it's clearly something you believe people come there for, and that's probably, so that I would rather have that words or those words first, like near DCA, Crystal City, and Old Town.
Okay.
That would be better because you have limited character space when someone is scrolling, and because obviously in America, it's you're reading from left to right, so you want to take advantage of that, and cozy space is not going to get me to stop. But near DCA might if I'm coming to the area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, got it. So under the about this space and etc., we need a lot more information, just a lot more, right? And the same thing, like I said earlier, because I love what you're doing at the end of that paragraph with the walking distance situation. So what I would strongly encourage you to do is to get a map. Let's do the same little thing like you are here and draw lines to it so that it's clearer to see when you say walking distance, how do I know you don't walk marathons for fun, right? So therefore your walking distance is different than my walking distance. And you want to be able to communicate that in an unambiguous way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. That's strange. The way that you have your sleeping arrangements, it says the sofa bed is in the bedroom.
Oh, really? Huh.
That is what I'm looking at. Yes.
Okay. Let me look into that.
I'm guessing that that's not supposed to be like that, but if so, then okay.
Thank you for
But I think that's enough for now, but it probably gives you enough to do for the moment.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I can jump in with a couple of things. Definitely, you need to look at, and I'm not just speaking to you, I'm speaking to everybody here in the room, because like I said, I do this all day, every day. You need copy in every single section that Airbnb give you, and the features that you have. So things like, the fact that you've got one bedroom or that you've got 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, whatever the features are, they should often be bullet pointed. And then when you're talking about the benefits, you need to show the benefits to the guest. So why is it good that there's 3 bedrooms, for example? And there's 3 bedrooms. It's great because you can have multiple people, or whatever the benefit of having that feature is there, and use that in your text. So have something like that in each section that Airbnb give you, and also paint a picture as well. Make that ideal guest.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Just butting in. We are still going in the 24-hour room. We are now, 11 hours in, which is phenomenal. Thank you so much for being part of it. The live stream on Facebook has ended. You can only live stream for 8 hours on Facebook. Now we've moved all the way over to the YouTube. We are still going on Clubhouse, so if you want to jump in there, booster.co.uk/club, you'll get the live link on how you can find it, or just go and follow me at Mr. Mark Simpson and jump in the room. We're going to be going for the remainder of the day. What's that, 13 more hours if we're 11 hours in? So please do come and join in. If you are watching with me live, sorry, I've just had a coffee and this is the first time I've spoken today. If you are watching with me live, do please say hi. If you are tuning in wherever you would be tuning in from, just say hi. I know Andy's here, which is fantastic. Andy, that's phenomenal. Thank you very much. And you got to come over to the YouTube. So go over to the YouTube, booster.co.uk/YouTube. Come onto there. Come and say hi. If you have any questions, you can ask them, and I will make sure they get into the room, so to speak, on Clubhouse. And if you want to just keep a conversation going here, please do so. We've also got a live WhatsApp chat going as well. Again, if you want to go and find that, I'm going to open it up so we'll have a big group discussion in the WhatsApp as well. So booster.co.uk/club, and that's where you get all the show notes. That's where you will get everything. You'll find out more about the speakers that have been on in this room. So I am going to be back in about 2 hours. It's 8 a.m. here in Spain. I am 20 minutes away from doing the school run, and then I'm going to go get a coffee on the beach, come back, and I'll be here for pretty much the duration of the day. So welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. And please do share this. Please do tell other people that we're doing. Share this in Facebook groups. Let everybody know about the amazing work that we're doing. We've got so many good speakers, and I think you'll all agree that there have been some fantastic speakers. And the people that you've been hearing for the last few hours, Australia, we've got East Coast of America, West Coast of America. Jay, I mean, if you've missed Jay's, that is fantastic advice. I'm going to be reaching out to Jay to try and get him on an individual Boostly podcast so we can do some audits, live audits. He's so amazing. I want to find out more about him. So again, keep on listening. Thank you so much. I will be back in a little bit. But yeah, keep tuning in, and please do me one big favor and share it. Tune in as you're having your breakfast or your dinner or wherever you are in the world.
Listings out there, people have a lot of choice, but what's going to set you apart is your brand, is your is your service, is the guest experience, and also how committed you are to your hospitality, and all of that will come through in your brand. Now, obviously, you've decorated your place great. When you've got a couple of reviews in there, that'll also round out that story and prove that you've got, that you're a professional host. But yeah, I'm a big believer in branding, knowing who your ideal guest is, making, solving their problems and showing that your place is going to meet their needs. And then you can really start pushing your prices up. If you're not branded, then you're really a commodity, and that you're really at the market forces and the price. You're going to be marketing on price and not on your product. And that's when you're really starting to hit sort of needing to discount to get bookings. You start discounting. You're going down a bit of a rabbit hole of all the horror stories that you hear. So be true to your brand. Know who you serve, and really push your guest experience, and that's absolutely the way to do it. You can go the whole hog, get your own website and do a logo and all the rest of it, but the fundamentals don't change whether you only list on Airbnb or whether you're going direct, and that's knowing who you serve and where you sit in the market. That's my advice. And it's all in my blog. It's all there for free, so you can read all about it. You can read all about it there. So
we'll definitely do. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all the feedback.
Okay, if that answers your question, I might just pop you back into the audience. Now, what is the time? It's 4:00. I've been talking, can you believe this, for 2 hours straight. Oh my goodness. Any wonder I need a drink of water. My name is Tracy. I'm an Australian. I'm in Japan. I just do a quick little reset of the room. This is the 24-hour Airbnb short-term rental superstars clubhouse room. So we've done this once before. This is another, and it was epic. So we had so much fun. We decided to do it again. All of the people, all of the moderators that you see up on stage here, we actually, have spent a bit of time planning this. We've got spreadsheets, we've got schedules. So we're here really because we're wanting to give value to you and to the marketplace. We're all giving our time for free, but we do want to see success for you. And so as a thank you, it'd be great if you could send us some love back. And by sending us some love back, follow us on Clubhouse. You can click on everyone's bio and follow them. Follow everyone here. Also, there's a lot of people who are moderators here who have a ton of free stuff that they're giving away. I mean, if you're here in the audience, it means that you're curious, that you're coachable, that you're really keen to learn and grow with your business. That's golden. That's the first step. Now to take action. To take action, follow the people on the stage. Find one that resonates with you, and start following them. They've got podcasts. There's blogs. There's Instagrams, and there's a ton of ways that you can follow all of the people up here. You can also see YouTube channels, Facebook groups. There's a myriad of ways. And the thing is, we're all doing this business in different ways. And there is more than one way to run a successful short-term rental business. You know, there are people that have small portfolios that are 2, 3, 4 units. They're making enough profit to have financial freedom, and they've got a great life and they've got a great lifestyle. That is an amazingly valid business model to have. There are other people at different ends of the scale. They've got 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 units, and they're running real estate, real estate portfolios. They're doing real estate deals. They're kicking ass, taking names all over the shop. Again, that's another business model, and again, completely valid. So throughout that spectrum, there's a whole host of ways that you can run a business, and the people up here on stage will give you advice on the different ways, depending on what's right for you and what's right for your goals and your situation. So I hope that was a good reset. It's hard to know. I'm sitting here talking at my computer. I'm normally a blogger, so I'm much more comfortable behind a keyboard than I am in front of a microphone or a camera. So but just to let you know as well that this room is being live streamed, and for people who are on Android phones or not on, for people who are not on any sort of iOS device, and I think there might even be a way to get notes from this. I'm just speaking off the cuff here. I hope I'm giving the right information. But that's what I understand is that that information is available as live streams for other people, which means that if you do put your hand up and you come up on stage, that you are giving permission for you to be recorded. We don't use surnames, and you don't need to wash your face, or you don't need to put your lipstick on, because it's all audio. It's like being on talkback radio. But anyway, what is the time? The time is 4:12 here in Japan, and I think that all the Europeans are starting to wake up. So maybe if I can get a show of hands from the moderators, who's around, who's with me? Ryan, yeah, you're sending me some love there. Now that I've just been prattling on for the last couple of minutes, maybe you can jump in and introduce yourself and introduce where your philosophy on the short-term rental industry and how you would like to add value to this room.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Tracy. So I operate in the UK, and I'm in the process at the minute of expanding the same business model over to Dubai. The reason I'm doing that is I used to live there, and I saw every time I go back on holiday, I could see opportunities over there similar to the opportunities that I saw here, which is helping landlords. So I run short-term rentals kind of on 3 strategies. I've got my own stuff, which is the most profitable stuff for sure, and then I've got rented stuff, which I then make an uplift on the rent and the bills, and then I manage for investors as well. So for the investors who don't necessarily want just a fixed rent, they actually want to play the game, but necessarily not do the game. So that they get the uplift in the profit, but they will use someone like myself and my company to manage the process for them from start to finish, and then just basically pay them their money back at the end of the month, which is more than a standard assured short-term tenancy typically. So I kind of run those 3 models, and I've been doing that for several years now. Scaled a lot last year, scaled a lot the year before, and I've got big plans this year to scale even further. So currently got a team of around 35, something like that. Fluctuates a bit with sort of the operational executives, but and then looking to scale over in Dubai. So it's a great game, something that I fell into by accident, really, as I think most people did, and then you kind of realize the power of it, and I was just actually looking on Facebook before. One of my clients who I work with, I do coaching as well,
he's just had a £9,600 booking. So, you know, and he was struggling several months ago to make it work. But, you know, you work with these people, you make some subtle tweaks and, you know, things like that happen. So I think as you go through this journey and as you build and scale your portfolio, things like that don't seem to surprise you anymore. I know at the beginning they did. I remember the first, you know, few bookings I ever got, and I was always like in amazement that it was going on. But you know, you start getting these larger bookings, and it just becomes the norm, because that's what this game does have to offer. And if it's done right, as many of, you know, the experts sat on the stage, you know, not only have they got a lot of years in sort of knowledge, but you know that their bank balances, without sort of shouting out too loud, will be quite healthy as well. And that's not really to show off, that's to inspire everyone that this is a powerful industry, and you know, you can move quickly with it. Most people you speak to on the stage, or you know, that are doing this full time now, you know, they'll echo that this game took them out of their full-time job within anywhere from 6 to 18 months, depending on how quickly they went. So, you know, I now hear when people talk about, a lot of people come on the stage, and even just, you know, on strategy calls that we have, and just in sort of Facebook forums and stuff, a lot of people talk about their 5-year plan to get out of their job. And, you know, for me, that can be so much quicker. And it's kind of the case of, I guess they don't know what they don't know. But when you do know how powerful this game is, you know, that 5-year plan can quite easily become a 1-year plan. And, you know, I know the average salary here in the UK is 28,000 a year. So, you know, you only need a handful of units to replace that salary. And, you know, done properly, it's a real powerful strategy. So I'm glad I stumbled into it. And it's, you know, something I'm passionate about. I do prefer this over, you know, my HMOs. I prefer it over my single lets. And, you know, I'm currently doing a development of 16 flats, which I will be running as short-term rentals once they're done. So, you know, constantly pushing the short-term rental game, and many reasons. I like to have people around me. I like to build teams. I like to piece things together. I think systems, processes, you know, linking everything together, things like that. I don't know. I just kind of get a kick out of putting all those things together and seeing it all come to light. And I think you can do that with this short-term rental game. Being a landlord of a tenanted portfolio, yes, it's lucrative, and yes, it's very hands-off. But for me, it's a bit boring. And right now in the UK, the rights for tenants are just getting more and more in their favour. I mean, it would take you about 12 months to get a tenant out your property right now if they weren't paying, all in all, by the time you go through all the different court processes. So for me, that's just not a nice business model. I've currently got 2 tenants in our portfolio who have just decided not to pay. And, you know, and you can't really do anything about it, whereas not a nice business, pay up front before they go in. And if they decide to be clever and have a party, then you wax their credit card for the damage, and if they decide not to leave, then you hire security staff to go down and rip them out the property. So for me, it's a lot more flexible for you as a company, and for your bank balance as well. So and your energy levels, you know, like, whilst I don't really get involved in the operations too much these days, I still, you know, get told about these tenants that aren't paying, and you know what's going on behind the scenes. And you know, it drains your energy, you know, even thinking about them, and, you know, thinking that someone is going to take you for a ride and just not pay to live in one of your properties. And so that's kind of a bit about me and my journey. I, over the last sort of 1.5 to 2 years, been helping others get started as well. And basically just repeating what I did and continue to do, and just sharing the knowledge and sharing the wealth. And you know, I really get a buzz out of that now. I'll probably spend more time doing that now than anything, and you know, working with people and helping them, you know, leave their job and then scale their businesses. And I'm a big believer in work less and earn more, and you can do that in many different ways. But you know, getting a good team around you, using clever softwares like Zapier and many other softwares that we use in the short-term rental space to be able to kick on. So so that's me. I don't know whether Tracy, whether you're hanging around or whether you're jumping off. I know you've been on here quite a while, but I'm happy to take over if you want and start taking some questions from the audience?
Sure. I'm going to hang around for a little while. I'm going to use my time because I've got a couple of messages to answer, and I've got some giveaways to give away. And I sort of can't moderate and do that and manage the giveaways at the same time. I thought I was supposed to be good at multitasking, but clearly not. But I do have a question, and I've got a question for whoever is on the moderating panel who's still awake or who's just waking up. It's a bit of a controversial question, and I'm really keen to know there's a lot of people probably who are thinking about getting into the industry, and a lot of people who, they see the money and they see the success of sort of some of the people that are up here, and the stories that we tell, and, they want a piece of that. But it's not for everybody. The sort of hosting life and hospitality life, it's not for everybody. So who isn't it for, is my question. And I guess maybe just do as a rapid fire for whoever here in the moderating panel who's still around. So jump in.
Who is amongst us? If everyone just flashes the mics. I'm not sure. I think quite a few of them. We've got Noah, Hendrik. Cool. All right, cool. I'll go first then. So who's it not for? Unorganized people. I think if you're unorganized, this game will bite you, especially if you're going to scale. I don't think I just don't think you can operate. I know we had a young gentleman on before, and he was saying he didn't have check-in times and check-out times. Like that, just the minute I heard that, I was like, that is a disaster waiting to happen, especially if you do same-day turns and you want to scale. So unorganized people, it's definitely not for. Now, whilst this is probably the most intensive property strategy, and a lot of people say, it's not passive. Well, I actually only work about 1 or 2 hours a week in my property business now. Don't get me wrong, I slogged the hours and I did it all at the beginning to get it going and to get it where it is. So it's a case of, for me right now, it's very passive. I don't really get that involved in it. And we host thousands of guests, and everyone checks in fine, and the money comes in and all that sort of good stuff. So it can be passive once you get it to that point, but obviously at the beginning you've got to get it to that point, and to get it to that point there are a lot of moving parts that you've got to put together. So I think you need to be very organized, and you've got to be quick with your response times. You've got to be on top of your game. You've got to be I think organization is probably the biggest thing. So I guess in answer to your question, if you're unorganized, then this game probably isn't for you, unless you can either hire help in to keep you organized, or learn that skill set of becoming organized and making sure that you can manage. And logistics is a big thing. I have a logistics manager in my business who literally just deals with the guest handlers, any problems that arise there, and then she'll logistically sort everything out with kind of the cleaners and the linen and around the UK and in Dubai, because we run that from our UK office as well. So it is a logistics game, this, and amongst many other things. So hopefully that answers it. Hendrik, do you want to jump in next?
Yeah, sure. So good morning from over here in Germany. It's just 20 minutes past 8 here, so I'm happy to be back from bed. And yeah, who's this game not for? Well, actually, it's not for people who really just want to see the money and want to have the money fast without putting any effort into this. So if you, for example, furnish a property, very, very basic, yeah, for sure you can rent that, and might be that you even get a good amount of money out of this. But if you don't take care about your guest or your property because you are not willing to put effort into this, you will be screwed by the reviews you'll be getting from your guests. And so you need to be prepared to really put some effort into this. And I think it also isn't that perfect for perfectionists if you want to scale it up. Because once you have like 10 or 15 or 20 units, it's really an idealistic idea that every unit is just perfect for each and every guest. Doesn't mean you shouldn't take care about it. That is for sure. But things will go wrong, definitely. You will learn your lessons, and there will be some stories you'll be able to tell like half a year later, and you'll be able to laugh about that. But in the situation itself, that's not fun. See, for example, over here we have a very strict lockdown, and apartments are only allowed to be rented for business purposes. And we've got some really crazy reservations in terms of stories people are telling to rent the place. But in the end, we ended up with guests like using the apartments as a meeting space. Also, we had like prostitutes in the apartments, and we had a very hard protocol for this. So we have been prepared, and it didn't took us long to throw them out. But still, you need to have in mind things will go wrong. And if you really go for this with a perfectionistic approach, that might be really bothering you. So yeah, I think that's my two fast thoughts about this. So I think I saw Noah also flashing the mic, so I'm happy to pass over.
Okay, thank you, Hendrik. There might be a little wind behind me. Let me know if the sound is bad. But I kind of just want to say, you have to have I think somebody has to have an entrepreneurial spirit to do this, which involves a lot of risk, but it's measured risk. And like Hendrik said, bad things happen. I have like horror stories to tell of things that happen at the Airbnbs. But if you let me finish those stories, I can tell you they all ended up fine with in like a happy ending. It's for the most part. The other thing is, for the first several years, I hosted units. I didn't have any help. And I basically was like a fireman. Like my phone would ring 24 hours a day, and I would get it on the first ring if I could, or second or third, unless my phone died. I literally don't go anywhere without the charger, the portable charger type thing. I was even just this last, the summer before last, I was in Mexico snorkeling on a boat. It was like a one vacation I took in a long time. And I brought the phone on the boat just so I could take some photos. I was literally in the water. The phone rang. Somehow it had reception. And the guy on the boat handed it to me. And a guest said, she didn't get the code. And I have to give her that. So you have to be that in touch. Like if you can't answer the phone, then this might not be the business for you. And finally now, years into it, I finally am getting some real help here with assistants, full-time assistants working with me, and I'm real close to getting around-the-clock assistants, and I'm building out other roles to expand. But yeah, those are the first two things I want to say. Is you have to have an entrepreneurial spirit, ready to take on challenges, and you have to like Hendrik said, you have to want to make your unit look as good as possible, as nice as possible. And everything you have to do the best you can. But I feel like if you guys looked at my units, you guys would have a lot of strong feedback for me, because I'm still far from perfect. I'm far from perfect, and I'm still falling forward without having all of the
Noah,
the
let me
systems.
let me ask you a question. So you mentioned there you're starting to get some help in, and then you've started to what sounded like work on your business, let alone in your business. How much impact is that having on your business, obviously in terms of efficiency, scalability, and everything else?
Impact?
Yeah, so obviously by
how much impact has it had?
Yeah.
It's amazing. I wish I would have done it a long time ago. I hired for me
remotely 48 hours a week. And she had short-term rental management experience already. It's like a heaven sent. So I'm like, oh my God, I should have did this so long ago. It's amazing. It's fabulous.
Yeah, I think yeah, go on.
No, and that's how I felt when I first found Smart B&B. It was also a heaven sent for me. There's always the next thing, and I keep failing forward. But yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, so this really helps a lot. And so like I hired my first full-time assistant not less than 2 months ago, and I'm ready to hire the next one. By next month.
Think the reason I wanted to pick up on that point is, I was exactly the same. I did far too much myself at the beginning, and just if I had got, I don't know why, but I think as entrepreneurs we think we have to do everything, and we cannot release that control. But the sooner you do it, I know, like my business scaled like tenfold the minute I released that control and started trusting other people to do it, because it allowed me to, when I say I don't work in the business, more than sort of 1-2 hours a week now, what I am actually doing is just constantly designing the business, constantly making it more efficient, looking at more ways to acquire more properties, building more relationships, running lead gen campaigns, so that allows me to do all of that, which ultimately allows the business to scale, rather than answering guest messages, making sure guests are checked in fine, speaking to maintenance guys when the boilers don't work, and so for anyone that's in the audience listening, the minute you get on this journey and you start getting some cash flow in from your first few units, get the help in. And it might just be a virtual assistant for 5 hours a week to just do some guest handling, or 10 hours a week. You will be able to go so much further quicker when you hire the help in, and the sooner you do it. I know I wish I'd done it sooner. Noah's obviously echoed the same, and I'm sure if we went around the panel, they'd all say the same. So, really pay attention to that. One thing that successful people leave is clues. So, if they're telling you stuff, you hear that all the time, don't work in your business, work on your business. And at the beginning of your journey, you're like, what does that actually mean? But as you start to go through your journey, and then when you actually step out of the business and you are starting to work on it, then you fully understand what it means. So try and get to that point as quick as you possibly can. Moira, I see you're with us.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Yes, I would like to give some insights about this, the topic here you just raised about what do you need in order to manage a successful hospitality business, and especially in vacation rentals. So I would say that you need a lot of creativity. I agree very much with Hendrik and Noah about the things that they raised that has to do also with patience, and also with the fact that don't look only for the perfection. But I would say that there are few things you shouldn't give up on staying as perfect as possible in your management. First thing, in today's situation and world, don't give up, and don't allow yourself to be less than the best you can when it's come to cleanliness. I think today this is something that is really, really scaring people. People want to be sure that the place they're checking in is kind of fine and in the standards. And this is the one thing that they will also kind of say after, or in the worst case, they will say the opposite, and that's giving you a bad name. And I very much believing in not only in a kind of, one-time client arriving, but I do believe in the word of mouth. I do believe that guests that been your guest will pay it forward to others, and that's why I think that this kind of recommendation about the things that you cannot compromise about has to be there in place. So this is one thing. The other thing is authenticity. I mean, I hear a lot about acquiring more places, getting more business, expanding the business, but don't do it on the account of doing the best of what you can with what you have. And I mean, even in the way that you just, put out there the description, the pictures that you have to change from season to season, or according to the topic. if Noah or Hendrik just mentioned that today they can only work with businesses, to even to change the description or change the header of the property of who you welcoming right now. And if we're talking about normal times, or a vacation rental kind of normal guest who coming for real vacation, so don't forget to try to give some kind of identity to your property, kind of a storytelling, something that will make it jump up within the thousands of hundreds of other units next to it in the OTAs.
A really good point there about normal times versus obviously these COVID times. A lot of my clients and they've constantly been asking me, shall I put like loads of single beds in the properties? And for the last year, that's all we've been doing is appealing to a contractor market. But we've already seen here in the UK bookings starting to flood in for weekends, and with the announcement that was given on Monday by the Prime Minister. So the land's changed again now. So no, it's not just about single beds. Now we have to start thinking, if you've got a location that appeals to both tourism and the business travel, then you need to set your properties up to suit that, like we had before COVID. And it's time to flick that switch back on. And I was on Slack last night to my team, just being like, right, these contractors that we've had who say they want to stay with us for 6 months, but they're only actually paying 2 weeks at a time. We can't block that calendar out for them anymore for 6 months, because now we've got people wanting to book outside of the 14-day window that has been typical of the last year. The land's starting to change. The normality's starting to creep back in.
Yes.
So it's time to start appealing back.
You don't want to find yourself. Yeah, you don't want to find yourself with a block calendar for July and August. For kind of foreigners traveling, willing to pay the full amount of money in London or in the UK, and you're stuck with this kind of 2 weeks obligation or half year obligation for somebody local with the Corona prices. So my suggestion over there, if you're running some kind of diverse inventory or few apartments, I would take one of them and make it already ready to vacation rental holidays. And once this one will start to get the request or start to get booked more and more, you will be able to change the others. And this will be kind of your navigating your kind of seismograph for who's interested in what. So if you have an inventory, you have like 6 or 8 or 10 or 20 places, take 1, 2, 3 of them, make them ready for the normal traveler coming from abroad, and see how many requests or demand these ones are reaching. Of course, you can always use them and offer them as an alternative for locals or for businesses. But this will be your kind of seismograph to tell you when the wave is starting. And don't forget, when this kind of revenge travel is traveler will knock on our door, it will be at once. It will be a flood. We cannot just get ready by then. And the ones, the hosts that will be getting ready right now will be the one to take the higher, the higher prices and get back to normal faster.
Yeah, we're already seeing it here. I mean, since Monday night's announcement, we've had more bookings outside of 14 days than we've had for the last 12 months. And our rates are like 300% of what our normal rate should be, because if they want to pay those prices, then I'm quite happy to take the booking, but I've got plenty of time to sell the rooms, even if they don't sell. So, capitalize on what is going to be a travel boom. I know you mentioned about, international travel coming in. I think right now in the UK, no one's actually sure whether that's going to happen, because we've still got this 2-week hotel quarantine going on for people coming in from abroad, which I think is putting people off. So right now, staycations amongst the obviously UK citizens are popular. Destinations like the Lake District, the Cotswolds, places over there, they're driving silly money. And if you've got locations over there, you want to be, putting your prices right up and, and capturing the bookings from it. But, the land is changing and it's good. It's changing in a good way. We're hopefully, going back to normality a bit. And, I think you've got to be able to adapt with that. So it's really good. I think we've got a couple of guests in the audience who might want to ask some questions. So maybe we could jump to them. Kuldeep.
Hello. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. So my question is a little bit different. So what I'm doing is I live here in Bali and I worked with a property management company here in Bali. So they were managing like more than 150 properties in Bali and some of the properties in Malaysia. But now what I'm trying to do is I'm creating a web application around the world, starting from Bali, where I'm creating a trusted network of property management companies and individual at the same time, a trusted network. So Airbnb homeowners can find those property management companies and individual property managers in their local area. So I just want to know your thoughts of this whole application which I am trying to create. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I mean, I think Mariah, myself, we are part of IPRAC, which is, one of many worldwide renowned sort of host certified, so it gives, it echoes that trust that a guest can come and book with you without knowing that there's going to be any issues, that they're not going to get, defrauded out of any money, that sort of thing. So I think anything that can enter that space, I think has its place. My only obviously reservation would be for yourself would be it's quite a competitive space already. There are some big players already kind of certifying hosts, and so you're gonna have to compete. But it's not to say that you couldn't punch through with the right marketing, the right brand, and and the right app and solution, I guess, for hosts.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Actually, it's specifically for the Airbnb management individuals and the management companies. Because it's really hard to find sometimes, let's say, the Airbnb homeowners who having the other businesses and at the same time they're also running the Airbnb management unit. So it's really hard to manage both their personal businesses and the property Airbnb property businesses at the same time. So that's why they have to hire someone to manage those things, communicating guests or check-in, check-out, reservation, and all sort of stuff. So they need someone, a trusted person or the company who can, they can put their home to their hand. So that's what I'm trying to create.
Yeah, I think what you'll find is most Airbnb hosts are also Airbnb, like if they scale. So like I have my own stuff that I own and I host that. And then I have stuff that I rent off landlords and I host that. And then I also look after investors' properties and manage it for them and host it. So I think what you'll find is the people that have management companies will also be hosting their own stuff as well. So they become both rather than just rather than just be one or the other.
Well, thank you so much, Dan. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to answer about this as well. We started as a property manager, and of course from managing our own properties that we own, and we developed to work with trusted homeowners and property managers around the world. So there are platforms that make it possible for hosts to host together or to join together under one umbrella. And this is a way also where this kind of platforms or roof, if you want to call it, is referring different hosts from the same area for a unique request that arriving. And it's not instead of representing yourself in the OTAs and in your own website. So this is just something to keep in mind. If you're big enough or if you want to grow faster, sometimes it's good to shake hand with colleagues around you. And I think in such time it's even more important So look around you, and I'm sure that there's some kind of roof organization or initiatives of few hosts getting together, referring one another. In that case, almost everywhere.
Thanks, Mariah. Mars, do you have a question?
I do, yes, Ryan. Hi, everybody. I'm from the UK, and I haven't slept all night long for some reason. It's been on Clubhouse. So my question was around cleaning. Obviously, as it's all done remotely and you're not there, what sort of systems have you got in place to make sure it all goes on plan? And also, could you comment on the standard of cleaning, the level of cleaning that needs to be done before you're gonna switch the guests over? Thank you.
Yeah, so I've got a logistics manager who works in the company, and she basically makes sure that everyone's going to the right places and that all the jobs are set well in advance. We use a software that the cleaners have on their phone, and we ping the job to them. They then accept or decline the job, so we know who's going to the job, and then we will notify them what time they can go. And then the app gives them, I think there's like 96 tasks typically for most properties that they have to complete. A GPS tracks them in and tracks them out, so we know how long it's taken and what sort of how long they spent on the clean. And they can't exit the job until all the tasks have been completed. So by setting it up that way, it stops anything getting missed. We also demand, I think it's about 16 key photographs from the property for each clean, so we know that it's done and dusted, and we can check the condition of it. And part of the logistics manager's job is to be reviewing properties. Not all of them, she doesn't have to do them all. I'm a big believer that if you spot check a batch, then you kind of get a good oversight of what's going on, and over time you kind of get across all the properties. So we do that, and then they also have the ability to report any damage, take any damaged photos that we can then use to file claims against guests. So for me, it's that one bit of software that is really powerful, and it kind of just keeps everything organized. And then every now and then, we are busy, and I don't really like Gemma going out the office too much, but I will sort of say, to pop in and drop on some cleaners every now and then, just to keep them on their toes and know that they can get their work spot checked. So it's all just about keeping on top of everything and keeping organized, really.
Thanks, Ryan. Do you mind sharing the name of the software at all?
Yeah, sure. It's called Get Properly, Properly. It's a phenomenal bit of kit. I think it's about £7 or £8 per unit to plug in, but it's worth every single penny. It might be a bit more than that, but even if it was £20-25 a unit, it'd still be worth it.
Oh, I see, amazing. And do you have digital keys, not physical? Like you send them codes and change them so it's more secure?
I've got a mixture across the portfolio, so got a mixture. I've only ever had one property burgled, and that was unforced entry, so assuming they did cut the key. However, I do feel that it was someone on the street living there as opposed to a guest coming back. I know that because the minute we put the stuff back in, it got hit again. So we actually got burgled twice within a very short space of time in the same property. So so we closed that property down and put it back to a tenancy. Touch wood, we've never really had any major security issues. Listening to the US guys talking about it earlier, I do feel that it's probably a bigger problem over there than it maybe is in the